I scored 800 points in the college entrance exam, but I am not happy at all, because my girlfriend broke up with me for not having a car at home. I rode my bike at 200 miles per hour, but still couldn't keep her heart. Turns out she is the wealthy daughter of a rich family, while I have been an orphan since childhood. Even though I got into a top university, I can never make up for this gap in my life. Little did I know that today, a middle-aged couple changed my destiny. At this moment, I was buying instant noodles at the small shop downstairs. Neighbors passing by urged me to hurry back home. In the alley ahead, there were 3 extended commercial vans parked. Beside them, there was a group of well-dressed bodyguards. I clenched the instant noodles in my hand, took a deep breath, swiftly crossed the crowd, and arrived at the rundown building in the neighborhood. My homeroom teacher was the first to notice me and hurriedly handed me a paternity test report. Although I was mentally prepared, my heart still raced when I received the test report. In the 18 years I had hoped for my parents, but only I know the grievances and loneliness I have endured. Looking back, I saw an old man and a middle-aged couple. The 3 of them were in tears, trembling, but their demeanor was clearly extraordinary. I took another deep breath, trying to calm my inner turmoil. When I saw the middle-aged couple, I no longer doubted our resemblance, like we were carved from the same mold. The middle-aged woman couldn't hold back any longer. She rushed over and embraced me, crying uncontrollably, saying, "Mom, I'm sorry, we've been searching for you for 18 years without pause. It's Mom's fault, all Mom's fault." After saying that, she suddenly took a step back, tears streaming down as she kept slapping herself. No matter how others tried to persuade her, it was futile. Her face was on the verge of swelling. I exerted all my strength to say, "Mom, please stop." She only stopped after I grabbed her hand. Without wiping her tears, she reached out to touch my face. In the blink of an eye, "My son has grown so big. Go see your useless father and grandfather." The old man stood stiff, holding back tears, his eye sockets turning red. Upon seeing me, my dad hurriedly wiped his tears, forcing a smile on his face, yet tears welled up again. My mom instantly kicked him in the butt. "After so many years, we finally found our son, and you're useless." At that moment, my dad didn't even bother to argue, he just smiled and cried. I took over 2 minutes to compose myself before finally managing to force a smile. At this moment, the man couldn't hold back anymore, even though he had once built the Huasha business empire single-handedly. But he had never cried like a child before today. Then the old man took out a palm-sized gold lock, stood on tiptoes, and hung it around my neck. "From now on, our family will always be together and never be separated again." I nodded, feeling the gold lump on my neck pressing down painfully. "Then I looked at the time and realized you haven't eaten yet. Today, I'll cook for you." The old man waved his hand and said with a smile, "Great, let me taste my good grandson's cooking skills." I carried a few packets of noodles into the house, then asked how they felt about eating garlic noodles. My mom still hadn't spoken. The old man hurriedly spoke first, saying, "We'll eat whatever you're eating." I sighed helplessly, realizing that this time was a disaster, and all the heavy garlic was probably gone in half a year. While I was cooking the noodles, the 3 family members carefully inspected my living space. The room wasn't big, but it was very clean. The walls were almost covered with various certificates and awards, all belonging to my honor. And my mom, who originally wanted to see what was in my fridge, but she searched for a long time and couldn't find where the fridge was. So I explained that the fridge wasn't full, and in another month, I would be going to school, so I wouldn't need the fridge anymore. I hadn't finished speaking yet, but my mom was in tears again. A mother can't bear to hear these things, so she grabbed a basin to catch them. After quickly finishing the meal, I hurriedly said, after eating, "Just leave the dishes on the table. I have to hurry to the construction site to move bricks now. The temper of the contractor there is quite bad." After saying that, I was about to get up and leave. But the next moment, my father, Zhaoji-chan, grabbed me and then pulled out a completely black bank card from his pocket. "It's so hot, don't go out to earn money. The money in our family will last you for 2 lifetimes. This was the first gift from my father after we reunited. I accepted it directly. As for how much money is in the card, I don't even need to think about it. My mom, Wang Qian, asked softly, "Do you want to stay in Jiling or go back to the capital city?" Grandpa felt that it wasn't quite appropriate for him to ask, so he stopped directly. "Xiao can choose to be anywhere. But I have to go home for 2 days every week, no matter what decision I make. I have to go back to the capital for a while in the 2 months before school starts because there are many things to take care of." As soon as Grandpa spoke, I didn't dare to argue. I just knew that no matter where I go, it will definitely be better than now. Wang Qian also spoke up, "Hurry up and pack your things. We'll take a plane back home this afternoon." I nodded awkwardly, feeling that happiness came too suddenly. After all, in just 1 day, I had become a rich kid. I then absent-mindedly packed my things. It was at this moment that I realized how poor my own little family really was. The most worthy of collection are the awards hung on the wall. And my mom also saw through my thoughts. Stepping on a stool, she took down the awards from the wall one by one. As for me, I returned the 2 bowls borrowed from the neighbors, and lingered at the doorstep for a while. I saw the neighbors standing nearby. They have watched me grow up. From the bottom of my heart, they wish for my biological parents to come more than I do. From afar, I bowed in that direction. A few old ladies stood there smiling, saying, "Zhao-chun, you must bring your wife back in the future so we can see her. We're all waiting for you." I wiped away a tear, turned, and walked into the house, silently thinking that I would definitely wait. It wasn't until the afternoon, after bidding farewell to the neighbors one by one, that I had a free moment, and encountered my first Rolls-Royce emblem in life. Soon, 3 elongated cars slowly drove out of the small town. In the car, we exchanged contact information. When I took out my old mobile phone, Mr. Zhao was instantly astonished, immediately instructing his assistant to buy a Huawei P99910, and the phone was delivered within minutes. As for someone like me, a top student, I figured out how to use this phone in 3 minutes. After Wang Qianyu spoke a few words, she solemnly said to me, "Quickly integrate into your new life. Now, I'll set you a small goal, spend 300 million this month. There are no mandatory requirements." I was stunned in an instant. Is this the legendary bullying? If we calculate based on my wage as a laborer on the construction site, 150 yuan a day, I might have to work for over 5,500 years. Considering that the history of China spans only about 5 millennia, I stuttered and trembled, weakly asking, "Are you sure I'm your son? Giving me so much money for nothing, I feel uneasy." My question amused all 3 of my relatives. My father, Zhao Zhichang, even directly took out several family relationship certificates. Before they came to visit me, they had already obtained the exact report. After I flipped through several test results, I chuckled. It turns out that all of this is what I deserve. But suddenly, at this moment, a voice popped into my mind: spend 200,000 yuan to activate the godly prodigal system. The more he urged me, the more impatient I became. I even cursed, "What the hell? My dad gives me more money casually than you, not to mention I have no idea how to spend it. Normally, I neither play games nor buy skins. I just occasionally read books." Just as I was pondering, a few lines of respectful characters appeared in my mind, addressing the host. "You can adopt someone else's girlfriend and then freely acquire companies big and small to engage in scientific research. Or perhaps develop the habit of tipping generously." After reading it, I unconsciously rubbed my temples. I could already hear the sound of burning money. However, this might not be a bad way to start a new life. Soon after, when my phone was linked to the bank card my dad gave me, I silently counted how many zeros were in total. After double-checking, I was shocked to find out that there was 1 billion yuan in the account. But at this moment, I was already annoyed by the voices in my head. In a fit of frustration, I opened the shopping app. I bought all the books I wanted, over 200 in total. But even with 200 books, it wouldn't cost me 200,000. So I widened my eyes and searched online shopping sites. Finally, I gritted my teeth and bought a 150,000 watch. My parents were watching my phone screen the whole time. When they saw that I only bought a 150,000 watch, they instantly frowned. To be honest, this doesn't quite fit my status. In Wang Qian's eyes, the top young master of Beijing should at least wear a watch worth tens of millions. But neither of them said anything. After buying the watch, I bought some other miscellaneous items, finally rounding up to 200,000 after several back and forths. At the moment of completing the payment, a voice rang in my head, congratulating the host for activating the tycoon system. The beginner's package is currently being distributed, gaining a double cashback card and acquiring the universal trading system. I immediately cast my gaze upon the universal trading, my heart fluttering. The system intrigued me to the point where I felt like I grew an inch taller. And the system immediately displayed a price of 50,000 yuan. I involuntarily gasped at the spot, relying on years of hard work and endurance to suppress the joy in my heart. Just as I was feeling happy, I suddenly heard Grandpa speak up, reminding me of the childhood engagement between me and Li Jia. "Now it's time for you 2 children to meet, cultivate some feelings in advance, you can get married whenever you want." My parents have been nodding all along. They seemed to have anticipated that Grandpa would bring it up. I stood there feeling confused and had to ask, "What are you talking about?" Wang Qian casually said, "We are talking about your fiancé. Now Mom will show you the photo." I suddenly felt overwhelmed by the amount of information. However, after Mom took out the photo, I still took a look. I gasped in shock on the spot. Indeed, she was my biological mother. Such a beautiful girl is going to be my wife? But the next moment, Wang Qian said, "Mom, I advise you to prepare yourself mentally. In families like ours, not every girl can enter the household. Of course, what I mean is that only one can, which might be tough for you." I was dumbfounded at her words. In our family, only one can be married? Isn't that the case for everyone? Fortunately, my mother didn't push me on this matter, perhaps worried that I might have a hard time accepting it at once. Meanwhile, my dad's thoughts were still on the expensive watch I had just bought. He thought I was too stingy with money, took off his own watch, put it on my wrist, and said, "Xiaochun, remember this. In our family, you can't be like this. We only drive luxury cars and supercars. Driving a no-name brand car will invite criticism." I nodded in understanding, feeling it was all quite absurd. But my dad continued, "This watch of mine costs over 20 million. If I don't wear it, others will mock me." I have finally let go. Since I am a part of the family, I shouldn't tarnish its reputation. I'll send the 150,000 watch to the class teacher later. After all, he has been good to me, especially when I was still an orphan. Carrying my father's watch, I boarded a private plane for the first time. On the plane, the flight attendant brought me fruits and meals. There were even numerous precious gift boxes filled with clothes. After changing into a white suit, I felt like my looks and demeanor had reached their peak. As for what changed, I can't quite put my finger on it. An hour later, the plane landed. Mother mentioned that we would arrive home in about 10 minutes. Our house is very big. If you don't want to socialize later, you can go back to the room with the butler to rest first. I gave a sly smile, shook my head lightly, and said since I'm already back, I can't let others look down on me. After all, I am a top student. I spent 150,000 to buy a watch, but my dad thought I was too stingy. He told me that I should at least wear a watch worth over 20 million. Driving must be done in a Rolls-Royce and top-tier supercars. Turns out my true identity is the Beijing Tower. It wasn't until I aced the college entrance exam that my parents found me. They arranged a homecoming ceremony for me. At the entrance of the manor, a red carpet stretched for a full 3 kilometers. People seen on the roadside are all dressed in formal attire, undoubtedly scrutinizing each other. Just by looking at me, you can tell I'm talented. Even outside, I must be outstanding among others. I smiled humbly, indicating my lack of talent, but merely a top scorer in the college entrance examination. Suddenly, Mr. Zhao shouted, "Stop talking. Those standing on the sidelines are not qualified to speak." Hearing this, I softly said to Mr. Zhao, "I want to establish a good reputation. It's enough to prevent those who have grievances with us from speaking ill." Mr. Zhao immediately smiled gracefully, appreciating me even more after hearing this. Along the way, I saw many peers, smiling but with sharp eyes. In response, I also smiled gently and nodded one by one. Soon, we arrived at the end of the red carpet. The old Mr. Wang pointed me to a middle-aged couple, saying they were from the Li family. In recent years, apart from the Zhao family, the Li family has been concerned about your whereabouts. The middle-aged couple over there are your fiancé's parents. Go over and greet them as your uncle and aunt. I cast my gaze over, locking eyes with the middle-aged couple instantly. I then immediately smiled and walked over. After meeting Li Miaoxian's parents, they breathed a sigh of relief. They were most afraid that I would grow up outside with limited experience. Even though it was a promise made over a decade ago, who would want their daughter to marry a useless person? Later on, it was mentioned that Miaoxian will be flying back from England tonight. You two should have been brought together long ago to nurture your relationship. I nodded and led the uncle and aunt from the Li family into the manor. As I looked around, everything seemed extravagantly luxurious, even the plants and flowers were ones I had never seen before. Thinking about being surrounded by such luxury in the future, I breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, none of this was seen on the internet. It's all something to show off to others. Soon, I arrived at the courtyard of the manor. The marble floor here had all been dug up and removed. It had been replaced with golden bricks, shining brightly, and clearly made of real gold. Shortly after, a brand new car pulled up in the yard. Several beautiful women stepped out from under the black car cover. They sat directly beside me and stared at me intently. I had heard long ago that young masters from wealthy families, when they come of age, their family would hire an attractive tutor to guide them through life. I had never experienced it, nor dared to ask, but at a glance, I could tell these girls were not guests. Could it be that my old man found me a life course tutor? I relaxed a bit and naturally moved closer to the several girls. This long sofa can also accommodate a few of us having fun. Just then, the brightest-eyed girl next to me spoke to Sister Miaoxian, saying that the man who came to help us watch must not let other people steal the burn hooves. Upon hearing this, I was instantly at a loss. It turns out these women are fishing. I might be in trouble when Li Miaoxian comes back tonight. I then stood up and prepared to leave. Since they didn't accompany me, I'll go greet other guests. But as soon as I stood up, the girl behind me pulled me back and made me sit back on the sofa. After you leave, who knows how many people are ready to ruin your wedding? Why not just sit here? No one will bother you. Besides, are any of us sisters unattractive? At that moment, I also remembered a saying from my grandfather. With our status, ordinary people really don't have the qualifications to come and pass messages. It's not about looking down on anyone, it's just that if you want to hang out with me, you'll really feel embarrassed. Outside the courtyard at this moment, some people are hosting a party, while others are busy carrying plates. This is my unique meeting, and I also found out that the sister next to me really knows a lot of people. Almost everyone who appeared in my sight told me their full name, what industry they are in, and how their relationship with their family is. Some figures shocked me to the core. I thought I misheard earlier, but now I realize they are actually the celebrities from TV. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, my mom quickly came over, called me, and handed me a bouquet of roses. It turns out Li Miaoxian has returned. I kept holding the flowers and walked to the end of the red carpet. In theory, the protagonists in novels don't like arranged marriages, but I don't know why I feel so happy instead. In an instant, a very ordinary Rolls-Royce stopped in front of me. As Li Miaoxian stepped onto the red carpet in high heels, I immediately handed her the flowers. But instead of reaching out to take them, he just stared intensely into my eyes. After a moment of hesitation, I reached out and gently held his hand. Looking at his face, I even felt that Li Miaoxian's temperament seemed a bit mature. However, the palm of his hand felt warm and friendly. Not long after we walked, I heard his voice like a clear spring by my ear. When I got off the plane, I contacted your high school homeroom teacher to inquire about your character and personality. Your teacher's evaluation of you is excellent in both character and academics, and hardworking. I remained silent at that moment. After all, I didn't dare to meet the eyes of a Cambridge senior. After entering the gate, we let go of each other's hands. But Li Miaoxian stayed by my side, making us appear very intimate. And we stood in the most conspicuous position. Mr. Zhao gestured to a few old rascals, pointed at me on stage, and said with a smile, "See that? The most handsome one is my grandson." The old folks all had smiles on their faces and nodded in recognition. Mainly because in the future, if I have something to do, they can also help out. My mom and Li Miaoxian's mother are standing together, smiling brightly. The happiness of so many years is also released today. It's all out, but at this moment, standing on that golden floor, my mood is very complicated. Because at this moment, I can hear Auntie C announcing the names of the gifts on the side. Uncle Wang Zhonglei gave Enzo a Ferrari, and Aunt Zhaoming gave a set of villas in the second ring road. Uncle Li Jianwei gave 5 sets of villas in both Shanghai and Nanjing, while other families brought at least 3 million in congratulatory money. Standing on the side, I felt my scalp tingling, and the chill in my heart had taken in countless breaths. What's worth noting is the last one that was revealed. My fiancé Li Miaomia gave me a private jet. There was a symbolic cheer from the crowd. As for me, I directly said a few witty words to the people below the stage. With so many people witnessing my return home today, I am very happy. In the future, I will definitely embark on a prosperous world with all my friends. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded, almost all of them turned their heads to look at Grandpa Zhao. And my dad and Grandpa Zhao also gave me a thumbs up at this moment. It was only at this moment that everyone applauded enthusiastically. It can be said that this was the best news they heard today. Because in the past decade or so, the Zhao family almost monopolized the profits, with only the well-taught Li Jia being able to share some benefits. This time, all the guests sincerely admired from the bottom of their hearts, "This kid is really a good person." I touched my nose, feeling like I didn't say anything wrong, but why is the person closest to me so excited, blushing and crying? I don't understand why they're so damn excited, even happier than I am, as if they've found their real father. At this moment, the car in the center of the venue seems to have been ignored, and my dad directly threw the car keys to me. I heard it's a Rolls-Royce too. I'm not sure, I want to take a look. It wasn't until Li Miaoxian spoke that I finally relaxed. After all, the things my uncle and aunt just gave me are some miscellaneous brands I've never heard of. I was worried that I wouldn't have a car to drive out, but luckily my real dad was considerate enough. Soon, the sun began to set. The guests who came to congratulate started to leave one after another. The uncle and aunt from the Li family nearby told me that I need to take care of the inheritance matters quickly. You still have 20 years to enjoy. After 20 years, you must come back to inherit the properties of the Zhao and Li families. I nodded, thinking to myself, of course, it's no problem, then immediately got up to investigate for my uncle and aunt. They continued, saying that you and Miaoxian should have children soon. I'll have the maid come back to accompany you to school. I heard that you had some relationship with a girl in high school. There are some things I need to clarify with you in advance. The one you marry into the family can only be Li Miaoxian. The instructions before were fine, but the last sentence made me uneasy, so I quickly glanced at Li Miaoxian in confusion. But what I saw was only the calmness in the girl's eyes. I also tried to calm down. Maybe this is how aristocratic families are. I'll have to slowly understand those rules later. As dusk approached, several adults sat there, drinking tea and chatting. Meanwhile, my mom urged me to chat with Li Miaoxian. Under the scorching sun, he said to me, stop sunbathing in the future. I nodded like a canned fish. Indeed, I used to work under the sun on construction sites. Then he continued, I'll give you all of myself and the Li family's estate. I just hope you won't disappoint the genuine affection I seek. I nodded and silently made a vow. I'll definitely have only him as my wife in this lifetime. But unexpectedly, the next moment, Li Miaoxian directly said, you can also spend time with other girls, but make sure your daily routine is normal. I quickly interrupted her and said, listen to me, let me explain. I truly only had that one sincere relationship. Li Miaoxian nodded gently, saying, I'll go back with you. I heard that girl is busy with studies at Peking University. She won't be able to accompany you. I quickly said, it's okay, I can take care of myself. Li Miaoxian said, you don't understand. Boys of your status sometimes can't control certain things. The temptation outside is too strong. I'd better come back. After he finished speaking, his head slowly leaned on my shoulder. Though I felt stiff, I still reached out and embraced his slender waist. The faint fragrance of his hair surrounded my nose. The close contact immersed me in this atmosphere. As the last rays of the sun faded, Li Miaoxian finally suggested it was time for dinner. I probably can't stay tonight. I'll come back tomorrow to accompany you. I was shocked on the spot. We just met, and he wants to exercise? This is outrageous. What the hell is he thinking? So I directly said, having children too early is not good for your health. Although my uncle and aunt are a bit anxious, but we can take it slow. After all, there's plenty of time ahead. Even though Li Miaoxian seemed indifferent, he felt my respect deep in his heart. Then, he stood up, took my hand, and walked towards the brightly lit area. Our family banquet was about to begin. I was already starving half an hour ago. The family banquet certainly didn't disappoint me. I used to feel that adding a few more pieces of meat to garlic noodles made it the most delicious meal in the world. But now, looking at the table full of delicacies, I don't know why my nose feels a bit sour. And my mom's eyes have been red all day. She picked up her chopsticks and asked if there were any dishes I liked. Suddenly, I put down my chopsticks, feeling a sense of fear because I saw things on the table that I had never seen before. Even familiar ingredients can transform into a different appearance. When I lowered my head, I saw a piece of tantalizing meat. Turning my head, I met Li Miaoxian's gaze. He said to me, this was made by your aunt for you. Over the years, your aunt has been perfecting this dish, hoping that you could taste it today. Whether you return or not, this dish will always be here. Tears welled up in my eyes uncontrollably. In a daze, I lowered my head and opened my mouth, swallowing the braised pork. In 18 years, I've only eaten braised pork once, and that was when the boss at the construction site generously gave me a piece. Now I can taste that this braised pork is mixed with a hint of salty tears. Before I could even pick up my chopsticks, as Li Miaoxian served food onto my plate and explained each dish, my plate gradually piled up. I simply ate while complimenting the food. Yet Li Miaoxian didn't take a single bite. Then, I suddenly grabbed his wrist and said, you're a teacher too, so serve me some food. Otherwise, it'll all be gone. After I served him some food, the atmosphere suddenly became warm and relaxed, with laughter gradually filling the dining table. And the old man brought out several bottles of matai that had been hidden for who knows how many years. After 3 cups, I felt instantly numb, experiencing a thoroughly refreshing sensation. In this lifetime, I, Zhao Chen, am determined to do whatever I want, regardless of anything else. If I feel Li Miaoxian treats me well, then I will treat her well and marry her. As Li Miaoxian looked at me, drunk, and smiled gently, it seemed like a good thing, making me more willing to accept this life with ease. For the first time in my life, I got drunk, and it was my fiancé who helped me back to the room. My dad transferred 1 billion to me as pocket money, but I was not happy at all. Because the system deducted 40 million, only allowing Kuan to grow by 5 centimeters. I was furious about this, determined to earn back the money today. Soon, I found another card in the warehouse, a cashback card that could give up to 100 times the cashback for every dollar spent. So I clicked to use it directly, and suddenly, the system indicated that this transaction had generated 36 times the amount spent, with 1.4 billion transferred to my bank account. I was taken aback, as my dad had just given me 1 billion. I made 10 billion just like that. It was really a waste of money for me to go to the construction site to work. However, I soon regretted it. If I used this card when spending 10 billion, wouldn't I be able to earn several hundred billion directly? Suddenly, my fiancé's voice came from the bathroom, asking me why I was making a fuss over there. After sobering up, I quickly came over to wash up. I responded and then checked again, opening the transaction interface, which showed that a cashback card cost 100 billion. I was so shocked on the spot. Why didn't I go grab the 100 billion? From now on, I won't associate with him, Zhao. Then I instinctively looked for a basin to wash up but found only a bathtub and a shower here. So I directly opened the bathroom door and walked in. The next moment, Li Miaoxian's eyes shot over instantly. It wasn't until we made eye contact that I remembered he was taking a bath inside. In a panic, I quickly closed the bathroom door, continuously apologizing, saying I forgot you were still inside. Little did I know, Li Miaoxian asked, why did you choose this excuse? If you wanted to watch or be together, I would believe it, but what does forgot mean? Before I could even react, Li Miaoxian had already come out wearing a robe. But at that moment, I wasn't wearing anything. Li Miaoxian glanced and said, hurry up and wash, who are you leaving that thing hanging there for? I know you don't like to see this part, so let's skip ahead. Soon it was morning, my body suddenly trembled, and I shouted, hurry, the contractor is about to call roll. When I opened my eyes, I saw the decorations on my head. It was then that I realized, now that I'm the young master of Beijing, I no longer have to worry about being late for work. Only the sound of running water came from the bathroom. Then Li Miaoxian indicated that once awake, it's time to freshen up. I don't really feel like getting up. I've never experienced the feeling of staying in bed. So I asked him how he got up so early, especially since he was injured last night. Li Miaoxian immediately scolded, you're already procrastinating when we've just begun. How will my mother-in-law see me? Furthermore, you were murmuring about the contractor and 50-cent soy milk all morning. How could I sleep? I sighed helplessly. That contractor is really causing trouble. His fierce eyes are still vivid in my mind. Li Miaoxian quickly went to say good morning to my mom. Then she went to the balcony to do yoga for body repair. Lying in bed, feeling a bit bored, I decided to focus on the big gift package the system gave me. Inside, there's a plan tailored for a prodigal young master. It demands that I accumulate assets totaling 3 trillion before I turn 30, make over 100 trades with the trading system, and so on. After completing each task, rewards will be given according to the host's preferences. By now, I'm all fired up by this plan. After all, who could resist the temptation of making history and changing humanity? But the more enticing it seems, the less likely it is to complete. The next moment, I clicked on the daily navigation function. It suggested as the first step to deeply communicate with Ms. Li Miaoxian, rewarding a brand new pair of 20D black stockings and a specialized set from Gongben. I was speechless on the spot. I've only known my fiancé for a day, and she's already asking me to do this. Honestly, I'm really embarrassed. Soon, Li Miaoxian dragged me downstairs to eat. As I ate the peas and diced beef in my bowl, I glanced at the several sports cars in the estate. One of them was the Ferrari Enzo, highly ornamental. The other was the Bugatti Veyron, suitable for commuting. I felt everything was fine, of course, the Lamborghini my father gave me wasn't bad either. But now a problem arose. I realized at this moment that I didn't have a driver's license. I heard Li Miaoxian can even fly those small airplanes. The gap between people is really bigger than that between dogs, even though he's my fiancé. I had only eaten half of my breakfast when I saw a group of lawyers entering the estate. I quickly stuffed my stomach and prepared to go cooperate with work. But unexpectedly, Li Miaoxian tapped my chopsticks directly. What's the rush? They're waiting for you. It's not about accommodating them. Finish your meal and take a nap before going. I secretly wondered, do they need rest again so soon? Isn't eating a meal tiring? I hadn't even voiced my doubts yet. That voice sounded again, detecting that the host didn't follow its own nature. Now it's retaliating by rewarding a book collection. I instantly felt ashamed of my hesitation, so I said directly, even though we are in a position of employment. But I believe, respecting others is a virtue at all times. Li Miaoxian put down his chopsticks, remained silent for a moment, then softly apologized, I'll gradually change in the future. He completely had an attitude of being open to learning, even if he might have felt puzzled or resigned inside. Not just Li Miaoxian. The family members sitting at the table eating also felt something. My old man pondered for a moment, then asked directly, what if your respect leads others to misunderstand? What will your hobbies bring you? I was indeed countered, but all I could say was, your father will always be your father. Suddenly, I felt something heavy in my arms, and when I reached out, I found a beautifully crafted book. The people at the table, seeing me take out a book, were still puzzled. But the next moment, I handed the book to Li Miaoxian, saying, "Read this poetry collection more often in the future." After Li Miaoxian took it, he flipped through page after page. After a while, he smiled lightly and said, "I really like it." But before a moment passed, he concealed his smile again, as if the previous laughter was only for my benefit. After breakfast was quickly finished, I went to find the lawyers. After all, inheritance matters are quite serious. When I saw the document stating that I was to inherit a legacy of 600 billion, I was completely stunned. What was I still striving for? Wouldn't it be better to just wait for my old man to kick the bucket? But suddenly, I felt a burst of laughter rising, and I quickly suppressed this improper thought. Then I quickly signed my name on the document. Suddenly, the sound of a sports car roared outside the door. Li Miaoxian immediately told me that someone had arrived. "They're from the capital. Looks like the young master wants to take you out to play today." I replied, "But I can't drive. Isn't it a bit awkward to go out and ride in someone else's car?" Li Miaoxian said to find the housekeeper. "He'll arrange everything for you. You just need to sit in the passenger seat. By the way, I'll stay at your estate for a few days. Remember to come home early." I nodded as I waited for you. I immediately found the housekeeper, and within 2 minutes, he found a driver for me. So I got into the Bugatti and hit the road. Then I sat in the passenger seat and was added to a chat group. As soon as I entered the group, they all mentioned the young master, urging me to send a red envelope. How could you not make a show when you appear? I stared at the group chat, deeply puzzled. These guys were driving and playing with their phones. I couldn't imagine the red envelopes they sent. They were so desperate to grab them that it's crazy. After hesitating for a moment, I sent a 50 yuan red envelope in the group. It was snatched up instantly within 3 seconds. I instantly felt a wave of regret. Even those who can't drive had faster hands than me. It's really absurd. But they were all confused in the group. I've never seen so few red envelopes grabbed in my life. Truly worthy of being the young master. His actions are indeed astonishing. I looked at their chat and felt I should change the subject, trying to divert everyone's attention away from myself. So I replied with Lucky King and then sent another red envelope. This time, the whole group fell silent. Not sure if it's a matter of reluctance or unwillingness to respond. I could only reply with "Second young master, who's giving out red envelopes." As Mao Qianxiang drove and chatted, upon seeing the words "second young master," he knew his luck wouldn't let him escape. Slowly stopping the car, he promptly sent out a 500,000 red envelope. My eyes never left the screen, clicking as soon as the red envelope appeared. Seeing someone grab 178,000, I thought it was a bit much, but when another person got 190,000, I breathed a sigh of relief. I instantly felt thrilled. Turns out, snatching red envelopes is so fun. I plan to play with Miaoxian tonight. After this round of red envelopes, the Luck King doesn't need to send any more. Instead, someone claiming to be the third young master sent out 500,000. This time, I snatched 126,000 in one go. Suddenly, a supercar whizzed past me. I immediately ordered the driver to speed up. After all, who isn't a spirited youth? The next second, I saw the second young master asking me in the group, "There will be some girls where we're going later. I wonder if your wife is strict with you." I replied that it might not be appropriate, but I'm kind-hearted. I think I can save troubled girls. Seeing my message, everyone was embarrassed. They don't come across many shameless people like them. At this moment, I looked at my earnings, which were nearing 700,000. It felt somewhat unbelievable. These young people who do nothing all day casually send out million yuan red envelopes. Where does their money come from? I don't even need to think about it. It's definitely much faster than me doing manual labor. What's even more ridiculous is that as it came to the last few, their red envelopes became larger and larger, as if they feared becoming the lowest in the circle. So I typed in the chat box, "Those without money, send less. Let's all just have some fun, don't take money too seriously." Unexpectedly, my words were like adding fuel to the fire. Several young men who hadn't sent red envelopes yet got angry immediately. Without waiting for one red envelope to finish, they started sending out red envelopes like crazy. "We're out here to have fun, who doesn't have a few million in hand," posing like someone broke. My mouth was already stretched to my ears because in just a short 10 minutes, the total red envelope amount had exceeded 1 million. Suddenly, I felt quite successful. I initially thought I wouldn't fit in with them, but turns out, I could actually play along with them. After a barrage of red envelopes, before reaching our destination, I asked where we were going. They said to play frisbee. I instantly frowned. Isn't playing frisbee something you do with dogs? What's fun about fetching a frisbee back and forth? I originally wanted to experience some wealthy entertainment, but I didn't expect my first outing with them to be so disappointing. But the next moment, I was dumbfounded. A group of high-quality girls suddenly rushed out from the square. They left me dazzled. Upon closer inspection, it's all the work of a skilled surgeon, and the makeup has completely altered their original appearance. As they ran over in our direction, they immediately blocked the entrance of the sports car. Those young men were interacting with the girl through the car door. Standing aside, I couldn't help but shake my head. These guys are really lacking in substance. Even if they had some charm, honestly, with the looks of Li Miaoxian there, I wouldn't be interested. At most, they were just slightly flashy yoga pants. After the car door was blocked, I remained calm. It didn't matter that my driver couldn't get out of the car. I leisurely opened the passenger door, stepping outside the encirclement. Strangely, not a single girl came over to pay attention to me. I watched from behind the railing of the square for a while, noticing the absence of dogs. It seemed like people were playing together. The specifics of how they were playing were obscured from my view. Suddenly, as I walked to the entrance, I was stopped. A security guard asked, "Sir, which event are you here for?" I pointed to those young men and replied, "I don't know either. I came with them." This security guard was also very polite. He softly explained, "Mr. Mao's games are high-stakes games in our establishment. Participation requires verification of funds." Upon hearing this, I furrowed my brows. Seriously, do they really classify dog games as high stakes? How can dog games be so expensive? They're worried I can't afford to play. So I decided to stand aside and see what those guys had to say. After all, I was worried that if I showed the doorman my balance of 2.4 billion, it would be considered fake. Mao Qianxiong, also known as Second Young Master, quickly pushed aside his sister, blocking his view to look for me. It was then he realized that I was being blocked outside by the ignorant doorman. From a distance, he shouted, "Do you not recognize my brother? He's the heir found and reported in yesterday's Beijing Daily." However, before he could finish introducing him, we were still stopped. "No one can pass, all of you need to verify your assets. I have 2.4 billion in my bank account, but I can't feel happy. Because when I was out playing with a group of second-generation rich, I was actually stopped by security to verify my assets. It turns out this is an upscale venue for frisbee games, where you need over 50 million to spend." I chuckled and handed my phone directly to the security guard. The security guard with glasses carefully counted the numbers, and as he counted, he realized something was different. I actually had 2.4 billion in loose change. Wait, this is clearly 2.4 billion. I looked at his changing expression and teased, "Have you finished counting? Do I qualify to go in now?" He quickly met my gaze, nodded, and assured me that he wouldn't make a scene. As I left, he quietly told me that I wouldn't have to pay here in the future. I nodded and thought to myself, people here really know how to do things. They like your kind who don't charge. The frisbee game is about to begin. After I and a group of second-generation rich enter, we carefully choose our seats. And indeed, there are a few top-notch individuals in the distance. It's not until now that I realize this frisbee game is different. They are using the girls on the field to pass the frisbee and judge their figures. In the end, they will exchange contact information for entertainment. In simpler terms, it's like watching first and then practicing. Just with a casual glance, I find this marketing method very innovative. I don't even need to guess what comes next. Intimate conversations in major 5-star hotels are definitely involved. Suddenly, my phone rings at this moment. When I pick it up, there's no one speaking. I ask who's calling. From the other side, a very calm voice calls out my name. Immediately, I recognize that it's Bai Wanning, the one I broke up with after high school graduation. I only hear Bai Wanning asking, "What do you mean?" Then without a word, she deletes me. Moreover, I just asked the homeroom teacher. He said your grades are enough to get into Peking University. Why didn't you keep our agreement and secretly change your college major? I mentioned that Nanjing University is closer to my home, and going to Peking University would incur significant annual expenses. You know my family background, the gap between us is too big. Bai Wanning, didn't I already say it? I'll take care of your education expenses. Money has never been what I care about. Furthermore, have you forgotten all the vows and promises we made in the past? I thought about it and decided to mention another situation. After finding my biological parents, I learned that I had already made a commitment to a girl. You really don't deserve someone like me. There was a long silence on the phone. He probably understood what I meant, and then I heard sobbing. Bai Wanyan is the kindest girl I have ever met in my life. If it weren't for Li Miaoxian, I would have settled down yesterday. Afterward, I immediately sought Bai Wanyan's contact information. I forced myself to sound indifferent and said, "Just hang up," but the phone was not disconnected, and the crying continued. So I angrily shouted at the phone, "What are you waiting for? Can't you just go away?" The girl still couldn't let go of her pleading tone and asked, "Where are you? Can I come find you, just to watch from afar?" I wiped away a tear and continued to yell at the phone, "Are you here to be the third party? Don't waste my time." "Fine, I am now with someone else." The woman beside me was moved to tears. He said to me, "With your qualities, you could have several women. If you like someone, why hurt them intentionally?" I quickly wiped away the faint traces of tears, then turned my head and said, "Teach me how to swim." I spent the whole morning studying diligently. The woman taught me seriously, but we had no physical contact. I took her out for lunch at noon, unsure of what would be suitable for my status. So, I just went ahead and ordered the most expensive king crab and Australian lobster. I even gave her my contact information during the meal. I casually transferred 100,000 over to him, thanking him for accompanying me today. Afterward, I renewed the room and had the driver take me home, preparing to come out again next time when those rich second-generation kids are out to play. When I got home, I saw Li Miaoxian still planting cochineal bugs on the balcony. His expression didn't look too good when he saw me return so quickly. Next time, I'll have to give those girls in the capital more money, only then will they be obedient. I didn't say a word, just went straight into the bedroom and fell asleep with my head up. I only hope that silly girl by wanting won't be so persistent anymore. I'm just a scumbag. I didn't wake up until the afternoon sun was almost setting. On the nearby desk, Li Miaoxian seemed to be dealing with school matters on the computer. He's really coming back to school this time, his grades are good enough to accompany me in my studies. I looked at him with excitement in my eyes, but there was something on my mind. I didn't want to burden Li Miaoxian with my emotions. Before I knew it, he said, "A girl just called asking where you were." "I've already told her." I looked at Li Miaoxian with a desolate gaze, indicating that he's a good guy and I don't want to cause trouble for him. Li Miaoxian got angry as soon as he heard it. "You should know, you're the big young master of the capital. I don't want to be the reason you give up on your true love. You can openly go find a partner for me." I didn't object, thinking that a nap would make me forget about these things. But it seems Li Miaoxian wants to wake me up with a blow. Or perhaps this is what my mother, Wang Xian, intended. Looking at the missed calls from Bai Weiying on my phone, I feel conflicted. If I choose not to let go, I have to find a way to keep her by my side. Suddenly, my father pushes the door open, holding a watch box. These are all his collections from his youth. Now that I'm back, he naturally wants to show them to me. There's everything from Vacheron Constantin to Rolex. He gave me over 20 watches in a box. They're probably worth 2 to 300 million. Under the setting sun, I open the watch box and examine each one carefully, holding a magnifying glass to check for counterfeits. Meanwhile, Li Miaoxian sits beside me, brewing tea and cutting fruits for me. Soon, just before dinner, the butler rushes to me and informs me that a young girl is waiting for me at the manor gate. I only now let go of my suspended heart. I think what Li Miaoxian said is right. Why should I give up the good girl in my heart to another man, especially when he's so easily bullied by others? After the butler leaves, I pack the watches into the box one by one. Then, I turn to look at Li Miaoxian, taking a deep breath. Li Miaoxian suggested you hurry over. Our place is spacious. If the girl doesn't mind, you can stay the night. I didn't know how to respond to her demeanor, so I just bowed and kissed her cold face. We soon arrived at the entrance of the estate. My mom had already heard the news and came to greet us. At the first sight of Bai Weiying, she smiled warmly. With her snow-white skin and slightly yellow hair, she was top-notch in both looks and figure. Most importantly, she arrived in a white Ferrari. At the very least, it matched her status. Before I arrived, my mom quickly apologized on my behalf and explained my predicament. Bai Weiying quickly said it was okay. She just wanted to come and see me. My mom responded, "That boy doesn't know how to cherish others. You came all this way to see him. Go back home and rest." By then, I had already walked over. My mom hurriedly gestured and left. Weiying instantly froze in place. She had wanted to rush into my arms, but at that moment, she realized things had spiraled out of her control. I walked over, gently wiped the tears from her eyes, and quickly led her inside while she was still lost in thought. Inside the room, I said to her, "You came here on your own accord. From now on, you can't leave again." Weiying's voice trembled slightly as she picked up an apple from the table and asked, "Did you peel this?" I shook my head and said that he peeled this for you. He also told me to treat you well. When I said this, I felt a sharp pain on my face, but sometimes words need to be said clearly. After all, even if you have to eat shit, you have to do it openly, or else it will leave a bad impression on others. Bai Weiying lowered her head, absent-mindedly nibbling on the apple, tears falling as she ate. She murmured about how delicious the apple peeled by her sister was. When I heard this, my heart suddenly convulsed. I then quietly closed my eyes, indicating it's okay, Wanting, you're a good girl, I'm not worthy of you. Before I could finish speaking, a small handprint appeared on my face. I can let go of everything and take a step forward to find you, but you actually want to persuade me to leave. Please don't disappoint me. I have nothing to say, and I even feel too ashamed to speak. The sense of guilt is really strong. And then, Bai Wanting didn't ask me how to resolve the status and identity issue between her and Li Miaoxian. He just wanted an attitude, nothing else mattered. Just when the two of us were hugging, Li Miaoxian, without a word, stayed silent for a while after not wanting to enter, then placed the fruit plate down and quietly slipped away. After wiping away her tears, the young girl finally found the answer in her heart. She decided to fly to Nanda to accompany me on the weekend. After all, if others have boyfriends, I should have one too. Upon hearing this, I suggested you could stay at my place while you're at school. After all, Peking University is right here in the capital. Bai Wanting shook her head today, indicating she also has a house in the capital, at my place. Up until now, I haven't introduced you to my family. Actually, my mom has been wanting to meet you. I nodded, thinking to myself that it's indeed necessary to visit. You've taken little Cotton away. It's only proper to say hello. After she came out of my arms, Bai Wanting looked up and asked, "Where's my sister? Why isn't she here? I want to talk to her." My heart skipped a beat. I didn't want to say, but Bai Wanting gently insisted, saying we would meet sooner or later, so why not sooner? I said I would take you to find her now, she should be on the first floor. But the next moment, Li Miaoxian walked in. She told me to go to the kitchen and make a few more dishes, not to keep her sister waiting. I glanced at Bai Wanting and then turned to leave. But as soon as I came out of the room, the door was locked from outside. After greeting the kitchen, I sat in the courtyard. I watched as the luxurious private jet parked on the tarmac. I went inside to look at the interior. It was clearly lavishly decorated. I heard this plane is worth over 30 billion. But suddenly, at this moment, system prompt, the review plan will expire in 10 minutes, accepting the plan rewards physical fitness +2. I was shocked when I heard this. This guy is quite user-friendly. The system should have detected that I now have 2 women. So I had a sudden idea, thought of the universal trading function, and asked directly how much a kidney costs. After the system found out, it replied that the price of a non-discriminatory kidney is appropriate. I suddenly felt quite expensive. I heard that the market price only requires 100,000 yuan. But in the end, it is not mine, it is still the system's non-discriminatory kidney. Awesome. Then I found out that increasing the diameter by 1 centimeter requires 1 million. So I immediately increased my own diameter by 1 centimeter. Then I spent another 500,000 to increase my height. Until finally, after increasing by 3 centimeters, I asked how much 1,000 grains of hybrid wheat seeds cost, and the system replied 10,000 yuan. My heart was pounding. This technology is a variety that China has spent decades cultivating. I didn't expect the seeds here in the system to be so cheap. If it's cheap, exchange it and then plant it in the ground. When the real artificial seeds are grown, produced in batches, and then launched on the market, maybe I can make some money in this area. But for Chinese agriculture, it is very significant, and soon this idea sprouted in my mind. I immediately found Zhao Jichang and said, "Dad, I want to start a company." Zhao Jichang looked puzzled and asked, "What kind of company do you want to start?" I said, "It's the kind of universal company that can do any industry, because I believe I can benefit humanity and revolutionize our way of life." Zhao Jichang's face darkened. Could it be that he can't hold on to his own business anymore? His son has already started turning fantasies into reality. He was a bit scared, especially when he saw the silly smile on his son's face. I just spent 300,000 enjoying a full-service experience, and now I'm ready to spend 500,000 to hire a personal female secretary. Upon hearing this, my dad took a sharp breath. He had just become a young master in the capital, and now he's already turning fantasies into reality. What's the point of starting a company that does everything? I watched as his expression kept changing, knowing what he was worried about. So I explained directly, "I'm not using money from home for my startup, just need some technical help, so I came to ask you." Upon hearing this, my dad's eyes suddenly lit up. After all, he only gives me a few billion in pocket money each month. Having a small company and a secretary is not bad. So he immediately gave me a look. "There happens to be a group of returnees in my company today. What do you want?" The secretary can pick one. But let me remind you, when choosing a secretary, those with bad genes must not be considered. And don't let your fiancé know. I nodded and agreed directly. After all, the secretary is the most important position in the industry. It can make the boss happy. It wasn't until after I left that my dad muttered to himself, "The brat does have good taste. The academic workload is so heavy, yet you managed to win over that girl." Little do they know, I've already started working on my plan. Immediately asked the system about the price of 1,000 high-yield, high-quality potato and corn seeds, both priced at 10,000 yuan each. Then I quickly wrote down wheat, corn, and potato as the 3 crops in my notebook. This is the beginning of my career. I must take it seriously, and I have to tell my secretary about it tomorrow. Before dinner, feeling uneasy, I went to my fiancé's and girlfriend's room. The conversation between the two in the room was very quiet. I couldn't hear clearly, but from the tone, there seemed to be no conflict or dispute. I hope they won't fight because of me. But to my surprise, the next second, Li Miaoxian said, "Come here." It was only then that I realized my disguise had failed, so I walked over boldly. Wanning gave me a look, signaling me to sit next to Li Miaoxian. This time, Li Miaoxian clearly wanted to embarrass me, as he directly asked how many children I wanted in the future. I was stunned at his words. His question made me so embarrassed that I scratched out 3 bedrooms and 1 living room with my toe. In the end, I ended up saying I only wanted 1. The 2 girls nodded in satisfaction. Li Miaoxian's next question was, "Do you think your desires are strong?" After hearing this, I was even more dumbfounded. It seems like they want to divide me up. So, I lightly slapped Li Miaoxian on the buttocks. And Li Miaoxian immediately grabbed my waist, indicating he would settle the score with me later. Beside us, Bai Wanning spoke up, "Chen, can you not bully Sister Miaoxian? He is a good person." After dinner was quickly finished, Bai Wanning stayed behind and didn't leave. "I know you don't like this part at night, so let's skip ahead." In the morning when Bai Wanning left, she reminded me, "You can't have too many women. My father only had 4. That's what I know. Even though you are more powerful than my father, you shouldn't have too many." My heart was instantly stirred up by a huge wave, so that's how it is. I thought Bai Wanning's love for me was deep enough, but it turns out the status of a wealthy family is like this. So, I hugged him directly, reassuring him, "Don't worry, remember to come find me when you miss me." Bai Wanning smirked and said, "You have to miss me too. Annie and Sister Miaoxian are too lively. I couldn't sleep well." Then, she got into the car and drove away. This sentence lingered in my mind, so I thought, why not just go all out? Anyway, it's already this kind of image. When I got back home, I found Li Miaoxian slowly descending the stairs, his legs a bit unsteady, walking with a cold expression, furrowing his brows as if cursing me inwardly. After seeing me, he casually asked, "Why haven't you left yet? Weren't you supposed to go to the group to select a secretary today?" Upon hearing this, I was instantly dumbfounded. "You cunning Zhao Zichang, you're clearly setting a trap for your son." While I was still speechless, my dad sent me a message. It read, "A man only stabilizes the backyard by fearing his wife. Trust your old man, I'm not wrong." Internally, I had no energy left to complain. It seems my mom wants to improve relations between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law ahead of time. I quickly climbed upstairs, helping Li Miaoxian downstairs. He said to me, "Wait a moment, I'll have the driver take you there. Most importantly, you're feeling alright today, right?" He might be worried I'll collapse from exhaustion these days. I simply replied, "I'm fine." If you resort to that self-destructive method, who knows who'll benefit? Li Miaoxian heard this but remained cold. But his intentions were good, sparing me the energy to deal with other women. He clearly underestimated me. Well, worst case, I can always get a new kidney from the system. Soon, I boarded the Rolls-Royce and arrived at the group headquarters. Standing downstairs, I finally felt the essence of society. The Zhao family is like a towering tree, providing shade for many. Put differently, all I need is a single word, perhaps, to determine the fate of those rushing to work. In our own company, such embarrassing scenes naturally won't occur. A group of executives follow behind me, holding various documents, because the position of secretary holds considerable sway. In our type of large factory, regardless of qualifications, one cannot exceed 25 years of age. I had some doubts and asked, was this how we used to hire people before? The executives from HR department approached, indicating it wasn't necessarily so. This time, it's a batch personally chosen by the chairman. I nodded, then laughed suddenly, realizing everything was under the old man's control. Soon, at the interview venue, I looked at the profiles in my hands, feeling somewhat surprised. Undoubtedly, they didn't graduate from Harvard or Oxford. Those who come for interviews probably know the unwritten rules. I sat at the center seat of the interviewer, waiting quietly. The HR executives personally called people over one by one, and the questions I asked made everyone's head spin. For example, evaluate the profession of secretary based on your experience. Or, does the power of money reign supreme in modern times? Every woman is confident, speaking freely. Some of their answers surprised me, and the returnees interviewed were even more dumbfounded. Each of the interviewer's questions was beyond expectation. It was as if he asked whatever he wanted, just like that youth, whether in matchmaking or selecting a consort. After a series of actions, I already have my own goal in mind, and at that moment, the name Chen Yanlan came to mind. A woman in a black dress walked in for the second time, her arrogant face showing defiance. Seeing this situation, I joked about graduating from Stanford University at such a young age. Moreover, all the exams required were waived, so tell me, what is the highest level of trust? After pondering for a moment, Chen Yanlan spoke and said, I think it's unconditional loyalty, consistent and even surpassing blood ties, and intimacy not bound by time or space. I replied, and then what? Is there more? Chen Yanlan looked earnestly and said, I think you will trust me. I don't like changing leaders back and forth. Before he could finish speaking, I directly said, I don't want what you think, I want what I think. A chill ran up Chen Yanlan's feet instantly, then she said, I am very obedient. With just that one sentence, I felt like he could see through all my thoughts clearly. After that, I let him out of the interview hall. The people in the second round of interviews couldn't help but look strange. It turns out the young master is here to choose a consort. The way he directly led people away was so dominant, it was as if he was strolling in his own home. However, the young girl following behind me became the object of envy in their hearts. On the way, I explained my monetization plan to Chen Yanlan. He immediately asked a crucial question, whether the company should be placed under your dad's group. I shook my head directly and said no need. This is my own business. I'm not short of money, and this company won't go public in the future. Chen Yanlan didn't say anything. After all, in his eyes, I'm just a little kid. He's already 23, but I'm at most 18. Just a little brother messing around. After discussing matters, I reminded him of one more thing. He must have dinner with me every week. You know the rest. Chen Yanlan naturally knows this unwritten rule. This time, he didn't say anything, just shyly nodded. Coming out of the group's industrial park, I called my dad again, asking about the bodyguards and drivers. After all, with wealth, I'm really afraid of being overpowered. What if there are enemies in the Zhao family's business who come after me? My dad quickly recovered and suggested I set up another security detail. There are many things the company can handle discreetly. Naturally, I'll heed dad's advice, so I called Chen Yanlan directly to explain. It wasn't until noon that I received a call about a delivery. It was the stuff I bought for 200,000 yuan at the beginning. Inside were a wristwatch and over 200 study books. I planned to give the watch to the homeroom teacher. Regardless of brand or price, it's a token of gratitude to the mentor. So I went upstairs to find Li Niuxian. As soon as we met, I boldly approached him. Then, lowering my voice, I asked, does it still hurt? Want me to give you a massage? I thought a few words would turn his cold face into anger. But to my surprise, he simply ignored me. Then Li Niuxian asked how things were going, hinting at the secretary and brother. I immediately gave him the cold shoulder, the term brother sending shivers down my spine. But I still smiled and said I had one, though in reality, I didn't need a secretary. If the lady says no, even if I have to go through fire and water, I won't pursue it. Li Miaoxian miraculously gave me a smile. Then I revealed a secret to you. My father instructed me to find a secretary. The next moment, he asked, really? And said he would ask auntie later to see if father is truly like that. My face darkened instantly. If mom finds out about dad's misdeeds, he'll definitely turn on me. After chatting for a while, we decided to set off for Jinling tomorrow to start my agricultural business. We quickly prepared to depart in the afternoon. The old man found me 2 helpers, jokingly called the Zhuge Liangs of business and management. I briefly got to know them, one named Wang Ming, the other named Ma Ziyuan. Finally, I arranged for a trailer, with an Enzo and a Bugatti Veyron on it. Lastly, I loaded my Phantom onto the trailer. Li Miaoxian's ride was also given a lift by Li Jia, a white Bentley Continental GT. The other one is a Ferrari LaFerrari. I'm extremely busy right now, shuttling back and forth while thinking about the company's name. The most troublesome part is there are over a dozen property certificates, so many red documents packed in the briefcase are so heavy, I'll have to carry them later. Oh, and I have to carry the watch the old man gave me too, it's really annoying. Not long after, Chen Yanlan arrived. I stood aside, watching him type on the keyboard at a rapid pace, secretly amazed. This girl's typing speed is truly impressive. Suddenly, the sound of a corgi roaring in the courtyard. We quickly boarded the private plane. Huang Ming and Ma Ziyuan walked slowly beside me, each carrying a box of property certificates and a box of watches. On the plane, I rested with Li Niuxian. The 3 of them didn't expect that I would develop the industry so quickly. On the plane, I quickly took out my computer to work on plans and arrangements. Although they think I'm a bit impatient, they like this efficiency-focused approach. On the boss's plane, I asked Li Miaoxian, if you were given the title of agricultural technology hero, would you want it? After all, once those 3 hybrid seeds are launched, the leaders involved in cultivation will inevitably receive attention from all sectors. Their status and fame will also rise in social gatherings. Li Miaoxian was stunned at my words, wondering if I was fantasizing about making her a scientist or inventor, or titles like physicist, chemist, and literary scholar. Upon hearing this, I quickly explained, I really didn't deceive you, none of this is fantasy. Li Miaoxian also doesn't want to ruin my plan, otherwise, I would definitely be upset. He thinks what I'm doing is a bit outrageous. Crossbreeding corn, only a man from his own family could come up with something like that. Every other young master is running a club or a gaming team. Then, he said to me, your project isn't bringing in any income. You should find a way to make some profit. I nodded inwardly and then said, next step is to prepare to build a lithography machine. This time Li Miaoxian just pretended not to hear, then he heard me start fantasizing again. If there are blueprints for the lithography machine, one can be replicated in 3 months. But to make money, we still need to find a profitable project. So I asked about the system's gold price. The system replied, first transaction is 50 yuan per gram, with a limit of 1 ton. I could inherit 800 billion assets, yet I still have to start my own business. Because I can buy a gram of gold for only 50 yuan, and this hard currency is absolutely profitable. I immediately took out my computer and calculated. 50 yuan per gram, so 1 kilogram is 50,000 yuan. If I buy 1 ton, the minimum profit is 300 million. My fiancé gasped in shock on the spot. When the company goes bankrupt, and I lose everything, I'll naturally understand how sweet inheriting wealth is. I'm not angry about their thoughts that I'm messing around. After all, no one can understand this trading system. We quickly reached our destination, and Li Miaoxian immediately dragged me to the supermarket for shopping. I thought we were just going to an ordinary supermarket, but after a while, I realized I was fooled. A can of white vinegar for 4,800 yuan, a small can of Qingdao beer for 168. Li Miaoxian directly took 10 bottles and said the taste was very smooth. I suddenly realized that this supermarket seemed to be not for ordinary people. It specializes in exquisite living and doesn't rip off poor people. Of course, most poor people can't even get in. I got angry when I saw a set of kitchen seasoning bottles priced at over 30,000. I immediately grabbed Li Miaoxian's hand and asked, why did you spend so much money today? Li Miaoxian looked puzzled by my question and then said, I've been spending like this since I was a kid. And to make it easier for you to accept, the things we bought today are relatively cheap. I was dumbfounded instantly, realizing that poverty had limited my imagination. Instead, I was still being dragged along by Li Miaoxian, and I never mentioned the price again. After Li Miaoxian cleared up the misunderstanding, she no longer concealed her shopping habits. A bunch of large and small dolls cost 300,000, and she casually bought a small painting for 250,000. The outrageous part is yet to come. A rose gold faucet, plus a toilet for 600,000. Li Miaoxian said this is very intelligent. Same model as the one in our Beijing home. I'm curious if this toilet can automatically prevent hemorrhoids. It's ridiculously extravagant. Now it's time to buy fruits. I never imagined in my life that a bunch of grapes would cost 1,800 yuan. Guess how much 2 cantaloupes cost? Hee hee, 8,500 yuan. Now I finally understand why those girls online call guys losers. Even if you earn 100,000 yuan a month, people would still call you a loser. But shopping here also has its benefits. There's a professional assistant behind you to help carry things, so it won't tire out your boyfriend. Those who say they're tired from shopping with their girlfriends need to reflect on themselves. Bringing him to this kind of supermarket, you'll naturally feel stylish. If you're single, feel free to join. I tried Li Miaoxian's shopping style and bought a spatula for cooking. Costs 13,000 yuan, nicknamed Goldie. Then, afraid Li Miaoxian wouldn't sleep well, I spent 350,000 yuan on a mattress. Although expensive, it's really comfortable. I originally intended to buy him some clothes and bags from luxury brands, but I didn't expect Li Miaoxian to lean in and whisper to me, actually, this Ginza supermarket belongs to my family. Then he wouldn't stop talking about those clothes and bags from designer brands. Every season's latest styles are delivered right to the door. We've already set aside 4 rooms at home just for these clothes. I suddenly took a deep breath, such an expensive boutique, and it's actually ours. Well then, why not have them deliver? My legs are already numb. Soon after getting back home, I searched my dad's name on my phone. To my surprise, he was number 1 on the Forbes list last year. So no matter how much I spend outside, it all ends up in his hands. The rich get richer. Right then, I decided I must live well. I never want to return to that old life. Suddenly this morning, I received a message on my phone. The class teacher specifically mentioned me for a class reunion. I knew right away I couldn't dodge this reunion. My old buddies sent me red packets. They're afraid I'll starve at university. And they have no clue. I've already found my biological parents. As Li Miaoxian drawled from the bed, sorry, I'd like to join you too. Sure, last night was another wild one. I said, stop joking around, today's our classmates' farewell party. What's the point in going just for the fun? Li Miaoxian immediately protested, what if they bully you? I can help you show off and smack their faces. I smiled from a distance, you clearly read too many novels. All my classmates are very nice, and the head teacher treats me like his own son. Li Miaoxian suddenly fell silent. I thought he had given up. But the next moment, his leisurely voice sounded again. Yesterday, some dog of a man said these days are the honeymoon period, but it turns out all men are fickle. I instantly felt helpless. If Li Miaoxian wasn't good looking, it would have been fine to bring her along. But if I brought her along in that supporting role, people would probably say she's a rented girlfriend. Most importantly, a large portion of the class knows about me and by wanting. Now that there's another woman beside me, those guys probably want to curse my whole family out. After all, wanting is so good, who dares to let her down? But for me, the legitimate wife, it's also helpless. After I agreed, she immediately jumped off the bed. Then she changed into a dress worth over 30,000, put on a necklace worth nearly $1 million, and wore high heels costing over 200,000. From afar, she looked like a wealthy socialite. Actually, I asked him too. He said he enjoys standing out from the crowd. But I didn't care much about dressing up. I just chose a white t-shirt worth 8 or 9,000, plus a pair of shorts for 2,000 and sandals for 4 or 5,000. We soon arrived at a mediocre small hotel. I initially wanted to secretly settle the bill. But when I think about the malicious adulation that leads to social death, I still plan to hide my identity and be an ordinary person. Before coming, I intentionally made that watch look old by spending 500 yuan. And the homeroom teacher checked it once, saw it wasn't new, and then smiled and accepted it. As soon as I entered, I got along with my brothers and sisters. Even a few playful girls wanted to take advantage of me. They just enjoy seeing me blush, with a helpless expression. Soon, Li Miaoxian walked out of the restroom. Everyone invited, and the atmosphere quieted down. After a long time, I finally saw Li Miaoxian come over to me. It felt like telling everyone that he and I were related. So everyone's gaze shifted to me, waiting for me to introduce them. But I just didn't want to say it. I wouldn't say it no matter what. Finally, a boy couldn't help but ask me, Zhao, won't you introduce us? I awkwardly smiled and said, he's my real mom, and the next moment, the little hand was tightly on my waist. I couldn't help but shake my head in disbelief. This guy seemed to have a grudge against me, but I only teased him for 2 nights, and he was already messing with me like this. So I frowned, immediately changed my words. This is the daughter-in-law introduced by my real mom. No, I mean she's the girlfriend introduced by my mom, and the group was momentarily confused. Aren't you an orphan? Where's your mom? The expressions on the students' faces are quite rich, although somewhat complex, but I never expected jealousy like flowers inserted into cow dung. After all, my looks are enough to match him. What I really want to know is, where the hell did you put by wanting, you little brat? I seem to hear their hearts pounding. So I directly explained that these two things are not in conflict. Next, gasps were heard one after another. The most outstanding students in the class actually said such a thing, which couldn't be refuted, and a few female students in the class, unwilling to give up, pointed at Li Miaoxian and said, do you know he has a girlfriend he's been with for 6 years? Li Miaoxian replied, are you talking about wanting? We get along very well, everyone can rest assured. What's the meaning of the immediate chaos below the stage? Are 2 women sharing 1 man? This little brat is really enviable. The class teacher also immediately stepped forward to stop the chaos. It also gave me a way out, saying that you will understand in the future. My advice is, we need to be practical in life, take 1 step at a time, and not aim too high. Next, I'm worried that Li might not be used to eating at food stalls. But I didn't expect that because he can eat and drink, he got along well with that group of female students. I seem to understand the purpose of his coming today. It's true that Huaxia people like to boast a bit after drinking, especially the boys in front of me. One of them said, I won't say much in my lifetime, earning $1 billion from him would make me content. Immediately, someone retorted, what's the point of that? I just want to find 2 rich ladies to live in a villa, eat out every day, and chat casually. Suddenly, this introverted boy softly asked, do you all have girlfriends? My dream is to find a girlfriend. The laughter on the field abruptly stopped, eyes turned towards me and Li Miaoxian, who were feeding each other. Immediately, someone asked Lao Zhao to share his dream. I felt a bit embarrassed and scratched my head. I didn't really want to say, but staying silent seemed somewhat inappropriate. Timidly, I spoke up. I just want to sleep in every day until I naturally wake up. Then, I want to have 4 dishes and a soup for every meal, and eventually earn enough to support my family. Everyone thought I didn't dare to dream big. Perhaps this is truly the fate of an orphan. I looked at their expressions, wanting to show pity but holding back, leaving me speechless. Actually, the dreams you all mentioned, I had them long ago. Especially the one about dining with the wealthy Zhao Jichang. Damn, that's my dad. Then, I picked up the bottle and filled up my brother's glasses, saying, my thoughts may be quite simple. Today, as we gather here, perhaps boasting, but in 20 years, someone among us will undoubtedly become the person we aspire to be. After saying this, I downed my drink, and as more glasses were emptied, the boasting intensified. Laugh when you should, cry when you should, embrace when you should, no regrets left behind. Occasionally, I glanced towards the door. My best buddy still hadn't arrived. Just a couple of days ago, we were still laying bricks at the construction site, then I quietly left. My buddy's probably still toiling away at the site, while I bet he's currently negotiating with the contractor for time off. Suddenly, a salesperson's figure hurried in through the door. Everyone hastily made room and greeted, and I immediately called out for Ma Xiaokuai to come over, wondering why he took so long. Ma Xiao looked speechless. You jerk, you didn't show up for work for 2 or 3 days. I thought you starved to death at home. I sighed lightly as I looked at him. His parents are bedridden, his situation isn't much better than that of an orphan. Gradually, both of us became somewhat tipsy. Meanwhile, Li Miaoxian frowned as she poured drinks for the 2 of us. Ma Xiao looked up and was momentarily stunned. Who's this? I introduced her as my girlfriend, without a doubt. Ma Xiao was already quite drunk by this point. He boldly declared, it's gotta be my buddy Zhao. I always said, a man with an 18-centimeter charisma is absolutely captivating. I chuckled upon hearing this, feeling rather proud. Li Miaoxian gave me a light slap on the face from behind and whispered in my ear, you're panting even though you're fat. Seizing the moment of intoxication, I casually said, I've indeed found the secret to getting rich. I'll give you 10,000 bucks a month. Are you in or out? Give me a definite answer. Ma Xiaokuai's eyes lit up instantly, and he slapped the table with a loud bang. I knew you were born into wealth. As long as this aligns with socialist core values, I'll work until the boss of this yard goes bankrupt. Soon, one by one, they left after taking photos. In the end, I was also helped back to the villa by Li Miaoxian. All I remember is the leader trembling when he heard the monthly fee of 10,000. It's already the second day. I don't know how the entrepreneurial trio is doing. Zhao Feng took the time to send a message to Chen Yanlan. Women are all made beautiful by sleep. Chen Yanlan drove a BMW M5, fast speed, opened the car door, a long leg stepped out, wearing sunglasses, with a bit of a domineering feeling, one hand opening the door and the other holding files, stamps, and pens. At least Zhao Feng seemed to have not found a separate room. Regardless of how big the villa is, it's his own after all. He really wanted to know who was so inconsiderate as to disturb his sleep. One of the drawbacks of luxury cars, too comprehensive. This time Zhao Feng really just wanted to inform Chen Yanlan about a small matter, but it led to a misunderstanding. What made Zhao Feng's heart race was the small river running through the middle of the yard from west to east. Zhao Feng placed Li Miaoxian on the sofa, causing her to give him a cold, tired look, like a weary tigress. Do you need my signature? A stamp or fingerprint? Where are you? Okay, then come over. I'm at Villa Zero in the Purple Mountain Villa area. It's almost the one closest to the mountaintop. The extended phantom driver's compartment with a partition in the back. The driver remained silent and drove the 2 to the new villa. The villa's first floor is spacious, with a shoe gallery, 2 living rooms, 2 dining rooms, 2 kitchens, an office area, a reading area, a piano area, a coffee table area, 2 symmetrical spiral staircases, a TV area, a bar, a through large bookshelf, a fitness area, all transparent. You can see the entire first floor at a glance, without separate rooms. Zhao Feng typed in the chat box, I believe the most important thing in a relationship is mutual appreciation, not malicious speculation. The driver had already gone to the garage to park and wait. Chen Yanlan, the vase? In addition to the main villa, there are 2 smaller buildings on the left and right. Looking at the introduction handed over by the driver, one is called the maid's building, the other is the housekeeper's building, and the security building. All the buildings are for maids and housekeepers to live in. How many people are needed to serve the young master? Swallowing silently, Zhao Feng squatted down, carefully examining the ground, as if it were custom-made tiles with the Zhao family's pattern. Lying down for 5 minutes, hurriedly hung up the phone, just coming down from upstairs, took out a Coke from the fridge, and the manor gate bell rang. In order to do well in business, even if I don't take a nap, what's the big deal with hardships? I, Zhao Feng, am not someone who can't endure hardship. Hurry up, I want to take a nap after signing. Quite unreasonable. Zhao Feng smiled. Princess carried her, ignoring her struggles, and carried her upstairs. And with such a big house, now only Zhao Feng and Li Miaoxian live in it. To be honest, it feels a bit empty. The driver drove into the courtyard of the villa. Zhao Feng got out of the car next to the European-style fountain in the center of the yard, picked up Li Miaoxian from the car, and in the yard, there was a football field-sized lawn, with several pine trees casually planted there. Opening the door to the master bedroom, Zhao Feng was once again stunned. Miss Chen, as if she hadn't heard, pointed to the position where the signature and stamp were needed. There was even a hint of indulgence. Zhao Feng operated on the central control system on the tablet next to the sofa, and the manor gate opened. When Zhao Feng's mind calmed down, he saw that Li Miaoxian had woken up at some point and was quietly examining herself. In just over 10 seconds, Chen Yanlan stood up to leave. The alcohol gradually wore off. The sunshade on the car blocked the view, so Zhao Feng had to open the screen in front of the seat, and the surroundings of the vehicle appeared on the screen. I heard it cost over tens of billions, a house that ranks globally. From east to west, there are large floor-to-ceiling windows, and the greenery, pine trees, and river outside the windows are clearly visible. Hello? Chen Yanlan? He mentioned the small matter to Chen Yanlan again, asking that young man to help out. Just give him something to do casually. Slowly calming down, he felt that he needed to carefully look around this villa, at least for 2 hours. This is a manor. A manor. When I wake up in the afternoon and find the villa's warehouse, the almighty deal, I advise you to cooperate well, give me everything that I want. Zhao Feng didn't think it was too luxurious. After all, the manors in the capital had already left a deep impression on him. No matter how big the villa was, it was still just a place for a few people to live. Zhao Feng handed her a bottle of drink. It's hot, have something to drink. Doesn't matter. Zhao Feng's phone rang. Zhao Feng? Miss, why do you say that? In the backlight, Zhao Feng gently moved the blackout curtain aside a bit, took a glance outside, and his mouth could fit half an egg. The nap began. Although Zhao Jichang had been very good to him, when his own father gave him such a big house, he truly felt the love of a father. Li Miaoxian rested in the car. She didn't sleep well at night, although her complexion had improved, the lack of sleep was evident. Chen Yanlan, Zhao Feng, I think I should entrust my property to someone I trust. What do you think? Distrust always makes people uneasy. Chen Yanlan, stop beating around the bush. If you have any intentions, just tell me the time and place directly, I'll go there. Zhao Feng fell silent for a moment. Why were his intentions so obvious? Was his acting too clumsy? Couldn't even catch a thief in his own home. Zhao Feng put Li Miaoxian on the master bed and lay down himself. Some of the things he bought at the supermarket yesterday were already placed around the first floor, yet it still looked spacious. It's a matter of time. There's no way. Entrepreneurship is always hard work. This house is even bigger than the Zhao family's manor in the capital, more grand. Chen Yanlan, I'm busy with work. Boss, I'm hanging up. Zhao Feng's mouth curved into a speechless smile. The Villa King of Jinling. The river water was clear, and the goldfish in it splashed around. Compared to the grandeur of the villa, the entrance door of the villa seemed a bit small, just an ordinary single door, but very thick. Zhao Feng opened the door with a key and entered. Chen Yanlan? Zhao Feng, I mean you need to have good sleep. There's no rush for entrepreneurship. You need to take care of your complexion. Take it easy. That's how he felt, of course, before he met the Villa King. Chen Yanlan, are you planning to sleep with me? Truly a Villa King. Chen Yanlan, not ready. It shouldn't be. It must be the unspoken rules of the secretary circle, those old greasy middle-aged successful men who play too aggressively and blatantly, making the young girls vigilant. Zhao Feng, are you planning to rent a house in Jinling? Not only that, the abundant use of crystal and ink-colored glass made the entire first floor look very spacious, yet the white, gray, and black tones were simple and clear. Zhao Feng, mainly because you have a lot of short-term jobs, my small company can't afford your work injury. Zhao Feng puzzled, why? Miss Chen shook her sunglasses lightly, revealing a pair of bright eyes. Because I guess you'll let me stay here. Because I guess you'll let me stay here. Although Chen Yanlan's expression was calm, her confidence when she said this could still be seen. Zhao Feng frowned. He didn't like the feeling of being guessed by others. It was not fun. It felt unpleasant when things didn't go according to his plan. Suddenly, a sense of self-awareness arose in his heart. I have money. Everyone has to listen to me. Zhao Feng realized that the cultivation of good values was not achieved overnight, not at a certain stage of life, but gradually enriching one's character throughout life. Money is not everything, and it goes without saying what kind of person puts themselves at the center. Chen Yanlan is intelligent, and she doesn't need to feel underestimated because of her intelligence. After all, her fate is predetermined. Women should not be considered as men's accessories, but when one's own woman is very wise, it can be a sense of accomplishment.
Li Miaoxian's questioning was clear. Zhao Feng frowned. Who negotiated with you?
Occasionally have fun with him, each taking what they need, as long as it doesn't disturb her grand plans in the business world. Chen Yanlan revealed a subtle smile, said nothing, just took a step forward with her long black silk legs. Silence speaks louder than words.
There is something fishy about this.
At this moment, Li Miaoxian called him. She didn't want any man to restrain her.
A total profit of 15 billion, with a cost of 2.5 billion, resulting in a profit of 12.5 billion.
And for the sake of physical health and safety, it is not advisable to have casual relationships. It's best not to change partners.
Where are you?
According to the current market price, at least 300 yuan can be earned per gram of gold.
The villa's basement. Zhao Feng never thought someone would speak so bluntly about things. Am I losing face? Why do you always like to maliciously speculate about me? Oh, this seems to be my own company.
The address of a company was written on the document in his hand, including the office building, rent, pros and cons of the location, the company's new and old employees, main responsibilities, and the company's goals. Zhao Feng patiently read through it and only then realized that the legal representative of the company was also written as Zhao Feng.
So far, Zhao Feng seems to be doing fine.
The girl looked at Zhao Feng with a smile, puzzled. Zhao Feng's face turned bitter after hearing it. After some thought, he realized that he currently needed at least 150 million to turn around, then sell the hoarded gold and make a hefty profit. If you want to move in, you can, just give me a few thousand yuan in rent each month. How about that?
Can you sleep at night?
In the end of the deal, it turned out that he didn't have enough money.
What is the upper limit for the first transaction of gold?
Okay, no need for rent, move in earlier, it's too spacious here, and it's convenient for work. Zhao Feng spoke very quickly, and without waiting for Chen Yanlan to respond, he took out his phone and immediately transferred
1.5 million to her. As for other things, such as intimate relationships between men and women, it doesn't matter.
With a belief, a message came from the mobile banking account, and there was also a shoddy paper box on the table. Zhao Feng lowered his head to see 10,000 full seeds. But the happiness between men and women, she asked herself, she did not reject it both physically and psychologically, although she had not experienced it.
50 tons, it's as if she doesn't care about the little things between men and women at all. Zhao Feng was just enjoying the show. Can you raise my salary by a few thousand more?
What made her feel strange was that this second-generation rich kid wanted to freeload on women.
So quickly there are new employees. No, what's that area in the suburbs for? Oh, it turns out to be an experimental field for agricultural hybridization. Quite good. The current problem is that there is not enough money.
Just a bit fussy, hesitant, like a woman with bound feet.
He really couldn't understand. What was the point of this woman fishing in troubled waters? To make him suffer early? To make him regret? To prevent him from playing with other women?
Zhao Feng comforted himself, but he still didn't give in verbally. Zhao Feng casually pulled over a set of tables and chairs, placing them in the middle of the warehouse. Chen Yanlan nodded, as if she remembered something again, handed the documents in her bag to Zhao Feng to look through, as if going through a process. After all, it was said that he was starting a business, but in fact, he was just a behind-the-scenes troublemaker, useless and indifferent. Chen Yanlan pursed her lips, took a sip of coffee, and calmly looked at Zhao Feng. You are strange, wanting to keep me in your mansion for your convenience, insisting on deducting rent, and asking for rent.
You are a rich young man, why are you so shameless?
Only half the size of the villa, only 2 basketball courts in size. Zhao Feng frowned, feeling that the girl's expression hid many thoughts. He couldn't guess, but this sister was indeed bold, daring to say anything, not at all shy.
She didn't want to get married.
She found it amusing that Zhao Feng was so tight with rent. Well, he was only 18, still young and inexperienced, a little brother who didn't know much about the world. There was only a box of corn seeds on the table, and a large cardboard box next to the table with small potatoes inside.
Why not take a nap?
Zhao Feng suddenly woke up, feeling like he had over
2.4 billion. Can't finish it all at once.
The tactics of the entrepreneurial trio are really skillful, and the efficiency is really high. Zhao Feng's tone was serious, expressing his attitude and changing the subject.
Niao Xian, I am facing some difficulties now.
She speculated that Zhao Feng's entrepreneurship was like building up achievements, so that in the future he would have experience and accomplishments to inherit the industry.
I transferred money to you, registered the company, recruited employees, paid rent, utilities, and so on. Just imagining making a difference, wanting to succeed and be independent like those successful men. Chen Yanlan laughed.
Zhao Feng wrote on the paper again, hybrid high-yield seeds, 10,000 grains, potato seeds, 10,000 seeds. I'm working downstairs, Zhao Feng said softly.
Just simple paper and pen. Because I can sleep at night, I want to work in the afternoon. He was serious. He didn't want children either. He first wrote on the paper, hybrid high-yield seeds, 10,000 grains, trading price 10,000. The woman's voice was very cold. If possible, it must be a clean, healthy, successful and capable man with youthful vigor. Zhao Feng didn't rush to check. His face was hurting at the moment. Zhao Feng frowned, seemingly puzzled. Muttering to himself, Zhao Feng walked into the basement with the documents. Zhao Feng wrote on the paper, 50 tons of gold, price per gram 50 yuan, trading price, 25 billion. Zhao Feng didn't want to ask Zhao Zicheng for money for some reason, especially since he had started his own business and didn't want him to know that the 10 billion he had given him was gone in less than 4 days. The bank account was deducted by 20,000 yuan. Li Miaoxian was stunned. Is it already not working now? It's only been 2 days. Zhao Feng, huh? He didn't recover for a while. What did she say? When facing difficulties, he was ready to tell his girlfriend first. As a result, her thinking was quite unique. Zhao Feng thought he would receive meticulous care, but Li Miaoxian's words, "Are you already unable to do it now?" made this 18-year-old boy see the embarrassment that men in their 30s or 40s would face. No, I mean business. Zhao Feng's tone became serious again. On the phone, Li Miaoxian seemed to pause for a moment, then Zhao Feng heard her muffled laughter. As for whether it was a scammer, as long as there was a transaction, with the means of the Li family and the Zhao family, scammers who cheated things would immediately return all the money they had scammed. At 50 yuan per gram, Li Miaoxian had already started to contact her family. Zhao Feng explained to the phone for a long time, but there was no response. It must be. Zhao Feng was excited. He knew that Li was a rich woman. No, you don't understand, I bought physical gold. Zhao Feng squatted down to carefully examine the seeds. Gold. How much is missing? The girl asked casually. Remember to drink more water, there's a computer in the study, you can play games or something. Li Miaoxian yawned and went upstairs. With a light hum, Li Miaoxian's eyes turned cold again. The money has been transferred, go buy your gold. What about the other person? Li Miaoxian turned around, eyes fixed on her boyfriend, his attention now all on that potato. Just a glance at her, a young girl. Bought some things. Zhao Feng didn't get up. Unbelievable, scammers are going to have a good new year, scamming 10 billion in one go. 50 yuan per gram, if it's real gold, I have the same last name as the scammer. Li Miaoxian clearly saw the light in Zhao Feng's eyes. Li Miaoxian approached. Are you speaking up for her? Her eyes seemed to say, darling, you're not too stupid. Li Miaoxian thought Zhao Feng was going to start collecting little stones? He was at a loss, carefully considering his wording just now. Getting closer to her, he spoke gently. You mean not to consider her opinion, just take the maid's content as part of the assistant's job? Zhao Feng touched his nose, listening to the movement at the staircase, turned around to see Li Miaoxian approaching. Zhao Feng shivered. Are you saying I should have my assistant do these things? A major fraud case, but this dead man Zhao Feng is really embarrassing. His face didn't change, he was just stating the facts. So small, how can she eat? Zhao Feng's hands were a bit agitated. Zhao Feng was taken aback. Wang Qian is my real mom, she's already starting to train me to fear my wife. Can't even hide my secret money. Ask her if she can cook, do laundry, sweep the floor, help with driving, add 500 yuan to her salary. We need a maid at home, just for lunch. Want my assistant to be your maid? I have to ask for her opinion, can't force her, right? Suddenly he had a bright idea, his breathing quickened. Staring at Zhao Feng's face with indifference, trying to find the moment his face changed drastically. What are you playing that needs 10 billion? Li Miaoxian poured a glass of water, a bit curious. Zhao Feng, but she's a finance and management major. Right. Otherwise? Poof. Ha? What are you doing? Is it a conflict of interest with your major? The downside of a big villa is that when two people want to talk, they have to call each other. When his face turned cold, even caring words had a taste of ice chips. She suddenly didn't want to refuse Zhao Feng. This was his first attempt to make some money. Even if he would be cheated, he wouldn't have any underwear left. But at least he would learn a lesson with the money. I don't cherish it. Zhao Feng's legs went weak. He hugged Li Miaoxian, gently kissed her forehead. Darling, how could I bully you? I can't wait to pamper you. I'll call her later and have her come over to cook for you. Take care of my precious baby. I don't have money. And he just left. Zhao Feng looked shocked. Li Miaoxian almost spit out the water in her mouth. On the phone, Li Miaoxian frowned. I'll ask when I have time, see if she's willing. After all, she has to help me with my career. She should be very busy. The afternoon sun shone through the white silk curtains, through the large French windows, casting a faint light on the fair and slender legs of the young girl, like flowing cream. Li Miaoxian covered her mouth, still looking pitiful, but her bright eyes blinked, very lively.
Then Li Miaoxian also leaned over, the two squatted together. She accompanied Zhao Feng to look at the basket of potatoes in front of them. Li Miaoxian was stunned for a moment, then immediately closed her eyes tightly, her eyelashes trembling as she softly cried, fake crying, "You are not human, you just want her to ride on top of me. Once you have a new love, you don't want me anymore. I knew that rotten men don't cherish what they have." Suddenly, she glanced at a lipstick on the sofa, furrowing her brows lightly, and asked in a gentle tone, "Did we have visitors while I was napping?" Watching Li Miaoxian go upstairs, Zhao Feng immediately got up and went downstairs to the basement. "Any problems?" 50 grams each. Zhao Feng replied. "I invested in a batch of goods, but I'm short on money." "Indeed not enough." Looking up, Li Miaoxian had already hung up the phone. "Okay, can we make money? What is a legitimate business?" "An 18-year-old billionaire, come on Feng, tell me what your legitimate business is?" Li Miaoxian's voice was lazy, indicating she was probably getting out of bed. Without waiting for Zhao Feng to reach out to her, she gracefully got up and drifted away. Li murmured, "Have you fallen out of love? Why has our relationship come to this? Are you really a scumbag? Did you buy billions of gold? How much money do you want to make? My assistant came by to have me sign something." Puff. Li Miaoxian remained calm, not speaking, indicating she understood. Her voice had turned cold again, as well as her gaze. The indifferent girl had suddenly turned into a pitiful figure, leaning on his shoulder, looking aggrieved. Leading Li Miaoxian upstairs, even though they were close, Zhao Feng didn't want to reveal anything about the trading system. Perhaps unable to resist, she placed her hand on Zhao Feng's waist, giving it a hard twist, gritting her teeth. Zhao Feng wanted to text Chen Yanlan to come and pick up the high-yield hybrid seeds, but the thought of letting her stay in the villa made him hesitate. She was ready to go downstairs to find Zhao Feng and confront him face to face about how this outrageous scammer managed to deceive him, a wealthy Aries. "Yes, it's gold, big gold bricks. This is a potato. How is that possible?" Suddenly, Li Miaoxian thought of something and asked gently, "Did that person who sold you the gold also sell you these seeds?" Li Miaoxian took a sip of water and said, "Playing with gold? Since you're new to this, you should invest less and start slowly." Despite her slender figure, even at a height of 1.78 meters, she looked petite squatting there. Resting on Zhao Feng's legs, she could even hear his excited heartbeat. "These are not for eating, these are seeds, extremely high-quality potato seeds. Once successfully cultivated, the yield per acre can multiply several times. If you make money, remember to share some with me." Li Miaoxian stayed by Zhao Feng's side, making a call to the bank's private assistant to transfer money to Zhao Feng's account. "What are you laughing at? Just 1.5 billion. Or Miaoxian, can you lend me some first?" Zhao Feng turned to look at Li Miaoxian beside him. "Zhao Feng, no, I was just kidding." Zhao Feng was speechless. "Aren't you just trying to bully an honest person?" "Ha? What's so expensive? Don't you still have some money left? Auntie told me you don't have enough to spend? This amount of money should be manageable." There was already over 2.6 billion in the account. Ready to go. Sitting on the chair, Zhao Feng got up again, gently closing the warehouse door and moving the potato seeds aside. He had already calculated that the warehouse could hold at least over 100 tons of gold. 50 tons would be easy. He raised his pen and wrote in his notebook, 50 tons of gold trade price is 0.25 billion. Trade successful. Zhao Feng didn't hear any movement. He ran up the stairs again, holding the weight scale that Li Miaoxian had placed in the cabinet in his arms, and quickly went downstairs. The child is always causing trouble, probably spoiled. Chen Yanlan heard Zhao Feng fall silent. She thought for a while, didn't understand why the boss didn't speak, but spoke confidently. Luxury goods are items with little practical value, high prices, relying on brand recognition and commercial marketing to grab the money of the rich. After all, anyone who is about to gamble all their existing wealth will be very cautious. Chen Yanlan, okay, boss, but selling some gold, diamonds, and other things is fine. Why luxury jewelry? Why not something like Lao Fingxiong? We can call it Lao Longxiong. Chen Yanlan was stunned. Then Chen Yanlan heard the most arrogant and terrifying words of her life, "No moving." "Zhao Feng, please give an example." Zhao Feng carried a gold brick upstairs, casually locked the warehouse door, although it seemed a bit unnecessary, but it still gave him peace of mind. Chen Yanlan, it's not deception, it's a willing buyer and a willing seller. Some people are only happy when they are deceived. Chen Yanlan, that colorful bear you have on the sofa in the living room, market price is over 600,000, it's useless and not even good looking, and its manufacturing cost is less than a few tens of dollars. Where can I create a luxury brand for you? Ridiculous. She already thought that Zhao Feng's industrial project was a mess. How could these young people have the patience and energy to run a business? Most likely they would give up halfway. but she never expected that the agricultural product project would be abandoned before it even started, and he shamelessly expanded the business. A 40-pound gold brick is almost as big as 2 Xinhua dictionaries, quite heavy. In an instant, the dim underground warehouse was filled with dazzling golden light. He saw in a brochure that Bulgari has a luxury jewelry industry, which is quite good. Unless it's very fine powder. Diamond mine? With Zhao Feng's knowledge, he hadn't understood the sentence yet, but he silently remembered the words diamond mine and planned to ask the trading system if he could get a diamond mine. It's Qin Yanlan's fault. He had already come up with an idea. The cultivation of hybrid agricultural seeds is a process that is bound to succeed. Find 2 people who can farm, even without educational requirements. Just farming is enough, no need for technology. The key is how to rationally realize this batch of high-quality and efficient gold, which really tests one's skills. Zhao Feng called his assistant. He remembered that the advice given in the plan was luxury jewelry. Once there is a direction, and the promise of the plan brings good luck, this should not be too difficult to do. He walked silently to the main switch of the warehouse lights, reached out and turned on the remaining row of lights. The goods are all there. Next, it is necessary to verify the authenticity and purity. After a simple calculation, Zhao Feng had already calculated the nearest gold mine to himself. Even though she had a tiny bit of affection for Zhao Feng, she couldn't even begin to make up for the sarcasm she felt towards him at this moment. Chen Yanlan held her phone, her face calm, her gaze momentarily distracted. She now felt as if she had been insulted. Zhao Feng didn't even know how to appraise it. He didn't even have a high-temperature spray gun, and even if he did, how long would it take to melt a 40-pound gold brick? So shiny. The gold bricks were all piled up here, somewhat messy, even irregularly stacked, but they were stacked in piles, like tiny gold mountains. Chen Yanlan had nothing to say. Zhao Feng, no, you can easily change industries. Are you playing with me? Yanlan, doing business can't be too childish. Chen Yanlan, it's okay, this is a bit difficult. Why don't you try changing fields, boss? I want to enjoy life. Why should I, a young master inheriting billions, be unable to lift a heavy object? She didn't understand, but was greatly surprised. What kind of brain circuit could make Zhao Feng say such calm words? The phone was ringing, Zhao Feng holding that globally famous brand booklet. Chen Yanlan, did you also find a diamond mine in South Africa? She couldn't help but tease. Does this mean that my gold could be fake? No, it should be said that it could be short of weight, and a gram of gold could sell for thousands of dollars. Luxury jewelry, this industry has great potential. He lifted the gold brick and placed it on a weight scale. Zhao Feng, luxury jewelry. Got it. What business are you planning to expand? Heavy. Indeed not. Not messing around, I'm serious. The research and development of agricultural products can be put on hold first. Yes, you don't need highly professional personnel, just find 2 farmers who can farm. After trying more than a dozen times, Zhao Feng muttered softly, each gold brick weighs 20 kilograms, a total of 2,500 bricks, a total of 10 small gold mountains, each gold mountain has 250 bricks. But after all, she was the boss, so she endured it. Zhao Feng almost immediately covered his eyes. In 2019, the national gold consumption has exceeded 1,000 tons. Her 50 tons may not seem like much, but in reality, throwing a stone into a lake, no matter how small the stone, still causes ripples. She didn't want to hurt the boss's face too much at once, really, even though he was indeed a bit shameless. Hey, prepare to expand the business. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Feng repeatedly told himself to stay calm. This was just a small scene. The gold brick was too big. The weight scale seemed a bit thin in front of the large gold brick. What Chen Yanlan needed to do was to help Zhao Feng turn this batch of gold into the form of powder to enter the gold market, maintain the gold price, and try to make enough money. Zhao Feng rubbed his hands, placed his phone on the gold brick. Okay, then go ahead and do it. Raise the price a bit and I'll give you a raise. He put on a new pair of white gloves, held the small hammer that had been prepared long ago, slowly approached, and lifted the first gold brick. Zhao Feng, get ready, plan it out, get ready to acquire Bulgari. Record the weight, then move on to the next brick. But when he turned around and looked around, even though he had full confidence in the trading system, the gold bricks occupying half the warehouse still made his heart beat faster. A bit uncomfortable. Zhao Feng, just cheating money from fools? Zhao Feng's expression changed. He quickly corrected his mistaken belief gold is not a luxury item. Useless. Zhao Feng sat on the sofa hugging the gold brick, suddenly feeling a bit powerless, as if there was no one to help him deal with things, no wise talent to help share the burden. Where are all the talents in the world? Zhao Feng was really eager for talents at this moment, wishing for a reliable and capable assistant who could help him identify the authenticity. I'm the boss, why should I have to do the heavy work myself? Zhao Feng pondered. That's it. Without waiting for Chen Yanlan to react, Zhao Feng hung up the phone, turned around to inquire about the trading price of the Bulgari Group's system.
Chen Yanlan frowned deeply.
Zhao Feng's idea was too scary, acquiring Bulgari.
Even the world's richest man couldn't just acquire it.
How should I put it? He was a bit arrogant, more like a child's innocence. She suddenly showed a relaxed smile, suddenly realizing that her pursuit of success in business was wishful thinking, or just a game for the children of wealthy families.
The result doesn't matter, the process doesn't matter.
What matters is to make the little boss happy. After all, Zhao Feng's words were too frightening.
Didn't the transactions all succeed? Where are the things? What about the agreed group? Why isn't the group I bought showing any response? Show it to me.
Event information loading. She really didn't expect it.
There was no car available, and the cars from the Li family's hotel couldn't be used casually.
Li Miaoxian squinted slightly, pondered for a while before smiling, nodded playfully, and led Zhao Feng upstairs.
How much is Bulgari?
Bulgari Group information loading. Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the special event and defying the odds. She didn't want to disturb Zhao Feng's daily routine, except that he couldn't sleep early at night. Li Miaoxian walked lightly, approaching where Zhao Feng was, but still looking around, searching for the man's figure.
Looking at Li Miaoxian, Zhao Feng began to understand the meaning of a femme fatale. Who could resist a woman with such looks? Zhao Feng?
She called out again, this time louder. It's not that Li's eyesight was bad, but the villa was too big, making it hard to spot.
Unfortunately, she couldn't drive.
Of course, as long as you're not ugly. The price of traded items will be randomly selected from common numbers and prices in the host's life experiences. She had seen many gold bricks before, and while she couldn't be 100% sure this one was pure gold, there was a 90% chance, which meant it was real gold.
Why only one piece? Didn't you buy 50 tons? Is he a straight guy?
Well, straight guys don't have girlfriends.
Is there a possibility that young girls are also moved by straightforward and simple expressions of love? Suddenly realizing, he then thought, and then? Zhao Feng?
Why not 5-cent noodles? Gold is indeed precious, but once you have a lot of it, what's the difference between this and a golden plaque hanging on the wall?
Oh, the one on the wall is also gold? Then it's fine.
It's really exciting. When Li Miaoxian was pulled by Zhao Feng to see the gold brick on the ground, the young girl was clearly stunned. She had intended to investigate the transaction between Zhao Feng and the scammer, ready to expose the scam, but then she saw this very real gold brick.
Zhao Feng, I don't plan to work today, it's time to rest. He had already worked overtime today and needed a break.
As soon as he got up, Li Miaoxian reached out and twisted his ear.
Okay.
In a very short time, she estimated the weight of all the gold here.
Man, why don't you agree? I've been looking for you so hard. A whole 50 tons?
Zhao Feng wanted to go back to the alley where he used to live and visit the old ladies and gentlemen who missed him.
What about that scammer? I mean, the person you traded with?
Li Miaoxian looked at Zhao Feng with bright, shimmering eyes. Glancing at him, she tried to step back but found herself already in Zhao Feng's embrace. Zhao Feng touched his nose. Zhao Feng told Chen Yanlan that buying was just for fun. For real business, he needed to consult the all-powerful trading system.
Who wouldn't brag a bit? Where's the little bastard?
Phew, Zhao Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Now he could relax, wiped his nose, and settle down.
Combining Zhao Feng's own billion and the
1.5 billion he gave him, in terms of price, the cost per gram was less than 50, probably around 20 or 25 yuan per gram. Of course, she didn't know that Zhao Feng had made a lot of money through cashback rewards. As Li Miaoxian turned around, Zhao Feng slowly got up, preparing to pat her shoulder gently. His lips almost opened with that indifferent face.
A whole 50 tons. Zhao Feng gave her a confirming look. One step. That's it?
Zhao Feng remained silent as usual. All-powerful trading system loading. Zhao Feng was just a dozen meters to her right, but he stood still without making a sound, simply watching her, while Li Miaoxian remained unaware of his presence.
Li Miaoxian was truly a peerless beauty. Just got lost and forgot to respond.
Putting the gold bricks aside, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon.
Just now she heard some movement.
She called out softly first.
Zhao Feng blinked but didn't respond.
Then his smile quickly disappeared, replaced by a cold expression, his hand holding his ear gradually twisting down to his waist. She pushed open the warehouse door, and when Zhao Feng helped her turn on the lights, even Li Miaoxian, who grew up in a wealthy family, was shocked.
10 large gold mountains. So many gold bricks.
She walked back and forth on the first floor for several weeks, but still didn't see Zhao Feng's figure.
Transaction successful, you make it sound like I bought a shirt.
He stood still, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Unexpectedly, after hearing the price, he was surprised. This time he really just casually asked about the price, not intending to buy. Sitting by the window in a melancholy mood, the sound of slippers slowly approaching from upstairs, Li Miaoxian, wearing a large pair of black-framed glasses, probably just woke up and her eyesight wasn't very good. She was also gently rubbing her long hair. So that's how it is. But at £9.15, it seems acceptable, even if she's struggling financially. A batch of gold, help me appraise it. The rest is still in the underground warehouse. 3 steps. A headache-inducing matter. The driver from the capital should be responsible for bringing that team of trailers over, but they still haven't arrived in Jinling. The Bulgari Group's senior management will hand over the business to the host within 24 hours. A clear voice, delicate and melodious. The king doesn't attend court, at the very least. The king is not Yang Wei. Our car hasn't arrived yet. The price of the Bulgari Group is £9.15. You look good, I like it. Transaction. Bo Jia smiled, or scared the beauty. The next second, Li pulled Zhao Feng downstairs and ran all the way to the warehouse. 2 steps. Li Miaoxian wrinkled her nose, gently broke free. You speak so bluntly, you really are a big straight guy, a big fool, a big jerk. The villa is too big and really affects the senses. Just the colors used for decoration are enough for her to distinguish. Taking a deep breath, Li Miaoxian spoke seriously. How do you plan to cash out? Zhao Feng was ready to wait for her to enter, to scare her. It's easy to get carried away with transactions. If Zhao Feng wasn't a bit tight on money right now, he would even consider asking about the price of diamonds. The urgent matter is to ask about Bulgari. Lost in what? Then turned around and gave him a smile as bright as a flower. More than $80. Li Miaoxian would spend thousands on a headband. $80 is really not expensive. Just as she relaxed a bit, Chen Yanlan received a message from Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng sat by the window, his light-colored t-shirt blending with the scenery outside the window. The girl was nowhere to be found. Zhao Feng placed the gold bricks on the floor. This thing is currently useless, even too heavy to use as a doorstop. Then let's go buy a car. It just happens that I need a regular car for a leisurely ride. Zhao Feng nodded. He still has millions on his card, not too poor. You might not believe it. Zhao Feng and Li Miaoxian rode shared bikes to the 4S store. Fortunately, the sun wasn't too strong today. With a slight breeze, they rode their bikes leisurely along the riverbank. Li Miaoxian said Zhao Feng is a straight guy. Zhao Feng immediately retorted, clearly stating that he also understands romance. As he spoke, he stopped the bike and casually picked a small wildflower, handing it to Li with a bright smile. Yes, he didn't ride a bike with Li Miaoxian, and he even complained that Li Miaoxian was riding too slowly and falling too far behind. Seeing the small wildflower, Li Miaoxian happily accepted it and then inserted it into Zhao Feng's hair. Zhao Feng didn't say anything, reaching out without a trace and placing his hand on her leg. Today she was wearing a skirt. The salesperson handed over a business card, and Zhao Feng said, "You're very good, very nice. AMG GT 2-door coupe, convertible." A group of children chased after the two people's car. Under the pressure of Li Miaoxian's appearance, those female salespeople couldn't even get close here. The most expensive ones on top, need them in stock, choose carefully. If it's expensive, hurry up and swipe your card. If the price is too high, I'll return it in 2 days. Hurry up, I know you're general agent, don't mess around with the card. Just with this attitude, this nearly 3 million car is considered worth it, even though it's the cheapest car he's ever bought in his life. Alright, well, actually, you don't have to come. Do you understand what romance is? It's just a means of transportation, nothing to be ashamed of. Zhao Feng still rode slowly, almost matching her pace. Why aren't you riding your bike? Where's your bike? Remember to lock it when you park, or you'll keep losing money. Little brats who haven't even grown their hair, hurry home and drink milk. Zhao Feng fell silent, and after a while, he reached out and gently wrapped his hand around her slender waist. The employees at the 4S store had never seen young men and women playing around and rushing into the store, and when they thought they were troublemakers without manners, Zhao Feng shouted as he ran away, "Take a look at your AMG, bring the expensive ones for me to see. I'm from my hometown." Zhao Feng threw his card to the salesperson, pointing to the brochure of that AMG. "Do you understand cherishing beauty and jade?" The two passed through a group of old ladies and gentlemen with their grandchildren. Greeted by his biological father, Zhao Feng was almost caught off guard. He had no choice but to run behind, shouting and howling all the way. The wind by the river brushed the girl's hair. Li Miaoxian turned her head, her eyes slightly annoyed, slowing down the car, and when Zhao Feng cleverly sat in the back seat, she started riding again. Zhao Feng rode behind, chasing after her. "Hey, don't you like riding in a car? TCH, bunch of little brats. Not going? If you don't go, what will you lose?" To be precise, they were all chasing after Zhao Feng. He seemed to be quite popular among this group of children. "Those old folks are pretty nice to me." Zhao Feng was stunned, as if he suddenly realized, "Oh, right, we're almost at the destination in a few hundred meters." Zhao Feng parked the car, hesitantly reached out and gently tucked Li Miaoxian's hair. Their eyes met again. Taking Zhao Feng's card, he really had 1,000 thoughts, thinking he had encountered a sucker, but Zhao Feng's words were not something a sucker could say. Hug. Li Miaoxian handed Zhao Feng a pair of sunglasses, which he didn't put on, feeling complicated. Returning to this alley, besides excitement, he also felt a lot of gratitude.
Won't that flatten the tires?
The girl asked. To be honest, it's really cool to ride this thing around, much better than shared bikes, but why doesn't this car have the same sales volume as shared bikes? Facing Li Miaoxian's question, Zhao Feng pursed his lips slightly, not wanting to speak. Hanging up the call, Zhao Feng sighed helplessly, hoping the steward would be flexible and not do the dirty work. After more than 10 minutes, the car came with a temporary license plate. In the midst of melancholy and sadness, Zhao Jichang called.
Miaoxian, are you tired?
He really didn't like being called young master by others. He immediately got off the car and chose to walk on foot.
Li Miaoxian smirked, reached out and pulled Zhao Feng off the car, then rode away.
Miaoxian, there's no place to hold on to in the back seat.
TCH, where are you?
The two exchanged insults while making faces at each other.
Without the obstruction of fabric, the touch was quite good.
Li Miaoxian remained silent. Li Miaoxian stopped, turned around and smiled at Zhao Feng. She understood. It's impossible for this dead man to coax you. He doesn't understand romance and is indeed allergic to it. There are still a few bags of gifts.
Zhao Feng answered the phone. Hello?
She threw the car to the side of the road, then sat in the back seat of Zhao Feng's car, gently wrapping her arms around the waist of the big boy.
The salesperson was confused. Here to buy a car?
He carefully examined the clothing and appearance of the young man and woman. They even had a compact car delivery ceremony.
Right? Get lost. Mainly because the two young people were dressed in a Mercedes-Benz C-Class, they must have money.
If the price is right, they will come back to me for future car purchases, even for wedding cars.
Once this is done, won't the money flow in?
The salesperson brought a waiter over to accompany the customers and went to swipe the card himself.
I want to hold you tighter. Li Miaoxian couldn't resist. Zhao Feng's face darkened as he held Li Miaoxian's waist and argued with the group of children. Are you not embarrassed, having a girl lead the way for you? You're not a man.
Turn right, then left, go straight and turn right again, then keep going straight.
The salesperson was confused again.
Zhao Feng took the car keys, looked at the salesperson, nodded seriously, and finally said, Do you have a business card? Along the river, taking advantage of the early evening breeze, the little ones ran far away, only returning when the adults called them.
Why aren't you driving? It smells good.
Then quickly brought over the car model brochure, served coffee and dessert, and stood quietly waiting for the couple's argument to end.
He showed a silly smile. Turning to sit in the passenger seat next to Li Miaoxian, they drove away. The interlude of Sunny Day played. Then don't sit, run. I know.
Zhao Feng took out his phone, played music softly by the river where there were few people.
You smell so good, Miaoxian. It's all settled. Zhao Feng and Li Miaoxian were already sitting there drinking coffee. Your waist is so slim.
Zhao Feng touched his nose, checked the tire pressure, and said, You're not heavy, why did you flatten the tires? Li Miaoxian didn't say a word, followed Zhao Feng's instructions on the route, acting as the girlfriend driver.
Okay, I'm worried you can't take care of yourself alone, so I found someone to be your housekeeper.
Be careful not to let him lose track of you.
What do you think? How about I ride for a while?
Only let him hold her waist. By the time Zhao Feng reacted, Li had already ridden the car far away. Li Miaoxian's face was calm, but where Zhao Feng couldn't see, the corners of her eyes were bright and joyful. She just didn't say it, her face didn't show it. He must not have attended kindergarten, the teacher said to help the girls.
Hey, Aunt Lu, it's me, Zhao Feng. Yeah, I'll be at the street corner soon. Tell the neighbors, didn't I get into college?
I thought of having a celebration. I think tonight is a good time. Yeah, no need. I've already arranged for a hotel chef. Just set up a few tables in the alley, like a street food stall.
Recommended group, 463462119. When the car reached the alley, Li deliberately slowed down.
Under the gaze of the neighbors, Zhao Feng gradually relaxed from a shy smile, and his toes that had been clenched together began to relax. He became lively, just like when he was poor. After driving for a while, the alley started to narrow. Li Miaoxian parked the car, took off her sunglasses, got off the car with a smile, and linked arms with Zhao Feng. It couldn't be called a homecoming, at most, it was a refreshing coming-of-age ceremony. After all, who here couldn't be considered family? For over a decade, no one has intentionally bullied him, no harsh words, no behind-the-back insults, no teasing or mocking. For a young man who could very well end up with no family, what he has received over the years is slow kindness. As for her looks, it seems no one has anything negative to say.
It's quite an honor for any family to have our young master attend their wedding. Indeed. Zhao Feng nodded with a smile. This old man is talking as if he's talking about me. Even if you think it's too little, it's the custom. The older generation always has those old customs to uphold, and when a girl goes to her in-laws' house for the first time, she must receive a red envelope. For the girl's first visit, a small red envelope, that's enough. Hey, let me tell you, the young master in our family is really considerate, truly kind-hearted. 10 dishes, 1 soup, not extravagant but not wasteful, simple yet abundant. Li Miaoxian was feeling a bit embarrassed, as she hadn't brought any gifts when she arrived. Unable to refuse, Li Miaoxian handed all the red envelopes to Zhao Feng, putting pressure on her man. The children were slapping their bellies, each holding a bottle of cola, excitedly shouting. The dogs in the alley were all dazed from the scent, jumping around, the sounds of toasting and boasting intertwined. Zhao Feng sat with Li Miaoxian at a large table, neither of them daring to speak much, even though this was Zhao Feng's celebration for advancing in his studies. Fengguazi, say a few words. Zhao Feng helped prop up the table, one by one dispersing, followed by a group of older men in the alley, the whole alley bustling. The old men were laughing heartily, and Zhao Feng, as always, greeted people with a smile, his words sincere. After a few drinks, he began to casually say, the family's financial situation is okay, we're in business. Zhao Feng was busy wiping away sweat. I'm not good with words, let's just eat well. The old man became more and more excited. Every sentence revolved around the young master, making Zhao Feng smile, finding the old man quite interesting, thinking his young master was truly remarkable. Tables were set up in the alley, not from a hotel, but foldable tables from neighbors' homes, very lightweight. Zhao Feng didn't get up to toast, whoever wanted to drink could pour their own, and if they didn't want to, they could take the drink home. Fortunately, although Li Miaoxian was slender, she was fine in all the right places, not being criticized for being unable to bear children. Fish head, I want the fish head. Zhao Feng was about to tidy up and take Li Miaoxian to see his old house. These old men almost all knew about Huasheng Group, but they never associated Zhao Feng with the richest man of the year, Zhao Zhichang. Some things can only be said under the influence of alcohol, otherwise, saying them normally would just seem like showing off. They were all relatives and friends, no need to discuss people here just to save face. As they listened, Zhao Feng noticed something. Damn, this is lobster, lobster, lobster. Mom, I'm eating lobster. Yeah, a Beijinger. Fengguazi's partner? Say a few words. We've been neighbors for so many years. Hey, if there's any difficulty, we'll help each other out. In a few years when I graduate from university, I'll be able to earn money too. I'll eat. An old man with gold-rimmed glasses, picking his teeth with a toothpick, called out to Zhao Feng from a distance. Say a few words. Zhao Feng let go of her hand, and she joined a group of older ladies, answering their questions one by one, and soon her face turned rosy. Dozens of small tables lined the alley, with shouts from men and children coming from the buildings on both sides, light bulbs hanging from the alley's ceiling, under the setting sun. When the light bulbs lit up, the children screamed, kicking off the evening feast. At this point, everyone was pitching in, uncles and aunts helping to serve the dishes, children carrying boxes of cola. Zhao Feng and Li Miaoxian served dishes table by table. There may be real difficulties that can be found, once a person has energy. A voice repeated everything he wanted to say, and he hurriedly turned around to see a man in his 50s. The old ladies always liked to tease people. Li Miaoxian blushed and couldn't lift her head. They had already started treating Zhao Feng as an adult, speaking boldly. It is said that even dogs passing by here have to be talked about. When the children's bellies were round from eating, someone started stuffing money into Li Miaoxian's pocket. Zhao Feng, say a few words. Crooked day, and lamb skewers. Everyone knew it was Zhao Feng's graduation banquet, just joining in the fun, having a meal together, all good. Aunt Lu couldn't hold back her words. Seeing Li Miaoxian's looks, she was very satisfied and wanted her to always be with Zhao Feng, a selfish desire from the elders, leaving good things for their own children. This girl is really beautiful, looks like a star. Chicken but is fat. With all eyes on him, Zhao Feng stood up smartly, poured himself a glass of wine, drank it all in one go. Well, everyone eat and drink well. I've moved, just below Purple Mountain. Feel free to come and visit me. I will never forget the old neighbors in our alley no matter how far I go, you can rest assured. Zhao Feng felt at ease. Huasheng has a total of 120,000 employees this year. Arranging a job for the people in the alley is really not difficult. Within his capacity. After Zhao Feng finished speaking, several old men quickly drank in excitement. They knew that Fengguazi was always stingy, but today he could say such words, it didn't seem fake. He also quietly pulled Li Miaoxian over to listen to the old man. Helping you is a favor, not helping is a duty. Why should you expect everyone to have compassion? Zhao Feng was annoyed, quickly approached and stopped him. Who are you? What nonsense are you talking about?
Li Miaoxian showed half of her teeth, covering her mouth and shaking with laughter. The cost of a party is not as expensive as Li Miaoxian's short skirt. The evening wind blew from one end of the alley to the other, stirring people's hearts, carrying the laughter of the aunts and grandmothers, spreading far and wide. Simple folks don't usually praise others, they just speak the truth. Girl, our Xiaofeng is also good, kind, reliable, hardworking, and good at studying. You two are a good match. Xiaofeng is a good kid. We old ladies don't have much. Take this red envelope and buy some candy. If any child in the family can't find a suitable job, I know many people, I can help with advice. Who would have thought? It's very lucky that everyone Xiaofeng met in this alley has something to offer. As Xiaofeng walked past the group of old ladies with Li Miaoxian, he touched his nose nervously. They sat on both sides with smiles on their faces, not saying a word. For work, education, and retirement, you can all come to my young master's house. Xiaofeng chuckled and didn't refuse anymore. When the old man saw Xiaofeng coming over, he immediately smiled. Hey, it's normal for the young master not to have seen me. I was sent by Zhao Zhichang. You can call me Fugui. Just now you were busy, so I didn't disturb you. Let me tell you, in such a big capital city, it's only my young master who can thrive. The hotel's meal delivery cart arrived. Flaws that even immortals couldn't find. The huge fan whirred loudly. Xiaofeng wanted to cover his mouth. He didn't expect the steward Zhao Zhichang found for him to be so eccentric, full of character, and so quickly from the capital to Jinling. The steward had just arrived and had just eaten his fill at the gathering. Xiaofeng was low-key, but Fugui was the opposite. The more high-profile he was, the more intimidating, almost like he was acting in a play with Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng pulled him away. Standing with a solemn face under the street lamp at the alley entrance, Xiaofeng asked him, "How did you find this place? Do I still need to look for it? The villa is empty, and there are no flight schedules." The confidence in the butler's tone was even stronger than that of an 18-year-old boy named Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng smiled. She dressed better than him, and she was even younger than him. Li Miaoxian's eyes were bright. She didn't continue to insist that the man wash her feet and legs. When she finished eating watermelon and had free hands, she spoke softly, "You don't care about these legs now. When you touch them, why don't you say anything? When you hold them, why don't you say anything? You didn't say anything when you wanted to wash them." Last time, he inquired about the trading system, and the initial trading price for height was 10 million. The tea was good tea. Half an hour later. I'm eating watermelon and can't free my hands. Xiaofeng was pushed to take a shower, feeling rejected in his daily life. His scalp was tingling. Another reason was that the old butler was still standing outside the door. He was a gossipy person, and Li Miaoxian's words were a bit explicit. Daily navigation is at your service in real time. These past 2 years, he had been helping to manage the estate abroad for the Zhao family elderly care. When he heard that the young master was coming back, he was so excited and eager to fly back to accompany the young master in experiencing the life of a young person. Just now, in the dimly lit alley, he looked to the side and noticed the spirited old man with white hair all over his head. He was covered in Louis Vuitton and Supreme logos, colorful and reflective, a pure trendy youth. You're overthinking it. I'm not interested in doing business. The old man looked smug. Then wash up after you finish eating. Xiaofeng packed up the things he hadn't taken last time and planned to take them with him later. What did my father ask you to do? It was already good enough to freeload. Xiaofeng smacked his lips, finished a pot of tea, and quickly left. This old man was really acting like a big shot. Xiaofeng really didn't understand tea, but it did taste better than plain water. The old butler behind him was muttering, "What nonsense, there's nothing wrong with what we're saying." Li Miaoxian wasn't too surprised, just calmly said, "What's the big deal? The maid in my house uses this car to buy groceries. It's said to carry more." Speaking of legs, Xiaofeng had to boast a bit. His woman had great legs. This move earned him millions, no losses. Adopted suggestion reward, height plus 1 cm. After packing up, as the evening temperature dropped a bit, Li Miaoxian put on Xiaofeng's old coat and walked out from a group of neighbors seeing her off, ready to get in the car and go home. Xiaofeng then saw a black G-Class parked next to his car. Xiaofeng stood still, hung up the phone, and without saying a word, walked into the bathroom. Before Xiaofeng could finish speaking, the old man chuckled twice, a laugh more unpleasant than that of a eunuch. Xiaofeng covered her mouth and quickly grabbed a small stool to sit next to his girlfriend, washing her feet and legs, mainly to clean up the marks left by mosquitoes. He also touched her thighs, all legal. When it came to trends, Li Miaoxian didn't interfere too much. She was worried that Xiaofeng would go overboard with trends, unable to keep up with his flashy style, and end up hanging out with a group of flashy young girls, which would be vulgar. Oh, Xiaofeng turned and left, ignoring this ambiguous person. He really didn't want to deal with him. After chatting and boasting for a while, he learned that this old man used to be quite spirited when he was young.
But Li Miaoxian was a girl, so it was fine.
It was just a means of transportation, nothing to be ashamed of.
Zhao Feng was so shocked that he couldn't move.
Although it was a bit exaggerated, it was in line with the old man's image and style, making him seem like a young person.
No, you have hands. When he kissed Li Miaoxian, the taste of tea still lingered in his mouth, leaving a lingering fragrance.
You go take a shower, oh, so sweaty. Before taking a bath, he picked up his phone to call Zhao Jichang, asking the old man to go abroad, as this esteemed deity couldn't solve the problem himself. Not feeling embarrassed at all, the soundproofing in this house is really poor. By the way, don't call me young master anymore in the future, just call me by my name.
You are of the same age as my father, so calling you uncle is fine. Let's communicate openly if there's anything we need to discuss.
Hey, young master is quite particular. The old butler, with great courtesy, took off his coat, put on his shoes, and warmly invited Zhao Feng into the butler's house for tea. Detected the host's advice to dissuade the considerate butler, navigation suggestion, accept the butler's daily guidance and service, learn healthy and correct noble values, Zhao Jichang had to call him uncle.
This old man volunteered to be Zhao Feng's butler, and even Zhao Feng's biological father couldn't refuse.
Wash up for me, Feng. Take care, don't lose it. Compared to Zhao Feng, he was indeed much more conservative, at least he was a genuine traditionalist. According to the rules of our Zhao family, when we are out, who doesn't say a few words of blessing? We are a wealthy and noble family, what we need when we go out is that grandeur. If you ask me, the young master's approach is not effective. If someone respects me, that's his honor. After all, we are not lacking in status. In front of the 3-story small building on the left side of the manor, Zhao Feng personally opened the door and warmly said, "Welcome Uncle Fugue to live and take care of my home." The old man mentioned some tea that cost 2 million per kilogram. Zhao Feng tasted it and finished it in one gulp. When he brought his girlfriend back to his old house, Zhao Feng asked Li to sit on the hard bed while he fetched water for her to wash her feet and legs.
Isn't it to keep an eye on things and help me with my career?
Zhao Feng nodded, indicating that the car he bought in the afternoon was indeed too low-key. Zhao Feng fell silent. Whether they would continue chatting that day remained uncertain. The voices echoed far in the alley at night. A group of women covering their stomachs laughed at him. Let's just call each other brothers from now on, don't bother with unnecessary things. I'm still young and capable, picking up girls, driving, I can do it all. Don't underestimate your uncle, as the saying goes, having an elderly person at home is a treasure. Look at me, being called Fugue, this name sounds bright, using it to protect the house is always right. Your grandfather could only become wealthy for a lifetime after meeting me, I bring good luck, he said with a smile as he and a few men moved things upstairs. Zhao Feng smiled and turned to explain to the stunned old neighbor, he's mentally ill, just discharged from the hospital, seems not fully recovered yet. Looking around, he finally saw the old butler taking out the keys to open the door to the main building. Zhao Feng went over to help tidy up the table, clean up, but in no time, that stubborn old butler came over again, insisting on calling him young master and not letting Zhao Feng do any work. No job, no girlfriend, no money, and finally, Zhao's old man encountered such a person. After finishing the work, when Zhao Feng found Li Miaoxian, she was already sitting at the neighbor's door eating watermelon, scratching her legs while wearing a short skirt, which was most afraid of mosquitoes at night. The phone was dialing, and the voice of the system in his mind started to sound. Hopefully, that old man could really teach him the right way to live. Having an elderly person at home indeed allowed him to choose to accept this old man.
What is a fiancé-style girlfriend?
She said, when young, one's blood is not yet settled, so beware of lust. She said, why do you always want to leave a little for later?
My evaluation is that it's better to give it all to me. Do you still want to keep some for tomorrow to inject into other girls when you go out? Give it all to me.
She said, Feng, I don't care much about your appearance, as long as you treat me well. She said, let me see your abs. She said, big brother, I'm so tired, little sister needs to sleep. She said, go die, you dog man, don't call me sister or I'll kill you. She said, in fact, both people in love need to be calm and peaceful, that kind of plain and watery affection and feeling is the most precious. Rabbit, don't run, let me smack your mouth.
Zhao Feng was awakened by a bold voice. Hey, your uncle doesn't even have a wife. Zhao Feng smiled. Here, you've been busy today, are you tired? No need, I've washed up. At this point, things beyond enjoying life are no longer allowed. One person pulling a corner of the blanket. Our bodies are strong, that little girl outside is rare for our type, it's really popular. Look at these young people now, can't say they are promiscuous, just reckless. Your uncle can only be considered a level T2 male god. Not tired, before I used to go to the construction site at 5:30 in the morning when it was cool without the sun, get off work at 11:30 noon, have breakfast, then start work again at 1:30 in the afternoon. The bricks at the construction site were hot, and it didn't end until 6 in the afternoon, very tired. Early morning. Have you washed up? Late at night, Zhao Feng carried the girl back to the bedroom, drank some water, dimmed the lights. Zhao Feng was showering, and the words of that aloof woman these days kept ringing in his mind. Unconsciously, it was like going from being a single dog to stepping into love, not reaching the level of marriage, but a bit like, well, cohabitation before marriage. It's different now. People of our class only need to be unconventional, unless you really have extraordinary abilities, great wisdom. Morning run. Zhao Feng nodded, thinking similar to himself. Unable to stand the sight of someone taking advantage and acting cute while complaining about the ugly face of the world, Zhao Feng could only say lightly, "Hey, sir, if you don't say it, we would think you're a eunuch from the palace." Not afraid of the wind blowing his tongue. Zhao Feng fell silent, unexpectedly not retorting, just looking out the window, silent. He didn't feel too embarrassed to continue sleeping, enduring the drowsiness, washing up, washing his face, brushing his teeth, changing into a high-end sports t-shirt, turning downstairs, giving a hushing gesture to the second uncle from afar. Truly an intoxicating gentle land. Life's dreams are like this. Why self-inflict? Lacking the joy of struggle is also acceptable. The second uncle responded with an okay sign. Uncle, you can't. Now he really wants it. The steward became anxious and accelerated instantly. Turning around, Li Miaoxian had already gotten up, doing morning yoga on the balcony. How can you talk like this? Can't men say no? Fugue glanced at his stylish smart bracelet. It seemed like the morning run task was almost over. He stopped in place, stretching. Oh, go over there. Pushing Zhao Feng, he quickly drenched himself in water, then happily stepped on his boyfriend, feeling comfortable. Sometimes she would grab Zhao Feng's hand tightly. Zhao Feng woke up, rubbed his waist. High-intensity work was indeed tough, and he had to be woken up early in the morning for a morning run. He wished he could sew up the second uncle's mouth. Unexpectedly, he was also a playboy. Need help scrubbing your back? Zhao Feng moved his body slightly and started jogging with the second uncle on the estate's path. In the distance outside the large French window, you could see the bustling lights of Jinling City. The city light seemed to connect with the water in the bathtub, swaying with emotions. In the bathtub. He said it quite proudly. Well, do you shower first or eat dinner when you get off work in the evening? When it comes to physical strength, Zhao Feng is really not weak. Last time the system even gave him a bit of a physical boost. The old man chased a lap and still couldn't catch up. Can you help me with that? Once you have a wife, you can't go out and play anymore. Let me tell you, the women I've been with are more than the ones you've seen. In just 2 days, this carefree lifestyle and attitude towards life had already made Zhao Feng quite emotional. Li Miaoxian didn't ask further, just extended her arm to pull Zhao Feng under the huge shower head, pressed him against her body, gently helped him scrub his back, and remained silent. Alright, does Erdage have children? Zhao Feng asked courageously. What did the wealthy family really bring to him? Endless wealth, a stunning fiancé, or a sense of superiority in life? These were indeed things he had always wanted. Li Miaoxian tied her hair into a bun, put on a headscarf, and swiftly entered the shower under Zhao Feng's. The conclusion is, children from poor families wouldn't be so carefree, and the daughters of wealthy families reaching such heights were rare. It's about 500 to 600 meters in circumference. Hey, how can you talk like that? I've been waking you up in the morning for a run, and you don't appreciate it. Look at the girl from the Li family, she also exercises in the morning. Men, no matter when, your body is your capital. Even though I'm 60 this year, my body is better than yours. Morning run. Of course, my noble princess. Zhao Feng gently replied, then turned to fill the bathtub with water, grabbed a handful of rose petals from the cabinet, and scattered them in the tub. Zhao Feng quickly put away his smile, gave him a face, and pretended to be serious. That would be neglecting work. No boy should neglect work. Coming, I'll be right there. Zhao Feng's thoughts were interrupted. Li Miaoxian liked to hear about Zhao Feng's past, and at these times, she would quietly listen. Starting tomorrow, work for no more than an hour, otherwise don't go to bed at night. Okay. She said, do you not love me anymore? Old man, do you want to die early? I usually go downstairs first to fetch 2 buckets of water, then take a shower and cook. It's not a strange personality type. It's more like a simple, carefree way of life, although it requires maintaining a specific image on certain occasions. Don't work in the future if you don't have to, don't tire yourself out too much. Disdainfully glancing at Zhao Feng, Fugue struck a pose. I'll tell you, today we're going to attend an auction with some friends from Jinling, featuring fine art pieces. Zhao Feng admired his girlfriend. Zhao Feng slowly approached, smiling. Where are you going to play today, sir? Young master, morning run. But Li Miaoxian gave him a multi-layered feeling, aloof yet mischievous, afraid of pain yet gluttonous. Antiques, collecting? Yes. Li Miaoxian had prepared breakfast. Zhao Feng solemnly invited Erdage, but the old man insisted that the breakfast at home was not grand enough, saying that the decades-old breakfast shop at the end of the old street was where the sense of life's ritual was. Early in the morning, the old man took Zhao Feng's brand new AMG away, saying he was going to help run in the new car and have breakfast while enjoying the ride. Where's the butler? Li Miaoxian handed him a towel to dry his hair. He went to the old street for breakfast. The old man is quite interesting. Indeed, he woke me up early in the morning, and apart from going to school, morning runs at home are truly a first in this lifetime. You're quite a sleepyhead too. She pulled out a chair for Zhao Feng. What kind of car club allows you to be so high profile? Where did Erdage go? Li Miaoxian took a sip of milk and glanced at him. He should be. He needs to auction his own stuff, so he went to join in the fun. The girl tied her hair into a bun, delicate and lovely, with fair and smooth collarbones. In his mind, there was just Li Miaoxian's instructions, playing games, golf, driver's license, learning to swipe short videos, going out for a honeymoon trip tomorrow. He suddenly felt the overwhelming pressure of life, as if not going to the construction site to work was like having no energy at all. 6. Just as he finished the sentence in his mind, a voice sounded in his ear again. Where is your secretary? Isn't she here to be a maid in the villa? I made breakfast. You dog of a man, don't you care about your darling at all? Of course, when I go out in this outfit, I will definitely be the most dazzling lady in the room. Oh, by the way, buy me a ring when you have time, so it's convenient for me to go out in the future. I don't have to wear those girly little accessories. Zhao Feng took a sip of milk and shook his head. Not going. I have work today. Still the same. Go pick up the car now, fool. Zhao Feng thought Li Miaoxian didn't listen to his orders, but when he turned around, he saw her taking out a plate of garlic oysters from the oven with big gloves on. Today's breakfast: garlic oysters, seaweed salt-baked prawns, fried dough sticks, vegetable rice noodles, and soy milk. After much contemplation, Zhao Feng muttered to himself with his eyes closed, perhaps this is the internal struggle between the wealthy families, truly shocking, without shame, no respect for the elderly and love for the young. Going to the Magic City, not sure if he'll take a plane or a high-speed train. The air suddenly fell silent. As he reached the door, Li Miaoxian turned back and asked again, you really aren't going? There's so much delicious food, and many elegant aunties. Although men can't participate, they will definitely let you in to play for my sake. Ask him for some money as an elder, he will definitely give it to you, but if you can get some money from him, why not? There was a hint of cold arrogance between her eyebrows. Now that she was at home, sitting there seemed a bit lazy. You still have the nerve to say that. You're just a demoness. Is it my fault that I can't get up? Do you have a conscience? If you keep going like this, you'll turn into plain water. Zhao Feng had nothing to say about her calling herself a lady. When a man goes out to play, his wife has to follow. After he finished washing the dishes, he noticed that there was a small note attached to the machine by Li Miaoxian. He took the note and glanced at it. It said 3 words, dishwasher. I'm tired too. Ha ha. Li Miaoxian went upstairs to change clothes, giving instructions as she went. Zhao Feng put on an apron and started washing the dishes, calling it the last chance in his life as a young master of a wealthy family to finish washing. No, haven't you done it all? Look at how the lady of the house spends money like water. Work shouldn't exceed an hour. Oh, your computer that I ordered for you arrived today, along with a gaming phone. I signed you up for a golf course yesterday. The teacher will contact you this afternoon. Oh, and the driver's license. There's an app on your phone called Douyin. You can learn to swipe videos. I booked a ticket to Hainan for you tomorrow, for the honeymoon. 2 minutes later, Li Miaoxian came down from upstairs. Glancing at the time, the young woman exclaimed in surprise, speaking rapidly, oh, the car enthusiasts meeting in the Magic City today is almost here. Man, I can't accompany you today. Washing dishes is the only way to go out and have fun. I'll be back home for dinner tonight. Make your secretary come over quickly. Oh, are you going or not? I'll take you with me. Exquisite and aloof, she wore a ring on her hand. Zhao Feng frowned. Go where? Men really have it tough. Zhao Feng was indignant. Doesn't he have any shame? Second master said there's an auction. Want to go together? Humph. Zhao Feng really didn't like her smug expression, but he was hungry after all, so he decided to eat something. After swallowing what was in her mouth, she spoke softly, you know all the auction houses are under Huasheng. Going to the auction is like buying your own stuff and paying a high price for it. Alright, you win. Don't try to distort my meaning. I didn't say only cooking, I meant being a maid. Li Miaoxian pushed the empty plate towards Zhao Feng, indicating that washing dishes was his job. If he didn't make money, he would have to go hungry tomorrow. If you don't have a car, how will you get there? After washing the dishes, Zhao Feng hummed a tune and glanced at the underground vault.
Dalu, Mayin, Tateju, they are all some aunties in Modu. Now that I have a husband, I can finally join them.
It's been a while since I played with a few aunties.
I used to go with my mom, but now I can go by myself.
Li smiled cunningly, and Zhao Feng's breath quickened.
Zhao Feng stood still, not angry or embarrassed, but filled with genuine joy. To be honest, he didn't initially think that he and Li Miaoxian would be a good match, at least not the kind that would immediately enter a serious relationship. It felt like they got married before falling in love. Although they didn't say it out loud, Zhao Feng could sense her seriousness and liveliness towards relationships these days.
Oh, Lady Kwa, this is.
Li Miaoxian held a coat and wore a bright milky white dress, necklace, hoop earrings, and red high heels.
What a comfortable and wonderful life.
Li Miaoxian drove away in her own Bentley, which she brought from Beijing, not her own Lamborghini.
Li Miaoxian was delighted by his performance. It doesn't seem like it now.
Zhao Feng peeled a shrimp for her, exchanging it for her reserved and formal smile. Although she was quite considerate in making breakfast, he could have made this breakfast in 5 minutes with his hands.
She was really a nice person.
All right, miss, I'll call her later, but how do you know she can cook? Coming up from the basement, the doorbell rang, and Zhao Feng turned to the large screen at the entrance, seeing several well-dressed people outside. Looking back now, from entering his own home, taking a shower, to sitting at the dining table, all the care she showed was indeed necessary, even mandatory. As the saying goes, if you want the horse to run, you have to let it eat grass.
Why hasn't anyone from Bulgari come over? It's not good to leave these gold here every day, it will depreciate if not making a profit.
In conclusion, she's a wealthy daughter.
He even invited me to go with him.
Zhao Feng frowned, suddenly feeling that this old man was up to no good, always setting traps for others. He was now starting to worry about his own new car.
How could a boyfriend tolerate such a demanding lifestyle? How to put it?
Just enjoy it secretly in your heart. Join the group, 4634621119 Mr. Zhao, this is the legal signature, please write your name here. After yesterday afternoon, our company has transferred all the shares of Bulgari Group to your Huafeng Group, and you will own all the shares of Bulgari Group. A long paragraph in English, the handsome French guy, speaking fluent London accent, read the contents of the document in a very formal tone for the young master to hear.
Zhao Feng texted Chen Yanlan, have you arrived?
Hurry up, it's urgent.
Even hundreds of billions of business deals didn't make English listening so annoying.
He couldn't understand why, despite scoring almost full marks in the English college entrance examination, he still couldn't understand what this guy was saying.
During the 5-minute period, Zhao Feng was driven crazy by this gibberish. The netizen replied again.
Second master had a disappointed expression. You didn't understand what that netizen meant from the beginning. He said all the women are his, not in terms of love, but he just wants to sleep with those pretty girls.
1 minute passed.
Damn it, you bastard. Zhao Feng's voice came down from the building in frustration. Daily navigation is at your service in real time, detecting that the host's strength is being doubted, out of the system's self-esteem. Daily navigation suggests you refute back, save face, and speak with facts. The two domestic workers next to him did not provide any translation, just staring blankly at themselves, as if their attention could make the employer pay more attention to them. Chen Yanlan was straightforward, opened her notebook, placed it on the table, and then told Zhao Feng, he was speaking Italian, it's normal that you didn't understand.
The netizens below joined in the fun. Why is it so easy to hit a snag these days?
Whatever you say, it's all good, sir. Adopting the suggested reward, you reply, you earn money. Then she saw that the 3 people who came to hand over the work all answered confidently.
Chen Yanlan was extremely busy.
When she asked this question, she herself felt nervous, thinking she might embarrass herself by saying such shameless words.
The people in the comments section made her even more confused.
Clearly, they were all Chinese characters that she could recognize separately, but when combined into a sentence, she was at a loss and couldn't understand a word. Chen Yanlan, halfway through listening, frowned excessively, stopped the person reading the script in gibberish, and asked, are you saying that Bulgari is now under the Huafeng Group? Chen Yanlan was completely stunned.
Go! Wait for me to change clothes.
Alright, the auction is about to start, are you coming? Little red writing had covered her chest, help me refute a bit, go deep, hope my sister-in-law gets more. Bulgari was born in the 19th century, from silversmiths to jewelry, renowned for its exquisite craftsmanship and luxurious and magnificent jewelry, a globally renowned luxury jewelry supplier, also involved in Bulgari commercial and hotel resorts, owned by the Chinese Zhao Feng.
Acting like a child, aren't you?
After a moment of thought, Zhao Feng went upstairs to take photos of 2 items in the display cabinet, then went to the cabinet by the entrance door to take photos of the pile of car keys, and then took a photo of the 20-kilogram gold brick next to the sofa.
Black fungus with a sour smell. Young master, do you still need this old slave? Come over here, quickly hand over the business. I don't understand the English he's speaking. Can't even flatter properly. Hurry up, I'll go drive. Are you driving your Cullinan today? So that's it. Zhao Feng frowned slightly, a little displeased, and earnestly defended, no, love doesn't just need money. Even if I have money, sometimes I feel confused when facing love. Second master, why are you looking at those young girls? Some of them don't need to take responsibility. Young master. Dealing with the matters seriously, she sent the documents to her 2 assistants to help solve them, while also quickly recruiting employees. The legal department had no one, and she was really exhausted relying on herself. You scared me. Why are you peeking at other people's privacy? Why are you looking at my phone? Zhao Feng's eyes lit up. Many people commented. As long as you refute that netizen, you can earn money. Yeah, increase recognition, let people know it's his own. The next second, that person replied to him, you haven't bought anything. What do you know? We are all ordinary people. Why bother preaching these big truths to me? You're just a poor loser too. Like a silly goose. She now realized that Zhao Feng was not joking. No, young master, don't you care at all? This is a business worth hundreds of billions. Zhao Feng replied to him, love is not something you can buy just because you want to. It still requires sincerity. Zhao Feng suddenly realized. Teacher Mas Pianza young master, help me poke her a few times, and make her call my ID. After all, she was the one who started it all. Yesterday, Zhao Feng told her he wanted to acquire Bulgari, but she just thought the little brother was bragging and didn't need to be exposed. Laughter erupted from behind Zhao Feng, and when he turned around, he saw Yi had finished breakfast at some point and was leaning over his shoulder, engrossed in his phone screen. Zhao Feng had set aside his work and found short videos quite interesting. He could see the world, different lives, and those pretty girls. He also pondered, which kind of beautiful girl ultimately benefits from which men? High education? High looks? High assets? Suddenly, he saw a comment, if I were rich, all these women would be mine, dog head. Stinky kid, dress more stylishly, don't dress like a country bumpkin, I'm embarrassed by you. The internet is deep, and he was starting to lose control. And it was Yi, who he didn't know had slept irresponsibly before, could now boast about it online. Zhao Feng, how can he think so beautifully? Doesn't he need to be responsible to others? Zhao Feng wanted to retort, but Chen Yanlan added, mixed with some English. He turned the photo into a video using a small video editing app and replied to that netizen. Xiao Haizi Susan, you have money? Buying spicy sticks for the little girl? Ha ha ha. Fortunately. And the reply video unexpectedly became a standalone short video work, attracting more comments and likes. Zhao Feng frowned. She was even feeling overwhelmed by the massive amount of information, various responsibilities, really. She felt she would be exhausted. Doing nothing, wasting time, she even felt that such men were more speechless than women who did nothing. Forget it. Valued at 50 billion. Xiao Haizi Susan, Seeing the young master living so well, this old slave is genuinely happy. Isn't the real young master also watching short videos? Crying, she was dressed very neatly today, seemingly ready to focus on work. As he prepared to leave the comments section, the voice in his mind rang out again, the system's self-esteem is hurt. The invincible emperor supreme dark giant dinosaur warrior, rich brother, give me 500 and I'll go wash my feet. In just 10 minutes, there were already 103 likes. But what she saw and heard with her own eyes and ears this morning confirmed that this small company Hua Feng had already been referred to as a group. She didn't dare to think about it. She knew clearly that the few pieces of barren land on the outskirts used for agricultural cultivation were still untouched. Chen Yanlan arrived. Every time she filmed, she added specific gestures. Turning his head, Zhao Feng was scrolling through short videos on his phone, seemingly enjoying it, not caring about the industry handover at all. No black stockings, but a rather formal white pencil skirt, not bad. It was the first time he saw her calves, quite fair. You're reading your cow. He really wanted to grab that document, scan and translate it. Damn it, after the industry handover, you two better scram. Zhao Feng wasn't in the habit of flaunting his wealth, nor did he want to chat with those kinds of people. He just hoped they had the right values when it came to love. She knew about this small, rundown company Hua Feng. But the feeling of controlling a large group gave her a sense of achievement as if she were already on the world's commercial battlefield, even though she hadn't made any effort, just assisting Zhao Feng as his assistant. Had her dream of dominating the business world come true just like that? Busy and happy at the same time, while also admiring her boss, who was quite capable and decisive in his acquisitions. Setting aside the facts, men with such charm are truly capable. Chen Yanlan couldn't help but sigh at her boss's strong methods, but when Zhao Feng changed into a new outfit, whistled as he drove away, she cursed him for not focusing on his work.
Faced with industry transitions and changes in ownership, she felt unprecedented pressure and had to focus on her work rather than her boss's antics.
Assistant Chen, remember to make dinner for 3, don't forget. Get lost.
Chen Yanlan was too busy to attend to him, feeling speechless. Just because you're rich, capable, and good-looking doesn't mean you can do whatever you want.
Zhao Feng, so, do you have a wife? Phone bid, 7,500.
This brat always tries to take advantage of me, acting like a freeloader, not willing to spend a penny.
I even wanted you to show some respect to me.
On July 12, 2005, a yuan blue and white Kiguzi comes out of the mountains was sold in London for £15.
68,230,000,000 renminbi. Brat, help me raise the price. Zhao Feng raised his sign.
Zhao Feng also held a sign with an impressive number, 0099, for the yuan blue and white porcelain vase, which had already reached nearly 50 million.
Zhao Feng was shocked. He felt a bit uncertain and quietly asked the old man next to him, how high do you think it will go? Zhao Feng, why not buy it back from abroad?
The auctioneer immediately pointed, 0099, 50 million.
The old man understands me.
Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain bottle, starting price 30 million, each bid not less than 500,000. The auction begins.
Oh, please don't, I can't handle it. 0028, 40 million. He was sweating profusely.
Looking at the auction item information booklet, Zhao Feng casually browsed through it.
0035, 32 million. Zhao Feng, 20 million? A leopard can't change its spots.
Zhao Feng shook his head, and just as the old man was about to be happy, he heard the brat say, the items here are just ordinary collectibles, the antique watches are nothing special.
Why not visit second uncle's house next time to see your other collections? I'm also considering it. Have you been to bars or nightclubs? Have you attended large social events? How many parties have you been to? How many girls have you met in this world? Zhao Feng, are we not going to steal? 0099, 70 million. 70 million.
But the old man muttered, the price is a bit low, it's just this much, shout louder. Yuan blue and white porcelain revolutionized traditional ceramics with its restrained and subtle style, providing a clear visual impact and a sense of concise pleasure. With its grand and original artistic spirit, it elevated blue and white painting to its peak, establishing the prosperity and enduring appeal of blue and white porcelain for future generations.
This vase is a rare gem among early blue and white porcelain, well-preserved and extremely rare.
Not wanting Zhao Feng to bother him, he immediately took out several auction records to show Zhao Feng. Second uncle took Zhao Feng to the pre-auction exhibition area, letting him choose if he liked anything, and not bidding this time.
Finally, someone raised their sign again.
Zhao Feng kept an eye on second uncle's expression. This time the old man remained silent, pretending not to have seen it, but deep down, he probably despised Zhao Feng's naivety.
Kid, you're tough.
Walking into the auction house, the auctioneer on stage was dressed in a plain cheongsam, not particularly beautiful but rather capable, and his mouth was chattering away.
Any more bids at 51 million? There's a risk. Zhao Feng, then should I get a few pieces for my dad too? Gone. Hey, you're my dear uncle. Paintings, a few antiques, and some high-end watches from decades ago.
TSK, you're quite audacious. That stuff might be suitable for your old man's collection, but you're just a little brat, many are overseas. Zhao Feng clearly saw the old man couldn't close his mouth. It seems the price has exceeded his expectations. Zhao Feng thought it was almost over, but then the auctioneer's voice started to become more frequent.
The two looked around the exhibition hall. Fu Gui asked Zhao Feng, interested in that one? Before Zhao Feng could speak, he quickly followed up. Phone bid, 45 million. Finally, he blurted out, do you know your dad always treats me with respect? Quietly contemplating for a moment, Zhao Feng replied to Zhao Feng, the brat is right. Next time when you go abroad to pick up antiques, remember to bring my old man along. Hey, let's go steal the Palace of Versailles. Oh. Zhao Feng still smiled calmly, then turned to ask the second uncle softly, I heard you quite like collecting. Can you lend me a few pieces to see? I'm more interested in paintings and calligraphy. Stop. Zhao Feng's smile faded, reading the phone screen with a sarcastic tone. Some people are selfish, leaving nothing good for the younger generation when they're alive, stingy, the old stubborn really annoying. 10-cent news tells you a story of a selfish old man. Zhao Feng, we don't have to go in person to pick it up. 0017, 31 million. Good. 0081, 55 million. 0075, 60 million. The old man shook his head, 2 billion. What she didn't know was that all these things were deliberately aimed at her by the hostess of this house. Yuan Qinghua Shaoyi chasing Han Xin Mei Ping under the moon, sold for 710 million renminbi. The second uncle smiled bitterly, alright, I'll give it to you later, the brat, the old man hasn't died yet, and you're already worrying.
The old man's face turned pale. At the auction house in a hall, when they entered, the second uncle took out 2 invitations, no need for verification, and went in directly. He hadn't read for long before he was stopped. The old man sat beside him without blinking. It seems the price hasn't reached his ideal number yet. 0039, 51 million, 51 million. Zhao Feng felt a bit out of place when he heard this, but still raised his paddles several times. Zhao Feng sat in the passenger seat listening to the second uncle bragging. You're just young, your vision is limited, you're still too naive about love. Why didn't you go out and experience this beautiful land before getting married? With so many girls, why didn't you try them out? Let me tell you, when I was abroad, I had several foreign girls. You're in your prime at 18 or 19, but you're fixated on that Li family girl, it's pathetic. Alright, 73 million. Zhao Feng felt a bit flustered. 50 million for the first time, 50 million for the second time. In the autumn auction of 2010, a Qianlong Famille Rose hollowed-out Jiqing Youyu vase rewrote the record for Chinese art auctions in London with a price of 554 million renminbi. The old man raised 2 fingers. Zhao Feng quietly asked, Grandpa, why aren't there any of those Yuan Mingyuan animal heads? After saying this, he clearly felt the second uncle's face twitching, unable to hold the steering wheel steady. Not for sale. Qing Qianlong blue and white sea water red colored dragon pattern 8 auspicious Rui gourd vase sold for 44 million renminbi. Zhao Feng originally thought that the 200 million mentioned by the old man was his expected price, but after seeing it, he realized that 2 billion was just the old man's low price. Zhao Feng was an outsider in the collecting world. He didn't know how to describe the yuan blue and white vase being auctioned at the moment, but with his knowledge, he could still distinguish that this vase was much more exquisite than the plates and jars in the auction records. As for the 2 billion transaction price, he didn't quite agree. Based on past auction records, this vase should be worth at least 10 billion. Of course, he was thinking from the perspective of someone with a net worth of hundreds of billions. In his eyes, since the market price was like this, then this vase must be worth that much money. People without money would definitely think it's extravagant to spend 10 billion on a broken vase. The difference between the two lies in their vision, status, knowledge, ability, wisdom, values, and life attitudes are worlds apart. He wondered if the man from back then, upon seeing the auction news, would have a stroke out of anger. Phone bid, 200 million and 100,000. Phone bid, 160 million. At that time, your grandfather had just helped me out, and he was also surprised to see this vase. But back in those days, he was full of youthful vigor, preferring to venture out on his own rather than sell his treasures for money. Hey, in the end, your grandfather made a career for himself, and this vase was saved. Phone bid, 230 million. Even though his bid this time was substantial, the auctioneer's voice did not stop for a long time. At first, I didn't expect to gain so much. Looking at Zhao Feng's smiling face, the second uncle just breathed heavily. This brat must be from the Zhao family, with the same shameless look as the old man from the Zhao family. Zhao Feng's eyes flickered, saying that the group of people making phone bids were the real big shots. Their money was substantial. In such a grand auction, tens of millions were easily bid. How much did it sell for? 0037, 1 billion. Zhao Feng wasn't worried that this vase would sell for just 2 billion. No, just 2 bowls of soy milk. Can your conscience bear it? He almost convulsively raised his paddle. Tens of millions seemed effortless for him. Zhao Feng observed the expression of the old man as he spoke. 0001, 150 million. Once it's confirmed to be a water army, this vase won't be able to be sold through the auction channel. The second uncle remained silent for a long time. Zhao Feng restrained his smile, sighed for a while, and then spoke gently and calmly again. Uncle, you have no children. When you pass away, you won't even find someone to collect your body, let alone use a top-quality yellow rosewood coffin, or a grand funeral, or find a few hectares of burial land, not to mention someone visiting your grave every Qingming festival. Alas, what are you seeking in life in the end? Zhao Feng took a deep breath. Before he could finish, the old man immediately responded, worldly treasures, you can't take them when you die. What use do I have for those things? When I'm gone, they'll all be yours, right? He clearly saw the old man's face change from joy to a frown, and then to worry. He remembered Zhao Jichang telling him, a real man is born between heaven and earth, and everything in heaven and earth belongs to him. What he can get in his hands is his own ability. It's either that the second uncle is lucky or he's smart. Here it comes. So when he wants to get it later, it won't cost as much as it would at an auction, and the price paid will be much lower. Some people are knowledgeable and well-versed, while others are wealthy and influential in society. No one starts out as a wealthy person, so why not go and seize it legally, reasonably, and wisely? The old man looked mysterious, pretending for a while before responding slyly, bought it from tomb robbers decades ago. Zhao Feng felt deeply moved, feeling that this spirit of seizing things was admirable. The old man's face slightly eased. Since the old man has treated you like this, then you see. Hey, 2 bowls of soy milk. Feng, do you think the old man is treating you well? Several people deliberately turned their heads to look at Zhao Feng, and immediately sent someone to investigate Zhao Feng's identity. They suspected that this young man, who had no auction experience at such a young age, might be a water army used to inflate prices. Damn, this old man is really lucky. Look, the second uncle, this scum of an old man, snatched billions with just 2 bowls of soy milk. The second uncle looked at him with extreme disdain, touched his nose. There is laxative in the 2 bowls of soy milk. Are you really going to insult me like this as a person? The price soared again, and immediately changed his tune. Old man, let's not talk about anything else. You are really good to me. The arrogance level is outrageous. Zhao Feng, no, sir, we just met yesterday. This old man stole things from others and made billions after a few decades. Zhao Feng approached the old man, sincerely and emotionally, word by word. Sir, you don't have to say anything. Leave your future matters to me. If you think the Wangwali is not good, we have something in hand. We'll make a golden laid one for you. If you think the several hectares of cemetery are crowded, I dare to guarantee, even if it's Mount Fuji, as long as you agree, as a junior, I will make sure you are buried thickly on the top of Mount Fuji. No, how can one person say such shameless words? Phone commission, 235 million. After this high-priced voice, there was no bidding for a long time. When the auctioneer was about to drop the hammer, the group of people with phone commissions slowly raised their paddles. While that man was squatting in the toilet, I took the opportunity to switch with a fake, but when I took it back and looked at it, it turned out to be a newly unearthed treasure. 0099, 200 million flat. Shocked. Zhao Feng's pupils dilated. This is the biggest stroke of luck he has ever heard of in his life. Could this person named Fugui really have a lucky aura? Zhao Feng understood. Someone wanted to slow down the pace of bidding, but now it seemed to have failed. The auction pace was good, and amidst the tension, Zhao Feng had a feeling of making a big profit. Zhao Feng, it's on. Sure enough, the second uncle was still holding Zhao Feng's hand tightly. He turned to the old man and said, there should be many more super antiques in your treasure trove. I think at your age, you probably don't have much energy and time left. Why not hand them all over to me, and I'll help you deal with them, exchange them for coffins. Suddenly, he leaned in and asked the old man softly, how did you get so many bottles? And we must also thank the old man of the Zhao family. Without sitting back and exchanging the bottles for money, in the end, we still need to strive in our prime years and not be greedy for comfort. Listening to the gradually intensifying calls of the auctioneer, Zhao Feng suddenly realized that they had just entered the white-hot stage of bidding. The old man understood much more clearly than himself. Zhao Feng slightly understood in his heart. From 1 billion to 1,500 million, this bid directly crossed 50 million. Compared to the initial stage, this bid now seemed more unrestrained and straightforward. Money should be shouted out loud. However, Tomb Raiders, with a bit of bad luck, can't blame anyone. He thought that he only had extraordinary luck after choosing the godly rich plan. What kind of virtue and ability does this old man have? Phone commission, there are people from prestigious families in the country who can't make a move, well-known leaders from all walks of life, collectors from abroad, foreign museums, foreign tycoons, and billionaires. Zhao Feng took a deep breath. This is really a disaster that has lasted for 1,000 years. The whole room fell silent. The second uncle looked pleased. All right, kid, you have this intention, that's enough. After this bottle is bought, I'll take you to a good place to play. Let you see the world. Beijing, Huasheng headquarters. Zhao Zhichang frowned deeply. He couldn't figure out how Zhao Feng suddenly acquired Bulgari. This world-class luxury brand, he didn't dare to say he acquired it just like that. Where did Zhao Chen get the money from? Although this group is only worth a few hundred billion, if you want to acquire it, they won't just give it to you like that. He remembered he only gave Zhao Feng 10 billion. He was extremely puzzled. He didn't understand at all, full of doubts in his mind. Zhao Feng rubbed his hands. I heard he wanted to get into high-end jewelry. An explanation came from the person on the other end of the phone. Fugui, is it really the lucky one from my Zhao family? Hope Zhao Feng won't neglect Fugui, uncle. No, do you have no idea what your boss wants to do? And you're still the outstanding employee of Huasheng for 5 years. Who is the bastard behind this? Do you think my child is a 3-year-old, offering such a low price? What really worried him was that Zhao Feng couldn't even see through such a scam. Otherwise, not to mention something worth billions, even if a member of a foreign royal family came, he wouldn't be able to stay at the auction site and eat half a melon. I said, the auction is over, why hasn't he left yet? The actress's auction? Zhao Feng still shook his head.
The whole thing was 630 million. After checking the address book, he immediately called Chen Yanlan, Zhao Feng's secretary, whose number he had. Even though their eating manners were extremely uncouth, it didn't affect the inner image of the two trendy men at all. Have you made your selection, model? He was really trying hard. Zhao Jichang's eyebrows furrowed into a character 4 river, even more puzzled. Why did he suddenly decide to acquire that brand? He had to think deeply. Since the contract stated such a price, so abstract, it seemed like Fugue uncle's handwriting. He had been abroad recently. The truth had come out. A bit sleazy, but with the high price of 630 million and the old man just saying he would use the auction proceeds to take himself out in a carefree manner. Mr. Zhao, do you have something on your mind? Zhao Feng made up his mind to definitely uphold the glory of his ancestors and make them appreciate his efforts. I really didn't mess around. Why did I fail? Apart from Bulgari's daily revenue, he could liquidate his gold at any time, and once the land was planted next year, the money would roll in. No. Fortunately, the people at the auction house recognized the young master of the house. Zhao Feng shook his head. Why? Hey, you really know how to please people, don't you? Don't rush, I just wanted to ask. He didn't want to leave. Suddenly, he had a flash of insight. Perhaps his parents thought he was making his career too simple, with a small scale, and they thought he was just fooling around. He didn't know which scammer's nest used such despicable means to deceive Zhao Zichang's son. Wait until I catch you, even if you're in the golden triangle, I'll destroy you. Suddenly, Zhao Zichang remembered that when Fugue uncle was alive, he bought a large blue and white bottle with 2 bowls of soy milk. Zhao Jichang suddenly remembered that Fugue uncle had already gone to Zhao Feng's place. Similar tactics. I don't know, probably likes valuable things. Oh, Mom, I really don't need money. Let me tell you, my next industry will definitely make a lot of money, not to mention anything else, even if I just casually do a few things. Unfortunately, I still want fairness and justice. The old man paused. You brat, are you already numb at such a young age? It's an obligation. Hello. Second uncle, you've been good to me. I've thought about it, the gold inlaid jade isn't good. I'll consider getting you a diamond inlaid one in the future. There are 2 selections this morning, one is for female models to participate in next year's national model competition, the other is for selecting female actresses. Which selection do you want to be a backstage judge for? That's a must. Well, Xiaofeng's mom is really pleased to see you like this. Anyway, as long as you're happy, there's plenty of money at home for you to play around with, you can fill any hole. Yes, I am Zhao Feng's father, Zhao Zichang. Zhao Feng was taken aback. It's great, auntie whom I haven't met yet will probably support me for an art appreciation session. That's good to hear. I heard from your dad that you're working on your career again. Don't overwork yourself, anyway, the money at home can't be spent. I just transferred some money to you again, don't make yourself suffer. Where to? Experiencing setbacks is also good, any hardship can help you grow better. Remember, failures and mistakes are in the past, just enjoy the present. Kiranin stopped in front of a company. Zhao Feng paused. Well, it's the era of struggle, I need to work harder. He suddenly realized that this wasn't work, it was about art and aesthetics, it was the elegant pursuit of human appreciation and enjoyment. He turned to the old man and asked, is this company ours? Mom, I've eaten. Auntie's family has no children. Wang Xian always said that Zhao Feng would need to take care of his aunt in the future. He remembered these words. Ha? No, my dad doesn't believe I'm serious about my career. Why don't you believe it either? Zhao Feng frowned. What are you doing? The work hours for today have already ended. Coming to this company, what? Emperor Entertainment Group Jinling Brokerage. As soon as he pronounced the name of the company halfway, Zhao Feng immediately changed his expression. How can this not be considered a happy occasion? Zhao Feng had already sat in the passenger seat, feeling a bit excited. Then he got off the car and led Zhao Feng inside. The old man didn't say anything, just chuckled. That laughter gave Zhao Feng goosebumps all over. 10 pounds. What kind of price is this? He spends this much on breakfast every day. Buying a world-class luxury brand with the money for one breakfast? This matter is serious. His son is still inexperienced in the world, used to being poor, likes to take advantage of small benefits. As a father, knowing that Zhao Feng was deceived, he felt uncomfortable. And another thing, you didn't finish the watermelon. It's okay, I'm currently discussing the handover of the industry with Bulgari. They said Zhao Feng used almost 10 pounds, I don't know if it's true or not, but that's what the contract says. He felt that he probably had his own judgment. And the auction items represent that the consumption limit for today will be raised. Xiaofeng, have you been eating these days? The old rascal, unreliable. No, Xiaofeng is not wrong, it must be a clever trick by the scammer.
The two of them stayed at the largest auction venue this year, each holding half a watermelon and stuffing it into their mouths with a spoon.
Do you know how Zhao Feng acquired Bulgari? Damn it! Zhao Feng looked serious. It belongs to your aunt's family. He immediately called Wang Qian. Educating a child is not a one-man show for a father. Zhao Feng was deceived. This is a big deal, and someone needs to investigate. A bunch of worthless cloisonné vases. Zhao Feng didn't even know their names. He didn't even hear the final prices. Wang Qian messaged him. Zhao Feng, I want to see both selections. Arrange the time. It's okay to work a little harder for the job. Alright, young master, please wait. The old man liked Zhao Feng's upright appearance. Young people, don't be timid. You are all spirited young men. Why pretend to be a righteous ascetic? When a woman is offered to you, don't act impotent. It's nauseating. Zhao Feng touched his nose and prepared to enter the company. Do you know the boss here? Zhao Feng asked with a tilt of his head. I don't know. Then why did you bring me here? Two men, one old and one young, sat on the steps in front of the company, under the scorching sun, without saying a word. Zhao Feng, not bad. We all worked hard for it. As a senior executive of the company, she still knew some information. She wanted to probe Zhao Feng's intentions, even though both of these events were to see the young ladies. Without capability, how dare one take over such a company? Do you have connections? Do you have a network? She thought that Mr. Zhao was the old man in front of her, but she didn't expect it to be the young man in his teens. Isn't this your aunt's place? It's just a matter of making a phone call. Why do I, an old man, have to intervene? Well, there's enough money. Zhao Feng, just born in the capital, that's all. Since there are two events to attend, I will go regardless of the quality or workload, even if it's a boring job. You don't need to tell me the details of the event. However, although she was surprised, she didn't say anything. The old man turned and asked, Young master, how is it? Has your aunt arranged everything? At this moment, the old man jumped up. Young master, it's not right. I think one event is enough. You will get tired if there are two events. When you go out, your father said that you shouldn't be too tired. Zhao Feng put down his phone. He smiled awkwardly. Sister Zhang, you're laughing. This old man of mine has some issues. Well, no need, really no need. Don't, I'm serious, really no need. Auntie? Zhao Feng shook his head. There are two events this morning. Boss, do you want to attend the first one? Judging people is not wrong, but the quick wit in remedying the situation is indeed commendable for a young woman who has risen to the position of general manager. Just as the two were talking, Fugue suddenly stood up, brought a cup of tea to Zhao Feng, and respectfully handed it to him. Young master, when you go out, the old master said not to be too low-key. Got it, Miss Li, you forgot about Auntie, the one you're close to. I did. It's definitely necessary to follow the process. At the very least, some pleasantries should be exchanged first. Zhang Li, I don't know how Mr. Zhao became the boss of this company. I've been working here for a few years, the boss has always been the same, and suddenly changed. It's a bit hard to adjust. By the way, I should call you boss now. Hey, Auntie, I'm Xiaofeng. Zhao Feng opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word for a while. Before she could finish, Zhao Feng waved his hand to interrupt her. Okay. The small scene ended. Although the news of the lost child of the Zhao family being found did not spread widely, how could it be hidden from those who were interested? She understood that the old man should be the steward, and he was probably not used to seeing his young master having a calm conversation with a married woman who was quite attractive. The partners of such companies are much easier to please for young people than for old men. My Zhao family has been in the capital for many years. If you were so low-key, Zhao Jichang will not agree. In my opinion, as a scion of a wealthy family, you don't need to have a humble conversation with her. It's somewhat of a waste of your time. Mr. Zhao, this way please. Fugue was not at all out of place. It seemed as if Zhao Feng was the boss and he was the boss's father. Phew. My aunt and I haven't been in contact for over 10 years. And then when we did, it was like, Auntie, let me see the beauties you have there. Although he had a thick skin, there were still some things he couldn't say. Zhao Feng steadily followed behind the old man, and when the two of them were serious, they indeed looked a bit like a father and son duo on a mission. Zhao Feng thought it was just one person. Wearing the same standard professional attire, she wore it with more style than Shen Yanlan, with a certain indescribable feeling. Zhang Li was also not to be outdone. Wu Meng, change the tea for the boss. Zhang Li felt slightly calm in his heart. He had initially thought that it was a rich kid from somewhere coming to experience life, but now it seemed that Zhao Feng spoke with a humble demeanor, not like a pampered young man born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Just then, their young master casually said, Aunt said to give me this small company, someone will come down to greet me later. It wasn't a pretentious demeanor, nor a soft and gentle appearance, just a simple continuation of the charm of a middle-aged man preserved into the appearance of an old man.
Zhongli immediately smiled along. Suddenly, he had the illusion that he had never seen so many beautiful legs in his life, especially the one at the front holding a folder, wearing black-framed glasses, and a slim black silk and pencil skirt boss. Seeing this, Zhongli nodded, not saying anything, just feeling that Zhao Feng was not interested in playboys, only in looking at young ladies. He changed the tea leaves for Zhao Feng. He knew about the relationship between the Emperor Group's president and the Zhao family in Beijing, and everyone had heard of Zhao Zicheng from Huaxing Group. Well, school hasn't started yet, it may take a few days. Zhongli, Mr. Zhao is promising. Which Mr. Zhao are you referring to? Yes, when we get off the car, I'll pay for the gas. Before the old man could finish, Zhao Feng covered his mouth. The Emperor Group belongs to your aunt, there's nothing to hide, why be so low-key? Zhao Feng didn't retort. It turned out to be a group of people. It's nothing, just want to visit the Jinling company that selects models and actresses to see their work mode. Zhangli, oh, I wonder where Mr. Zhao's hometown is? No, when you go out to play, you prepare a few hundred yuan for gas, and all the expenses for fun are covered by my connections. You still like to freeload at your age, disrespectful to the elderly, you have no morals, I'm telling you. Just as the headquarters suddenly called her to say that the new boss was coming to inspect the work today, she was surprised. Companies like theirs valued connections, all of which intersected with the entertainment and modeling circles. The old man had seen all kinds of women, most of whom had strong tastes, but young men with a bit of charm and a slightly delicate figure could be used to please the boss. Zhao Feng, well, relatives asked me to help take care of the company. I was free, so I came to take a look. Damn, goosebumps all over my body. He. The old man straightened his clothes a bit, whether to say it or not, although he was a bit old, the gentlemanly demeanor he displayed was indeed something. The old man looked calm, almost laughing out loud. It was hard for him to cover the old man's mouth. The most high-end reception room. Soon, the sound of high heels approached. While talking, Zhao Feng took out her phone and called her aunt. No, didn't you say you took out the auction money to have fun? Goodness. Zhongli was slightly surprised. Fu Guwei was stunned. Just then, the old man said again, Manager, have a few people follow the young master, accompany him a bit, not to serve, just don't let the young master get tired. Zhongli immediately nodded, of course. Zhao Feng glared fiercely at the old man. Damn, this old man was really cunning. His thick skin was indeed impressive. Once you enter this circle, it's as deep as the sea. Zhongli had already been subtly inquiring on the side, wanting to know if Zhao Feng had any connections with a major director, or if Huaxing had invested in any satellite TV training camp programs like Produce Camp. These words are too subtle, Zhao Feng may not understand, but the old servant's heart is as clear as a mirror. Immediately taking charge, boasting randomly about big productions, TV dramas, movies, saying that capital has entered Hollywood, even an internet celebrity with good acting skills can make it to the international big screen. The old man is a refined person, after all the boasting, he doesn't forget to explain to the people around that this is not his ability, but his young master's means. It's all trivial matters. Zhongli, who has been in the workplace for many years, just nodded slightly upon hearing this. It cannot be denied that what the old man said, Huaxing Group indeed has that capability. Zhongli smiled slightly. Zhao Feng's questions are quite insightful. Zhao Feng looked at his evaluation form, number 19, the scores he gave for looks, figure, and temperament were 99, 97, 98 respectively. Suddenly, Zhao Feng waved his hand and all the proceedings on stage stopped. Numbers 20, 3, 7, the three of you come out and show your talents, right now. Fortunately, there are a few who are quite impressive. Zhao Feng himself feels they can become popular based on their looks. You see, they are not inferior to those female stars on TV in terms of looks. Why aren't they popular? At the same time, looks, figure, and temperament are all scored in this segment. It seems to have some ideas, although he also wants to broaden his horizons. But he won't have any unnecessary pity, only truly pitiful people need pity. For them, his pity at this moment is called opportunity. Zhao Feng suddenly turned and asked, Manager Zhang, among the actors just now, which one is more talented, the kind with great potential? Crop top, shorts. Thank you, boss, my name is Wu Mingting, I'm feeling a bit hot. Although they are not wearing makeup, for some reason, he feels more and more aesthetically fatigued as he looks further back. To be honest, all the actresses seen here, who are able to stand on this stage for selection, are more beautiful than the beauties he sees on the street. Not only that, he found that some of them seem to be plastic surgeons, their faces look very similar, not much natural appearance. Zhao Feng remained indifferent, except for the old man occasionally saying some vulgar words in his ear, like good breeding, deep and shallow, clearly a chick. This old man dares to say anything. Since Zhao Feng, as the boss, has already participated in the work, the next segment of selecting outstanding potential actors will definitely require Zhao Feng to determine their talents and abilities.
Number 3, start dancing.
Zhang Li is a clever person. Even before entering, she leaned over to the old man's ear and said, I have instructed them to showcase themselves well. The headquarters company people are coming to select. The actors are all very happy. Zhang Li is more reserved, because Zhao Feng is more reserved. After all, she does not think that at Zhao Feng's age, he has already started to be hypocritical and pretentious. She nodded slightly and suggested softly, Number 19, Yang Minghui. Her pure temperament is more in line with the mainstream female actors nowadays. Clear voice, graceful posture, good basic acting skills. Not only that, her education is also quite good.
As for others, I haven't seen it yet.
Walking ahead, Zhao Feng's face darkened. This old man himself also wants to play around, but he pushes everything onto him, as if he came here to find free female companions. The 3 girls who were called out showed a hint of joy on their faces but immediately hid it, stepping out excitedly, not missing the chance to introduce themselves, quickly and efficiently highlighting their advantages.
Zhao Feng was surprised. Can you really tell their inner selves from their appearance? This is truly called professionalism.
It's a very practical skill, much better than those who judge based on appearance and smell.
Improve the leader's sense of participation and the young master's experience in selecting a concubine.
Fugui nodded, well done, the young master knows your intentions. Each young woman is authentic, with a very simple appearance. Zhao Feng is young, climbing up with him, this meal can be eaten for a lifetime. Sitting on the evaluation stage, the tea was replaced, and Zhao Feng's favorite iced cola was served, showing how much effort this black silk female manager put in during this short time. After looking at several batches, Zhao Feng felt that something was wrong. The world is cruel. Not long ago he was still working on a construction site carrying bricks, feeling more miserable than them.
Of course, this is just the beginning. Zhang Li mentioned that the next level of selection involves one-on-one private question and answer sessions and quality audits.
Checking for scars and body shape, at a glance, whether it's good or bad can be distinguished. Indeed, most of the actresses here have been around the block. When selecting for the young master, she knows the requirements. At the very least they must have passed the physical examination. It's better to err on the side of caution. Definitely choose a new car from the start.
Makeup is not allowed here, nor is wearing provocative clothing.
Zhang Li's eyes flickered. She quickly made irrelevant staff leave and closed the door. Compared to professionalism, the manager entrusted Zhao Feng with the task of evaluating the 3 aspects of figure, temperament, and appearance. Boss, the difference between them and the female stars on TV lies in whether they have someone like you. There are so many beautiful people in the world, some people are just extras for a lifetime. Backstage connections are really important. They are not waiting for the results of hard work in this industry, because hard work doesn't count for much in this line of work. They are waiting for opportunities like today. If you leave now, they will have to pay a much higher price.
Zhao Feng's expression remained unchanged.
Without connections and a backstage, it's impossible to become famous. The popular artists, except for those veteran actors, most of them have several sugar daddies.
Alright, it's time for the actresses' selection hall. But it won't be as easy and simple as he said. He won't ridicule any industry professionals.
Really, aesthetic fatigue.
Halfway through, Zhao Feng nodded. Number 3, are you feeling hot?
He gave scores to 2 or 3 people. Of course, some people need a closer look. He can only rely on his own feelings to score.
But the young girls next to him don't think so. Can the attendants around the Prince of Huaxing group tell lies?
They are all in this line of work. They all understand how important connections and relationships are. What surprised him was that only a few female executives of the company followed suit to please the young master's attendants, saying things like there are ways to judge people, subtle facial expressions, fine ear hair, pelvic bone structure, leg posture, all are important. Zhang Li naturally replied, okay. Each batch entering the selection room consists of 20 people, lined up, following instructions to twist their bodies first, then selecting them one by one based on pronunciation, vocal skills, and expression management.
Recite the article preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tang.
Zhao Feng was very willing. Slowly nodding, I'll take a look, you remember for me first. Saying this, she unceremoniously took off her crop top, leaving only a bra, then continued to dance, wearing thin clothes, her slender waist and long legs particularly eye-catching. Number 3 lived up to expectations, putting extra effort into the dance.
Zhao Feng nodded slightly. It was a kind of encouragement without spending money.
The old man sitting next to Zhao Feng was quite happy to see the young master being so cooperative. He came to be Zhao Feng's steward because he was worried that the young master didn't know how to enjoy life, having been influenced by the ways of the poor, without any thoughts of his own. Fortunately, being a member of the Zhao family, Zhao Feng also enjoys playing around. However, Zhao Feng, who is new here, still seems a bit hesitant, with concerns and worries. He should understand that someone from his kind of family doesn't need to take responsibility or blame themselves. From now on, from the moment he became the young master of the Zhao family, everyone close to him is driven by interests. Zhao Feng got up and left, and Zhang Li immediately picked up Zhao Feng's evaluation form. The only name on the roster with a line drawn through it was Yang Minghua. Models pay more attention to temperament and recognizability in their appearance. Besides being able to show off their legs, there isn't much else to worry about. Fugue suddenly became clever and asked seriously, "How about lunch? Is it a meal from a 5-star hotel or just the company cafeteria?" Unfortunately, the staff member who announced the promotion turned and left. The old man must like a variety of styles. After looking for a while, Zhao Feng really felt tired of aesthetics, or maybe he truly lacked that kind of broad-mindedness, or perhaps, these past few nights Li Miaoxian had exhausted him. Yang Minghua answered the phone and, upon hearing Zhang Li's notification, she didn't hesitate and followed to the restaurant. In a few words, he had never spoken in such a tone to his peers before. Zhang Li was momentarily stunned by the question. All the girls were eagerly waiting for the staff to call out the next name. Zhao Feng paused for a moment. Zhao Feng immediately pulled him aside. "It's okay, everyone is here at the company. It doesn't matter what we eat, keep it simple, don't listen to him." Fugue jokingly said, "Just call more people, it's more enjoyable to eat together, come along." There wasn't much worldly desire left. Leaving the dressing room, their fates diverged, one ascending and the other descending. But it seemed impossible to refute, as if reality was just like that. No one dared to sit next to the boss. Zhang Li seemed very popular among them, receiving extreme adoration and goodwill. Zhang Li was sharp, and when she saw Zhao Feng looking bored at his phone, she already knew that this group of models didn't catch the eye of the young boss. Lonely and abrupt pride. Zhao Feng sat with a smile on the judge's seat for the model selection. Today was indeed a relaxed and happy day. Now all those young girls knew that this 18-year-old boy was the new boss. The way those innocent and romantic girls looked at a creamy little brother suddenly turned into the way they looked at a stinky old boss. Zhao Feng frowned, feeling that the old man's words were a bit absolute. The third batch, number 19, Yang Minghua, stepped forward to the next level selection room. As they left, even though the actresses didn't say it out loud, the light in their eyes dimmed. This batch consisted of ordinary beauties, without many highlights. In terms of looks, the models really couldn't compare to the group of actresses. Black stockings and tight skirts with big waves probably didn't fit the young boss's aesthetic. All eyes in the dressing room turned to the slender girl quietly changing clothes. Some were defiant, some jealous, some resentful, various negative emotions written on their faces. When entering this line of work, one should be prepared to give up things like dignity. When Zhang Li saw the young boss's gaze scrutinizing her, she also remained composed, inviting Zhao Feng to the restaurant and quietly suggesting, "The morning was a bit tight, Yang Minghua is still waiting in the selection room. Would you like to call her over to eat and evaluate her details at the same time?" Not being able to make Zhao Feng remember her was indeed her Waterloo after working for several years. Who would have known that the person who came was a young 18-year-old puppy-like person? What a pity. And the quiet girl just calmly changed into her clothes, walked out of the crowded room, and left the bustling dressing room. Good. Hungry. Zhang Li's approach to dealing with people is indeed worth studying, and it is comfortable to work with her. She is clever and knows when to be relaxed. Following Zhao Feng and Fu Gue, she quickly pondered the high-value faces in the model team. Looking at the time, it's already 11:30. Their squatting ability should be pretty good. Not to mention that many of them are in their 20s. Zhao Feng has not responded yet. The model is fine, go with tea. A few people leisurely arrived at another selection venue. But she can indeed deal well with the boss's steward. Number 3 has stopped, standing there silently listening to the old man's arrogant shouting, but she is not impatient at all. Just as they came in from outside, hundreds of long-legged girls were sitting on the ground, sitting in the corridor, drinking water, while sizing up the people passing by in the aisle. Zhao Feng is still thinking. Can't stop. Zhao Feng took a sip of ice cola. This batch only has that one. She silently remembered that the boss likes clean, pure, slender, slightly cold-looking girls. Go with the flow. Zhao Feng has an idea. Feeling relaxed all over, with a calm voice, neither fast nor slow, just this tone makes people feel that he was raised in luxury since childhood. Alright, a bit tired, won't watch anymore. The 3 numbers I just called out, work hard, the company will allocate some resources for you, seize the opportunity. Zhao Feng sat down at the dining table, and no one had sat next to him yet. Surprised in his heart, he had a plan, always catering to one's preferences and never falling into clichés. It's just a transaction, how can there be emotions in dating? You danced well, number 3, introduce yourself.
Today the boss chose you, wants you to succeed. From today onwards, your future is bright. What I mean is not that you are outstanding, good-looking, or intelligent, you are just lucky. Maybe number 3 rolls off the tongue easily, without any barriers. Alright, boss, this way please. Lunch is at a Michelin 3-star restaurant nearby. I heard it's owned by One Run Group. Boss, it's almost time. The company has prepared lunch. It must be said that the legs are indeed extraordinary. Different from Li Miaoxian's soft and moonlight-like legs, the model's legs are more angular and powerful. This name is deeply engraved in their hearts, perhaps becoming an object of envy for a lifetime. Everyone envies her, everyone wants to stop her, but no one can. At this moment, the sharp and jealous taunts seem pale and powerless. Yang Minghua entered a distinctly luxurious selection room alone, waiting patiently. She glanced at Zhang Li seriously. Wan Run Group is a family business of the Li family owned by Li Miaoxian. Until Yang Minghua walked over, both Zhang Li and the old man's eyes lit up. This girl is good. Zhao Feng remained silent. He can come out to see the world, appreciate art, or look at beautiful women, but he won't actively harbor desires in his heart. The girl in front of him seems to have just graduated from college, with good looks and figure. If she agrees to have a meal with him, Zhao Feng won't refuse, it's destined. This is the kind of lifestyle he was meant to have. Yang Minghua was a bit nervous. The boss is younger than her. He seems to just want to have a good meal. She doesn't know how to please him. In other words, she doesn't know what kind of person Zhao Feng is, whether he is innocent, naive, romantic, and kind, or already perverted and lecherous. She can only handle it carefully. Your eyes revealed it the moment you made the call, blatantly, full of desire after eating. Dear boyfriend should pay attention to self-cultivation. Without makeup, but her face and demeanor were very delicate. I still want you to come, Wan Bai, I've thought about it. It's the kind of opportunity that is right in front of you, but you feel powerless to grab it. The girl's mouth curved slightly, revealing a dimple to her boyfriend. Waving her small fist, she menacingly waved it towards the screen. I'm about to have dinner now, what about you? I really don't. Wan Ning, you have to believe me. Of course, Zhao Feng did not avoid calling her, indicating that she had lost some freedom now. With a gentle voice, even if she felt a bit shy, she did not hesitate, but was open and honest, baring her heart. Ah, it's a bit hot. Wan Ning, why don't you go play in Jinling first? After swallowing a mouthful of food, Zhao Feng brought his mouth close to the phone and spoke clearly. Wan Ning, I miss you. Let's chat tonight. Zhao Feng hesitated. Wan Ning, I forgot for a moment. Zhao Feng stretched his neck to look at the phone screen. At least some things had to be held by the big boy in front of her. She inadvertently looked up and saw the charming and gentle girl on Zhao Feng's screen, a girl who seemed to have no pressure or worries, without a hint of melancholy. Zhao Feng did not hesitate, he answered the call directly. I can't fly to Jinling to be frivolous with you. The two looked at each other through the phone. Bai Wan Ning's eyes were lively, wanting to cover her mouth and laugh, but then immediately gave him a frown. Slow down, don't choke. I still prefer the way you used to be, without any bad intentions. Our future is uncertain, I can't just hand myself over to you without fear. The girl understood, imitating his manner, she showed herself from multiple angles, wearing a white dress, a delicate and bright necklace, white socks, white shoes, and a square wristwatch. She was very confused. Obsessed with women, I thought you were a gentleman, but Sister Miaoxian told me that you are a lecherous young man, not honest at all. She was so confused that it was as if she was now undressing to reveal her beauty to Zhao Feng, not knowing which piece to take off first. Oh, okay, don't stress too much. I'm not that strict with you, just focus on being yourself. Zhao Feng, Wan Ning, things are not what you think. She felt bitter but couldn't envy him. She was past the age of love, facing reality. At this point, Zhao Feng's phone rang. Zhao Feng hung up the phone and took a bite of food. Bai Wan Ning still didn't speak. Her smile was gentle. Okay, thank you, boss. No, you two are still in your honeymoon period, I dare not interfere. Zhao Feng changed the angle of his phone to take a few shots of himself. Zhao Feng picked up food for her. The girl on the other end of the phone sniffed and said fiercely, "Humph, I'm eating." Zhao Feng picked up a bowl, leaned towards the camera, and forcefully took a bite of food. Video call. Zhao Feng nodded steadily, like a child, quite serious. She was so anxious that her body trembled, and even facing Zhao Feng, she felt an insurmountable sense of defeat. Zhao Feng pointed to the dishes on the plate. Don't be nervous, eat, let's not talk about work during meals. None of these dishes suit your taste? Forget it, Sister Miaoxian will blame me. Before he could say thank you, he heard the young boss in front of him continue. Put on your clothes, eat well, I provide you with resources, give me your medical report tomorrow, start keeping yourself clean from today. After eating for a while, Zhao Feng glanced at the young lady arranged next to him. She was eating plain rice, not touching the vegetables. Buttoning up his shirt,
Bai Wan Ning nodded gently without saying anything.
Well, it's only been a few days, how can you think so fast? But young Master Zhao has been quite busy these days, he hasn't even called me once. Hang up, I want to eat.
Which girl doesn't like a domineering and wealthy man? She is no exception.
Bai Wanning.
When Zhao Feng and Bai Wanning were on the phone, Yang Minghua sat beside listening, word by word. It was a good opportunity for her to know Zhao Feng's character.
For a long time.
The girl on the other end of the phone looked expressionless, gazing at Zhao Feng calmly, sighed lightly, and gently unbuttoned 2 buttons at the collar of her dress, revealing her collarbones.
Zhao Feng looked around. The old man had already found another place with the black silk female manager when they started eating.
Only Yang Minghua sat silently beside him, not daring to make a sound. Abalone sauce over rice, cheese prawns, baby greens, lobster mapo tofu, black pepper beef with corn, simple daily dishes. These were the only things they had been eating for days. Even at this level, Bai Wanning's face still showed a hint of unnatural blush, a touch of shyness. Miao Xian is your fiancé, so she can give you without pressure, while we are still in the dating stage. It's only been a little over a year since we started.
No, you want to eat me, you're already addicted, you need to control yourself, Feng.
But not all pretty girls can have a good ending smoothly, like her, now 23 and still hasn't opened up to any man. She only met a wealthy guy like Zhao Feng.
Zhao Feng, Wanning, it's already 11:50 in the afternoon. I don't recognize a godfather? Being kept? Living as a plaything? A canary in a cage? I can only show you my collarbones.
Still saying no, your dark circles are still there, you look tired, your complexion is not good, I can't guess what else you've done. After a long time, she slowly spoke again, okay, but you can't turn bad, you can be a little bad, but you can't be completely bad. At least until when, you must have kindness in your heart. Here, have a shrimp. Don't worry, where else can you run to? Don't think about the future, after all, I won't let you leave. Holding the phone, looking at the person on the screen, Bai Wanning quietly looked at him, without saying a word. No, it's quite delicious, I've been eating all alone.
Her voice was faint, trembling uncontrollably when talking to Zhao Feng.
Zhao Feng nodded. If you encounter any difficulties at work, inform the manager in time. Any career requires effort, besides hard work, you also need to learn to seize opportunities.
One more thing, pay attention to your health and hygiene.
Yang Minghua raised her head. Zhao Feng's scrutinizing gaze was firm, making her unable to respond. After a while, she finally spoke, okay, I understand. Zhao Feng left after finishing his meal. He couldn't mess around, but he wasn't a saint either. If he fancied a flower, he had the ability to pick it, why leave it to others? Moreover, in this line of work, even if he didn't touch them, there were plenty of perverted old men who would. It could be considered a good deed. This behavior was much better than those who played high-end despite having no money. Just look at Wu Dalong's misery. Zhang Li walked a long way, with Yang Minghua by her side. Although this young lady was nervous, she was still sensible, helping Zhao Feng open the car door. Boss, this is my contact information, you can directly inform me if you need anything. I haven't debuted at this stage, and I'm not very busy. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded again. Daily navigation is at your service in real time. Hello, Aunt. With a step on the gas pedal, the car drove away. Well, it's fine, I just wanted to ask if there's a movie being filmed recently, can I add an actor? Boss, the work has been handed over, now the company's financial process requires your signature. A future deal of 1 trillion only needs 300 billion to be achieved, earning an extra 700 billion would be enough to buy Qing Yanlan. Fortunately, young Master Zhao had no ill intentions and gave her some face. Alright, I will summarize the detailed income and expenditure of the group and will give it to you in the future. Young Master, how about taking a break at a club? Zhao Feng calmly asked the old man, how much is this golf course worth? This versatile threefold exchange voucher really tempted him. One sentence with 2 meanings, you can inform me of anything, I am at your service 24 hours a day for the boss. In the entertainment circle, there are old women and young fairies. Just now, Auntie told him that as long as it's not those top big shots, she needs to give some face, not to touch the female stars in their hands, as long as Zhao Feng speaks. He is still an 18-year-old boy, how can he have so many thoughts? Jinling International Golf Course. The girl dared not look at Zhao Feng's expression during this process, until the boss took out his phone. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. She is also a member of the group, contributing her part to the group. It is only right, it is only right. The celebrity circle? I don't have the mood for it right now. I really don't have any favorite female stars. Really, Auntie, you don't need to worry. I can definitely get the one I set my eyes on. You know better about the female stars in the entertainment circle than me. Ha, no, she's just an ordinary girl. I just developed a love for her, really. Zhao Feng's face tightened, glanced at him, scrutinized for a few seconds, and added him as a friend on his phone.
Zhao Feng hung up the phone. It's really annoying.
In the future, the company's resources, not to mention all, most of them will be used to promote the boss's playthings.
There is no shortage of women now. The car is speeding on the road. There are really not many cars that can make Kalinin give face on the road. The secretary called. Take a deep breath. Yang Minghwa's move also made Zhang Li see the value of a canary that is raised and controlled in front of the master. Nodding, Zhao Feng found that there was really no need to be upset, no need to be angry. It's not expensive anyway. Let's go to the golf course, take a rest there. It seems like there's a golf lesson. In the past, he never dared to think about activities like lunch break. Things have become more complicated. Why is my entrepreneurship so difficult? Can you stop asking me about this kind of thing? Handle it yourself. Do you have to be pressed down on the bed by me to know your position?
Not to mention being indifferent to vegetarian or non-vegetarian, can swallow anything.
Chen Yanlan was very clever and immediately replied, find an opportunity. From now on, I will play alone at this golf course. Contact and find out who is the boss behind this. I want to buy this golf course. This was said to the old man.
Okay, got it, sure. I'll wait until I set my eyes on that female star before saying, okay, I know auntie, you have great power.
It's a good time to be romantic. Bang!
The car door closed. But it can't be recently, not a drop left recently, it's all in the hands of Mr. Li. There are not many who negotiate conditions with the boss at the first meeting. Zhao Feng's eyebrows were furrowed high. He felt that he had brought trouble to himself again, but it wasn't really trouble, he just needed to call his aunt again.
Buy it?
Fuguei was also surprised.
No, can't buy it.
It's not in vain for him to teach earnestly.
Fuguei sat in the driver's seat, watching Zhao Feng's facial expressions and movements, chuckling. There are no people who can't learn. Zhao Feng has grown a lot today. Zhao Feng was speechless. Oh, this is not a nephew, this is treating himself as a son. Find a way to buy this golf course.
I intended to admire the moon, but the moon shines on the ditch. Since Chen Yanlan is so ungrateful, it's better for her not to block the way for me to make money.
Fuguei, this dog servant, also didn't speak, waiting to see how he would handle things.
The host is in a bad mood and advises to quickly implement the role of the secretary's personality to address concerns. Trust and employment are established through the body. Suggest using advantages to conquer their personality and soul. This stage has not debuted. I hope the boss can provide opportunities for the young lady to make money while she is still young.
How much does it cost to become a member?
Sir, our membership is not obtained through purchase, but through internal referrals.
To become a member, you need 3 joint recommendations.
Zhao Feng found himself becoming more impatient.
Oh, so you still don't know that you belong to me?
Zhao Feng was a bit impatient.
Wait until the novelty of Li has passed, then talk about other things.
He is not a teddy bear.
Hung up the phone.
A wealthy heir should have a certain demeanor, not be restrained. He can't wait for Zhao Feng to play with all the girls today. Zhang Li saw Zhao Feng's cold and scrutinizing gaze. She felt nervous for the young girl. He is even in a calm mood now.
Zhang Li understands.
In recent days, he has found that the old man likes to see him extravagant and arrogant. The more extravagant he is, the happier the old man is.
Zhang Li feels that Yang Minghwa is a bit too presumptuous.
Why should the boss listen to you? Why should he focus on you and spend energy finding a way for you to debut? It probably costs tens of billions.
You can't start acting in movies all of a sudden. I don't really understand how artists debut.
Okay, thank you. Kuranin is parked at the gate. Only VIPs are allowed to enter.
Adopted recommendation reward, universal trade 30% off voucher, bold and reckless. There are too many trivial matters.
Why, didn't you say that this young master is very capable, able to reach for the moon?
Fuguei took a deep breath and calmly said, this golf course is one of the few legacies of this old man's life. It can't be taken away by you.
The old man's legacy?
This golf course belongs to the old man.
No, can someone like you play golf?
Zhao Feng asked with a deadly question.
The old man frowned. You little brat, who do you think you were looking down on? Back in the day, I could win the favor and admiration of countless beautiful girls with my superb golf skills.
At that time, anyone who saw me would call me the golf prince.
It is said that when you doubt someone in a field they excel in, they will become angry and eager to prove themselves. Look, this old man is showing off while speaking to the doorman. Let Jinlan come to see me. Say it's Zhao Fuguei who's here. I'm sorry, sir, I don't know who you're talking about. Yunlan? The doorman remained polite.
Zhao Feng turned his head with a smile, like to show off?
If it's not yours, it's not yours, don't be too vain.
But Fuguei's message came again. Young master, I have urgent matters, can't teach you today. A gold mine is worth 5 tons.
Okay, I think 375 should be enough, that's my bottom line, you can negotiate the rest. I'll give you one of the 10 small gold mines at home. Zhao Feng waited for a long time, Fugue made several calls before finding the owner of the golf course in the contact list.
Settled in the golf course hotel. Yunlan seems to be her nickname. Zhao Feng was speechless.
Okay, wait for my good news. Actually, my suggestion is to use that batch of goods to engage in the sale of gold and jewelry, the business of the jewelry industry.
A middle-aged beauty drove a Range Rover and came over wearing sunglasses.
Getting up from the bed, Zhao Feng called the old man. The old man didn't answer the phone, but sent him a message. Unreliable, this kind of old scumbag. If you're a scumbag, just be a scumbag. You're not even careful about being a scumbag. You can't even remember people's names. Busy, you play by yourself.
Li Miuxian understood Zhao Feng's thoughts after a brief thought. 5 tons is already a lot.
A beautiful figure and elegant posture are very important. The old man was quite puzzled. Her name is Yunlan.
Enchantress.
The scene does look good. Even in photos you can see the grandeur and luxury. Fugue can't answer the phone, but can free up my hands to reply to messages. If he had full energy, he could probably just nod in agreement after hearing this tone.
Zhao Feng?
All right, got it. In fact, when she brought up the matter of the gold in the wealthy women's group today, she was worried about the source of Zhao Feng's goods, worried that it would be difficult to sell and end up stuck in her hands. Bulgari is already his.
Did you take a nap? Zhao Feng asked cautiously. It's really better to let Li Miaoxian worry about it.
Glancing at the old man's waist, Zhao Feng didn't say anything and went in by himself. But at this time, Li Miaoxian's golf teacher he had an appointment with still hadn't called him. He called Li Miaoxian back. Mr. Li cares about him, telling him to take a good nap. Zhao Feng definitely denied the fact that he had taken a nap. Zhao Feng thought that the batch of gold could be directly sold through Bulgari's channels in the future, made into luxury jewelry, and calculated the returns. However, he really doesn't have much money on him right now, so it's worth considering exchanging for some cash.
Zhao Feng, why didn't you answer the phone when you were busy? You could have replied to the message.
Golf is a sport that can stretch the muscles of the whole body and shape the figure. Many wealthy families will teach their children to play golf when they are very young.
Before he could speak, Li Miaoxian softly asked, do you have any systematic plans for that batch of gold?
Her voice gradually lowered.
Take a nap first.
Sitting on the sofa and waiting for half an hour, the teacher still had no news.
If you oversleep, you won't be able to sleep at night. No. There are also text messages.
This proposal is very appealing. In the future, if he doesn't want to deal with money, he can let his wife take care of luxury jewelry matters.
After hanging up the phone, Zhao Feng reminded Chen Yanlan.
With the same heart, they thought of the same thing.
Is hers different from mine?
Looking at Zhao Feng's disdainful look, the old man didn't know how to explain. He couldn't possibly say that he forgot his wife's name. The old man let Zhao Feng go to the golf course by himself. He had something to do. Making a profit based on 380 per gram, 5 tons would be 19 billion.
10 minutes later.
The premise is that the group of wealthy women can fully digest such a large amount of goods, and if 5 tons of gold are released, the price of gold on the market will naturally fall, and the remaining 9 gold mountains may not be realized through market digestion in the future. I was sleeping, you called, and woke me up, you stinky man. The demand for electronic components within technology companies, Bulgari's jewelry business. After all, owing 1.5 billion to a fiancé doesn't sound good. 3 hours later, naturally woke up, several missed calls. Well, the suggestion is very good, thoughtful and well-planned, worthy of being a top student who studied abroad, worthy of being my woman.
Zhao Feng's thoughts turned subtly towards that group of wealthy women.
They haven't even entered Zhao's house yet.
Although the purchase price of 50 yuan per gram won't bankrupt anyone, when will you be back?
Zhao Feng felt that Li Miaoxian was retaliating against him, because maybe he wasn't elegant when he played with her at night, a bit reckless and unrestrained. Alright, have your little fox secretary prepare dinner. The main mistress must have the right meal as soon as she gets home. If it's not good, I'll hold her accountable. At best, a gold brick can be used as a table support. After looking at a few photos she sent from the car club meeting, I also saw her new car, the Rolls-Royce Phantom, and a group of elegant aunties. Fortunately, the service was attentive, and she had plenty of money, so even if it was her first time coming, she could experience excellent service.
That's good. The current market price is 390 per gram.
These rich ladies can afford to eat a little more.
I think we can offer a slight discount and sell in bulk.
Actually, he had no interest in necklaces, rings, or bracelets.
I'll be heading home soon. I should be home around 6:30 in the afternoon.
I still need to get closer to those aunties. They are all very supportive for future career prospects.
You're already thinking about it after just half a day?
The cunning voice carried a seductive tone. She could make her voice extremely enchanting, full of charm.
Zhao Feng's face blushed instantly.
The doorman's words completely silenced the old man. It was revenge. Although she and Zhao Feng were very close, it was still a matter of business after all. Talking about money could easily hurt feelings. She just expressed her thoughts and let Zhao Feng make the decision. So it's you. Old man, you didn't teach me how to play basketball properly, and now you want to be my butler. I still have to take care of you every day. Don't let yourself die in a woman's bed. That's too much. Seeing color and forgetting loyalty, that's all there is to it. Fortunately, the weather in the afternoon was really nice, with a mild sun and a gentle breeze. There weren't many people on the edge of the golf course, with lush green lawns everywhere. The tall and fair-legged caddies, wearing white caps that couldn't hide their handsome faces, were elegant businessmen occasionally swinging their clubs. The sound of clubs hitting the ball echoed from time to time, and white balls could be seen flying into the distance. The caddies in the distance reported back the ball's landing point, laughter rippling, and the gentle breeze continued. The waiter followed Zhao Feng, helping him carry his clubs. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Feng called the waiter over, gave instructions, and asked him to go pick someone up at the golf course. One person set up the ball, and the other swung the club. When they saw that the customer who had called for 2 caddies was a young teenager of 18 or 19, the 2 caddies' emotions fluctuated. Are there any pretty caddy sisters? After arranging for his brothers, Zhao Feng turned his gaze to the 2 caddies. It was just a simple contact. Even if he was really interested in you, this kind of young master wouldn't immediately pay attention to you. But at 18 or 19, all they could think of was the latter. Let me tell you, with this job, I can go in the morning to turn on the coffee machine, then go to the construction site to move bricks, and in the evening, when it's almost time to get off work, I'll go back to turn off the machine and clean it. Okay, sir. This time the waiter was very tactful and didn't say much, going about his tasks efficiently. Give me a location, I'll come pick you up. Zhao Feng waved his hand, not wanting to listen to him babble. Are you taking the subway or the bus? I'll come to the station. Or I'll just take the subway over. These grapes are delicious. Hello, sir. Let you be comfortable, but you insist on moving bricks. Today is just an interview. I'm a little embarrassed to take the staff meal to go. Tomorrow, I'll bring you that abalone. You should try it. I'll bring it to you every day in the future. How's the work over there, brother? Why don't you come here? The job here is great. Why don't you come and work here? Bring the 2 prettiest ones over. Hey, what are you doing? Sure, sir. Naturally, they could say it without charge. When Zhao Feng received the call, Ma Xiao had already started talking nonstop. Use a helicopter. After playing a few rounds of golf, Zhao Feng took a break, then reached out and took the business cards of the 2 caddies, casually placing them on the table. Okay, I'll send you the location. One was a promising young man, the other was from a wealthy family. Sir, when will we start playing golf? No rush. A few minutes. Tell Zhao Feng how good his job is, how comfortable the treatment is. His tone is really, even when he got into Jingling University, he wasn't as happy as this. There are a total of 5 small abalones, brother. I want to bring back a few pieces for you to taste. The taste is really top-notch. He is starting to like this sport a bit. Sir, usually, 1 caddy per person is enough. Ma Xiaoran was excited to see Zhao Feng. 2 tall and fair-skinned young ladies came over. Their height really made people amazed. They should be around 185. Plus white slim-fit yoga pants, cropped t-shirt, really dazzling. Are you free now? Seriously observed the body movements of the 2 caddies. Zhao Feng's mood was calm, the slightly cool wind blowing on his face was really refreshing. He calmly said, I want a call too, is that okay? Of course, sir. A trembling voice sounded in Zhao Feng's ear. Outstanding height, the curve when swinging the club is highlighted, the coordination of eyes and temperament, full of charm. The golf course is indeed a good place. Change into a white polo shirt, white pants, put on sunglasses and a hat, elegantly lie on the lounge chair. The waiter opens the champagne on the table, pours a drink for Zhao Feng. It's strange, with such a high salary, I don't even have to clock in and out for work. The 2 girls were not disappointed either. Ma Xiao turned his head and saw the 2 tall, elegant, and stylish pretty young ladies smiling, almost blushing at the first moment. I think their boss is simply doing charity. My God, brother, let me tell you, this job is really awesome. And the company's staff meals are luxurious. What do you have inside, brother? Today I ate abalone. I was just there for an interview. Bought 2 pieces of clothing on the street. Have to go to work tomorrow. The job you introduced me to. I went for an interview today. It went so smoothly. Let me tell you, the people at that company are so silly. My position in the company is a barista, responsible for operating that coffee machine. Done. Okay, sir. Zhao Feng, can you teach me hands-on? I feel like I'm dreaming, just turning on a switch. They actually pay me 15,000.
Zhao Feng laughed heartily with Ma Xiao's voice, extremely happy. The two of them were happy together. His original intention was not to let Ma Xiao continue to suffer at the construction site, this kid. He immediately sent a message to Chen Yanlan, from now on, let Ma Xiao clock in 10 times a day, all with location-based clock-ins. Zhao Feng frowned. That coordination is very beautiful and elegant. I don't know how to play golf, can you teach me? Yes, each caddy is 1,500 yuan per hour. The sound of a helicopter rang out. Zhao Feng reached out and asked Ma Xiao to sit down. I won't play golf, I'll hit your cow. It's really better to lie down, enjoy the breeze, look at the scenery, eat some fruit, have some wine. Go call them. Brother, what have I done to deserve you spending money on me? The voice is still very pleasant. Grapes of 3 colors with a little clear water, watermelon slices, oranges, bananas filled the fruit platter. Yes. Zhao Feng smiled without saying a word, slowly approached, and held the club. Like this, grip the fingers like this, stand like this, yes, like me, lean towards me, align, good. There are several heights if you raise your posture, you can first observe my body. Yes, it's the different heights I swing at, yes. Goodbye, stand still, I'll come get you. Is this really such a simple job? Sir, yes. Hit 2 balls, let me see. Okay. Hello, sir, for picking up at the golf course, you can choose from Maybach, Bentley, and Audi. You can also choose a helicopter for quick pickup and drop-off. The specific price is. Zhao Feng nodded lightly, quietly eating fruit, swaying the wine glass. Not long after, Zhao Feng saw a shaky young man who seemed to have trembling buttocks from flying on a plane, walking unsteadily. Zhao Feng interrupted him, have you finished buying clothes? Need money? Zhao Feng deliberately teased, got up from the recliner. He knew that coaching basketball was an additional charge. Zhao Feng took out his phone and called his good buddy Ma Xiao. The rich young man had 2 possibilities. It's free. The fingers were delicate and slightly cold. When holding Zhao Feng's hand, Zhao Feng was not shy, studying freely. Not only that, I think just turning on a coffee machine, I can even secretly not go to work. After all, going to work is just sitting in the coffee area, drinking coffee. Luckily it's the company's money. After sitting down anxiously, Zhao Feng cleared his throat, feeling no need to pretend anymore. Let's be honest. Ma Xiao was stunned. When Zhao Feng said he would pick him up, he thought it would be a 2-way trip on the subway or a bus arrival. He never expected it to be a helicopter. From an orphan's life to being able to casually rent a helicopter, he didn't know what Zhao Feng had experienced. Sitting on the helicopter and hearing the roar of the engine, he thought he had seen enough today, but when he saw the 2 tall, attractive girls holding golf clubs next to Zhao Feng at the court, he finally stirred up a storm in his heart. The first thought was that Zhao Feng had found his biological parents. And his biological parents were extraordinary. Friends or not, life still needs someone to accompany and have fun with. With good weather and beautiful scenery, do you still need to bring your wife along to see it? At this moment, he was like a gentleman, trying to be elegant, with a serious expression, raising his glass slowly. But when he heard the soft voice of his brother who had suffered with him in the past, he couldn't hold back anymore. Ma Xiao didn't ask about Zhao Feng's family background or abilities. Zhao Feng didn't mention it either. The two still shared everything as before, even occasionally splitting a spicy snack. Perhaps this is the companionship in adversity and low points, not forgetting each other even in the peak moments. Released from the bottom of his heart. Ma Xiao's just blossomed smile froze instantly on his face. It seemed that the friendship of over 3 years was more precious than he had imagined. Life should be filled with money and fun to make up for childhood and youth. Well, I'll apply, and then we can live together. Zhao Feng took a slice of watermelon from the caddy. Damn, you're really enjoying yourself. A glass of champagne was handed over. When he earns money in the future, he will also invite Zhao Feng out more often. After Ma Xiao sat down, Zhao Feng gestured to the waiter. According to his understanding of Zhao Feng, extravagant desires and excessive consumption were not something an orphan could afford. If an orphan could afford such things, then he was truly an orphan. After a while, Zhao Feng raised his glass and gestured towards Ma Xiao. Mr. Ma, cheers. Feeling at ease in his heart, 1,000 words, how could they be expressed with just a few glances? Ma Xiao hesitated. As long as he was a human being, he shouldn't do something as despicable as abandoning his own son. Ma Xiao lay comfortably on the recliner alone. Hey, I never thought about this before. He finished the drink in one go. After a while, when Zhao Feng handed him a bunch of grapes, Ma Xiao finally came to his senses, leaned in and whispered, "This wine is probably not cheap, it smells good." Ma Xiao was not awkward. He received it with both hands and said thank you. It made him grin in pain. Ma Xiao was a good person. Okay, sir. Zhao Feng just smiled and shook his head, saying nothing. Gu Ping sat leisurely on the lounge chair, picked up a bunch of grapes, and softly said, "Work hard, but don't go to the construction site again." The boss is so good to you. If you are caught slacking off again, it will hurt the boss's feelings. You agree, right? Waiter, bring 2 more fruit platters, 2 bottles of wine, and bring chairs for the 2 ladies. Ma Xiaochang had rarely drunk alcohol before, and today he probably ate as much fruit as he had in the first half of his life. For a moment, he couldn't say anything. School starts in a week, Ma Xiao casually mentioned, trying to lighten the mood. Zhao Feng sighed lightly, patted Ma Zhao's hand. Just kidding, I'm just going to the restroom, you go ahead and play, let them teach you how to play golf. No one enjoyed a free meal like this, so leisurely, so high-end, top-notch. Great! Zhao Feng winced in pain, then retaliated fiercely. The 2 of them enjoyed the wine and scenery while learning golf skills from the 2 sisters. Without Zhao Feng, he would still be like a rat in the dark. Hearing this, he realized that his friend who had become rich had actually taken advantage of him, and now he was being dragged into a situation he didn't want to be in. Zhao Feng, I owe you one. It's necessary. Although my major is not as good as yours, it's not bad either. When I graduate in the future, not to mention the prospects, the benefits should be good. Just relax, it's a blessing, not a curse, a blessing that cannot be avoided. He didn't say the second half of the sentence. All the changes in his life were because he had once befriended a friend who was also poor and in distress. Zhao Feng signaled the caddy to hit a few more balls. The second possibility was that the rich female boss behind the company Zhao Feng introduced him to had taken a liking to Zhao Feng, and his brother had already taken a path of no return. Taking a sip of champagne lightly, he felt that this wine lacked the spiciness of white wine. It burned from the mouth to the heart, prickling and fiery. Envisioning a bright future has always been the patent of optimistic, carefree, and pressure-free people. As the cool breeze blew by, the faint fragrance of the young girls, the occasional sound of hitting the ball, and the refreshing champagne in his mouth, at this moment, Ma Xiao believed that Zhao Feng was teasing him. Zhao Feng went to the restroom. Ma Xiao almost immediately grabbed Zhao Feng's hand, leaned on his brother, and asked, "Brother, are you really going to leave me alone? Are you polite? Brother, we should face difficulties together, don't run away alone. Some people can keep up with your pace of life and behavior when you are penniless, and when you are soaring high, they are not limited in their thinking, not constrained by poverty, not vulgar, and can still accompany you." No, brother, you're kidding, right? He wasn't this silent on the phone just now. Even though Ma didn't say anything, you could still see from his trembling hand holding the cup that he was truly excited beyond words. At this moment, just enjoy it. Ma Xiao laughed until tears rolled down his cheeks, wiped them away silently, and punched Zhao Feng's leg. Ha ha ha, you hit hard, damn it. Then he looked at Zhao Feng's face, quietly observing. Guess what, I'll go to the restroom first, Zhao Feng said as he was about to get up and leave. Meeting a benefactor, that's probably what it means. Ha, it hurts like hell. Really? I haven't tasted it yet. I'll try it later. Zhao Feng also lowered his voice and continued to whisper, when we leave later, let's run fast and split up, don't get caught. The two stopped laughing. At this moment, Zhao Feng and Ma Xiao laughed out all the frustrations of the past dozen years. Zhao Feng and Ma Xiao were lying there, and the 2 caddies were not supposed to serve people, but at this moment they were sitting beside them, pouring wine and handing out fruits. Regardless of which one, when Zhao Feng called himself out to play today, he still remembered the affection between the two. When he was recognized by the Li family, he was not as happy. When he obtained the qualification for the inheritance of billions, he was not as joyful. When faced with tens of tons of gold, he was not like this either. Damn, you're really playing. With these words, he dispelled the worries in his heart. Ma Xiao listened with a pout until Zhao Feng finished speaking, then gradually burst into laughter, which grew louder and more cheerful, reaching the sky. Zhao Feng glanced at him and also started laughing, freely, joyfully, and comfortably. Zhao Feng stood behind Ma Xiao observing for a long time. The laughter was crazy, all the misfortunes in this life had come to an end. That's for sure, no matter what. It's still a prestigious domestic school, but in my opinion, dating and finding a girl you like, that's what true campus freedom is. The two played for 2 or 3 hours. By the time Li Miaoxian called Zhao Feng, it was already late. Ma Xiao still had 2 parents at home to take care of. The two laughed. The old man had finally returned. Seeing Ma Xiao, he took the initiative to read his fortune, saying a bunch of auspicious words, which made Ma Xiao's fate sound auspicious. Ma Xiao thought he was a charlatan. But then he heard the old man call Zhao Feng young master. It seemed to say, how about it, old man, can my woman do? Li Miaoxian had called 3 times. Okay, thanks. Okay. That child was finally no longer pitiful. Come eat. I know, Mom, taste this grape. The old man sent himself back to the villa, then turned and left. The 2 caddies accompanied them for 4 hours, taking care of every detail for the 2 masters. It was like showing off their achievements in picking up girls today. Zhao Feng took out a bundle of cash from the bag he was carrying from the old man, the kind that was 10,000 per bundle. This was what the old man had said, and it was his idea. Lin Chuan's own opinion was that double the reward would be enough. But he was not as capable as the old man. He seems to have urgent matters, said he'll come back next time. Someone told the young lady that the cucumber was a cold dish. The scent of perfume on the woman's body was already permeating the perfume bottle. It was a different scent. This wasn't called a sunset glow, it was called an old child. Even if it was just breakfast, there had to be a sense of ceremony, and the nightlife was extremely rich. Well, I had the servants prepare it. I didn't have time to ask. I'll ask and let you know later. Without any hesitation, he immediately took out his phone and called Zhao Feng. Got in the car. Here, take these fruits back. We didn't eat them, let uncle and aunt taste them. 30,000 yuan, the reputation gained was important. The two caddies added Zhao Feng and Ma Zhao's contact information. The mother could walk with a cane, but the father could only stay in bed. It was the duty of a main mother. How to endure the anger from the fiancé. Ma Xiao couldn't help but look at the car. Zhao Feng was about to do something intimate with Li, but then he saw Chen Yanlan sitting at the table in the kitchen not far away, tapping on the computer. Each person was given 3 stacks, as compensation and gratitude. The young master should also have his own demeanor. In the end, he coldly told Zhao Feng, "Why are you back so late? The cucumber is already cold. I don't live in the old alley anymore. I live in a house near Purple Mountain. Come find me when you have time, just give me a call." The call ended. It seemed like he was wrapping up and arranging things for tomorrow. These fruits were brought by Zhao Feng for you. However, his expression remained calm as he lightly uttered a few words. Just socializing, I don't have any inventory left. What is it like to have a wealthy brother? Well, it's a good experience. You can really see the skill in a home-cooked dish. With a smile, Ma Xiao took out some fruits from the bag. As he continued to take things out, his hand paused. 40,000 yuan was also in the bag. Zhao Feng remained silent, silently offering Mr. Li a piece of lamb chop to calm him down. The purpose of packing. Li Miaoxian's eyes were flirtatious, her tone icy. I didn't say anything. Zhao Feng shuddered for a moment. Still working. It's really sweet, let your dad try it too. Li Miaoxian deliberately frowned, trying to find fault to suppress her male assistant, but after tasting each dish, she had nothing to say. Don't you even know this is your car? He understood Zhao Feng's intentions. With his parents suffering from illness, the monthly medical expenses were a tight figure. This money, besides solving the urgent need, also relieved his pressure like never before. Xiao Xiao is back. Don't wander outside and not come home for dinner. Of course, you can't overspeed while driving. Always remember, driving irregularly, tears in the family. After Ma Xiao returned home. At this moment, her voice was not cold. Braised lion's head, crispy cucumber, stewed lamb chops, yam blackbone chicken soup, heart of greens, matsutake corn and sea urchin. Ma Xiao happily recounted today's events to her parents. Zhao Feng was familiar to Ma's parents, knowing him as Ma Zhao's good friend, and felt happy for Zhao Feng's experiences and changes. His mother saw this and solemnly told Ma Xiao, Xiao, repay kindness, but don't rely on friends. Zhao Feng's wealth is his own, remember his kindness while striving to learn and improve yourself. In the future, you will have the opportunity to get along well with people like Zhao Wazi, otherwise you won't even have the chance to repay kindness. Your secretary made a sumptuous dinner, go take a shower first, then eat. I'm starving, you dog of a man just came back. He asked Zhao Feng, who was clueless about everything from seat adjustments to the display screen and air conditioning. He intentionally ordered an extra fruit basket for Ma Xiao to take away, naturally and unpretentiously. Dinner was indeed sumptuous, with good portion control. Despite the variety of dishes, it was enough for 3 people. Very experienced. Zhao Feng tasted the cold cucumber salad. Ma Xiao felt complicated, looking at the stack of money in her hand, remaining silent for a long time. Ma Xiao nodded, the young master had indeed come through. The old man was arrogant and boastful, not looking good at all. Zhao Feng was speechless. Zhao Feng and Ma Xiao sat in the back seat, and Zhao Feng also learned for the first time that the back seat of the coolie nan was as comfortable as the Phantom. On this day, this family laughed like never before. From the depths of extreme suppression on the black cliff, they caught a glimpse of a light piercing through, and life seemed to be renewed, suddenly clear. Before taking a shower, Zhao Feng first went behind Chen Yanlan to see her work. When leaving, Zhao Feng took away the uneaten fruit basket. Self-proclaimed as Zhao Feng's steward. Alright, I went too far. The old man finally came in handy. His mistress said that if Zhao Feng called her auntie, he would have a lifetime free pass to this stadium. Maybe she didn't figure it out. The old man first drove the car to Ma Zhao's doorstep and sent him home.
After finishing the shower, wearing a bathrobe, he followed Li Miaoxian's voice to the dining table, where the two women were already seated.
How was the interview today? Was the job hard? Although Ma Xiao was surprised, she still politely introduced herself. Good. That Ma Xiao from the company, my friend, increase his salary a bit more. Don't say it's from the company, then let him stay in the company every day. Let him come to work more often. Pa. Back at the villa, Li Miaoxian glanced over and then got up to help Zhao Feng put on his slippers. She leaned in close to his ear and said, "The scent of your perfume is so strong, Feng." Zhao Feng felt embarrassed and quickly went to take a shower. On the phone, Zhao Feng didn't even think twice. "Oh, really? Forget it, keep it for now, and give it back to me when you have the chance. Consider it a loan from me, don't forget to return it in the future." Ma Xiaobu was not a fool. What Zhao Feng didn't know was that his wealthy identity was soon exposed in the social circle of Jinling's elite. "Well, you better return it, don't think you can just keep it for free. Anyway, I have to go now, bye." Li Miaoxian wouldn't go back to eat the fruits at the court. As a princess, she only ate the finest things, like a bunch of grapes worth thousands. She was giving Zhao Feng face. After checking the backstage, thanks to the reader who gave 500 rewards. "Thank you. I wish you all the best. Hey, Zhao Feng, you left your stuff at my place." "Okay, I'll take it now, and I'll give it back to you when I get my salary." "Oh, you're making people spend money, and you don't even let them have a drink of water at your place." "It's nothing," the assistant replied. When it was time to pay the bill, Zhao Feng left and hurried home. In short, he was not happy. Secretaries and the like, some scheming people could take over an entire industry. They needed to be suppressed. It's about the matter, not the person. The taste was very pleasing to the taste buds. Damn, the smell of the two caddies, or maybe even the smell of the unknown actress from Noon. For so long, apart from the bonus from the college entrance exam, he had never seen so much money. The new book is updated regularly. I hope everyone can support it, with free recommendations and all. Any suggestions can be directly commented to me, I will read them. Chen Yanlan had always been indifferent to Li Miaoxian's special care. Since ancient times, stories between bosses, secretaries, and legal wives could fill 3 mahjong tables. She understood her awkward position. She also understood that Li Miaoxian didn't really dislike her, it was just a necessary reminder in crime prevention. If she were the legal wife, she wouldn't let her man work alone. Male assistants were even harder to control and manage. Finding an excellent female secretary would make her married life much more comfortable. The tone was very flat. Just now she was finding reasons to suppress, but now she was giving gifts. This way, she could go to the supermarket a few more times. She was still in the dark about the Bulgari matter. Zhao Feng quietly ate his meal, and he had to bring up this matter himself. He could say he didn't know her finger size, or what type of ring she liked, afraid that she wouldn't like it. Talents shine in any field. She also agreed with her approach. Some might think that a pure gold brick ornament is tacky, but they wouldn't say it out loud. Perhaps in her career, she would soon become famous overseas along with Zhao Xiuhai's madness. In love and family, she was no less than any other woman in the world. After all, love and marriage is rare these days. She was not inferior to anyone. Even Li Miaoxian's status had given everyone who looked at her a pair of colored glasses. What she did was right. This was wealth. This was the standard for a wealthy family. "Thank you." Shen Yanlan accepted it. Oh no! He saw these two people giving gifts, and he suddenly remembered that Li Miaoxian had asked him in the morning to get her a ring. Li Miaoxian nodded earnestly like a little chicken pecking at rice. Of course, there was also the jewelry business she had been thinking of helping Zhao Feng with. While chatting, she even took a photo of the pure gold cup holder and posted it on her social circle. Halfway through the meal, Li Miaoxian got up and brought a box from the sofa to Chen Yanlan. "I bought this Hermes on a whim today. Here, it's for you. You can use it for shopping and such." She had been out playing all day and had completely forgotten about it. Especially in arranged marriages like this, it's easy to overlook each other's feelings. Fortunately, the natural closeness between men and women didn't make things too awkward. She waited for him to continue reading. His voice was calm, light, and gentle as he slowly recited from the book in his hand. Each kind of flower, due to the different times and places of appreciation, evokes different emotions in people. Flowers add color to the air, even the body seems to be dyed with color. She didn't want to say anything, especially in a situation where one was willing to endure bullying. If she were a scammer, with this level of intelligence and speed, she would probably be the most skilled in the business. Oh yes. Perhaps not many people would privately purchase batches of a dozen gold bricks like those wealthy women, but there would definitely be someone buying 1 or 2 identical gold bricks to curry favor with the powerful. Li Miaoxian rested her head against Zhao Feng's chin, her nose touching his collarbone, and softly asked, "Are you tired from work today?"
Not far from the two of them, on the coffee table, Li Miaoxian placed 2 gold bricks to hold water cups. He understood her thoughts, and Chen Yanlan was not a fool. Both of them were inexperienced, the kind where once they kissed, there would be no awkwardness in breathing. From the moment Zhao Feng chose her, her life was probably already set. Zhao Feng gently wrapped his arm around the waist of the young girl in his arms, resting his chin on her shoulder, the scent of her hair lingering around his nose, and the girl's crystal-clear earlobe right in front of him.
Li Miaoxian was very clever, she couldn't deny that.
Zhao Feng looked at her gently. Sit properly, don't fall.
Zhao Feng was surprised.
There was a bit less suspicion of incompetence. Except for those cars owned exclusively by the female owners at home, even those, she could drive. Their lips quickly parted. And compared to that, she gained ownership of this building, or rather, all the residential rights to those unknown number of villas. Her thought was that Zhao Feng had no experience in industry, and if her man had tens of tons of gold at home, she didn't want him to mess it up later. Leaning in, kissing,
turning love into indifference.
1 gold brick was priced at 7,600,000. She was proficient at typing, chatting online with a dozen wealthy women. Young master, I don't know your finger size. Wanting to start a trend of rustic luxury, she faced considerable challenges, but as the future daughter-in-law of the country's richest man, every move she made was being watched by her friends in the circle. Li Miaoxian put her phone aside, tidied her hair, sat up straight, leaned against Zhao Feng's chest, and listened attentively as Zhao Feng read, her eyes fixed on his face.
Routine operation.
Li habitually gave Zhao Feng the parts she didn't like to eat, the fatty parts of the braised pork. She only took a bite of the juiciest chicken leg and then put it in Zhao Feng's plate. Of course, not everything she gave him had been tasted by her. She had poured almost half a pot of yam and black chicken soup for Zhao Feng. So, next to the bookshelf, Zhao Feng was reading a book, while Li Miaoxian curled up in his arms, holding her phone and chatting with those wealthy women. The sound of the phone's keyboard never stopped, and the frequency of the sound was extremely high. Quietly watching her handsome man, when Zhao Feng took a breath and prepared to continue reading, she leaned in like a kitten and lightly touched Zhao Feng's lips with her red lips. Adults wouldn't have the leisure to sit together and appreciate literary art. It was the most romantic youth who, even if they didn't understand the deeper meaning in the book, would still appreciate these sentences representing beauty. Wrapping the girl's body into his arms, he lowered his head as she looked up at him. Zhao Feng finally shifted his attention to the red lips in front of him.
She was good at keeping track of things.
The meal was satisfying.
With a maid now, washing dishes was definitely not his job.
The girl spoke softly. Feng, I want a kiss. Cooking simple meals wasn't a big deal, nor was it troublesome.
Zhao Feng was taken aback.
Her eyes were bright, and as she leaned in closer, Zhao Feng noticed her eyelashes were really long, and her eyes were extremely beautiful. Zhao Feng stopped and put away the book he had just read 2 pages of.
His arm around Li Miaoxian's waist supported her back. For a long time, like a sneaky little cat.
Silently, Zhao Feng messaged the old man. Zhao Feng was still young, and there were some things she should worry about more. To let her boyfriend play for a few more years. Hiss. They were family after all. Looking ahead, adding a child to the main family would elevate their status. Perhaps it wasn't possible now. Trust needed to be gradually built. You couldn't expect someone to hand over their business to you right away. Go buy a pair of rings, one for me and Li Miaoxian. Hurry, the kind that unmarried couples wear. It's urgent. Although Li had never argued or fought with him for so long, it was definitely the first time she had made a request. Fortunately, not tired.
Then have you given my things to someone else? Where would I have them? You've taken them all away.
She was a possessive girl.
Li Miaoxian sobbed softly. Don't you like me like this? Do you think I'm not serious?
No, I swear.
Zhao Feng's tone was sincere.
I just want you to be comfortable. That feeling, I gave it to you. Zhao Feng frowned. As Zhao Feng's sleepy eyes were about to enter the dreamland, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Honey, you're useless.
It's arranged, the guest room on the first floor.
She pointed in a direction for Zhao Feng. In the morning, she also brewed a pot of tea for Zhao Feng on the balcony. Second master made a phone call. We can gather immediately outside the villa. After running 2 laps, second master spoke seriously. Set up a security company as soon as possible. I know someone over there. Some of my buddies who retired can come over for flexible employment. The villa is so big. I also live alone in the steward's house. No one to chat with. You and Li also need protection.
Okay. Zhao Feng woke up.
Li Miaoxian lay in his arms with her eyes closed, already asleep, not sure if it was just a few seconds ago. Zhao Feng naturally agreed, just the pile of gold underground needed him to be more vigilant.
Can't miss the morning run.
Even 50-year-olds are still lively. I really appreciate it. With such exquisite red lips, angelic beauty, how could you say such cruel words? Chen Xian, you have succeeded as a woman.
Li Miaxian's looks surpass 99%
of the girls in this world, and her high-end top-tier goods are truly well-deserved. Zhao Chen's gaze fell on everything he had played with. Then he gently released her mouth. Li Miaxian had nothing to hide. Miaxian, lift your arm, take off your clothes, it's time to sleep. Almost immediately. At this moment, she was cold, noble, untainted by the world, aloof, not wanting to talk to Zhao Feng at all. Feng, I'm not sleepy. Her voice was soft and sweet. Second master had already started warming up, not saying a word. On the first floor, Chen Yanlan tied her hair in a bun, wearing headphones while cutting vegetables in the kitchen, occasionally humming a tune, indicating that this woman not only excels in her career and wears black stockings, it also proves that she is not very restrained living in this large villa. Quite tough. Of course, it's okay for fiancés to use such terms between each other, although it is enough to make a man feel happy in love. Zhao Feng sighed lightly as he carried his wife upstairs. But how did those last few sentences come out of your mouth? Zhao Feng threw his pajamas under the bed. Second master glanced at him. Zhao Feng had obvious dark circles under his eyes, even heavier than yesterday. Really, I can't handle it alone for so many nights, let alone you, can't be too tired. Alright, baby, go to sleep obediently. According to his age and the intensity of his work, his face should be pale and yellow, lacking color and vitality. Go to sleep, baby, I'm tired. Quite grumpy. Zhao Feng ran downstairs for a jog. She changed clothes and started morning yoga. Zhao Feng leaned in. What's the secret? When will this woman ever speak her mind to you? At this point, she probably really doesn't want Zhao Feng to misunderstand her. Under the ambient light, the girl blinked her bright eyes while covering her mouth. Although aware of her impulsiveness, this seductive fairy was whispering insults in your ear. When out and about, one also needs to be cautious. Not tonight, moderation is key, you rest today, he said somewhat helplessly. The secretary is not an outsider. Behind a closed door, Zhao Feng didn't hear their footsteps. Let them come now, the security company's matters can be settled today. When will those guys arrive? Miaxian, you've misunderstood. Second master made a reasonable point, though not many. Zhao Feng turned and covered her mouth. Some women are a combination of many creatures, extreme spiritual split, multiple personalities. 10 minutes later. In their own world, Li Miaxian did not arrange Chen Yanlan to stay in the separate maids' building several tens of meters away, making her intentions clear. Then he carried Li Miaxian upstairs. Zhao Feng nodded. It had been a long time since she had spoken and caused trouble. It was time to go home for breakfast. But their health secrets still had some commendable aspects. Master bedroom on the second floor. I am your first woman. I want you to remember me for a long time. My suggestion is to cut out your staple food, beef and fish as the main course. Her voice carried a hint of grievance, yet was agile and gentle. Zhao Feng went for a morning run by himself. Zhao Feng contemplated silently. Zhao Feng shook hands with him. In almost an instant, Zhao Feng could feel the calluses on the hands of the team leader named Wang Taizhu, clearly a code name. At that moment, Zhao Feng almost couldn't hold back. The speed was impressive. Slowly improving diet, increasing food intake, keeping fit, no drowsiness. You had a difficult life before, ate vegetarian for over 10 years, didn't have much strength. We have to deal with women, you have to be raised on meat. Life should be enjoyed when one is happy, don't let the golden goblet be empty under the moon. The black-clad men quietly ran into the estate in formation, quickly lining up in the small open space in front of the steward's building. Very strange. Very good. How could I really only care about my own feelings? You are a man. I'm trying my best to make you happy. Li Miaxian, Chen Yanlan's safety is also important. Zhao Feng paid attention to his complexion. A middle-aged man in a dark suit with a dark complexion and earphones walked over to Zhao Feng for handover. Very good. We have a pleasant cooperation. The terms will be discussed by the steward and you. Quickly assign positions. I'm preparing to go on vacation to Sanya today. Arrange for someone to follow. Gently holding Li Miaxian's face. Zhao Feng nodded. Rest early, don't tire yourself out. 20 black-clad men stood outside the villa. Tucking in the blanket, Zhao Feng freshened up and went to bed. Passing by Chen Yanlan, who was still working, Zhao Feng softly asked, Has Miaxian arranged a room for you? Hello, my name is Wang Taizhu. Just as he lay down, the person beside him immediately hugged him and leaned in to speak in his ear. This old man was fooling around outside yesterday afternoon and last night. The phone rang. Zhao Feng has always been soft-spoken. Zhao Feng nodded. He didn't understand anything else, but the spirited appearance of this group of people could be described as full of vitality. Lowering his voice, you, a young man, are in the stage of growing taller, with intense metabolism. You only eat so little at each meal, making it seem like the Zhao family has no food. My advice is to eat more,
preferably triple your food intake, eat more seafood, high-quality meat, nourishing and delicious dishes, then, like me, have a little wine with every meal. Wine is the essence of grains. The more you drink, the younger you become. Finally, pay attention to exercise. Health preservation. I started when I was in my 20s, when your grandfather had a successful career. Enjoy life in time, that's the true essence of life. Ah, I have nothing to eat. As a result, this old man still had a ruddy complexion and vigorous energy. This was the first time she used this term. She quietly washed up, ignoring her own man. They should rest too. Standing in front of the mirror to wash up with Li Miaoxian, shaking his head helplessly. These are all trivial matters. I haven't even thought about them myself. When you're young, you should enjoy the benefits of being young. Do we have to wait until we're old, until I can't move anymore to enjoy it? Okay, I'll do it as soon as possible. Are you already tired of me? It took Xiaofeng 3 minutes to walk back to the villa entrance. Thanks to Morex in the bed for the 500 reward. Thanks to Lost Eye Detachment for the 100 reward. Thank you. Wishing you good luck and happiness. Da Hong Pao, tea brewed by Li Miaoxian for him in the morning. Use the tea to hold your breath. Don't faint from weakness after a few steps. Take a shower and come over for breakfast. I put the towel behind the bathroom door. Don't lose it again. Zhao Feng went to take a shower. There is still life pressure, although he says that life should be enjoyed to the fullest, but staying up every night until the early morning can really lead to sudden death. As he took off his clothes, Zhao Feng asked the system. The charging party cannot be queried. I probably won't be back for a few days. If there's anything, call me. The car drove directly to the plane. 50 yuan per gram of gold, a world-renowned luxury brand weighing over 9 pounds. It's not unimaginable, it's just shocking and unbelievable, truly a huge absurdity. When Zhao Feng was almost finished eating, she spoke softly in his ear. Bulgari, when did you acquire it? Why the cold face? The two boarded the plane, followed by 2 old men in colorful beachwear, and 4 quiet men in black at the back. Aren't you worried about not having energy today? Originally, he had decided that he would not use the trading system if he could avoid it, to prevent himself from becoming dependent. Zhao Feng himself felt that bodyguards were optional. Zhao Feng's voice was gentle. It's time to get ready to leave, darling. If you stay any longer, you'll miss the flight. Congratulations, your abilities have been upgraded. Your current abilities equals the abilities of 5 adult men. Zhao Feng let out a sigh of relief. How much? He chose a Richard Mille and a Patek Philippe to wear as decorations for this trip. Among the many consumption records from the day before yesterday, there was indeed a record of spending 9 pounds and 15 pence in his account. Chen Yanlan nodded in response. After taking a shower, Zhao Feng sat at the dining table in a bathrobe. Extremely afraid. It's just the charm of a male. Okay, Li Miaoxian told Zhao Feng that this old man has a mistress in Sanya. The endurance, explosiveness, intensity, resilience, and flexibility of 5 adult men. It is not a simple upgrade of any single aspect, but a qualitative leap in all aspects. The only difficulty in this world is poverty. Deal. It's okay, you look so good. Every second you idle is my negligence towards the beautiful things in this world. When they arrived at the garage, Chen Yanlan was just about to leave. Over 9 pounds. Finally, he couldn't let the second uncle make fun of himself. It was a bit coquettish when his own woman said a few words, but it was a bit embarrassing when other men said it. She was looking forward to this honeymoon period. 10 million is just a drop in the bucket. He even handed a nourishing soup to Zhao Feng's mouth. Okay. Changed into a pair of loose white t-shirt and flower pants, put on sunglasses, a hat, and then took out a set of clothes from Li Miaoxian's small suitcase. Then he walked to the side of the table and opened the drawer. Most of the left side were his own watches, and the right side belonged to Li. When she thought her man was going to be indifferent, Zhao Feng hugged her waist and gently held her in his arms. The driver was the second uncle. Dark circles. After that, he had a radiant face every morning. Just the day before yesterday. The Zhao family is not a small family. He suddenly realized. Bathtub. When the second uncle heard about this honeymoon, he was so enthusiastic that even the butler was not needed, and he wanted to go play with Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng let out a sigh. But when it came to the crunch, he really had to seek a way to make a deal. Zhao Feng went upstairs. Li Miaoxian's legs were long and bright white, draped over his shoulders, dazzlingly white. She had just checked Zhao Feng's account. Very virtuous, very thoughtful. One sentence from the second uncle made him realize, Zhao's family is so powerful. How did you lose when you were young? Even if you don't have any trouble again, can your woman endure the hard times if Li Miaoxian is lost? Very simple, very useful. Zhao Feng almost immediately accepted the arrangement. Softly said, change clothes, the flight is at 9 o'clock, just bring one outfit, they also sell clothes there. In the past,
because she was 2 months older than Zhao Feng. She had always interacted with him as an older sister, but at this moment, she would rather walk arm in arm with him and even walk leaning on his shoulder.
Li Miaoxian came in and blocked Zhao Feng's face to change clothes. Li Miaoxian stared straight into Zhao Feng's eyes.
Although she didn't quite understand why Zhao always liked to joke in his career, she was willing to understand her man's childlike innocence. That gaze was cold, serious, incomprehensible, and carried a hint of admiration. If a person could be as carefree as the second uncle in his whole life, even if he didn't get married, didn't have children, it would still be a kind of happiness and satisfaction.
The first time on the wide dressing room bench, took Zhao Feng's plate back to the kitchen.
Any pretense, pretending to be reserved, not stained with dust, and the ethereal posture will all end here.
Can't even eat a meal in peace. She was still floating.
Inquire about the trading price to improve the strength of the kidneys and reproductive organs.
Zhao Feng couldn't possibly touch the trillions of inheritance of the Zhao family now. So where did his own man's money come from? Li Miaoxian didn't pursue it anymore.
Li Miaoxian suddenly threw the stack of documents aside, got up, and then came to sit next to Zhao Feng. Without saying a word, her eyes were not so sharp, she helped Zhao Feng peel eggs and remove shrimp heads.
Zhao Feng and Li Miaoxian got into the phantom.
In this way, there was finally an item that could represent his status from head to toe. The trading system did not deceive me. Behind the phantom was a brand new black Land Rover Defender. Zhao Feng felt his hair stand on end under her gaze. You can stay at the villa, the keys to the cars at home are in that box by the door, easy to find. If you need money, just go to the finance department. Wang Taizhu brought 3 bodyguards on this trip to ensure the safety of the two.
No problem. We have our own plane at home.
This 10 million is the most valuable investment labor has made in the trading system. Fortunately, yesterday my own mother transferred 10 billion to me again. Yes, it was in broad daylight. Li Miaoxian held a document in her hand, frowning deeply, looking at the document and then at Zhao Feng.
Welcome to the next transaction, private terminal. Finally finished packing, Li Miaoxian held Zhao Feng's hand and walked downstairs.
At this moment, she became slightly gentle. Asterisk the initial price for upgrading abilities is 10 million. She could only eat the oysters one by one under his gaze, and then take a sip of the steaming wolfberry and sea cucumber soup.
Airport. That's fine.
Although the old man likes to travel around, he never interferes with or affects Zhao Feng's private life. He and the 4 bodyguards stayed in the crew rest area, hanging out with a few flight attendants, without coming over to disturb the private world of Zhao Feng and Li Miaoxian.
3 hours. How should we spend it?
The two looked at each other. Li Miaoxian got up and sat in Zhao Feng's arms, watching the clouds outside the window together. An interesting comedy was playing on the TV in the cabin. However, neither of them liked watching this kind of comedy. It wasn't very meaningful, and the humor of Wang Duoyu, invested in this project, was a bit awkward for them.
They were not short of money, fun, experience, or sophistication.
The flight attendants came over a few times, bringing blankets and food. Just because you are too beautiful. She felt a bit tired even before starting to play. Whether the food was good or not, she could accurately say it casually. Since they were going to Sanya, they decided to create a check-in Holy Land for socialites and wealthy young people here. Leaning against his chest, Li Miaoxian thought for a moment and said softly, Bulgari jewelry belongs to the high luxury level, representing a long history of tradition and top luxury taste. The price per gram is about 7 to 10 times more expensive than similar products from ordinary brands, which is very profitable. So I pushed all the small deals I talked about last night. It's better to go through Bulgari's channel for that batch of goods, with profits of at least 10 times. The plane landed. The little girl caught a cold. Giving Zhao Feng's waist a hard twist, she leaned against his shoulder, her bright eyes reflecting on the summer sea. The sea breeze seemed to stroke her long hair through the cabin window, a faint scent lingering around her nose. After taking a sip of cold soda, the summer fun might just be so leisurely and refreshing. Zhao Feng was surprised. He really just said it casually. He almost made her reveal her true self. He almost forgot that Li Miaoxian was not a naive and romantic girl. She wanted to be a queen and a sister, a woman who was cold and aloof in daily life. Holding the girl in his arms, Zhao Feng forced her to cheer up after boarding the helicopter, because the plane was flying over the beach and sea. Bulgari Hotel. There are only 7 in the world, with extremely strict requirements for location selection. The first one in China is in the Magic City, and the hotel's revenue is a huge part of the Bulgari Group's revenue. Li Miaoxian lay in his arms, watching Zhao Feng swallow the soda, and before she could get up to get one for herself, Zhao Feng had already placed a bottle of ice-cold cola on her stomach.
Well, I prefer roast chicken. Everything is going well now.
If it flourishes everywhere, in terms of the reputation of this hotel brand, it will definitely be better than Hilton, Intercontinental, Ritz-Carlton, and the like. That's the estimate. Li Miaoxian only eats grapes from Daqing Wang, most other varieties she only tastes one. The princess has a very delicate and talented taste for food quality.
Zhao Feng already had a plan. Fortunately, she didn't have to walk.
Every month, the revenue of the Bulgari group amounts to tens of billions, all of which are his own revenue. The group is developing in that direction, which is also a historic proposition. When he saw me, he thought, why would you reject the love of a beautiful girl? Excited and impatient, with a radiant smile, her eyelashes still glistening with dew.
Ah, you dog of a man, you're dead.
Upon hearing Zhao Feng's words, the girl's eyes suddenly cooled by a few degrees, giving him a cold glance. No learning bad habits, no making dubious friends, no developing any strange quirks. Unlike her, Zhao Feng only felt that the grapes he had been eating recently were all top-notch. Although there were differences, they were not significant. He opened a bottle of cola filled with crushed ice in an ice bucket and took a big gulp. Zhao Feng stayed on the sofa and messaged by Wanning.
What do you think of Bulgari?
Zhao Feng asked a serious question. Passing through the amusement park, Coconut Grove, and the salty sea breeze, a refreshing feeling of a tropical storm swept over him. A group of welcoming staff and managers hurried over. The Li family's hotel. The young lady is here, how could they slack off? Li Miaoxian playfully kicked the water with her agile feet, fair soles, and toes like green onions. Only 7 hotels. The differences between the two gradually evolved from fruits to shapes, then colors, and finally taste and sensation. Upon entering, Li Miaoxian immediately changed into slippers, then barefooted, she pulled open the curtains. The distant waves seemed to be right in front of her eyes.
Put on your clothes properly. Miaoxian, the food is here.
She blinked, her speech quick and lively, but now it's yours, so it's not good to judge. Fortunately, this helicopter seems to know his taste. Putting down his phone, he was already floating in the clouds. Then she filled the bathtub with water, enjoying the same sea view. Lying comfortably in the bathtub, she began to instruct her own man, Zhao Feng. I'm hungry, tell him to bring the food quickly.
Zhao Feng's mind was calm.
In the bedroom on the plane, this girl had expended a lot of energy, and now she couldn't care less about delicacy and etiquette, enjoying the food freely.
Of course, Zhao Feng hadn't bought a house here yet. Okay. Alright, I'll bring you next time. Grandma, I want you to come and bathe with me.
Well, that's good, they will call you when it's time to eat. The waiter pushed the dining cart in, wines, fruits, dishes, a dazzling array, a table full of sumptuousness. As soon as the voice fell, the girl, barefooted again, wrapped in a large bath towel, casually drying her hair, sat under the air conditioning vent, already reaching out with chopsticks.
Fixed habits, standard etiquette, presidential suite. Wenchang chicken, pineapple rice, phone, come and taste this fish, it's so fresh.
She also woke up Li Miaoxian.
No way. I must go.
The Li family's hotel in Sanya had already arranged for a helicopter to come over.
The power of the world's top beauty cannot be underestimated. Well, after you return to Jinling, my parents want to meet you.
After his sincere invitation for wanting to come and play 4 times, the white girl sent him an obedient expression pack. Why can it only be a high-end jewelry brand? Why can't it be a high-end hotel brand? The helicopter specifically circled the nearby beaches, coconut groves, amusement parks, and scenic areas before returning to the hotel building and landing there. Only 7 hotels have been opened, according to the domestic public opinion of Bulgari hotels.
Okay, I'm coming right away.
Someone was rejuvenated again, jumping off the plane on tiptoe. His scrutinizing gaze first swept over his own employees. It was a bit windy on the rooftop, so he casually put a hat on his girlfriend to prevent her hair from flying around.
Wind, stop messing around. What's the point of you and Sister Miaoxian on your honeymoon while I'm left out?
Put down your phone and go accompany her quickly, or I'll secretly tell her that you were thinking of me while you were with her.
Zhao Feng woke up from the airplane's big bed. Incredibly comfortable.
Certainly won't stay in one place, since he's into entrepreneurship. Just do it casually, it's okay even if things go wrong, after all, it's free. If he had been squeezing Zhao Feng at the beginning and saw his desolate look, she would have thought she had no charm, even doubting her own beauty at one point. Her man's reserve almost made her lose confidence in her appearance.
The doorbell rang. No, I'm so hungry. Let's go have afternoon tea.
Those who knew thought she was on her honeymoon, while those who didn't thought she was inspecting work.
Zhao Feng disembarked leisurely.
This book, a daily text, sets the tone like this. Also, thanks to the readerine for the 100 reward, blessings.
Thanks for the monthly votes, recommendations, and collections from the young masters. The old slave thanks you.
Don't develop any strange fetishes. One sentence, a perverse behavior that Zhao Feng will stay away from for life. Fortunately, a normal girl is attractive enough, no need to seek excitement, explore the bizarre, or even internalize among men. More importantly, some people's perversity stems from their own shortcomings, like the eunuchs in ancient palaces. With Zhao Feng's current abilities, he will never feel the regret of life. Sat down beside Li Miaoxian. Zhao Feng sitting next to her had become a habit. The pink color around her eyes deepened, but her temperament remained indifferent, still trying hard to break free from Zhao Feng's embrace. Why are you so hot? It's not the true face of Mount Lu, just because you're in this mountain, from a distance at this moment, you still haven't fully exhausted the beauty of that body. You're not human. She knew Zhao Feng wasn't like this at the beginning. Wind, let's go shopping. She put the spoon in her mouth with red lips. She's not a little girl, being cold-faced is her nature. Humph. Without hesitation, someone immediately responded to Zhao Feng's request with a snort. Let her beg, let her occasionally yield. Sitting in Zhao Feng's arms. Do you despise me for eating this? Li Miaoxian, impossible. After a while, her arms got tired. Zhao Feng sat up, took the spoon and watermelon, and gently brought a spoonful of watermelon to her mouth. This is sweet too. She wanted to escape to the air conditioner's remote control, but Zhao Feng didn't let go. Zhao Feng remained non-committal. This wasn't the standard answer, and it was far from it. It will hurt you. You start eating this now. I'll finish the sweetest part in the middle and leave the rest of the watermelon. Appreciate when you should, be sober when you should. Liar, not sweet. She suddenly got up, took out a bottle of cola from the fridge, filled a large glass with a third of ice, poured in the cola, and added a straw. Zhao Feng's steps halted. Li Miaoxian looked around, unable to find a tool to deal with Zhao Feng. With a light sigh, she could only sit obediently in his arms. Just cooperate a little. The girl glanced at her. You too, don't get hungry so easily. Zhao Feng served her another small bowl of chicken soup. Zhao Feng was still watching TV. Then, under Zhao Feng's gaze, she picked up the half watermelon, held a spoon in one hand, scooped a spoonful, and brought it to Zhao Feng's mouth. Your breathing is so loud. Li Miaoxian sometimes eats very little, sometimes she just wants to be half-dead hungry, immersed in delicious food. No. Here, what's unbearable is the little dog. She placed the spoon and half a watermelon in Zhao Feng's arms, without any room for recovery, without asking if you want to eat or not. The two of them fell silent, staying together to watch TV as if neither of them cared about what had just happened. Ding! Why do some beautiful women have such great figures and yet can eat so much? He doesn't understand. She must be made to yield once, as there will be more than one woman in the house in the future, and he should at least have a privileged position to speak. Turn it around and place it on the table next to it. Zhao Feng took a sip of red wine, feeling a bit surprised. After tasting all the dishes one by one, they were almost full. 2 tall glasses were filled with red wine, the crystal-clear liquid carrying a faint wine aroma and a very subtle oak barrel flavor. You act as if I can resist you with just a move. After a moment of thought, Li Miaoxian calmly said, it's good, sweet. After dinner, Zhao Feng focused on the TV, opened his mouth, and was fed a bite of watermelon. Very sweet. Li Miaoxian softly said, eat more, your food intake is too little. Li Miaoxian can be a bit indifferent, but she cannot allow herself to become a queen or a fairy in romantic relationships. He likes her temperament, but occasionally he has to disrupt her personality. Zhao Feng, no one has ever called me brother all my life. You are like a beast. How can there be such a man who doesn't know fatigue? You must feel sorry for me. Li Miaoxian fell silent. Zhao Feng, don't speak in such absolutes. A touch of crimson gradually spread on Li Miaoxian's pale face. Unable to break free, she could only silently endure the warmth and the lump in her throat. Zhao Feng remained silent, enjoying snuggling in his boyfriend's arms. He must have long considered the consequences, not pretending to be as naive as an unwhipped girl. Li Miaoxian changed into a cropped tank top, shorts, no socks, just staying in Zhao Feng's arms like that. Zhao Feng ignored her. Come shopping with me in the afternoon. Other people's boyfriends are accompanying them, helping me carry things, and then responsible for paying. After a few minutes, he moved slightly. But whether to say it or not, the dishes in this restaurant are indeed good. Seeing that she was no longer struggling, Zhao Feng lifted her up with one hand, locked her in his arms, and walked towards the bedroom. Zhao Feng hesitated to speak. After all, she is his future wife, so he decided not to use those words. He just smiled slightly, exchanging a look that they would fight another day. Zhao Feng didn't give her a chance. Li Miaoxian stopped struggling. Li Miaoxian glanced at him from time to time. So, is the watermelon sweet or not? Li Miaoxian glanced at him, didn't say anything, seeming to find Zhao Feng lying there very comfortable. She gently got up again, pulled Zhao Feng's arm away, and curled up in his arms. Eat! Zhao Feng silently took it, took a bite, and casually placed the melon and spoon aside. She knew Zhao Feng was looking at her, his gaze as if it were substantial shooting everywhere. I fed you, how could it not be sweet? Move!
I don't want to move either, but there are people lazier than me. The two lightly clinked glasses, and a bit of red wine spilled over the girl's red lips, adding some charm. The exposed fair collarbone and curve that the bath towel couldn't cover made it hard to look away. With more recent practice, this big boy also began to understand the beauty in it. Li Miaoxian was already afraid. Li Miaoxian, holding the spoon and half a watermelon, after replenishing her energy, her temperament turned cold, no longer showing her teeth, her almond-shaped eyes glancing over was a kind of deterrence. With a cold gaze and a crisp tone, she said, "Open your mouth." Why? Reminded by her, Zhao Feng remembered what he had thought of in the morning: eat more, eat well, and strengthen the body. She began to try to pry Zhao Feng's hand open with force, but unfortunately, she couldn't break it because he was too strong. She used a lot of force. "You eat. Then why don't you eat?" "Stop pondering." Zhao Feng wrapped his arm around her slender waist, his hand resting on her small belly, holding her tightly. "Feng, let me go, please." She refused to yield. "Pity. I want you to feed me, like other people's girlfriends do. I call you little brother." When he locked the door with a backhand, he only heard an extremely faint calling, "Brother." Zhao Feng stopped, straightened up, and let her sit in his arms. He observed Li's face in a timely manner. At this moment, she looked as if she had been wronged, with her head down, a pale face, and a calm and quiet gaze. It was only then that she raised her indifferent eyes, leaned in to stare at Zhao Feng's eyes, and could tell the truth from his eyes when he spoke. "I can't go out without wearing a ring. If I wear less on the beach and other men see it, will you be happy? Put a ring on me, maybe they won't have any delusions." A taken flower. "I hate those eyes full of undisguised desire. I want a big diamond ring, to blind their eyes." Far. Li Miaoxian was not stupid. Not only was she not stupid, her wisdom usually exceeded Zhao Feng's a little, playing with her own man. Although she said so, it also indirectly showed Li's recognition of his abilities. The girl fell silent, became quiet. Calling her boyfriend brother directly made her feel sad. "I've already called him. If you keep doing this, I'll tell my aunt that you're bullying me." She calmly spoke, without showing any emotions, a clear expression. Zhao Feng touched his nose. Indeed, he deserved to be scolded. "Thank you, really." Which young girl's warmth would make her boyfriend sell his kidney? It took her a long time to come to her senses, staring coldly at Zhao Feng. "Where's my ring?" He felt valuable. "Feng, I like the sea." A red convertible BMW M8. Zhao Feng carried her to the large floor-to-ceiling window. "Sometimes I want to live by the sea, but when I was young, I always heard that there were sea serpents in the sea, so I never did." "Why not?" Li Miaoxian's car was fast, almost a flash on the spacious road. "Isn't this something two people in love should say? We still have time, we can take it slow. This honeymoon, I will try to be a girlfriend you like. We're not engaged yet, although I was engaged once when I was young. After all, I was young. You can only change your mind after the engagement ceremony, and there's a red envelope for changing my mind. You're beautiful, I really like you." "No, they really need to know your finger size, not lying. There's nothing to say about this wave. Aren't you afraid?" Zhao Feng stood there, waiting for her reaction. Zhao Feng smiled. "Okay, then buy less. Sell for 10 billion? Buy it, I'll pay for whatever you buy. How big do you want to buy?" The young man in the passenger seat looked even younger and more energetic. "I don't know your finger size, so I can't buy it. I asked and they all said I need to measure your finger. Next time, I'll go with you to buy it." It was Stiller, leaning lightly against him. "Isn't it to let you hold my waist when I come down from your arms? Why so many concerns? Can't we be in love during this time?" Suddenly she glanced at Zhao Feng and whispered, "Liar." The air fell silent. "Ha? Okay, I'm very beautiful, I'll be very valuable." After a long time, Li Miaoxian spoke somewhat seriously. "Have you taken any hormones?" Zhao Feng casually supported her body. "I want you to build a big house by the seaside, where we can live and watch the sea, go out to sea when the weather is good, you fish and I cook for you, bring some cola you like, watch the moon at sea at night, and listen to the dreams of the ocean. I have money, if not, I'll sell you for money, and then you can sneak back. Is it too hard for my dear boyfriend? After all, 18 is the most difficult time for a boy." Li Miaoxian came down from his arms, stood by his side, helped him smooth out the wrinkles of the white t-shirt, and said softly, "We are childhood sweethearts, skipping the process of falling in love. Sometimes we may lack a bit of caution in dealing with unknown outcomes in our emotions. Our future is certain, but I want a loving and considerate marriage relationship. Do you like the sea?" The girl's voice was clear as she quietly stayed in Zhao Feng's arms. "Me too, I can't sit still, hold on tight." The girl wore sunglasses, her hair fluttered, and her outstanding beauty could be seen from her smooth forehead, with extremely high looks. "Very big, right?" the woman asked softly, her eyes agile. "She's not a girlfriend, she's a waste." Who would be so reckless in teasing a boyfriend like her? No, even if it's duty-free, you have to buy everything. If not, sell your kidney. We're almost there. Is your bank card ready? Auntie, isn't that my mom? Is my mom not your mom? What's there to struggle about? Oh, too little. When I was young, my mother said I would be the most beautiful girl in the world when I grew up. I'm 18 now. Am I beautiful? After a long silence, the woman faintly uttered a few words, monster, but it's the way a man should be. If you're not found, you'll probably win the hearts of many rich women with your body in the near future. Okay. Zhao Feng moved his fingers, wanting to raise his arm, but thought better of it and put it down. It is indeed a passionate love, having tasted it, knowing its power, gaining approval, although the method is a bit extreme. Okay, I'll go buy some land in the next few days. She slowly stopped speaking, her eyes fixed on the waves outside the window, silent. I want to wear a swimsuit, but it's too revealing. Men can't be relied on. They don't even give me a ring. I have to pay to marry you. Frowning, what are you saying? Plant mangoes, papayas, lychees, bananas, pomegranates, pineapples, longans, all the fruits you like. Are you going to buy goods from a street stall? Do you have to go to the store? Why don't they come to ask me for my size? Daring and decisive. The distant waves, one after another, the cries of seabirds reached the road by the sea. Zhao Feng fixed his gaze on the distant horizon where the sea and sky meet, and after a long time, he spoke. I didn't know before, but now I quite like it. I like watching the waves. Although she spoke seriously, Zhao Feng still pinched her without hesitation. The car stereo played a light English summer rhythm. Li Miaoxian stared at him, her voice flat. The liar I'm talking about is you. Fool! She was slender and light in his arms, with a fragrance. Li Miaoxian spoke gently, not cold, but not sentimental. Put me down, don't get hurt. Like what? Why would I take the wrong medicine? Fortunately, the girl was not stupid, worried that Zhao Feng would be harmed. She hung her arm around the boy's neck. Will you plant coconut trees in the yard in the future? I'll be there for you. Miaoxian, I can play with your legs for 100 years. Well, stop messing around, drive. I'm driving. Li Miaoxian stopped the car, parked by the roadside, letting him have fun first. There are many convertibles on this road, mostly tourists, and the car is rented from a rental agency. There are Porsches, Ferraris, BMWs, Autos, and AMGs. The BMW driven by Zhao Feng and Li Miaoxian appears relatively low-key and restrained. Had enough fun? How can you have enough fun? Come on, it's like if I don't challenge you, I can't express my love. Funny. Can't I tell a little lie, have a little emotion? Zhao Feng lightly furrowed his brows. A man and a woman alone, not very appropriate. Li Miaoxian remained silent, turning her head to look at the coastline on the right side of the road, where the coconut trees swayed in the sea breeze, making a rustling sound. No, why can this woman manipulate me in this way? Being a little hypocritical in front of a girlfriend, thick-skinned, taking the opportunity to banter a bit, what's wrong with that? Zhao Feng and Li Miaoxian are not very eye-catching. He is dressed too casually, and Li Miaoxian is wearing a large hat and oversized sunglasses. It's like she's digging deep into his thoughts, but she doesn't say anything, just giving him a meaningful look. Although Li Miaoxian remained quiet without speaking, Zhao Feng furrowed his brows. He fell silent. At this point, Zhao Feng's hand was already resting on her leg. The girl's gaze was intriguing. Actually, outdoor activity should be quite nice. He really doesn't want that kind of steak. He forcibly suppressed the desire to violate. After all, who would let go of such a quiet, unresisting, stunning girl? The car connected to the phone. Holding her in his arms, Zhao Feng's hand moved under her collarbone, applying a gentle pressure. Daily navigation is at your service in real time. Wearing sunglasses, Li Miaoxian was really quietly watching the sea. She still has a conscience. Maybe she really has feelings now. He could hear her breathing, but the cold little knife was already against the back of his hand. Not lingering at the seaside for long, teasing for a while, pouting, they set off. Zhao Feng. It seems like that gaze has already seen through him, as if his intentions were laid bare. Zhao Feng remained expressionless. Logically, today she wore a short skirt that was short enough, sitting in his lap, facing the sea. With the warm spring, no one would care, preventing people from seeing her face. Zhao Feng silently withdrew his hand. He couldn't do that. The navigation always gives such misleading suggestions. She didn't object. Let me show you how sharp my knife is. Gently closing the sheath, she casually threw the small knife towards Zhao Feng. Detected that the host and girlfriend are both in a joyful mood. According to biopsychology, navigation suggests that the host and girlfriend enter the coconut grove for a moment of joy, to cultivate feelings and improve health. Cartier jewelry. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Feng tried to figure out how to speak, to voice such a rude request. Only the sound of the waves accompanied by the girl's lingering voice kept echoing in Zhao Feng's ears. Buzz. Adopting the recommended reward, a certain world-famous Fortune 500 company shares. Boring.
The most expensive diamond ring.
Sure. Then why do you still have a knife? Otherwise, should I dissect your 2 legs and make them into specimens for you to carry around every day? The girl said this beautiful sentence in a very plain tone. For a long time. Duty-free zone. Find your manager, this is my member, you can verify it.
She's not a kept little girl. Zhao Feng tentatively reached out to hook her waist.
Zhao Feng, bored, leaned back in his seat.
The air was silent,
considering all aspects of the detailed requirements.
Otherwise, he would have been rude and vulgar towards her in the wilderness.
The navigation suggestion was good, but not applicable.
Apart from not letting his interests suffer, everything else would be at a loss. So he stopped. But she has always been the kind of person who, even when indifferent, never shows any emotions on her face, even when angry. She came out today to shop. It startled Zhao Feng. She averted her gaze.
Zhao Feng's mouth slightly agape.
When it comes to possessiveness over her man, she is particularly attentive. She speaks with a strong taste of affluence, and Li Miaoxian subtly twisted his waist next to him without leaving a trace, causing Zhao Feng to awkwardly fall silent.
Why do you only praise my legs?
The sea breeze, coconut groves, sound of the tide, a distance from the road, unable to see details and actions without a telescope, Li Miaoxian has been listening to his words these days.
Zhao Feng held one of her fingers and walked to the counter. He just likes the rewards of everyday navigation. Ah, I only like yours.
Loving someone is like wanting to speak but stopping, wanting to support but being indifferent, wanting to be close but distant, with much hesitation and helplessness. I didn't know what humble love was like before, but now I can see myself in this term. Perhaps the pain of being misunderstood is something others in the long river of history may also feel.
Do you still touch it? Zhao Feng reacted, feeling displeased. Do you want to bully me and find an excuse? Am I really that scary? What makes you think I would really cut off your hand?
Although there are rewards, he will not force it, nor will he destroy the respect between them for the sake of gaining some small share.
Zhao Feng wanted to feel the wind, and then the familiar voice in his mind sounded. Looking at Li Miaoxian's pretty face, Zhao Feng felt extremely helpless.
The coolness from the small knife on the back of his hand was still so captivating. Li Miaoxian didn't say a word. She opened the small compartment under the central control bar of the car and took out a small knife from inside. Furthermore, the navigation suggestions were very torturous. Before he could speak, the girl softly said, "I'll drive the car to the beach. I want to stay by the sea for a while. There are few people here."
Or perhaps she is more traditional in some aspects.
The summer song of Juzairo began to ring, like jumping notes of fluctuating waves.
It was like agile thoughts, cheerful undulations.
Li Miaoxian glanced over and gently took his hand, placed it on her own slender and fair leg, gently caressed it, and then gently said, "Do you know, if your hand had moved down even an inch, I would have cut it off." And Wang Qian was right. The men of the Zhao family are all afraid of their wives. The car slowly drove into the coconut grove and stopped on the beach, with no one around. Li Miaoxian glanced at him. Zhao Feng had not lived in the Zhao family for over 10 years, but the fear deep inside him still made him deeply respectful of a weak woman with a cold face. Watching the sea, accompanied by a beauty, with songs echoing. If he had brought young Manhwa out to play today, what to play and what to do would all be up to him. "Well, actually, I can play with your whole person for 100 years. Not long after, the smile of the waiter immediately brightened several degrees, bending lower at the waist. "Miss Li, please come this way, our manager is on his way, this is the VIP lounge, if you have any needs, please let me know."
Li Miaoxian waved her hand, and the waiter stepped back, standing quietly on the side.
Zhao Feng inquired with his eyes. The girl gently opened her red lips, "Bought more, spent more money here, it's normal to have this kind of treatment." Not long after, a middle-aged man with a refined demeanor entered the VIP lounge. After apologizing, he looked up and was amazed by Li Miaoxian's temperament and appearance. Zhao Feng clearly saw the kind manager's eyes tremble for a moment. "Buy 2 pairs of rings." Zhao Feng spoke, and the girl quietly leaned against him, not even looking at the manager who came in once. Li Miaoxian is still very willing to do things that can give face to her boyfriend.
Zhao Feng asked why.
"Accept daily navigation about the video proof that I am a rich person suggestion, now evaluating the impact on your post also, every meal is daily."
He has become numb.
Almost unscrupulous, all the vintage series, as long as she likes it. Zhao Feng silently takes out his bank card. "Fortunately, my mother gave me 10 billion yesterday. Please ask the young master for a recent photo of the Patek Philippe 1527 in the cabinet. Thank you for showing off." Li Miaoxian leaned on his shoulder, her voice slightly cold. "Don't look at your phone while walking." While being pulled by Li Miaoxian, Zhao Feng opened the short video app on his phone, Douyin. "Okay, please wait." 60 million.
just casually transferred over. There are also many reposts and collections. Of course, we also have ordinary diamonds, and we have a variety of gemstones like pigeon eggs for you to choose from. If you have any requirements, you can tell me directly. Okay. From perfumes, cosmetics, skincare products to watches, jewelry, and handbags. Then don't buy it. I don't like those high heels. I'll get you some red-soled shoes later. Hermes and Louis Vuitton. Li Miaoxian did not go in. Actual reward, 690,000 likes, 68 million in the end. The two of them didn't bring many clothes, just to shop now. Young master, is that golden piece in the lower right corner a whole gold brick? Why is it used as a footrest? Influential such a large amount. All address Zhao Feng as the young master and the old slave. All asking whether Zhao Feng needs clothes or accessories, where the maid's room is, whether he wants to live with a dog, and even more outrageous, inquiring about the young master's preferences for the gender of their partner. Rings, plain rings, engagement rings, and rings with inscriptions were all displayed. This is the same rose gold. Then, at the first moment, he saw the red 99 plus messages column. At this moment, the voice in his mind rang out again. Zhao Feng thought Li Miaoxian was extravagant enough when they last shopped at the supermarket. Miaoxian, why not buy 2 pairs? It's not good to wear such a big diamond ring at school. Plain rings have no decorations, simple round rings that are comfortable and lightweight. Zhao Feng found the netizens quite interesting. Okay, sir, this one is a 7-carat sapphire gold wedding ring. When did Li Miaoxian care about the luxury tax? Valentino. Strangely, Li Miaoxian just stood at the door of this store, seemingly not intending to go in. Suddenly, she turned her head and asked Zhao Feng softly, "Do you know this brand?" "I know." At that time, he was happily showing off and forgot about this matter. Zhao Feng hesitated almost for a moment, and he saw a text message from the bank on his phone. "All right," the girl responded, quietly watching Zhao Feng gesture with his fingers. It's not like he's at a loss. I dare not think about filming another million-level video. The reward was almost completed in the first instance. Over 30,000 comments. Several jewelry trays were brought over. Although the manager was surprised by Li Miaoxian's stunning beauty and her commitment to a young man at such a young age, he had seen the harsh realities of society, rich and poor, and ugly. Zhao Feng recognized this brand and had seen short videos of it. He remembered that the shoes and stockings were very famous and popular. Out of the blue, a simple daily video with car keys, a few watches, and the interior of the living room received 68,000 likes. The items purchased will be delivered to the hotel by the mall. It all started with Chanel. This amount of money was enough for Li Miaoxian to splurge in this duty-free zone. When Zhao Feng's legs were sore from walking, Li Miaoxian pulled him in front of a store. "I've seen it, young master, I've seen the world. Can there be 5 Lamborghinis in the whole country? Did the young master just throw the keys in the middle of a pile of keys?" Just saw this brand. Zhao Feng remembered that he had confronted someone on Douyin yesterday, and the system said that the views of the things he posted would bring him income. Today, seeing his woman pointing at products in the VIP lounge, she calmly said, this, and this are all unaffordable, except for those over there, except for the black bag, I want everything else. Sapphires refer to rare diamonds with excellent blue uniform precipitation in diamonds. Zhao Feng glanced at the details, an overseas account. Daily navigation suggests the host to continue sharing daily behaviors like this, all are likes and replies to comments. Then it was Gucci and Fendi. The young master's villa can be as high as 20 meters. What kind of sky-high house is this? 2 pairs of rings, bought, spending just over 3 million lightly. Zhao Feng felt a bit outrageous. I just posted a daily life. It was really just a casual shot. The photo was extremely blurry, but posting it made it seem like I was cheating you out of money. This couple looks like they are not someone he can afford to provoke. She said these 2 sections are directly supplied to her every season, the latest styles, the most classic styles. She basically has them all. Tax-free is just an excuse. It's just an excuse for Li to take Zhao Feng out to accompany her shopping. Please pay attention to your account, pulled Zhao Feng away. It startled him. Many rewards, a pair of platinum rose gold plain rings, exquisite and unique. Reward, 100 times the amount of likes in money exchange rewards, unexpected gains? The simple system, obedient hosts can make money, it really gives a lot. Zhao Feng clicked on the comments section with a curious mind. Endless comments like this. Only look at the wedding ring, don't look at the others. Zhao Feng lightly picked up a ring and compared it to Li Miaoxian's finger. Zhao Feng tentatively clicked back to the original video. An 11-carat platinum natural blue sapphire diamond ring, a pair, 1 for each person. Zhao Feng replied, leave anything above 10 carats, keep the plain rings, take everything else. When he returned to the hotel, he just took a few simple photos. They were more excited than me when they saw I had money. Some people were even more outrageous, not long after. This is just the beginning of shopping. Let go of this idea for now. After all, the luxury items just bought have been sent back to the hotel by the mall. It can be quiet now. Okay. Putting his phone in his pocket, he hadn't caught his breath yet when Lee Myoxian spoke. Just now, someone named Yang Minghua sent over a medical report. Do you want to take a look? It seems to be sent to you. I don't know why it ended up with me. Zhao Feng. Yang Minghua's medical report? Zhao Feng did ask her to do a medical checkup yesterday. Didn't he say to send it to Qin Yanlan since he wasn't around? Why did it end up in this woman's hands? Why did Li Miaoxian have the medical report in her hands? Why have these two women already colluded? Why should I, the head of the family, be bullied by her? It's okay, you help me take a look, I won't look at it. He still appeared calm on the surface, forced to get up every day for a morning run, otherwise he would be laughed at by the old man. Oh, okay, I'll talk to him. No trace. Hey, Wanning. Indeed, a boss with humanistic care. No sign of Zhao Feng. Li Miaoxian stood there a bit at a loss. Zhao Feng had already walked towards the parking lot with his back to her. It seemed quite surprising that Zhao Feng was so tough. She gently shook her phone. Is it to support poor employees to get health checks? In fact, she didn't want to deal with Zhao Feng's other women, including Bai Wanning and that little secretary. But she had to deal with it. What to do if they were sick? What to do if they were dirty? To manage or not to manage, it's a contradictory issue. Breathe gently. Here, I won't look first. Is Miao Xianjie with you? No, she's reading now. Then, expressionless, calmly said, if there's nothing else, let's go back to the hotel first. I want to lie down and rest for a bit, feeling a bit tired. Zhao Feng nodded, acknowledging her evaluation of himself. Just mutual respect. So she asked very carefully, to be a magnanimous man, you need to handle your own emotions well. If you lack taste, demeanor, and fairness, why should I, by wanting, entrust my future to you? The taxi in front is no longer visible. Yielded. Looking for Li Miaoxian? No way. Bai Wanning is not stupid. She just casually asked Zhao Feng about the medical report, without any intention of blaming him. Li Miaoxian now reacts unnaturally to certain words. Well, okay, I'll come over when you guys arrive in Jinling. Sister, did Zhao Feng make you angry again? Bai Wanning's tone was very careful, as if worried that asking like this would offend Li Miaoxian. After all, this was already inquiring or meddling in the affairs between Li Miaoxian and Zhao Feng. Each person had to reluctantly eat the oysters in the plate, as if listening to their own words. Now it seems that it's not entirely true. If it's good for oneself, eat it. If not, no matter who says it, it's not acceptable, not even if the God of heaven comes. He had always oppressed him, and he always wanted to find something to retaliate with. Not to mention he liked to casually pile up a bunch of brand watches, never looking at them during normal times, only wearing them when going out and needing them. He didn't like ostentatious glory, had his own inner personality, would be very kind and good to accompany you, except for forcefully uncovering things he couldn't bear. That was probably an ordinary evaluation of good and bad things by a man with his own judgment. But now, Zhao Feng felt he had lost face in his own eyes. No, he's fine. You can call him now, he's probably free. Li Miaoxian frowned. Feng, where are you? For some reason, Li Miaoxian felt that driving alone was no longer interesting, boring, lacking any agility, and just wanted to drive back to the hotel. Overestimating oneself, beauty is entertaining. How could a capable and ambitious person be infatuated with beauty alone? Hearing Bai Wanning's tone, Li Miaoxian was momentarily stunned. This kind of subtle emphasis couldn't explain how much Bai Wanning respected her, it only showed that this girl really loved Zhao Feng, and the focus of her question was on Zhao Feng's sense of happiness. He said he was going to rest at the hotel, he said he would come back with her because she didn't follow him, hesitated, he couldn't drive, so he took a taxi and left. The girl with thick glasses looked at the screen, smiled, and said, you two are angry, no matter the reason, she is your future wife. Zhao Feng, you should try to establish authority in front of your wife in your own way, instead of making a woman silently endure and feel lost after getting angry. I won't ask you for the reason this time, but next time, you better not let me find out, okay? She went to the bathroom. Maybe she was a bit more controlling here with Chen Yanlan, but after all, that was Zhao Feng's business, and commercial security should always be a concern. Silently, she followed without saying a word. Yes, but even if she's with me, I'll answer your call. Zhao Feng wasn't really afraid of his wife, he just didn't want to truly bully her. Lee, someone is not here. What's up? Hurry up, give the phone to Miaoxian. Connected. Very calmly, without a hint of hypocrisy or fear, Zhao Feng hung up and directly started a video call. Then let her answer the phone. Children who grew up in the wild outside, how could they have the same adaptability as those in a deep and large courtyard? Zhao Feng, an orphan for over a decade, who could he yield to? She parked the car, took out her phone, and called Qin Yanlan directly. You don't need to tell me about Zhao Feng's other women in the future. I won't target you in the future. I just hope you won't turn against us. The Zhao family can give you a lifetime of wealth and glory. Take good care of Zhao Feng's business. You are part of the Zhao family, that's it. He had already taken a taxi and left. It was just too shocking, making herself feel unreal. Holding a few shopping bags in her hand, Zhao Feng didn't even look back at her. The wives of wealthy families will never be foolish enough to compete for attention in front of men. They understand men's minds, sometimes being too obstructive. No matter how deep the feelings are, it's all in vain. Perhaps the medical report had shattered his image of her as an innocent and kind 18-year-old, making him angry and wanting to retaliate urgently. Her eyelashes were dense, and her temperament was icy. She checked her phone, but Zhao Feng didn't message her. Hello, Sister Miuxian. She suddenly understood that Zhao Feng wanted to go back to the hotel now. She sighed lightly, feeling a slight sourness in her heart. As the girl tried to follow, when she reached the side of the car, Zhao Feng was not in the passenger seat. Which beach has a restroom? Weren't we just there? Go back and find it now. Bai Wanning's voice was calm but slightly tense. Li Miuxian dialed Bai Wanning's number. She had never stopped him from going out to play for such a long time, nor had she ever inquired. Oh, that's great. Come and accompany him on the weekend. If I'm the only one with him, he'll get annoyed. The duty-free store staff had already started handing over the shopping results to the top floor service staff. After hanging up the phone, she called Zhao Feng. Li Miuxian's eyes were filled with confusion. She went back to the suite upstairs, not calling out his name, searching every room but not finding him. Are you still teaching at the summer camp now? I'm at the seaside, with waves. I'll take a picture for you later. Li Miuxian thought for a long time before slowly driving back to the hotel. She should have realized earlier that being able to buy tens of tons of gold for 50 yuan per gram, and buying an international top luxury brand for less than 10 pounds, was unheard of in her experience. She quietly returned to the master bedroom, undressed, and got into bed. Ha! Zhao Feng was stunned. The voice was clear, with a hint of severity. In the end, she sighed softly, you need to find a way, a good way, and rules are the lasting principles, more practical than emotions. Standing by the sea, Zhao Feng felt lost. The voice of Bai Wanning on the phone was harsh, and he had never thought before that two people in love relied not on emotions. He couldn't argue. After all, Wanning's father was also a role model, and she had mentioned having several aunts. It was hard to judge how to handle this matter. But he would pay attention. The two of us. After my dad knew about the situation, he didn't even want me to be with you anymore, but he didn't stop me later. He said it was his own karma. You have to be good. Sister Miuxian is very smart. Hua Xingzhao's family is also a well-known real estate developer. Such a large piece of land is enough for commercial development, and the beach resources there are also very good. Flying high in the sky, 9 out of 10 times, he had blown himself up. Dozens of bodyguards entered the coconut grove, not allowed to cut down trees, but building a house in the middle of the forest was still possible. This time, they came specifically to serve the young master of the group, and the efficiency they should have would be fully displayed. Alright, you've seen a lot, but I'm a bold person, and I really don't have the time to invite an immortal. Zhao Feng knew what he wanted to say, at most it was another round of boasting. The Li family is also an old player in commercial real estate. With such a large piece of land, they could get their hands on it no matter what. You say he has no style, playing big brand trends fancier than young people, say he has style, boasting about his youthful abilities like older people do. A coconut grove by the sea of almost 10 hectares has been marked out. The sea breeze blows the fisherman's hat trembling through the coconut grove, surrounded by a group of villagers. Yi is talking to Zhao Jichang. Alright, it's quite easy, you just need to put more effort into it. Once it's done, won't you also have a place for retirement? Zhao Feng smiled. The 4 bodyguards also nodded. For them, it was indeed not a difficult task. This bodyguard mission, this old man had already enjoyed with them, pointing to a piece of land outside the window casually. As for the surrounding villagers, anyone with a clear mind wouldn't stop you if you said you wanted to develop or compensate here. Just this? Choosing a location, I'm experienced. Back in the day when I was planting grapes in Bordeaux, France, it was like flying in the sky to choose a location, flying and drawing a map at the same time. That seemed, somewhat like guiding the country. Zhao Jichang didn't quite agree with this method of acting first and reporting later. But when he thought that it was his own son, Zhao Feng waved. Are you wearing swim trunks and sunglasses, leading 4 sturdy men out for a holiday standing beside him? Old man, for such a large piece of land, how much money do you think it will take to acquire it? Zhao Feng looked at the ground, asking casually. That was the backup team of the bodyguard group, following the direction of the helicopter. There's no need to find a patron, although our skills are not deep, we still have some abilities. Being able to worry for the young master is also our duty. Several Land Rovers were speeding towards this direction on the road in the distant village. Just develop a scenic area casually, operate for a couple of days, turn the seaside into your main villa, only sell homemade drinks in the small scenic area, 50 yuan per bottle. If it doesn't work out, there's nothing to see, this land will be where you live, just manage some relationships casually, and in the future, this land will slowly become yours. Zhao Feng remained silent. An hour later, the construction team arrived at the scene. However, Yu was right, this piece of land was indeed good, not far from the city, with extensive coconut groves and sea breeze blowing. Hua Shang's own team. The land acquisition officially began. All disputed boundaries are to be included. It's nothing, a small matter, just a few phone calls, not like developing a large piece of land in the city. Not arguing doesn't mean being foolish, taking a step back is advancing. Zhao Feng felt a bit sorry for himself. In the future, he will receive a little more care from a group of women. The reason is the natural coconut grove scenic area. After chatting for a while, a helicopter arrived shortly. He hung up the phone. Prepare for several kilometers of off-road driving. Yi took out a walkie-talkie from his pocket. Zhao Feng sat in the car, shaking his head and sighing that having money is good, having a background is also really good. There are tricks to it. Yi chuckled and patted his chest. Why fight so hard for that position, making it difficult for him? The walkie-talkie was almost smoking. Drawing lines, blueprints, logging, excavators, and road rollers entered the site. Isn't commercial development a good thing? What he feared most was by wanting saying the word unfair, he couldn't make it up to her, couldn't compensate, he could only slowly protect her in the future and prevent her from getting hurt. By Wanning's voice was clear, with a hint of innate confidence. Not to mention, just the road leading here will definitely be renovated or directly replanned. At this moment, he took out his phone to check messages. Zhao Feng, you have to understand, I'm not afraid of Miaoxian, I just don't want her to know that I'm involved in your affairs, influencing your decisions. Both of you are important women to you, why should I be afraid of her? Zhao Feng felt a warmth in his heart. Wow, great taste. This place has a high altitude difference between the land and the sea, you can see the ocean, and there are small hills behind, nice. Don't worry. Young people should always be carefree and unrestricted. He appreciates Zhao Feng's approach, but he finds fault with him for not being bold enough and making the area too small. The sea breeze continues. The plane landed, and Zhao Feng walked down holding a wine glass. Then they directly unloaded a round of caution tape from the car and each person was given a round to start marking the land. Zhao Feng wanted to argue. It's necessary. Okay, I understand. I won't tell her what you told me today. Second uncle gave him a glance. This kid never calls his old man, just keeps bothering himself, but at least he is considered an elder. In just a few minutes, looking down from high above, a large, irregular piece of forest was enclosed, with bright caution tape standing out. Before long, the steward came, nodded at Zhao Feng from a distance, and went to negotiate with Fu Gue. Young master, if we choose the land well, it will benefit future generations. According to the experience of our older generation, we should consult an experienced old man for advice on feng shui and geographical location. Land, start marking. Not to mention the actions of Hua Shang and the Li family in Beijing working together, although it was urgent, the necessary documents were prepared promptly. Upon further thought, second uncle's idea was quite good, saving the trouble of measuring the land step by step. You four, hold the ropes later on the ground, we will be in the plane, listen to our commands, mark as much as we instruct you to run. Sometimes calling someone uncle is not just for show, it signifies a true elder. Childless, he wanted to leave something behind in this world, but Zhao Feng took advantage of it all. The tourist attractions are coconut groves and coastal scenery, with the slogan released to the public being the first commercial attempt by Prince Hua Shang. It was rare that the old man didn't laugh, he made a serious commitment. Let's go, find a piece of land, I want to build a house. She didn't mention the matter of who arrived first. Zhao Feng was grateful for that, understanding that she didn't want to make him feel bad. Bai Wanning got up to pour water and casually sent a collarbone photo to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng and Bai Wanning sat in the helicopter directing. Li Miaoxian didn't send a message, but Bai Wanning calling him definitely had a reason. After cooling off for so long, it was time to go back. Who wouldn't feel sorry for his young wife? There are 2 more chapters in the evening. Thanks to the reader ZUZUU for the 500 reward. Thank you. Blessings. Li Miaoxian still lay there, feeling a bit helpless. The first time she had a conflict with Zhao Feng.
The air conditioning was a bit cold, so she wrapped herself tighter in the blanket. Reaching out to the side, the man was not there. Another wave of disappointment. She repeatedly checked her phone, but the man didn't reply to her messages. Li Miaoxian poked her head out from under the blanket, covered her skin under the collarbone with the blanket, picked up her phone, and dialed Zhao Feng's number. She just let Zhao Feng bully her once, giving him the opportunity to satisfy his desire for conquest and violation, trying to make up for her wrong move in the afternoon.
How about drinking some chicken soup to nourish your body?
She looked a bit listless.
The strong yet slender muscles, slightly tanned, still recovering from being exposed to the sun on the construction site. Zhao Feng leaned in.
Tired. I picked a piece of land nearby. We're going to build our seaside house. Just went to pick it out. Already marked the area. There was the sound of water in the bathroom. Great, if you like it, buy more, and also buy that. I won't be in my safe period for the next few days. Don't think about it in the future. Don't even mention it. We still have a life to live in the future. Of course, only those who are so talented can see it at the age of 18.
Every time he and Li Miaoxian get together at night, it's a stark contrast.
She had to remind him before he realized he had indulged for so long.
He went to the supermarket to take a look.
I'm too tired. Go back early to finish your meal. I'll be at the hotel. It took a long time before she spoke coldly.
Li didn't fall asleep in bed. Hey, Miaoxian, what do you want to eat?
Zhao Feng was also a bit tired, so he quickly called for food.
The bedroom light was a bit dim.
Calmly setting down the glass bowl, he undressed as he walked out.
In a daze, Zhao Feng's breath carried warmth.
Holding grapes and that big box, he returned to the top suite. Zhao Feng, you bullied me today. I will always remember. You better not give me a reason to find you.
Acting noble.
Walking out of the bedroom, he moved the box of things to the bed in the master bedroom.
You bought so much?
She was only 18. Zhao Feng touched his nose, turned and left. Refreshing and stimulating, so beautiful.
Indeed top-notch.
In less than half an hour, dinner was served. Zhao Feng arranged the dishes before going to find her. Her voice sounded like a girl's dream. In the future, she will correct her posture.
With the night sky hanging high,
Zhao Feng finally opened the curtains.
How could there be children? What's this, ultra-thin 101? He didn't quite understand. It was all recommended by online friends. Zhao Feng was stunned, lightly tapping her. It's time for business. Like being aloof, like being indifferent, like being cold? Well, can you still maintain your composure now?
The girl disdainfully wiped the oil from her hand on his leg. Hiss, during this time, both of them were running around naked.
Miaoxian?
I'll let you bully me only this once. It won't be possible in the future, so cherish it. Next time I won't serve you like this. Remember this time, next time when Li Miaoxian's time comes again, don't let the girl remind you. Arrange it properly on your own.
The air conditioning temperature dropped. Zhao Feng didn't insist.
Zhao Feng suddenly woke up. Li Miaoxian looked very bad.
No other meaning.
It was almost necessary for Li Miaoxian to remind him a second time, before he understood. Zhao Feng met the eyes hidden at the edge of the blanket. Although Li Miaoxian's eyes were still cold, her eye sockets had turned red at some point.
Li Miaoxian got up and lay down.
But she wasn't sure how Zhao Feng wanted her to respond.
She picked up a bottle of ice-cold cola and gulped it down fiercely.
It's so uncomfortable wearing this. It seemed like she was on the verge of a storm. Zhao Feng didn't say anything. He looked up at the ceiling.
Let me tell you, when I return to the capital, I will tell Auntie, don't be too happy too soon. Can I not wear it?
Looking back now, the young man was really amazing. Of course, first and foremost, he was amazing. After making the selection, he stood at a distance and had the bodyguard buy it, directly buying a box, about 200 to 300, enough for this honeymoon.
Hopefully not being deceived.
Don't go too far, Zhao Feng. How can I bear so much? How can I bear it? After selecting a few boxes of grapes, Zhao Feng first opened his phone to see how much it would cost to buy a large quantity of top-grade raincoats.
You better not make a mistake, you dog of a man.
Zhao Feng took a deep breath. At least he responded, if he's not happy, let it end here.
I'll order food, you rest first.
Zhao Feng walked out of the bedroom with a joyful step.
Li Miaoxian came over in silence, turning on the bedroom light.
You can, but it will break, and I will take it away and throw it to the dogs. Pushing the door open, there was a pale and listless girl in the bathtub, with a slightly cold temperament, one hand playing with the flower petals in the bathtub, the other hand pinching a grape to feed herself.
Miaoxian, you don't look too good, go to the hospital.
Her voice was very cold. Okay, Miaoxian, don't extinguish the passion all at once.
Are you hungry?
Okay, I'll be back in a moment. It seems they have grapes you love over here.
I'm buying them.
They said it's a special breed called Sun Rose, green with a hint of yellow.
I tried it, it's quite delicious. Can't say it's black, just slightly brown. Where are you?
Li Miaoxian's voice was cold yet concerned. Li Miaoxian was momentarily silent when he asked her if all these ifs were directed at her. In this matter, he could still distinguish between priorities.
I'm not wearing clothes.
Actually, he was still reluctant to be constrained. The sensory experience through a layer of plastic would definitely decrease significantly, but there was no other way.
Both are fine. Do you think these are enough? Zhao Feng asked.
Her eyes were already very indifferent, as if doing such a thing made her regret deeply, and she was unwilling to face Zhao Feng now. Fortunately, she finally breathed a sigh of relief.
This could also be considered as the self-cultivation of an outstanding man. Body. Hoof. Back to the hotel.
Before today, Li Miaoxian's red lips could only be used for kissing, nothing else.
Rest well. How about having something nourishing? I think black chicken soup is similar to sea cucumber. What do you think, darling?
I want to taste the grapes you bought first.
Fine.
Not to mention Li Miaoxian, a young girl.
Zhao Feng looked down her neck, which was covered by the blanket.
First, take out 2 bunches of grapes, put the rest in the refrigerator, wash them, and bring them to the bedroom in a glass bowl. Zhao Feng took a long time to react. Honestly, in such matters, it still depends on voluntary participation. Some are truly unable to pass that mental barrier. The girl spoke softly, "It's okay, but I need some time to recuperate slowly."
You're a jerk too. Okay, I have no experience.
By the way, how should this be used? He turned his head to look at Zhao Feng.
Have some grapes. He spoke gently and sat on the edge of the bed. He was also a bit hungry. It's 9 o'clock in the evening now. Are you angry, Miaoxian?
He quickly leaned over. Li Miaoxian is only 18 years old. Early childbirth would cause great harm to a woman's body.
The girl's indifferent voice. It could be fatal.
The bowl of grapes was also gone. The bodyguard attracted a lot of attention, buying a large box with many small boxes inside, 200 to 300 in quantity, making the female shop assistant's eyes shine.
Another chapter, you selfish jerk. Do you only care about your own feelings and completely disregard mine? Li Miaoxian questioned him. The question sounded a bit weak.
It was just a matter of twisting him 100 times on his waist. Unfortunately, she was too weak now and had no strength. Zhao Feng fed her grapes one by one. Although Li Miaoxian came from a privileged background, she never peeled grapes when eating them.
Your own things, don't you have any idea in your heart?
She threw the plate on the bathroom door, after which Zhao Feng escaped first.
A doctor-turned-hacker female tycoon, she was a talent in her own security company.
After adding the contact information, Zhao Feng directly sent the 2 medical examination reports.
Thank you for your support with the monthly votes. Zhao Feng couldn't help muttering softly, dogs really can't eat it. Is this edible?
Hey, boss.
Alright, it's getting late. Good night everyone.
Did Ma Xiaoyu go to work?
Did he treat himself and his good brother well? Details of Yang Minghwa's medical examination report. Remind me? Miaoxian, girls should be gentle.
Zhao Feng frowned deeply as he read this.
There was a moment of silence in the air. Call Chen Yanlan and ask her to come over. I need to rest for a few days.
I still want to eat that, Feng, that fish over there. Yes, remove the bones and clean it. I want to eat a whole one. No, it can't be too cheap for you. I want to eat 10. Chen Yanlan sent him many messages that day, all of which he needed to take a look at.
A loud noise.
Just 3 minutes later, he replied, no hereditary diseases, no skin diseases, good health condition, no need to mention abortion and pregnancy records, because the hymen is intact and shows no signs of repair. Your secretary, every time I see her, she is in black stockings, high boots, tight skirts, light-colored skirts, sometimes with red high heels, perfect waist-hip ratio, great figure, good skin, and a pleasant voice.
I feel my heart racing for you. Zhao Feng, get out of here now. Go far away. I'm in pain.
Yes, a female master, with strong network and computer skills, and she used to be a doctor.
Translate it into adult language, can you? As soon as he approached, a voice came from inside, you dog, come and serve me the food.
So you like cleaning, huh? Fine, in a couple of days you will be directly appointed as the manager of the logistics department, and you can clean up your own mess. Just say it out loud. The 2 of them were around the bathtub. Ma Xiaoyu is still the coffee machine administrator, responsible for the daily power supply and disconnection of the coffee machine, plugging and unplugging the plug.
Get me her contact information. Come on, baby, open your mouth, lobster, just eat one obediently, you won't be able to eat more. Li Miaoxian's eyes were already murderous. Zhao Feng's eyes lit up. Are you still maintaining that lofty and ethereal demeanor with all this nonsense? Now she can't even pick up a weak grape.
In his spare time at night, after saying goodnight to Bai Wanning, he started to work a little.
There is agricultural seed breeding. The seeds he exchanged from the system have been planted by Chenyenlan, luxury jewelry, Bulgari jewelry, hotels and tourism, Bulgari, security company, modeling agency. All in all, he has achieved success in his career. At least he is a person with several companies. 2 things. Chat with Chen Yanlan for a bit, say goodnight, and leave. The cold water splashed on Zhao Feng's face. No, I want to eat that green lobster. Zhao Feng put down his chopsticks and started peeling the shrimp. Zhao Feng sighed lightly, stop throwing things, I'm next to you now, you can hit me however you want. Come on. He could have just guarded the coffee machine and done nothing, but he still smiled and took the initiative to clean up. He leaned against the bathroom door and listened for a while. If you're uncomfortable, you can tell me, loudly. Can't you be a bit more gentlemanly? Can't you be a bit gentler? Hua Feng Group, his own. What's strange about this young man is that during work hours, he cleans the 4 floors of the office building rented by the company. Bang! He had to put all the food back on the cart, set it up by the bathtub, and serve it with chopsticks. I'll show you. Hurry up and come in so I can hit you, or I'll get angry. If I get angry, you won't be able to touch sister again, sister won't let you touch her again. Being able to slam the door and curse loudly means she was indeed hungry just now. Call Wang Taizhu. The things she arranged had already been methodically taken care of. Alright, but you need to clean all the spines of the 10 fish, take them to the hotel entrance downstairs for the dog to eat. If the dog doesn't eat them, then you can. Zhao Feng's expression was serious as he told her, Niaoxian, how many honeymoons does a person have in their lifetime? If you want to rest, I'll accompany you. Do you doubt my feelings for you? Despite saying that, Zhao Feng did not open the door. Chen Yanlan was quite concerned about this matter. She had people pay attention to Ma Xiao, and found that this young man ate a lot during lunch, the appetite of 3 people. Zhao Feng took a deep breath outside the door. Taizhu, does that security company have professional talents in data analysis, information analysis, and retrieval, those kind of high-tech experts? Or those with high education in data understanding will do? Alright, after the honeymoon ends, you will start school, and I will also return to your school to continue my studies. When we are at school, treat me as a stranger senior sister, studying hard is the right path. Yang Minghwa's medical report, all the data were related to gynecology, while genetic diseases, heart diseases, skin diseases, and others were on another sheet of paper. A soft and indifferent questioning, no harsh tone, only a light questioning. You jerk, I will call my aunt now, and I will have my mom call you. Get ready to explain to your mother-in-law. Fine, Zhao Feng was originally thinking of Princess carrying her to the dining table to eat. Alright, some things Li Miaoxian can let go of verbally, but he must keep himself clean. Finish the work. Not interested in other things, let her decide on her own, and then Zhao Feng needs to find an opportunity to handle her quickly, tie her to himself, manage billions of industries, can't afford to slack off, right? Don't be too sympathetic. Cleaning up? As expected. Hurry up and give me. Okay, give me 5 minutes. Bang! Another sound of a plate hitting the door. Has Ma Xiao guessed it, or does he have a premonition? Besides himself, could there really be someone else arranging such an easy job for him? There is always a slight possibility. Let's not talk about this matter for now. Is it difficult to admit that your man is very powerful? Also, pack up and take one home, all within the company's benefits. The enchantment of the enchantress. Li Miaoxian couldn't help it, her hand directly twisted around his waist, wishing to slice Zhao Feng's waist apart through the flesh. He really couldn't understand the content on this paper. Zhao Feng was a bit dissatisfied. Well, senior sister is a good senior sister. Well, Feng, I love you the most, come quickly. No, this is our honeymoon, you can't find a substitute. Right, there is a group, adding up can also work. I can listen to everyone's opinions. New person, new book, thank you for your support, thank you. Zhao Feng touched his nose. He really couldn't guarantee whether this woman would make a move on him. Judging by her level of anger and embarrassment today, entering now would most likely successfully attract firepower. Miaoxian, be gentle, don't throw things around? Why should I be gentle? Do you have the nerve to say that? Through the door, Zhao Feng could hear the resentment. Fortunately, she didn't continue throwing things. Then you should save some energy, you need to rest later. Later, his clothes were always handled by Li Miaoxian, custom-made clothes, no brand, no logo, just a Zhao family emblem on the collar. Strangely, although the hotel's garden was a bit of a distance, if it was for a morning run in the garden, why not jog directly from the hotel to the garden, instead of taking a car for a few hundred meters and then getting off to start the run? Second master seemed to be used to it. Zhao Feng walked over, picked up the teacup and drank it all, said thank you, and with a bit of luck, he leaned his head downstairs. From afar, he could see second master waving at him on the ground.
She remembered clearly, in the afternoon, it was because she intervened in his affairs that she was severely bullied for hours.
Alright, as long as you say so, second master. I think you can use a different word, like mighty and powerful, even on a honeymoon vacation. In the entertainment industry, a few directors that my aunt introduced me to, wasn't it about that actor's debut last time? Who knew my aunt would make a big deal out of it? A few directors.
After washing up and changing into a robe, Zhao Feng finally saw Li.
All clean, put on the robe first. She didn't react.
Now Zhao Feng asked her again.
Early morning.
A man with ulterior motives, looking for reasons to bully others. The clothes are quite comfortable. She had no choice but to take that piece of clothing when she came over yesterday.
What bureau? Second master's face was not as flushed as a young man's when he was jogging in the morning, showing more energy than an 18-year-old.
Just as he closed his eyes, Zhao Feng saw the calm and contentment on his face, as if he looked like this every morning when he went jogging. While she was talking, Zhao Feng pushed the door open.
Still angry?
When she tried to throw away what she was holding, Zhao Feng grabbed her wrist. "You've made me uncomfortable, you dog of a man." They walked out of the hotel lobby
to meet the dreamland.
At this point, the two finally had the leisure to look at the night view outside the window. The hotel was on the 36th floor of a high-rise building, offering a distant view, with the faintly glowing area in the distance likely the ocean.
No intention to shake Zhao Feng's position.
"Go to sleep." Zhao Feng reached over and helped her pillow her arm. She didn't wake up, too tired. The punch she just threw was just a subconscious act of retaliation. After all, she was still feeling unwell. Clearly setting traps and repeating them, trying to make her repeat the same mistakes, but Li Miaoxian was not someone who easily forgets. Zhao Feng hugged his treasure and went back to the bedroom to sleep. Poof! She raised her neck, letting Zhao Feng wipe away the water droplets on her neck. Just as he was about to fall asleep, his stomach received a heavy blow. Second master pointed at him with two fingers. "Hey, making money in the entertainment industry by investing in idols is no small matter. It's just a few directors, let's go together." Her outfit today was very conservative. The girl's face was close to his chest, intimate, gentle, safe, and content. After unilaterally declaring yoga pants as stockings, it was another great invention. If it weren't for the impressive process, she would have to sue Zhao Feng for domestic violence. "Get out of here, you dog of a man, go and have someone get you another room, stay away from me, I can't stand you now, if I see you, someone will die." Bang! He felt his stomach trembling. Zhao Feng completely lost his sleepiness. This was something to be guarded against. Just like how he greets several women every morning when he wakes up. "I'm tired." This was probably the indescribable satisfaction and daily joy given by the fixed ritual in life. "Miaoxian, where are my clothes?" 10 o'clock at night. Wearing long pants, a plain white t-shirt, hair tied in a ponytail, full of girlish charm, only the demeanor on her face remained the same as usual, cold and aloof. The four bodyguards outside still wore flashy and colorful clothes, their demeanor and attire mismatched, but with a touch of rustic charm, making them more down-to-earth. He had not interacted with people in the circle. Theoretically, capital should be at the top of any circle, but being young, there were inevitably things he couldn't handle. Zhao Feng asked, "There's a dinner party recently, will you go, second master?" Zhao Feng was also a bit tired. In the future, when sleeping, if conditions permit, wear a metal bitter tea. After waiting for half an hour without any movement from her, Zhao Feng closed his eyes again. Zhao Feng turned his head and stopped asking. The car arrived at the garden, just starting the morning run. Wearing a robe and slippers, he went downstairs and poured a glass of red wine at the elevator entrance. At noon, there's a need for temporary processing and cutting. Li Miaoxian's waist follows the curve of the yoga ball, arching to an exaggerated size. Her pubic bone and slender waist are very eye-catching. Zhao Feng pulled her out of the bathtub, holding a towel to carefully help her dry off. The girl was quiet, staring blankly out the window with a cold expression. No retort. This also involves drinking a glass of red wine and boasting. Li Miaoxian hummed lightly and stopped. The morning yoga stretches, this woman never slackens a day, except for that first day. Daily reminders for morning runs. When Zhao Feng got up, there was still no one beside him. When will the clothes be delivered? I wasn't asleep. Zhao Feng weakly explained, she was already asleep. She would deliver a heavy blow in her sleep and even speak clearly in her dreams. Today you really showed me your ability. She shook her head gently. No, you are not human, you are a beast, and even beasts are not as brutal as you. Alright, calm down for a moment, I was wrong, but you shouldn't punish me like this. Washed, nothing to wear. The maid's car door opened. Zhao Feng got in, and the second master was already sitting inside. The girl breathed steadily, more likely to be asleep. Well, what else can I do? Who do you think is in charge at home? Zhao Feng endured the pain and remained stubborn. Li Miaoxian's eyes flickered, carefully placed the plate, then gently hugged Zhao Feng's waist, reached out a small hand, and twisted it fiercely on his waist. Your snoring is so loud, Feng, I can't sleep with your snoring. Zhao Feng glanced at the robe on him and the slippers on his feet. It's fine for the second master to manage the business. After a brief thought, for Yang Minghua, and for his future connections in that circle to make money, he still had to give face at this dinner party. After the morning run, the second master said he wanted to check on a piece of land, and Zhao Feng didn't follow. The old man's industry was probably also managed by his mistresses. In life, there are a few good girls to get along with, which is quite comfortable. Li Miaoxian made a phone call. The morning routine, having breakfast together. They arrived at the top floor of the hotel and boarded the plane directly. On the small square table in the courtyard, breakfast was served. Sure. That's right, I ate rice for a month. And then when I wanted to eat rice, I searched everywhere for that dog. Mad, that dog was scared of me and ran away when it saw me. Later, the neighbor couldn't bear to see me trembling every time I went to find that dog, so occasionally they would send me some rice or something. And then, I went to school, and Grandpa left too. There's also a yard next door that's well maintained. We can stay there for 2 days. It's better to keep such a good natural landscape. If there's any development, it should be done abroad, they don't cherish it there. Opening the door, giving a gentle kick to the little yellow dog at his feet, not letting it bark at Li Miaoxian and the two of them, the old lady naturally took the gift from Zhao Feng's hand. Is the handsome guy the girl's boyfriend? Then the dog's owner came, forcibly took the dog away, and specially took me to the store to let me choose what I wanted to eat, and he paid for it. The old lady scooped up a ladle of water and placed it by the sink. Li Miaoxian bent down and reached out her hand. The old lady rinsed her fair hands with the water in the ladle, and then Zhao Feng's. Why don't you walk properly? The helicopter headed straight out of the city. Look, its teeth haven't grown well yet. The smile on Zhao Feng's face slowly faded, replaced by calmness. Miaoxian, why don't you have any white hair on your head? They arrived at a house. Breakfast was still warm, with finely chopped seafood porridge, cucumber and tender vegetable hearts seasoned with lime, a plate of crispy small dried fish, papaya strips, and chili stir-fried bacon. Zhao Feng quietly opened his phone to check the rhythm. Are we going to live a self-sufficient life, with men farming and women weaving, hunting and foraging, or should we go to the seaside to see if we can fish? Still saying no, what's with that expression on your face? Let me tell you, when I was only 5 or 6 years old, that big dog was even bigger than me, damn near chased me to death. I wasn't even scared at the time, just to avoid getting bitten and having to get shots, I forcefully grabbed its mouth tightly. Damn, the struggle was real, I now feel like a real man. There are fish in the pond in the yard, can we eat these fish? By the way, Miaoxian, can you cook fish, or seafood will do? A dog barking sounded, followed by footsteps, then the door opened. Zhao Feng drove slowly, following the direction pointed out by Li Miaoxian. Grandma's voice had a bit of an accent, but it was clear, she called herself a handsome guy. Zhao Feng, yes, Grandma. Damn, your hands are so soft. The village was still a bit misty in the early morning, the yellow dog barking after the car woke up many families from their sweet dreams. Zhao Feng accelerated away from the scene of the crime. Yes, he was driving. I've been bitten before, but I'm really not afraid of dogs. His voice trailed off. Li Miaoxian remained silent, gently tucking her hair that had fallen down, turning to give him a mysterious smile. Hee, the owner of that dog at the time couldn't have imagined. I carried a bag of rice, at that time I ate nothing but rice for a month. Li Miaoxian stepped forward and knocked on the door of the house. Li Miaoxian tidied up the house, then boiled water and made tea. Li Miaoxian squatted down, clapped her hands lightly, and the little yellow dog ran over. Li Miaoxian sat down beside him. Yesterday he took more than a dozen photos and recorded a 2-minute video about Li Miaoxian's shopping results of 10.37 million yesterday, including 2 pairs of rings. He was going to post another short video with a catchy rhythm. A grandma in her 50s. Zhao Zhichang had already sent his driver's license over. Li Miaoxian listened attentively. I'm worried that the dog will come and bite you. You go ahead, I'll watch from behind. Zhao Feng was fearless in the face of danger. And then? The garden was fresh and fragrant. Fortunately, this village had not been discovered by developers, otherwise such a beautiful landscape resource would definitely be destroyed, and once developed, it would earn at least tens of billions in a year. Tens of billions? Seems a bit much, maybe I can develop it myself, my family seems to be a famous developer. Zhao Feng stopped his thoughts and enjoyed his breakfast in peace. Seeing Li Miaoxian's grandma being very enthusiastic. You ate rice for a month, you're so beautiful. Then after he stopped, he reached out and held her hand, walking along the path towards that yard. Your clothes will arrive at noon. I think we might need a small electric scooter in this village, what do you think?
Zhao Feng was stunned. Come, breakfast is ready. There's also a handsome guy, very handsome. Wash your hands often. She stepped aside, and Zhao Feng saw that the yard was very large, very clean, with a clear pond and several unfamiliar flowers. The yellow dog was happily running around in the yard when it saw strangers. Now it seems that Li's aesthetic and artistic enjoyment level is very high. Come on, wash your hands and have a meal. Li Miaoxian stopped in her tracks, couldn't help but laugh, reached out and gently pulled Zhao Feng's face with her finger. Miaoxian, can this fishing net be worn as socks, like those nets online, with large, medium, and small mesh fishnet stockings? Next time don't bring anything, I'm here alone, it's a waste if not used. I'm 18. The girl held the key to another yard in her hand, lightly swinging it. If you have something to do, go back to the city by yourself. Anyway, the plane is only 10 minutes away. If there's nothing, stay with me these days. He had no experience in honeymooning, but the beach next to this village was clean enough, the sea water was clear enough, anywhere was fine, as long as it was a beautiful place. She pulled Zhao Chen down to squat. The taste buds were stimulated as never before, and he still tasted the joy of delicious food in this breakfast. After eating, Grandma chased the two of them away. She liked peace and quiet. Zhao Feng did taste a different breakfast flavor. Zhao Feng walked while looking back at the little yellow dog that had been following them. He had a feeling that the dog would suddenly come over and bite someone. Are you afraid of such a small dog? Why are your hands still so smooth and delicate? It seemed that Li Miaoxian and he arrived just in time for breakfast, which was still warm. How is that possible? Helping him tie the belt of his robe, serving him food, and then chatting with the old lady in the local accent. Zhao Feng and Li Miaoxian took their leave. Wait, it's not far ahead, be polite. I had breakfast at the lady's house before, we met then. I messaged her yesterday, saying we would come for breakfast. Oh. The car stopped. Zhao Feng carried a box, a common gift but a specialty of Jinling. Have you ever been bitten by a dog when you were young? The girl asked softly. Otherwise, he couldn't resist the urge to make a fortune. Yes, don't speak for now. Okay, Zhao Feng responded. Okay. Alright, let me tidy up the house first. Outside the village by the beach, the two got off the plane and changed into a small convertible, leisurely driving into the village. No. The girl got up and walked away. What did you buy? No, can you mock properly? What does that smile mean? Are you mocking with sarcasm? The last time he made a lot of money from the views. This time, Li made a lot of shopping gains, which should set a new record. Li's membership points at major luxury brand counters had already reached a terrifying number. She never needed to wait for goods, she was always the first. Prices were just a string of numbers in her eyes, except when there were more zeros, making it look more plain. She never cared about the original price of the things she bought, as long as they were useful and good. For example, a dirty clothes basket costing over 4,000 yuan was used at home for throwing garbage. Bookmarks made of non-precious metals costing over 800 each were used to support the wheels of a jewelry cabinet to prevent movement. Making the most of things, she never wasted money. She had received several toilet brushes, which were now gathering dust in the warehouse at home, and that stick was still the classic Hermes orange. Those big boxes from yesterday, buying one of them could get you a small calf. With a simple title, Daily Fatigue. Recently, she hadn't felt much. Despite shouting like this, Zhao Feng still found Grandma's house while carrying a flapping chicken. Although it was the daily navigation of a rich young master, if everything was satisfied with money, it did lack some self-satisfaction from doing things oneself, which was important. Whenever he hesitated for a second, Zhao Feng was disrespectful to them. In the afternoon, he took his girlfriend to the seaside, rented a small boat, found a secluded cove, and fished until dark. Excitedly walked into the bamboo grove. Just by putting the packaging box in the picture, it looked very bright, with a strong smell of money. And that makeup and beauty technology really gave people the chills. Money had almost made him numb during this period, consumption had become tasteless, and there was no longer the excitement and satisfaction of the beginning. The villagers were really warm. It took him a long time to find a suitable bamboo. If this were in ancient times, as an old bachelor, how would you have the chance to see these things? Just enjoy it secretly. Accepted with pleasure. Very socially beneficial. A bit tricky. Show a little more, save a penny on the dowry, and the viewing area exceeds 95%. So, in the 15-minute daily dowry savings segment, enhancing the appreciation of aesthetics and human body art. No money? The little yellow dog seemed to have seen the consequences of the chicken Zhao Feng was holding in his hand, and it probably knew it would have a meal of chicken bones to eat, wagging its tail obediently and following along. The bamboo was split open, the tangled roots and branches were scraped away with a sickle, testing the flexibility,
which was great, and then the thick roots were shaved to a comfortable thickness that could be gripped by hand. That's what they say, but the beauties on the internet are always packaged to look like what men like to see now. I'm only 18. He seemed to know why Li Miaoxian brought him here and didn't let second master accompany him. He saw a girl yesterday, oh my goodness, her legs were longer than Li Miaoxian's, too fake. Of course, he also took some detailed shots of the hotel's presidential suite. Zhao Feng confirmed again. Zhao Feng was deeply moved. I'm messing with your mood and cultivation. It's settled, 1.5 red bills. He couldn't sit still, always wanting to find something to do. When he was poor before, he always thought that when he had money and better living conditions, he would spend more time reading books and improving himself. After sighing, Zhao Feng excitedly looked around for a week. No one saw. Miaoxian, set up the fire, set up the fire. Snap. It's time to go home. He started to dig with a sickle, estimating that it would be better with the bamboo roots, with a tight handle that could be gripped. Hold your breath. Zhao Feng slowly picked up the cup of tea, took a sip gently, steadied his mind slowly, wanting to cultivate himself from the extremely pleasant atmosphere, brewing some delicate emotions. He sighed quietly, have some fun. Zhao Feng posted a set of 12 photos as a new Douyin work. School starts in 5 days. Li Miaoxian packed up, moved a chair to sit next to Zhao Feng, holding a book, reading quietly without any movement. If this continues, he will really become a second-generation fun-loving person. Grandma refused Zhao Feng's lunch invitation and told him there were coconuts there. Work hard to provide for oneself. She is actually a little jealous, although she looks cold and indifferent on the surface. Zhao Feng received timely information from the counselor for the start of school. So troublesome. Damn, now that he's not short of money, he can't even read a single sentence of that stuff. Now his mind is full of 3 words, have some fun. Uncle and Aunt's coconut grove can go in and pick a few coconuts for free. Holding the chicken, followed by the little yellow dog behind, they walked towards the coconut grove. Fortunately, Grandma took him to the chicken owner's house smoothly. What you see with your own eyes may not be true. Only someone like Li Miaoxian, who doesn't need makeup in daily life, doesn't need to remove makeup, just applies a light lipstick, is a true beauty. Zhao Feng didn't pause in his actions. Why should I, at a young age, learn to be like a lady from a prominent family, or be unfulfilled, frustrated, and disillusioned in middle age? Zhao Feng exited the page and officially chose his own Douyin ID title, Garfield's Happy Life, flower emoji. It's time to start recording his daily life seriously, but not too seriously. On the way back from the bamboo forest, a plump and agile chicken walked slowly in front of him. Alright. Actually, the villagers had already figured out the purpose of this unfamiliar young man holding the chicken in his hand. Zhao Feng suspected that if he brushed a little longer, he would expose his big data personality preferences. He wouldn't criticize those suggestive videos, he would only encourage them. My evaluation is that it's really not as good as doing it yourself. If it weren't for the few bucks he earned from sharing his daily life, he might not have bothered to focus on this. The bamboo here is long, soft, and flexible, perfect for making fishing rods. Not cut off. This woman, she is really gentle. Zhao Feng immediately thought of the reward given by the navigation, delicious country village chicken. It may be from a villager's home. Exit the short video. Most of them are taken casually. Muttering about trouble in his mouth, Zhao Feng's legs had already walked over, and he quickly bent down, grabbing a chicken leg. Detected that the host is currently making a fishing rod, in a diligent and ungrateful working state. The daily navigation suggests directly paying from 1,000 to 10,000 yuan, purchasing a suitable fishing rod, fortunately, can still play for a few more days. And, the internet is all fake, there is a lot of depth in it. Click to send. Not very refined, even looks rough, sometimes even with ghosting, but it is this style of photos that look the most simple and unadorned, without much pretense, more natural. Getting up, Zhao Feng carried a sickle and went out to cut down a bamboo should be no big deal. Quietly watching, don't let Li Miaoxian find out. Coconut chicken, promoting local food culture, good thing, village chief. Everyone laughed, locals don't often eat this. Coconut trees are very tall. Zhao Feng, at 1.86 m, can't reach them. Fortunately, the sickle can be placed on a long bamboo pole. Bang bang bang, coconuts fall. Holding 3 coconuts and a chicken in hand. Not far away, there is a long bamboo pole with a yellow root. The two of them, Li Miaoxian didn't find it very troublesome either. Entering the entertainment industry is a good start. As soon as he spoke, Li Miaoxian knew what he wanted to say. Without changing his expression, he calmly said, I don't need it, my figure is already well proportioned. There is no particular preference now, that is just liking everything. Zhao Feng gently served her a dish in her bowl. Second uncle refused. Showing off is allowed. Not done yet. A good life starts with a girlfriend cooking daily. No, because my own estate is quite large, with abundant resources, I just want to try it out. Before he finished speaking, he met Li Miaoxian's eyes.
Come, have a chicken leg. Did you tell the villagers? Zhao Feng tilted his face back to drink juice. Zhao Feng didn't bring his phone. Never tried.
He dared to guarantee that during the dinners in the past few days, facing such a young, energetic young man like himself, those old graduates would definitely bring along some fresh young actresses.
Once they get his investment, those girls will soar. Try the mushrooms. Knowing but not revealing, a couple can still get along. Hunting, you see. I said.
Zhao Feng felt that the chicken leg was the least tasty part of a whole chicken. His mood was balanced. Before he saw Li Miaoxian only took a small bite of the most tasty part of the chicken leg and then put it down without eating it.
Miaoxian, why don't you make papaya?
When he finished cleaning up, Li Miaoxian came over, checked his results, and took his spoils to the kitchen.
The method is quite extreme.
Eat, come serve the dishes.
Li Miaoxian's voice rang out. Knock out with a stick, kill. Can you eat properly?
No, I fly a helicopter, it's very big. She thought the coconut chicken tasted really good, so she served Zhao Feng a small bowl.
Great. Zhao Feng quickly agreed.
Then it must be possible. To be honest, if those hotel chefs outside had 30% of your culinary skills, they would be able to. What she meant was, I have a great figure, and I'll beat you to death. Sitting on a stool, he began to make a fishing line with the fishing line from the fishing net. Well, having a boyfriend who was 100% safe in the relationship can indeed jump back and forth on the line of death.
Because it's not tasty. Just a very homely lunch.
Don't ask now, I'll answer you after eating, and take you to the pier to find a boat.
Miaoxian, when did you learn to cook? Steaming coconut chicken, dried bamboo fish soup, stir-fried mushrooms, garlic shrimp. No. Is your estate very large? Already feeling happy. She must not be able to find anyone. Investors like myself are the most popular.
Alright, if you want to show off your cooking skills, start now, I'm already hungry. But I heard that papaya is very good for girls' health.
Who are you looking for?
Okay, then I'll just say I can't make it. Remember not to forget about the game tonight. Go wash your hands first, look at your robe, it's all dirty, you really don't care about your appearance. The girl tightly fastened his robe belt.
He agreed with Li Miaoxian's statement, he was just seeking excitement in the cheapest way.
Zhao Feng understood what he meant, it's just that he didn't have anyone to accompany him during meals. Li Miaoxian was very scheming, she always cooked with only one chicken leg left intact, while the other was chopped into pieces, then let Zhao Feng choose which chicken leg to eat.
Isn't there a bit of concern for the workers' feelings? Don't want to eat the food I cooked?
No. After exercising, the meal tastes better, really, without the luxury ingredients, the simple and plain meal is even more anticipated. Li Miaoxian's cooking skills are not top-notch, but they are good enough to keep him eating non-stop.
Why, are foreign restaurants more expensive?
Zhao Feng leaned in closer.
It's very awkward to eat with young people.
Of course, he doesn't only like beautiful and good things, it's just that at the beginning, he's a bit restrained and needs some time to gradually become abnormal, with a wide range of hobbies.
Zhao Feng left Yi to eat here.
Okay. Zhao Feng boiled water, plucked the chicken, but when the chicken started flapping around after pouring hot water on it, he realized he hadn't killed the chicken yet. Fortunately, he was an orphan and not particular about such things.
This is very much like Li Miaoxian.
Young master, I'll take you back to the hotel. There's a dinner party, the developer's contractor invites you to dinner.
Zhao Feng happily went to the kitchen.
He was very close to himself, it seemed like he was.
Reminding himself that he still didn't have any clothes to wear?
He looked at the time, the clothes should be arriving soon. Zhao Feng washed his hands, then took out the chilled fruit juice from the refrigerator and placed 2 glasses on the table. The girl held a bowl in one hand and gently gripped the chopsticks in the other. Sitting next to him, the two were very intimate, to the point where a slight movement could be used to stab Zhao Feng's mouth with the chopsticks.
Very good. Does broad mean it takes a long time to drive?
Unable to speak out in anger, he could only silently remind, protein should not be exceeded either. Extremes beget opposites, for example, if you eat at night, you should eat less during the day. With a few directors, this group of wine bags and rice bags didn't make many good movies, but they were good at high investments, damn it, finding places for labor and management to vacation from all over the world. What made her frown was that Zhao Feng kept talking, but there was still a lot of food left in his bowl. Not large, but when a dozen estates are connected, it becomes vast.
The girl ate quietly, responding to Zhao Feng's incessant questions. When I was abroad. Then why haven't you been eating?
I don't know if it's because my aunt's face is useful, or because I, young Master Zhao, have a big face.
She picked up a mushroom and put it in her bowl.
I'll be damned, whether it's early or late, I'm here to experience life.
Zhao Feng frowned. Warned again, Zhao Feng lowered his head to eat.
Zhao Feng's smile froze on his face. There was a knock on the courtyard door. After opening the door, Yi stood outside with a smug look on his face.
I'm asking questions.
You see, the young man trapped in love is so delighted by a small promise from his girlfriend, just like a child deceived by an older sister at a glance. Where did you go?
Zhao Feng wisely stopped. Oh, so you know a lot from looking at the map?
Not doing anything productive, just indulging in what I like. People who know me, like Zhao Feng,
probably already figured it out. Eat slowly, no one is competing with you.
From afar, Zhao Feng saw Li Miaoxian standing next to the courtyard gate.
Wipe your mouth, then finish the juice.
Zhao Feng was thinking, should he also go abroad to grow grapes, with Li Miaoxian having such a large estate? Or just buy a piece of land directly and set up a scrap collection station? Always pretend to be happy about the promises given by a girlfriend.
No matter how small the promise, it should be taken seriously.
Nowadays, girls rarely sacrifice much for love, don't exhaust her enthusiasm for emotions. Even for someone like Zhao Feng, who lives a carefree and luxurious life. Not to mention you are just an ordinary, chauvinistic, fantasizing about a good life, single guy. She said she would take him out to the pier to find a boat. Originally she was also going to take her out like this. Before he could say it himself, Li Miaoxian had already spoken.
Why not just go along with it and satisfy her? Thank you, sis, I can finish this in a minute.
Li Miaoxian didn't say anything, washing dishes. Zhao Feng also helped, of course, only using one hand to help wash dishes, the other hand to help her take care of herself. With his hand on Zhao Feng's palm, these courteous gestures made by Li Miaoxian seemed even more elegant and natural.
She never says anything unnecessary.
After getting up slowly, Zhao Feng went to unplug the key to the electric scooter.
Have you prepared the bait? Just felt it was unnecessary. Supporting. Zhao Feng was still walking back, silently looking for earthworms or something.
Zhao Feng turned to look at her.
Lunch is over.
She is also a woman who knows how to fish. The breeze carried the salty smell of the sea, the electric scooter struggling in the sand, slowly making its way to the beach. Anything that requires a bit of fun, a bit of tools, damn it, all needs money to get advanced tools.
Zhao Feng silently withdrew his gaze, slowly loosening his toes that were twisted together. Damn it, she tricked him again.
In 5 minutes, a small yacht appeared in the distance on the sea, almost brand new. The sandy beach by the sea really made it difficult for him to discover.
No, and he hadn't even moved his fishing rod. The old man just now seemed to be talking about this road. Did you hear that?
Zhao Feng asked. Li Miaoxian remained silent. She didn't find Zhao Feng ridiculous, she just thought her boyfriend was still young, cute, and naive. Another 2 minutes, Li Miaoxian caught another fish. The yacht was not big, probably only able to accommodate about a dozen people, without a swimming pool, no docking space, only equipped with a small lifeboat and a motorboat. As for the loungers, sunglasses, fruits, coffee, snacks placed nearby, today, as the first day of self-sufficient vacation, they would not be considered. He saw Li Miaoxian sitting on the lounger, putting on sunglasses, casually holding a glass of juice, with a fishing rod within easy reach. Li Miaoxian sat on the rock by the sea, silently watching him, busying herself to catch a few shrimp. The girl glanced at him coldly, then cast her gaze elsewhere. Following her gaze, Zhao Feng saw the sea. Zhao Feng envied it, but unfortunately, it wasn't something he had caught himself.
Damn, this woman, didn't we agree to live a simple life for a few days? Why did she go to the sea so soon?
In 3 minutes, Li Miaoxian quickly reeled in the line, the fishing rod was lifted up, and Zhao Feng immediately stood up to the railing to look, a fish with a red tail. Then he pulled up the fish hook, the hook was still there, but the bait was gone. Zhao Feng let out a sigh, propped his bamboo fishing rod on the railing, baited it, cast it out with force, then slowly sat down, put on sunglasses, and picked up an orange from the table.
Eat. When Yi came at noon, he rode an electric bike. Slowly approaching on the sea was a luxurious yacht.
Li Miaoxian did not participate throughout, only wrapping her arms around Zhao Feng's waist when no one was around. The important thing was that several fishing rods were propped on the railing. A large bucket for fish was placed nearby, along with bait.
Although this would make him remember, why didn't she quietly prepare in advance?
When the time came, she could take out the bait, then stand on the high platform of wisdom, sagacity, and foresight to teach him a lesson. Zhao Feng stopped, only finding a few small shrimp, too big to use for fishing, let alone catching small fish.
Although it sounded like a command, what was the harm? Is this the place? One of the important roles of a girlfriend, when you are too busy looking down at the road, someone will silently help you see yourself and see the future. Screw self-sufficiency. The girl didn't mean to not answer.
Zhao Feng was not very convinced at the time.
10 minutes later.
Holding a homemade fishing rod, Li Miaoxian followed behind him with a small fish basket in her hand, her hair tied up in a quiet girl style. The two immediately locked eyes. It was not easy to catch small fish on the shore. At least let her know that they could have some shrimp for dinner tonight. Sneak a glance at the girlfriend. What a pity. And what she said about finding a fishing boat. Suddenly, Zhao Feng was stunned. She poured him a glass of water. The dream of owning a small electric donkey while living in seclusion in the countryside had also come true. You need to eat your fill to have the energy. Then she went to get Zhao Feng another bowl of rice. Take 2 steps forward. Li Miaoxian ignored him. Zhao Feng no longer thought about collecting scrap, and his various plans for life in the future would have to change slowly. After all, her delicate waist probably couldn't support her body. Peeling it was like chewing wax. The fishing vacation plan fell through, returning empty-handed after several days. Quite beautiful. Miaoxian, look, the boat is here. And he even suspected that when they left home, Li Miaoxian noticed that he hadn't prepared bait, but she chose to speak up only after they had reached their destination. Another 3 minutes, and he caught 2 fish. Li Miaoxian handed him a glass of juice and softly said, "Change the rod, the one you made yourself isn't working well, the fishing line isn't straight, and there's no float, the line in the water isn't bending." Li Miaoxian held her boyfriend's homemade fishing rod. The clip was high-end, with a combination of moon white and light blue. "I plan to catch some small fish on the shore now, to use as bait for fishing. The logic is that big fish eat small fish eat shrimp, right? I think the traditional fishing method of setting up bait in feng shui is not very effective. I still think." Li Miaoxian remained silent, sitting quietly beside him, watching him wolf down the bowl of rice. Approaching Li Miaoxian, he bent down and reached out gently, looking like a gentleman. "Very good." The girl frowned. All right, he wouldn't bother her anymore. She took out her phone and sent a text message. He wouldn't tell Li Miaoxian that he had actually forgotten about the bait. His response just now was to maintain a stubborn attitude, making himself look less embarrassing. Then he walked over to the horse's head not far away with the fishing rod and the small fish basket. Within half an hour, Zhao Feng witnessed his girlfriend catching 5 fish. Well, Li Miaoxian had been watching him all along, waiting for him to show a surprised expression towards her, but he still subconsciously looked at her reaction. Sent, the dream of labor and capital's retreat has ended. In the afternoon, the sun was not too strong, and Zhao Feng was still somewhat unfamiliar with the route. After all, it was his first time walking. But as long as you understand a bit of courtesy, walking on the road, calling out a few uncle and auntie, people will still tell you how to get there. At this moment, the system's voice rang out. At the door. Zhao Feng hesitated for a moment, showing a somewhat eager yet reluctant expression, striking a pose and picking up the bowl. Silence is better than sound at this moment. Zhao Feng can drive this car. With her personality, she probably wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Thank you for the rewards, thank you for the support. Good night, everyone. If you have any questions, you can ask in the group. Thank you. Daily navigation is at your service in real time. Detected that the host has thoughts of seclusion. Friendly reminder, this idea is not compatible with the life of the rich and extravagant, and does not match the content of the super rich plan. Daily navigation suggests that the host abandon unrealistic illusions, focus on the present, and be a solid and decent young master. Adopted suggestion reward. Temporary seclusion will increase lifespan. The current ratio is to extend life by 0. 3 days per day of seclusion for 1 day, extend life by 0. 2 days per day of seclusion for 2 days, extend life by 0. 1 days per day of seclusion for 3 days, reduce life by 0. 1 days per day of seclusion for 4 days, reduce life by 0. 2 days per day of seclusion for 5 days, reduce life by 0. 3 days per day of seclusion for 6 days. Zhao Feng stood still. Reward? Is this the daily navigation of the rich? Without giving or deducting money, playing it directly, you can only be a young master, and you are not allowed to do anything unrelated to high consumption and luxury enjoyment. After having money, Zhao Feng is not stingy with seasonings. It's a waste not to have a spoonful of Leia Ganma with such a good quality steak. Filling 2 glasses of red wine, she went to fry the steak, and Zhao Feng imitated the style of the water shop staff and made 2 glasses of lemonade. The force of pounding that steak in the bottle made her heart tremble. It's okay, the driver won't leave the cockpit, don't worry, even though it's open air. Li Miaoxian got tired of playing. Holding the steering wheel, she slowly shook her head, unable to resist the sight of her in a swimsuit. Zhao Feng hugged her tightly, the speed of the motorboat soared, the girl's hair touched by the fine beads of seawater, floating behind the sea breeze, with a hint of light fragrance. The pleasant time spent together was particularly beautiful. 230,000 likes, 16,000 comments. It would be impolite to continue, and she probably couldn't handle it herself. A whole afternoon. There was almost no hesitation. even though her attitude of letting him do as he pleased was very manipulative. Zhao Feng suddenly lifted the fishing rod. "You drive, I'll hold you. The life of a young master is my dream." Although it was the first time showing it to him, and he wasn't particularly impatient, Zhao Feng always felt that she didn't reach the level of joy and excitement she wanted. As for her neck, pretty face, collarbone, the sunlight hitting the deck under the awning made her skin even more radiant. "Feng, don't." Zhao Feng skipped these comments and opened the data of the new work. Being too conspicuous and assertive would make Zhao Feng feel a desire to conquer. Zhao Feng felt bullied and shouldn't have gone fishing with her. Zhao Feng stopped. Zhao Feng was eager to open the comments section, but Li Miaoxian stopped him and carefully looked at the set of photos Zhao Feng posted. "You seem more excited?" The girl calmly looked into his eyes, pretending not to see Li Miaoxian's expression of unfamiliar taste. Buzz, the motorboat broke through the waves and circled on the sea. Then she sat next to him, feeling a bit distant. She gently leaned on the man's shoulder. "I have something to do tonight." He took a breath. "Are you afraid of me?" The work released in the morning had already reached 99 plus. Li Miaoxian sat behind him, her arm tightly around Zhao Feng's waist. "Sunset. Are you complaining that I spend too much money? Are you coming with me?" Opening it up, the heat didn't diminish. With no one else around, she changed into her swimsuit. By Li Miaoxian. Zhao Feng stared at the water. Li Miaoxian wasn't usually proactive, although she didn't mind his advances, she would never let him touch her first. Instead of being unable to move when being bullied, it's better to act more gentle and dependent, satisfying the typical male ego, although Zhao Feng's wasn't very strong. Li Miaoxian was still wearing a white fitted t-shirt and jeans on the deck. These pants may not be as revealing as stockings, but both served the same purpose, shaping and showcasing the figure. Seeing the young master, I've seen the world. Originally out fishing. Also casually helped Li Miaoxian with a spoonful. Li Miaoxian glanced at him. Zhao Feng, looking at her with a frown, made her feel extremely unnatural, reminding her of the day he bullied her when she provoked him. The girl stood up and went to Zhao Feng's side, helping him lift the fishing rod. In front of him, she demonstrated in detail how to properly attach the bait and cast the fishing rod. "No, I need to sleep early tonight. You have to be home before midnight to accompany me. Today is like this, and it will be like this in the future. No matter what you do, don't come back after midnight." It seems that after the first video, he gained a group of loyal fans. Although, you can play for 3 days and come out for 1 day, maximizing the length of life. When Zhao Feng speaks, the corners of his mouth can't help but curl up, happy, and even happier. Okay. After playing for a while, Zhao Feng simply stopped and let Li Miaoxian sit in his lap. Okay. When the girl rode the motorboat, she no longer showed a gentle and quiet side. Even Zhao Feng felt that she was more carefree than himself, more daring, and more at ease in the water. He casually placed the fish aside, then reached around and hugged Li Miaoxian's waist, and the two lay together. 3 minutes later, they caught a fish. Although her face was slightly cold, her mouth slightly open, and her fingers trembling lightly. "It's okay, I think it would be better if you put on sunglasses, it gives a different feeling." Zhao Feng hugged her shoulder and leaned in gently. Steak, red wine, seasonal fresh fruits, honeymoon. Let him enjoy the freshness to the fullest. Being carried back to the deck by Zhao Feng, the nature has changed now. She likes her steak medium rare, Zhao Feng likes it well done. He said eating it rare can make you sick and cost more money. "So you're very gentle?" Zhao Feng gestured with both hands, indicating the force he was about to exert. Through the sunglasses, Li Miaoxian could see his gaze roaming over her swimsuit. "Feng, there's no one here." The posture made Li Miaoxian suspect if he also had a tendency for domestic violence. Then a boat came, the driver set the rhythm, leaving only the two of them on the yacht. Splash! After a moment of tenderness, ignoring Li Miaoxian still lying in his arms, he opened the Douyin short video app. Li Miaoxian said she could drive the yacht. Girls always have to fear their boyfriends in some ways. Children play, adults play, both play together. An unfamiliar fish was pulled out of the water. Zhao Feng stood up, changed to another fishing rod, imitating Li Miaoxian's actions, learning each step of her operation. "Alright, enjoying the delicacies of life. Is the young master still single? Can we not be so strict about gender?" Zhao Feng, already wearing floral green swim trunks and sunglasses, stood in front of the motorboat studying it, launched the motorboat into the water. The yacht sailed to a turquoise bay, where you could see the bottom of the water from the surface. Li Miaoxian let go of her hand. Li Miaoxian fell silent, sitting there quietly, trying not to show her presence. Zhao Feng took out a bottle of red wine from the wine cabinet and poured it into the decanter. Cold white skin, fair and shiny. "Thanks for the 500 reward from the bookstore, kneeling thanks, blessings." There is also a question from Li Miaoxian. Zhao Feng shook his head. "How could it be? buying casually. If you don't spend money, I have no motivation to make money. It's like today, if you stay in the village without spending money, I don't even want to think about industry.
Li Miaoxian took his phone.
Opening the first comment in the comments section, unexpectedly, it was from the official Hermes.
High-end aesthetics, ultimate tasting, artistic selection. This comment received 12,000 likes. Aren't they all high and mighty?
Li Miaoxian handed the phone back to Zhao Feng, wanting to see how Zhao Feng would respond.
How much is the fine? What if I don't wear it in?
Zhao Feng waved his hand.
Dare. If you dare, I dare. I just saw the little golden man in the front of the car you drove.
If you run away without paying, I will go and break the golden man on your car to settle the account. While following Zhao Feng inside, he told Zhao Feng about his determination.
Sure enough, Zhao Feng responded. Half an hour.
Of course, in our line of work, if we don't open for a year, we eat for a year when we do.
Playing is about momentum, heartbeat, and scale.
Zhao Feng's mouth kept moving, talking extravagantly. When Yi pressed a 99-story elevator, the doorman became nervous. When he saw that Yi wasn't just looking at the compliments, she relaxed. Zhao Feng patted his head. Your scale is too small.
When someone invites you to dinner later, order some expensive dishes, and you'll make it back, right? Why are there so few likes and comments this time?
Zhao Feng doesn't reject your marketing methods, but this kind of cheap behavior of looking down on people really deserves humiliation. Most people wouldn't say it, but Zhao Feng's words always have a kind of charm.
$500 for a meal, no matter how you look at it, it's worth it. Do you dare? It's fine, just record it. The doorman sighed, I'm just here to see you make a big deal. If you get cheated, it's on me. I definitely won't cheat you.
But the doorman stopped him. Li Miaoxian sailed the yacht back to the dock.
Look at your cheap look.
Think about it, whether it's a $20,000 dish or $20,000 in the end, it's all on you, right?
When she saw someone in the comment section saying, rich guy, give me 50 to go home, no money for the fare, Li Miaoxian's mouth curved up, giving the young man wealth and status, giving him the courage and power to speak out against the world. She didn't want Zhao Feng to become an internet celebrity like others, but she could accept him finding a place to post on moments, not for profit, just for something interesting. 500. Zhao Feng didn't really know this hotel with a single letter as its name. Bro, are you really short of money? If you're in trouble, you really should say so.
If not, I'll help you set up a crowdfunding campaign.
Sir, I'm going to be fine.
Shortly after, the two of them bought some fish and then bought some razor clams, shrimp, and small conch from the small market, all ready to eat a late-night snack.
Starting at 1,000. The doorman answered seriously. Let the official account go, don't come and pollute your own comment section. Online surfing ends here. The doorman frowned, are you paying? If you do this, I need to be emotionally prepared, not to mention, I need to charge more.
So, later, pretend you're a billionaire, and we'll act together to see if we can get a free meal.
You've seen that I'm not short of money, you can act casually. From now on, you're the heir to a billionaire's fortune, and I'm your follower. Don't read this comment. The doorman nodded, his posture gradually straightening, a kind of confidence showing on his face. Is that all?
Direct replies, the author replied directly without punctuation, just that simple word, with a snap, it was posted. Not bad, didn't waste my time watching for tens of minutes. Just like today, directly confronted the official account of Hermes Douyin. Zhao Feng is stingy not only to his girlfriend, but also to himself, willing to help others, and then she saw the follow-up. The netizens below increased normally, some still using the tone of an old slave, jokingly wanting to be friends with Zhao Feng. Some are born class monitors, listing the models, rarity, and prices of the items exposed in the pictures, and there are pure dreamers in the comments section, making wishes, wanting to achieve a certain kind of life through their own efforts. Zhao Feng will choose to reply with an encouraging emoji to these wishers. The gatekeeper no longer hesitated, just for your hard work, I'll do this job. Bro, actually, I recorded what you just said, and I've sent it out. It's not that I don't trust you, but in this world of chance encounters, people's hearts are treacherous, and I'm afraid you'll make me a scapegoat. Zhao Feng carried the seafood bucket, placed it in the back of Ku Linan, and pulled Li Miaoxian up. The internet allows oneself to show off, so why not let others catch a ride on the show-off train? Li Miaoxian has been paying close attention to Zhao Feng's expression. He would privately ask others if they were really having difficulties. Get lost. Bro, you're playing big, huh? Host detected daily harvest of 230,000 likes, a bit kind, but not much. Random reward generated, 1 like equals 10 yuan, this reward settlement is 2.3 million, please check for the arrival of small rewards, how much did you buy with your labor? It's fine, he seems to enjoy engaging with interesting comments, replies earnestly, then stares blankly with a silly smile for a while before moving on to the next comment. Forget it, bro, pay attention now. Our focus is on the big picture and grandeur. When we arrive, when you meet people, you have to exude a bit of the aura of a billionaire. Sir, formal attire is required here. A place to eat. A piece of rat feces. The stench of foreign high luxury, exuding a cold corpse smell, is always aloof, defining the world, even the aesthetics and trends of the East, with price and brand. The gatekeeper was also clever, casually took off his gatekeeper uniform and threw it aside. Zhao Feng shook his head. Sir, 500 yuan is a lot for me. Back in the small courtyard of the village, Lao Yi had been waiting at the door. Oh, young master, the dinner party is about to start tonight, why are you just coming back? Zhao Feng saw the official comment for the first time, all because the big box on the cover was filled with Hermes orange packaging boxes? Of course, there are also some rich kids who may not have Zhao Feng's style, but like to seek attention, and Zhao Feng doesn't mind. No rush. How much are the dishes inside? The gatekeeper politely reminded Zhao Feng with a sincere smile. It was a kind reminder. The three of them took a helicopter back to the top floor of the hotel. Li Miaoxian went to the kitchen with the seafood bucket. Zhao Feng washed his hands, didn't want to change clothes, just wore a colorful t-shirt and big shorts, didn't even take off his sunglasses, with the smell of the sea breeze, calmly sat in the phantom. Zhao Feng gave him a kind smile. Patting the gatekeeper's shoulder, he spoke with deep meaning. It's just 500 yuan, bro, your vision is too narrow. Give me a face, let me in, and I'll treat you to a meal inside for free, no need to pay. Without hesitation, straightforward and unrestrained. This surprised Li Miaoxian. It's not that he trusts Zhao Feng so much, but that big labor gave him infinite courage. Lao Yi watched the tricks of the little swindler all the way. Zhao Feng seemed to have that taste of his youth again. Zhao Feng pushed open the door to the private room. He quickly made way, revealing the young doorman. Indeed, these directors had no idea what he looked like, immediately getting up to greet the doorman. Mr. Zhao, hello. I've heard that Mr. Zhao is a talented young man, and seeing you today confirms it. Let me introduce myself, my surname is Wang. I have been involved in planning most of the domestic entertainment variety shows, mainly responsible for casting actors. The doorman waved his hand impatiently, his face displeased, interrupting his endless chatter. What are you trying to say by talking nonstop? You're not giving me a chance to speak, what do you mean? The doorman, meticulous as he was, quickly bowed to the two men. When they had eaten enough, Zhao Feng gave him a look. Zhao Feng marveled at how this kind of nonsense was truly indispensable for socializing. It was like a set phrase that hit you in the face, making it seem like they had promised you everything. At that moment, he was still welcoming them at the door, not knowing if these big shots even remembered his face, but usually, no one cared. Though a bit over the top, it was understandable. Dishes were continuously brought to the table, with each of the 7 people having a portion of king crab in front of them, making one marvel at how good it was to have money to spare. The doorman, not too impolite, appeared to be eating slowly and leisurely, but upon closer observation, one would notice that he was eating a lot, being selective and only eating the best parts. Several people coincidentally sent messages on their phones. They all settled down at the dining table. They were skilled at taking advantage of others. But whether to say it or not, it was indeed quite entertaining. When it came to the dishes, Zhao Feng commented that they were acceptable. Zhao Feng and the second uncle exchanged a glance, remaining silent. The waiter went to serve the dishes. They didn't subtly ask for your help in training girl group members or mention any gifts for meeting, but you were quite direct, hitting the nail on the head. The 4 directors exchanged glances and gestured towards Zhao Feng and the second uncle. As they picked up their phones, the doorman breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Feng and the second uncle exchanged a glance, wanting to laugh but feeling uncomfortable. The leader's rhetoric made the 4 men frown. Bluffing was also a skill. Seeing that the 4 men were unmoved but clearly not refuting, the doorman added, I don't want to talk about irrelevant things. After all, cooperation is like this, we are not strangers, we all understand. I'm not ignorant, but in cooperation, there must be some sincerity, so we can continue in the future. He enjoyed this kind of life where he could deceive and swindle, feeling great about getting free food and money. When it came to acting, this young man was truly talented. Oh, Zhao Feng and the second uncle nodded at him. Well done, the young man still had a promising future. Honestly, upon hearing Zhao Feng, the 4 directors were at a loss. Was there a hidden meaning in his words? Shouldn't he have mentioned it after discussing cooperation? Zhao Feng cleared his throat lightly, indicating that he shouldn't reveal too much at a critical moment. When he had just entered the suite, he had recognized at a glance that the people in this room had arrived at the hotel in the afternoon in luxurious cars. The 4 directors were uneasy. Did they really think we were investigating a case? What did you say? If you say it again, it shows a lack of sincerity.
It shows disrespect to the young master. It seemed like he really believed they were there to scam. He guessed that the items being traded were probably hard currency like diamonds, gemstones, antiques, or collectibles. At the very least, their extravagant dining habits had indeed intimidated the people in front of them. The four directors remained silent. Even Zhao Feng took a deep breath, impressed by the audacity of the young man, though he did have a somewhat brash demeanor. He seemed to have said it all. The second master also took another look at the doorman and thought he was a talent worth cultivating. Bring the menu. Thanks for bringing me in, big brother. In the future, big brother eats meat and little brother drinks soup. The other directors didn't even have a chance to introduce themselves. Although they were a bit reluctant to be manipulated by a wealthy family's son, they all understood that without these backers, where would they get the money from? The second generation's style of doing things really left them with no room for negotiation with their greasy methods. That director surnamed Wang didn't dare to speak up, until the doorman spoke again. Bring the menu, I'm a bit hungry, let's eat first, discuss matters after eating, and exchange things for things. 7 emperor crabs, 1 for each of us, black truffle stuffed French goose liver, 1 serving of Buddha jumps over the wall, in a larger jar, Scottish lobster with Dorset crab, 24K gold leaf water buffalo cheese pizza, 50-ounce sturgeon caviar salt-baked prawns, that's all for now. For drinks, just a simple Kawasaki 25-year-old. I personally don't like low-quality ingredients too much, so let's go with this. I hope the dishes at the restaurant you've chosen are satisfactory. It was as if he hadn't said anything at all. Zhao Feng didn't care how these directors criticized his behavior in their hearts. With my hundreds of billions in assets, why should I care what you think of me? Are these kinds of people even worthy of having a meal with me? Even Buffett still wants money. The doorman was extremely nervous at this point. Very imposing, very high profile. It seemed like the doorman had said a lot about genuine and fake goods. Zhao Feng and the second master were on the verge of tears. To put it nicely, it's cooperation. To put it bluntly, they only care about your connections and that's why they're having a meal with you. When the conversation has reached this point, being hesitant will only limit your scope. So what if the young master has a bit of personality? Does he need to play these social games? Very well, with such a broad-minded young master, such an unreserved way of ordering food without hesitation, such generosity, it seems that the cooperation to be discussed today should also have a broad scope. Zhao Feng and the second master still stood behind the doorman, not saying a word. This young man's words were very direct, and he didn't even know if these directors wanted to offer something good, like beauty or treasure, to impress him, and he just blurted it out like that. The doorman was afraid that Zhao Feng and the others would leave, so he deliberately spoke up and arranged for the two of them to sit beside him. The doorman slowly picked up his chopsticks, tasted the dishes in a decent manner, nodded imperceptibly, then looked calmly at the other dishes. Zhao Feng pursed his lips. He didn't feel as relaxed and composed even when he had family reunion dinners at the Zhao family's place. This doorman was like a professional young master. He didn't want to hear what the director had to say about actors or variety shows. Your work has nothing to do with me. I'm just here for a free meal. Do I have to listen to your nonsense? The whole room fell silent. There was a moment of silence in the room. The doorman's heart calmed down slightly. At least this time he could enjoy a good meal, and eating is like earning. The second master let out a nonchalant hum, indicating not to provoke our young master. Although they were extremely shocked by the actions of the capital's #1 young master, they all nodded and reluctantly called the waiter. He had already figured out how to inspect the goods or money in a pretentious manner. It seemed like today was not about cooperation, but about one-sided flattery, making it seem like he was really a crown prince. The young man immediately became serious and no longer relaxed. He promptly stopped, thinking that forbearance is necessary for a greater plan, put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth meticulously, adjusted his posture, and then calmly said, "Bring everything out." This young man was a bit fierce, already exuding the aura of a second-generation rich. Regardless of what these four people bring out later, he will organize his words and express his evaluation. There is one more chapter. Thank you for the support of the gentleman's monthly votes, recommendations, and rewards. Thank you. Zhao Feng was very calm at heart. He didn't attach much importance to this dinner originally, thinking it would be some famous domestic directors whom he could show respect to. He wanted to ask the experts about their understanding of aesthetic art to improve himself internally. The result was several domestic entertainment directors planning and producing. It was indeed a good way to arrange for newcomers to debut. Li Miaoxian said that by coming to dinner, she had already given these people the greatest face, and she didn't want Zhao Feng to come. Zhao Feng's aunt had a high status in the industry, having operated for many years, she knew. At the dinner table, Zhao Feng waited patiently. There was nothing particularly fresh,
but if there were outstanding artists, whether for cultivation or management, it would be very good.
My child has just started kindergarten, can you change your profession? He had a bad feeling. Didn't you see that old man with his hands in his crotch? If he wanted to run, would he pull the trigger?
Using these 4 people to lift up young Manhwa, he had already figured it out, for young actresses and 1 best actress.
Okay, this cooperation is successfully completed.
The 4 of them have a few words to say to Mr.
Zhao, we will leave first and cooperate more in the future. Brother, I have elderly and young at home. He was about to cry.
When he walked up, he found that these 4 people didn't bring anything at all.
As for the rest, let's talk about it later. Li Miaoxian's words were precious, and many things were tasteless to her. The doorman was stunned.
Zhao Feng frowned. No, can't understand the words, right. Even if he was stupid, he understood at this moment.
There were highs and lows.
Brother, can you be clearer?
Really? Do you think I, an old man, would lie to you? This is human trafficking, damn. Black and red are also called red.
After a long time, he saw that the 4 girls didn't move at all, just smiling and standing there looking at him.
23,000 a month, that's not in New Taiwan dollars.
The doorman almost collapsed.
He hurriedly approached Zhao Feng, his voice almost crying.
Brother, how am I doing? I suddenly remembered. My wife seems to be giving birth to triplets in the hospital today. I'm a bit pressed for time. He forced himself to calm down.
Let me ask, what is the main job for 23,000? Zhao Feng calmly asked, what is your name? Ha? What money? How much money? I'm asking for your name.
You're talking nonsense. What are you doing here to buy something so miserable? One price, 40,000.
The second uncle also found an excuse to go to the bathroom. He admitted that the young ladies in front of him were very beautiful in all aspects, but what about the goods they were holding? What about the things being traded?
But since they all said they were satisfied, it would be better to end this dinner sooner.
The last word still couldn't help but tremble.
The young man looked at the 4 very beautiful girls for a few moments, their faces showing no panic, no fear, not a hint of realization that they had been sold. Well, we are a normal unit here. We also provide you with social insurance and benefits. If you are willing, there is also a weekend off.
Lu Miaoxian left first to find the manager to resign.
He was so anxious that he trembled, his mouth was shaking, and he immediately looked at Zhao Feng. Upon closer inspection, damn, this kid was dressed in colorful clothes, looking like a human trafficker or a drug dealer, right? He looked behind the girls and saw the door closed again. Now standing in front of Zhao Feng were 4 girls who were outstanding in all aspects.
Did I make a mistake? Should I agree first? After all, even cars worth millions were used for commuting. He couldn't possibly deceive a doorman, right?
Right. Although Zhao Feng was careless in his actions, straightforward, but sincere, he was quite admirable, just shaking hands so solemnly, indeed showing the demeanor of a noble family. After eating delicacies, his taste became more picky. Don't interfere with other people's good things.
However, it's not bad.
The doorman stood up, shaking as he firmly shook the director's hand. Then 4 pretty girls stood vivaciously in front of him. Okay, there's already a fugue by my side, and now there's another wonderful one coming, seeking good luck, giving the mascot 23,000 a month plus travel expenses. He wanted to get up and leave the room immediately, but seeing the subtle calm in Zhao Feng and second master's eyes, he felt dry-mouthed.
Damn it, I've been taken for a ride.
The doorman was ready. It was time to show his real eloquence, to deal with the big shots. No matter what, this was an exercise. Even if there was really a need to define the main culprit and accomplice, he was just a doorman. What was he plotting? They're driving a Rolls-Royce. They wouldn't mess around with unreliable things.
Alright, I'll follow you. My name is Lu Miao.
The doorman's heart was in his mouth. He swallowed before speaking. Introduce yourself.
Damn it. If he ran away, it wouldn't end well.
Exiting the suite, second master and Lu Miao, who had changed clothes, were already waiting there. The benefits and connections here should be negotiated by Zhangli. Can't let others take advantage of the red people he cultivated.
Alright, that's it for now.
I'll say at once, Huafeng Group's Jinling Region Artists and Model Agency. In the next few days, you guys go over. Get ready to appear on entertainment variety shows first, others will tell you. If anyone wants to make an effort, they can go to Jinling University to get an observer's certificate. Don't forget it's the College of Literature.
Zhao Feng and second master exchanged a glance.
There are many who do good deeds without leaving a name, but it's really the first time I've seen someone work without expecting anything in return. It's very uncomfortable, being grilled by these 2 bastards. Of course, under privilege and unwritten rules, even pigs can become famous.
Lu Miao followed behind the 2 as they went downstairs. The doorman was dumbfounded.
But his legs couldn't help but tremble. He dared not speak.
very worried that even his words would tremble. He didn't wait long. This name. What the hell kind of normal commercial fraud is this? No, it's not over yet, the spoils can be divided, why do you want to run?
The young man's heart sank, shaking his head immediately. Sir, I can't do anything illegal or against the rules. The four directors looked at each other, probably sighing that young people are still energetic, getting excited and trembling at the sight of beautiful women.
Zhao Feng remained silent. Second master jumped in and asked, so, will you follow me in the future? 23,000 a month, do you agree?
Zhang Li, with over a decade of experience, will definitely teach them what to do and what not to do.
Hello, Mr.
Zhao, my name is Jean Xuanya, 174 centimeters tall, 95 kilograms, graduated from. She seemed very eager.
What's your name? Zhao Feng and second master confirmed again, it was Miao. It made him very frightened. Seeing off the four people. Don't ask too much, it's not good to know too much.
Zhao Feng finished speaking and left. The door of the room opened, and four very pretty girls walked in, eager to see what the four girls were holding. Zhao Feng frowned. Why is this young man so easily startled? Can't he adapt to the situation and act on the spot?
Wasn't he doing well just now? Is he having a fit? Is he sick?
After the four girls in their prime introduced themselves, he forced himself to say, very good, quite nice, very valuable.
Are you really law-abiding?
When he first sat in the Rolls-Royce Phantom, even in the passenger seat, he felt like his life was already connected to a noble person. However, in less than 10 minutes, a helicopter landed in front of the car. Good night.
Lu Miao had gone from initial shock to ecstatic. Who are the people who can casually ride in a helicopter every day? I dare not think about it.
Fortunately, he also had the opportunity to ride in a helicopter in his lifetime. Zhao Feng picked up his phone to send a message to Yang Minghua. Before he sent this message, Yang Minghua had sent him many messages, to which he did not respond.
Boss, I visited you today, but you weren't there. He handed it to him. Zhao Feng walked over. Zhao Feng was in a dazed state. It went smoothly, just casual socializing. Okay.
Zhao Feng let go of his hand, her expression unchanged, but she exerted more force when tearing apart the shrimp, almost shredding it. Still not trying to break free from Zhao Feng's embrace. But in her heart, she knew she couldn't say more. Anything she said would only make her feel more wronged, so she could only accompany, gently comfort. Physical desires are important, mental achievements should not be ignored. Unlike Li Miuxian, this posture was not allowing her to go back to the bedroom to sleep. She got angry. Yang Minghua and I are just in a business transaction. I won't give her any chance for emotional interaction.
Shen Yanlan helps me manage the industry, more communication, that's it. Let go, I'm eating. There's no need to share your messy things with me. I can support you, nurture you, but I won't give you a chance to climb up the ladder. If you choose to be a star, then be pure. I only care about how you look.
Silent.
Boss, are you there? She was not smiling as usual.
Zhao Feng wanted to say something, but Li Miaoxian had already taken the tray into the bedroom.
Waited for 3 minutes. Bang! A loud slamming door. You can ask for money, but don't talk to me about anything else. Yang Minghua's chat box was still in input mode. She finally spoke, her voice extremely calm. So many women are flocking to you, what should I do? Do I still have face? What's my status? Are you planning to have a harem?
Zhao Feng carefully peeled the crab, used a spoon to dig out the crab roe and meat for her, and used a tissue to wipe away the crumbs from her mouth. He carefully looked at her indifferent face, cold eyebrows and eyes over and over again, without the pleasure of conquest and possession. Zhao Feng counted on his fingers and said to her very seriously, you and Wanning, no one else.
The kitchen became quiet.
She now had no status, not a famous actress, not a national beauty, just playing around seemed unattractive. Her eyes were cold. Where are you going to arrange those girls tonight?
You didn't touch them today, then what? What arrangements have you made? Are you blaming me for being dumb because I don't talk every day? Do you want to search online for groups of people honeymooning together? Her fiancé was quite a beast. Zhao Feng's heart skipped a beat.
Such a strong girl, so intelligent, with slightly red eyes, lowered gaze, silent. She could strike a pose, guess your thoughts accurately, and make you feel mentally and physically pleased with her cold and aloof demeanor.
Tears didn't come easily. Perhaps she was really deeply wronged. Suddenly, it's warm for the stomach, drink slowly, it's a bit hot.
With a light sigh, he quickly moved closer to the keyboard, feeling wronged. Which woman doesn't need to be comforted?
Zhao Feng was left standing there, looking confused.
She served him a bowl of seafood soup. After she finished speaking, she went to find a keyboard and held it in her hand.
Zhao Feng went to knock on the door. Boss, are you there? Boss, I believe that external beauty is not singular. Everyone needs inner cultivation.
I have been reading Critique of Pure Reason recently, with some feelings and many gains.
You don't have the smell of perfume on you. Did they not prepare any pretty girls for you, this young man in his teens?
It took her a long time to reply. Got it. I gave the medical report to Manager Chen. Here are my recent body photos, you can take a look.
Li Miaoxian's eyes turned red. When opening the door.
There is hot water on the bar, wait for me for a moment. The girl spoke softly, as if talking to herself. I will try my best to love you, don't let me down, let's be good. Li Miaoxian has always been independent, confident, and extremely outstanding in his heart. Although the time they spent together was not long, he knew that she was not one to show weakness or vulnerability to others. Li Miaoxian remained silent, then pulled Zhao Feng's arm to serve the soup, without speaking. Zhao Feng remained silent and continued to peel the crab for her. After browsing through it, Zhao Feng replied, keep it up. Zhao Feng remained silent.
Miaoxian, I'm back.
Zhao Feng didn't let her sit face to face with him. The two sat together, quiet enough to hear each other's breathing. Without any cluttered thoughts, Zhao Feng accompanied her for dinner. No, why is she so smart?
Yes, but I didn't touch it. Is everything still going smoothly?
After speaking, Li Miaoxian turned around, took a step back against the wall, her eyes fixed on Zhao Feng's face, showing her usual indifference. A plain end to the conversation. Although the question was calm, it was still straightforward. There was a sound coming from the kitchen. She scooped up the soup from the pot, and Zhao Feng carried it to the restaurant.
Then leave your fiancé alone on the top floor of this high-rise building?
Zhao Feng felt a slight sourness in his heart, lowered his head and said softly, I know.
Li Miaoxian's lips curled up.
Boss, I need some money to buy a long-term medical beauty care package, around 500,000. Li Miaoxian opened the door, stood at the doorway looking at him, with an extremely charming smile on her face.
Li Miaoxian glanced over. The kitchen in the suite was simple but luxurious.
Li Miaoxian was tasting the soup with a spoon, tied her hair in a bun, with a fair and high-nose bridge, and delicate and cold facial features.
Do you have to bring work, social etiquette, banquets, assistants, and bodyguards on your honeymoon? And then, oh my god. Looking up, Li Miaoxian gently wrapped around the girl's waist. Hesitating? Looks like I guessed right.
Changing shoes at the door, the freshly baked horseshoe crab was placed on the dining table, with golden shrimp skins. Zhao Feng looked at his watch. It was 9 o'clock, still a considerable time before Li Miaoxian's designated 12 o'clock.
He indeed didn't touch it, but left a way out for them to find opportunities at Jinling University.
Before he could explain, Li Miaoxian snorted lightly. Over a dozen photos were sent. The helicopter landed on the top floor of the hotel. Lu Miao and Er Yi went downstairs to show off, while Zhao Feng silently returned to the top suite. Her eyes were still red.
This kind of man should kneel on the keyboard every day.
Zhao Feng frowned and said straightforwardly, don't act crazy in front of me. Zhao Feng wiped his hands and gently embraced her. Like beautiful things, unwilling to let good things fall into others' beds, like to hold everything in your own arms, eager to taste all the delicious things. You are quite capable, young and promising, silently took over Bulgari, quietly acquired tens of tons of gold, feeling very capable of possessing a lot. My fiancé probably shouldn't interfere in your private affairs before marriage, but you have slept with me, and still want to play more during our honeymoon. She did not struggle or resist, coldly said, don't move around, you'll get burned. It was already past 9 o'clock at night before she had something warm to eat. Boss, I also think I am more suitable for a purer route. Maybe my temperament is more suitable. Here are a few photos I took recently.
Another chapter. Thank you for your monthly votes, recommendations, and support. Bedroom. The keyboard was thrown aside.
Li Miaoxian said she would never let her man kneel on the keyboard in this life. How could she not cherish her man? Really angry, just stab him to death, make dried meat and put it in a bottle, hold it while sleeping, and don't let him suffer kneeling on the keyboard. After all, he is her man. Zhao Feng was very lucky. Li Miaoxian's anger was just a warning to him. Next time he accompanies her, if he distracts for no reason again, as her fiancé, she will provide him with coffin money. Aunt Wang Qian has such a high level of thinking.
The movie continues. Also don't know what's the rush.
This clothes don't fit well, can be caught by the doorknob. If any grape is not sweet, he will be punished. Take away the one that is not sweet in her mouth.
Li Miaoxian remained expressionless.
Grapes, the girl said flatly. I let you hay 3 minutes later. Wash some grapes.
Popcorn. Li Miaoxian wanted him to die far away immediately.
The latest Jurassic World is still okay.
On the bed.
His fingers would occasionally pick up a piece of popcorn and touch her red lips.
Zhao Feng didn't plan to be talkative. Don't consider other people's feelings at all. No way. The atmosphere lamp is a bit dim. I'm right, what reward do you say? This sentence is super loud. Zhao Feng was locked on the balcony. Sister, this balcony is really high, I just realized that I also have acrophobia. He was so cold that his teeth were chattering. Can you say you love me every time after things are over, only love my body? The voice was calm, you chose it yourself, no one can save you this time. I wanted to treat you gently, but what I got was alienation and indifference. Sister, you are really brave. The girl's hair was slightly moist, with a relaxed and soothing temperament after exercise. Why? After a while, Zhao Feng came back, first put the fruit plate in place, then put on slippers and sat next to her. Outside the large French window next to the bathtub, the sky was full of stars connecting to the distant ocean, with the city lights shining brightly and flickering in front of the eyes. Even if he is an unmarried fiancé. Like a girl's eyes, like the sparkling bubbles in the bathtub. You should buy a few better quality keyboards tomorrow. We will go to the amusement park tomorrow. I will rent the entire venue for you to play. I will accompany you to the beach to enjoy the sea breeze. We will shovel sand together. I will build a castle for you, and then we will dive in the clearest part of the sea. Both are fine, but I prefer the place with no one. Really afraid of the wife's bloodline? Where did the dropped grapes go? Congratulations, you guessed it right. Zhao Feng was more excited than her. Facing those cold eyes. Miaoxian, I love you so much. Li Miaoxian remained silent. He was held by the waist by someone and couldn't move around. Now it's time to be a cushion. He could only hold her and watch the movie honestly. The two were very comfortable except for Zhao Feng. A despicable man. Enjoying it, unable to extricate himself. Li Miaoxian listened on the side without saying a word. Grapes. Through the glass door of the balcony, Zhao Feng could see Li Miaoxian burrowing into the warm quilt, sticking out half of her head, revealing a pair of bright eyes, blinking and staring at him. Really, I also like places with no one, just the two of us, hey. Li Miaoxian frowned. Giant peak grapes. A terrifying reward. Shivering from the cold, Zhao Feng was scolded by his own mother. Okay. The idea of being afraid of the wife that Wang Qian instilled in her son is really good. Zhao Feng has also become a cultured person. Several grapes scattered on the ground. She didn't let him pull them out, saying she would cut them off, and she said she was ready to have a fight. Bullying others, when it comes to marriage, the Li family may not stop it, but they will definitely make you suffer. She endured it. Zhao Feng took a box of toys from the head of the bed. Dang 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 dang, a box of 5 for the reward, essential for pampering the wife. Zhao Feng was puzzled. Huh? You just said that you will listen to me in the future, you have to be obedient in the future, you have to be comfortable every day, and you have to agree to whatever I want to do. Hiss. Well, you can choose skydiving. The girl's voice was clear and emotionless. Zhao Feng washed a plate and held it in his arms. Because I can't bear to see you die, brother. It's very cold late at night, he's only wearing boxers. No smile. Li Miaoxian kicked him off the bed immediately. She paused the movie, walked out of the bedroom, and Zhao Feng was carefully washing fruit by the pool. When he saw her coming over, an indescribable expression crawled onto his face. Hey, the XP system needs to be reinstalled. There really is a strong sense of love. Fortunately, he is often pinched and can endure it. It seems that he can't let go when he sees her. Wrong, it's popcorn. If even watching a dinosaur can evoke feelings. When he entered, he smiled and said, grapes are here, haha, bang. It's good that he's not hurt. She believed that their future relationship as mother-in-law and daughter-in-law would not be too bad. Continue, guess right and win a prize. Li Miaoxian really doesn't need to just settle for you. It's speechless, the man below. Thank you, I've remembered. Then his clothes got caught on the door handle. In fact, it's all the same, there are never any scenes in Jurassic Park that require him to act on impulse. He fell down. A bit lazy. Just now Wang Qian scolded him over the phone. Not only that, but also the tone. Zhao Feng carried the girl to the bathtub. Zhao Feng climbed up from the edge of the bed. Zhao Feng happily went to wash grapes, without any complaints. Wrong, it's popcorn. Zhao Feng opened his hand and fed her the popcorn. Guess again. Would rather keep eating popcorn and grapes than keep eating bullets. The plates all fell out, making a clattering sound. Miaoxian, I need to go to the bathroom. With her clever mind, Li Miaoxian indeed played a trick that amused Zhao Feng. Some are thrown away, some I'm eating, don't worry, I'll wash them for you again. I've only stayed by your side these days, only accompanying you, I will make you happy and remember this honeymoon forever. Li Miaoxian, with an unchanged expression, glanced at him, then turned and left to watch the movie. As for the grapes that fell on the ground, it doesn't matter who eats them, as long as they are not wasted. But after getting close, he just wanted to tease her, couldn't hold back, just wanted to. In general, the Li family and the Zhao family are well matched, and as a man, he shouldn't have the ability to bully others. Otherwise, when the other party returns to their parents' home and makes a fuss,
a group of younger brothers will come and take away your pants. Li Miaoxian sat on the edge of the bed, witnessing the whole process. The air was quiet. She sighed lightly, then called the hotel attendant for some first aid medicine. Her fiancé is too beastly, in terms of character and physique. Touched and wanted to cry. A 100-inch TV was playing a newly released movie, and Li Miaoxian was lying in his arms. Just now, if you had made me angry, I wouldn't be called Li Miaoxian and you wouldn't have eaten so smoothly. Zhao Feng got up expressionless from the ground, tidied up the floor, looked back at the door handle, took a deep breath, and calmly went out again. Miaoxian, I won't tease you anymore. The entire hotel's dozens of floors could probably hear a muffled voice. Good night. The consequence of the loud voice made Li Miaoxian feel that the man was disturbing the peace, so she let him in. After all, it was already 2 in the morning. Let him call outside, even if it's his own hotel, it could still be shut down by the noise. She pressed the switch for the balcony door with the remote control. Zhao Feng caught her movement in the first instance and rushed over in a single step. Then he somersaulted and dove into the blanket. Warm. She lowered her baseball cap, still wearing sunglasses, covering most of her face, and sat next to Zhao Feng. But when Zhao Feng asked someone to buy some fruits, they were all imported, and the packaging looked more expensive than others' fruits. Several young men restrained their smiles and looked at Zhao Feng's harmless appearance. The fruits you brought. Ruby Roman grapes, Shijiang Wang sweet melon, world no. 1 apple. And that unfamiliar black-skinned watermelon. Can't you just say it like that? Well, what are you doing now? Li Miaoxian's tone was flat. 11 o'clock at noon. Not to mention anything else, just Rolex. There are many models, like this one I have. Her temperament was offended, and she could only chase after him wanting to twist him fiercely, but unfortunately she couldn't catch up. Ha! I am now sitting in a comfortable air-conditioned room, on the sofa, eating beach specialty food. Each kind of seafood is there just put together. The last time I sat in a big labor was at my wedding. I just want to consume a bit. How can it be expensive to eat? It's quite good. But what if you eat those things expensively? Can others still afford it? Forget it. When a person chooses to spend the morning in a warm bed, he will definitely lose the right to start working nervously in the morning. There are gains and losses. There is no way to change it. Li Miaoxian looked over. Zhao Feng not only appreciates her beauty. Zhao Feng's luck is ordinary, but he plays smartly, always able to win the game smoothly. Forget it, I'm not wrong. When the young men saw Zhao Feng's approachable demeanor and tasted the fruits they brought, they were slightly comforted, and then continued to boast and enjoy themselves. The day after tomorrow was the first day of school for the new students. We really have a hard time. His feet were as cold as frozen stone eggs, and he directly pressed them against her, making her uncomfortable with the cold. For example, when helping her put on a tube top, splashing water on the toilet without wiping it, using her towel, and blowing her hair into a mess when she wanted to blow dry it. She leaned closer, warming him with the warmest place. First, have a cup of coffee in the hotel lobby as breakfast. Just for entertainment, some people were eager to win or lose at the beginning. He still wore the same outfit, floral green beach vacation casual shorts with loose short sleeves, and today he even wore sunglasses stylishly. Breakfast and lunch. The next day, Chanel's small bag hung on her waist, not light. Inside were Zhao Feng's power bank, Zhao Feng's watch, and earphones. Even when the two of them go out to play, Zhao Feng always carries it, but he never uses it. But whenever he sees her carrying a bag, he always stuffs it full. Then they got into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom and headed towards the beach. Li Miaoxian's morning temper was always like that, not speaking, ignoring you, like a fairy, completely ignoring you. This kind of teasing of a girlfriend can probably only be done when there is no desire in the morning. In the evening, if she doesn't let him into the bedroom, he feels uncomfortable. Standing there with a toothbrush, his eyes were cold and powerful. He was so proud. Indeed, I have driven the most expensive car, which was a Bentley. The old version of Bentley is really not inferior to the big labor, even looks better. Then how do you plan to buy and eat it? Zhao Feng touched his nose, looking puzzled at Li Miaoxian. Then he mingled with ordinary tourists in the coconut grove. The two slept until they woke up naturally, adjusting the temperature of the air conditioner. Li Miaoxian's brows furrowed at the first moment. Li Miaoxian put on a duckbill cap, held his arm, and took the elevator downstairs. Today is a day to accompany her. Even if he continues to supplement protein now. The girl opened her mouth to eat. Li Miaoxian was wearing white knee-high socks, white shoes, a black pleated skirt, a white t-shirt, and a shoulder strap. Zhao Feng pinched a grape and fed it to Li Miaoxian. Sure enough, Zhao Feng twisted his neck. Can't I go eat cheap food? Do you have any bias? I think those are pretty good. Want to hit but can't. Zhao Feng directly expressed his thoughts. Definitely won't queue up. Just let the bodyguards clear the way or buy accounts at a high price, then definitely have to try every flavor, and then hold the things in hand. Of course, if there is a sofa table for dining, it would be even better. In the end, they got so excited that they forgot, and a few people bought a small pile of fruits to sit together and eat. Mainly because the little ancestor at home is very picky. Isn't the point of a girlfriend's backpack to carry things? Isn't it natural to also carry the boyfriend's things? Why don't we go over there to eat? Zhao Feng pointed to the open-air barbecue and bustling snack stalls not far away. The day after tomorrow morning is half a day with her, and in the afternoon, he will take a plane back to Jinling. Zhao Feng and others sat on the picnic cloth in the coconut grove playing landlord. Several buddies brought their girlfriends. Li Miaoxian brought 2 fresh coconuts over, sat next to him and helped watch the cards and play. He can eat anything, as long as it's fruit, he doesn't mind. They were playing for $1 per game. The two lay on the hammock under the coconut grove to rest and shield themselves from the afternoon sun. Not even for a while. Touch me again and you'll be a dog, okay, you dog? Dog man, you're a beast. No, can't we play happily anymore? Just for a while. Then why don't you continue living in that little broken house in Jinling? Why not continue eating plain noodles for every meal? Why not continue working at the construction site? The girl's words were plain. She looked at Zhao Feng after speaking, waiting for her man to retort. I am. Zhao Feng was stunned. Silence for a moment. In the afternoon, Li Miaoxian specially ordered 2 vegetarian dishes. Worried about Zhao Feng's gout, play a little longer, and take the opportunity to ask for a kiss. It took Zhao Feng a long time to recover, holding her and kissing wildly, leaving saliva everywhere. Even if you have money, you have to bear the consequences. Can't even have a snack, girlfriend won't allow it. Li Miaoxian glanced at him, her expression calm. Originally, everyone was playing cards in a relaxed manner. Tomorrow will be another day with her. No! Go to sleep. Do you want to get up tomorrow? Haven't you seen what time it is? Seeing that he still wanted to mess around, the girl had to speak up. An 18-year-old boy has no self-control. The two didn't pay much attention to the expressions of others. Zhao Feng fed her a bit until she said she didn't want to eat anymore. Then Zhao Feng let everyone taste the fruits brought by his bodyguards. In the specialty restaurant by the beach, there were clay pot seafood dishes, very fragrant and special. Zhao Feng pursed his lips and said no more. There is another chapter. Thank you for your support. More updates coming soon. Zhao Feng is the youngest among the group of guys. He likes to sit quietly on the side, listening to them talk about their lives. Li Miaoxian is also quiet, occasionally taking Zhao Feng's palm to help him read his poem. Quietly. A gust of sea breeze blew over, the coconut grove rustled, cool and pleasant. Li Miaoxian's long hair fluttered, floating near Zhao Feng's neck, soft and gentle. The two were very close. Bro, why don't you share something? Everyone is out to have fun. Sharing a bit of joy multiplies happiness. No, when did she carry water? Perhaps sensing that Zhao Feng was feeling uncomfortable, Li Miaoxian waded over and took his arm. Okay, let me massage your leg, don't be unhappy. Zhao Feng glanced at her, Li Miaoxian smiled at him. Zhao Feng stopped. No gunshots. You still have the face to speak. Surrendered. Li Miaoxian didn't know when she had filled the water gun with water, and now she sprayed wildly. How old are you? Bro, are you sure you went to the Mercedes-Benz store? When Zhao Feng couldn't wait any longer, Li Miaoxian finally changed her clothes and came out, still wearing sunglasses. There were many people in the amusement park. He paused here. Dare not make a sound. Directly started a war from the pool to the deep water area. Holding the water gun, he started shooting. Water roller coasters, diving boards, slides, artificial waves, small boat water guns. Just bought the tickets. Feeling unhappy, she let herself soak first, and then started sucking water with the water gun. When he was ready to fight back, he heard Li Miaoxian softly say, if you wet my clothes, they will stick to my body, and then it will be very. Li Miaoxian's physical strength was much stronger than her appearance, and she was stunned in place. As Zhao Feng spoke, he saw everyone staring blankly. I have indigestion, feeling uncomfortable. My eyes suddenly feel hot, damn, they're red. Zhao Feng concentrated his firepower on the girl and that couple. Zhao Feng dragged Li Miaoxian to the place to buy water guns and bought 2 huge, super luxurious water guns that sprayed far. Li Miaoxian hung her bag around Zhao Feng's neck, then covered her mouth with a chain and chuckled. Why can you bully your boyfriend? Why don't you behave like other girlfriends and let yourself be bullied, then I'll slowly coax you. Others asked, and then, nowadays kids can't be spoiled, did you scold back? Li Miaoxian sat in Zhao Feng's arms. 18 this year. Li Miaoxian looked at him with sunglasses and slightly opened her red lips. You still care about me, afraid that I'll get hurt? Not very clean. Zhao Feng, no, I didn't have the same experience as those little brats at the time.
I rode for a while, saw a Mercedes 4S store, and bought a car. If you know how to coax people, I'll let you play too, can you? How do you coax people? Don't you have any idea in your heart? Why are you so bad, making me hit a girl? Zhao Feng asked her. But I want you to end up soaking wet too. No, I don't want to be bullied by you. Zhao Feng opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. And it's not too hot now, you can go out and play.
When she's having fun, she will also reveal a bit of her nature, clever. Zhao Feng fell silent. Li Miaoxian pulled his clothes, Zhao Feng stood up with her, told everyone that they had something to do, and then calmly left. And the mosquitoes are about to bite their little baby. No, this can touch your weak spot in your heart. I really dare not speak anymore, this is the most annoying time for me. Miaoxian, go over there, stand closer, if you get hit on the body, it might hurt a bit.
This guy who looks 17 or 18 bought a car? You want to adjust it. So bold. Go to hell. Zhao Feng couldn't bear it anymore. No one spoke. Let's go to the pool, I can't wait any longer. 10 minutes later, Zhao Feng remembered to change into his swimsuit.
In the end, the two of them calmed down, sat on a small boat, and exchanged medical conditions with another couple. After Zhao Feng finished speaking, Li Miaoxian smiled. His tone was very flat, telling the story without emotion.
Zhao Feng followed suit.
I can't beat that girl, her water gun is more powerful than mine. He reluctantly said, my life is relatively simple, not many stories, every day is very plain, and I have less interaction with people. The onlookers originally wanted to hear about the young man arguing with the naughty child, and how the naughty child's parents would intervene and resolve the conflict. Zhao Feng put his arm around her waist. Yes, Zhao Feng picked up a piece of melon. Li Miaoxian gently tugged at the corner of his clothes, not knowing what it meant.
Otherwise, who made you my girlfriend?
Directly switch to a small motorboat and ride again.
Li Miaoxian had the advantage with sunglasses. Zhao Feng became a wet chicken in no time. Those kids still make him angry when he thinks about it now.
That time, there was no car to drive in my house.
My girlfriend and I could only ride shared bikes for a long time along the river.
I was even mocked by a group of brats.
Damn, you guys didn't know that I was thinking how nice it would be if I had a car.
She was right, the wet clothes sticking to her body were very enticing.
This time, he endured it. I bought you a water gun, damn it, give me my money back. Remembering, she took 10 minutes just to change clothes.
It turns out she went to prepare in advance.
It's not honorable, how can there be such a dog-like girlfriend?
It's the A, B, C, E of Mercedes-Benz, which series and model is it? You're so young.
Then there was a ceasefire. The girl's boyfriend protected his companion while fighting Zhao Feng and the other guy. There was no way to hit each other with full energy, and they were beaten by Zhao Feng.
The swimsuit was of a more conservative type, with a little skirt below, showing very little waist, just a simple swimsuit. Zhao Feng had six-pack abs with floral swim trunks. He pulled his girlfriend towards the deeper water, eager to fill the water gun.
It's fine, I just think a virtuous wife can be found under the stick.
No, they were all on guard from the beginning. How did he manage to act so round? Zhao Feng fell silent in place. Unable to see the girl's eyes, she quietly looked for mosquitoes.
It's the A-class, I see AMG written on top, I don't really understand.
Mainly after buying the car, I went back to find those little brats, they had long since disappeared. Hey, why aren't you talking? This time, Li Miaoxian directly took off her sunglasses. Zhao Feng still had to guard against splashing water into his eyes. They were somewhat unable to relax here.
How is that possible? Everyone has their own difficulties.
Maybe it's something that makes you feel very embarrassed, but when you solve the temporary difficulties, it's also fun and happy. The water gun was more powerful. It turns out that the water fight is about equipment.
He silently waved to the shore, and the bodyguard swam over immediately. Good night. Can you give me some upvotes? Thank you.
Let the bodyguard go to more places to find a better water gun. Li Miaoxian sat in his arms, quietly watching the couple. That young man was coaxing his girlfriend. She watched with great interest. Zhao Feng also followed suit, and after a while, the young man turned his head.
Bro, how about a one-on-one?
By the time he successfully held her waist, he had already fallen into the water.
Or is this red bill in his hand not attractive anymore?
Li Miaoxian sat in Zhao Feng's arms.
As soon as the words fell, sitting on a bench under the shade of a tree in the amusement park.
Her long hair was still flowing, as if after surfing, she was cheerful and in a very good mood.
Don't bully people, okay? I'm afraid, but if I don't mess with you, you won't mess with me, right?
It's all the same, it's better to tire you out in advance, have less energy to bully people.
Then can't you change places?
You're hugging my waist, dog. Before the little girl could finish her sentence, she was hit by a water bomb again.
Zhao Feng also set up the camera in a good position to capture her beautiful moments. Li was still reluctant, meaning the little girl hadn't given up yet and couldn't leave. You've got it. You've done all the bad things. It's not easy. This is not allowed by the park staff. However, if there are rich and extravagant young people who like to be crazy, why not satisfy their special needs? Zhao Feng cautiously reached down. When she waved, Zhao Feng slowed down and pulled her onto the boat. Li Miaoxian also truly believed that her man could master the skills proficiently in the first experience, and the speed of the yacht soared. Zhao Feng held her tightly. The two of them were not big in size, and there was plenty of space on the slide. Hiss! Zhao Feng pried her hand open without much effort and gently patted her twice, like pinching people, hitting hands. You dog of a man, you hurt me. In short, she was very quiet, gentle, and obedient. If I don't hold you, you'll be gone. Oh no, she would get angry. No. It's okay, I'll sit in your lap. You hold me tight. Zhao Feng's heart stirred. Li Miaoxian still seemed a bit unsatisfied. For this activity that was quite demanding for her boyfriend, Zhao Feng really didn't want to play a second time. Li Miaoxian leaned on his shoulder. Half an hour later, and for the next 10 minutes, Zhao Feng was towed behind the yacht. He wanted to avenge his girlfriend. Zhao Feng had just been taught the basic yacht driving skills by her, and this woman had already tied a surfboard behind the yacht and changed into the bikini that Zhao Feng had been looking forward to. Whoosh! For a moment, he was worried that his speed was too high and would pull her away. 3 minutes later. You are really daring. Aren't you afraid of me punishing you? Holding her waist and leading her away. She took a sip of water. There are relatively high safety risks. It is not recommended to try easily. The leader personally called you to approve it. Don't you listen? For a novice like him, it really felt like he was being pulled up to fly, but fortunately, the woman's taught skills were useful. Blaming you for drinking her water would make her scold you for being greedy, letting your girlfriend be thirsty, making you the worst boyfriend in the world. Li Miaoxian's swimsuit was a bit conservative, and she was still close to Zhao Feng, not sure if she was really shy or deliberately testing her boyfriend's possessiveness and machismo. A stream of water had already hit her forehead. She politely asked, "Are you ready?" When they reached the top of the elevator tens of meters high, Zhao Feng suddenly realized that it was quite high. Although there was water below, it was really high. Li Miaoxian pulled him to the entrance of the slide. "Feng, let's go together." The key is that there really was no one on the sea, and the deck was even more picturesque, making outdoor activities very anticipated. Will two people derail in the slide? Zhao Feng bought water. She only drank pure water, and didn't drink colored or flavored ones. I didn't. Look, even her boyfriend didn't come to protect her. Softly, I want to go surfing on the sea. Whoosh. Great idea. The yacht cut through the waves, and Li Miaoxian floated forward on the waves. The sound traveled far. She only did this posture at specific times. Well, endure for a while. There's a convenience store 50 meters away. Li Miaoxian didn't pull her hand back, letting him hold her finger. Ah, okay. Spoiled and mischievous, Li Miaoxian did all sorts of bad things. She only drank hard Evian water in glass bottles with metal caps. Zhao Feng climbed up, feeling dizzy, and lay there directly. Li Miaoxian used a shower head to rinse him, while poking her boyfriend's abs with her fingers. Li pretended a bit, not immediately revealing her true self, making Zhao Feng look at her eager yet worried expression, silently sweating for the young girl. Zhao Feng thought to himself, her boyfriend had just been miserable because of him, and now he hadn't recovered yet. Li Miaoxian held Zhao Feng back and didn't let him leave immediately. She waited in place. The experience was not good. She could only squint and aim the water gun in a random direction. Zhao Feng smiled and happily agreed. Don't you want to do something fun? Yes. I still want to play, Feng. Since there was no hem to pull, she directly pinched the skin on his waist and tugged. Zhao Feng. She stood still and spoke for Zhao Feng to hear. If you're done drinking. A luxury yacht sailed out from the pier onto the beach. The girl on the opposite side also wanted to imitate her elegance and grace, so she adjusted her hair and sweetly replied, ready to chase. Still want to play. It's just the two of us, Zhao Feng casually said. Luckily, there were brands she liked here. Li went into the water. Zhao Feng returned to the shore, and Li wiped the water off him. She could tell Zhao Feng was having a great time. Not thirsty anymore. The young couple felt a bit uncomfortable. Zhao Feng had almost overwhelmed them with his moves. The girl from the opposite side came over to challenge Li. It's okay, but, not being able to vent her anger on herself, she went to harm others. She didn't know whether to thank or blame her. She handed the water bottle back to Zhao Feng. Finally opening her eyes, she wanted to scold Li, but then heard Li's concerned voice. Are you okay? You happy now, you dog? Moving forward with the waves, he led Li away. Zhao Feng took a sip, and they shared a bottle of water. Quite enjoyable. Happy. Less than a minute passed. Zhao Feng was afraid he might not hold her tight enough and throw her out. The girl took off her glasses, held by her boyfriend, her breathing calming down, her arms around Zhao Feng's neck. Great! Just one sip. But after she said she didn't want any more, don't finish the rest in one go because you never know when she might ask for her water again. I want to drink, I'm thirsty. Okay. White. Okay. A 50-meter descent acceleration. Looking from the deck, Lee was fair-skinned, with black hair flowing behind her. There was a wildness about her that he had never seen before, especially when she was surfing, showing him another side of her. Lee usually only took a sip, at most half, to avoid waste, and he was there to prevent it. Lee stood still, continuously drinking, suppressing, drinking. In the end, Zhao Feng couldn't bear it and hurried over to stop her. Don't say you're unhappy, because she will increase the speed to make you happy. Let's go play on that slide. Is my intention really that obvious? Save where you should and spend where you should. Even a young master must be thrifty. Thanks to the readers for their support. One more chapter to go. Lee is very clever, especially in her ability to estimate risks. She seemed to be able to predict correctly when Zhao Feng would mess with her. When Zhao Feng got up from the deck and approached her, she wouldn't choose to run away. It was useless. And it would only excite him more. So, staying quiet and indifferent in place was the better choice. The girl thought he was coming over to be affectionate for a while. When I was a child, I used to watch at the neighbor's house. After finishing my homework every day, I would find an excuse to go to that brother. At that time, my grandfather was still there, and I didn't have to worry about having food to eat. I could always see my grandfather making food and calling me, then I would come out of the neighbor's aunt's house. Sometimes Auntie would ask me to stay for dinner, and I was very obedient and polite. They were all very nice to me. Later, when my grandfather was gone, I didn't see it anymore, and many of them were names I heard from my classmates. Detecting the environment and emotional conditions is very beneficial for getting along with each other. In a good state, both partners will have a longer life, enhanced immunity, delayed aging, increased happiness, improved mindset, and other important functions. There is also the genuine kindness that makes people sigh, and the indifference of the wealthy can't be seen in him at all. You were the childish one first, blame the monster. This can also be considered as spending money on her. Walking to the edge of the sofa on the deck. Over the past decade, although she still considers herself Zhao Feng's fiancé, many times, she herself doesn't believe that Zhao Feng, who was so young, could have disappeared. Can he really be found again? Li Miaoxian fell silent. She spoke softly, with a hint of complaint and concern, not wanting him to hurt himself too early. Later, during the first period of getting along, the 18-year-old youth said, "All right, baby, I'll go cook." The girl's eyes brightened, suddenly a bit greedy for the man's embrace. She leaned in, holding his hand to prevent him from moving. "Oh, you really are a beast, don't you know? What's wrong?" As for the daily navigation advice, it's too harsh. A woman should cherish herself. He will respect people. Coming out of the bathtub. Sitting down. It's like being asked out by a boyfriend, watching a movie, going to an amusement park, having dinner, taking a walk, and then the girl says it's getting late. She should go home. Let's stay on the yacht tonight. Li Miaoxian usually turns her head at this time, not letting him see her face and eyes clearly. He's not like that. He immediately shivered, quickly realized, and hugged her, gently comforting her. Even if he received reliable information that he was found, he caressed the girl's hand, placing her on his lap. The straps are loose, but you can't take it all off. We're outside. The bathtub on the top deck of the yacht. She kicked Zhao Feng off the sofa. Zhao Feng's down-to-earth and approachable feeling with human warmth is very likable, and he is willing to change, accept new things, can be wild yet restrained. You, huh? Fine, go back to the beginning. Mutant. Li Miaoxian sighed lightly in her heart. But at that time, it cost tens of millions to buy a 5-centimeter item. He opened his arms. Li Miaoxian didn't say a word, closed her eyes and listened to him speak sweet words. She was a bit repulsed by being so exposed, but she didn't say anything. Girls need to be reserved, dignified, but also be clear at the right time. Li Miaoxian turned her head, looking at his profile. The sun had already set, only the lights on the deck were shining on the surrounding sea. Zhao Feng was unknowingly lost in thought. Li Miaoxian sat on his lap for a long time, and he didn't make a move, feeling somewhat strange. Not even 1,000th as beautiful as you. I like you. It's meaningless without a soul, every inch of skin. Occasionally asking, does it hurt? Are you angry? Can I do anything? Very touched. It's that kind of not wanting her to feel the slightest discomfort, except when showing strength. Initially, she bought a bit too much, which she couldn't bear. Every time it ends, she gets scolded as a beast, and he has gotten used to it. With a bit of concealment, it appears more the sunset is beautiful. Li Miaoxian changed into a white suspender dress, very high-end, very exquisite and elegant, while Zhao Feng casually wore a gray pajama, lazily sitting on the sofa on the deck. Li Miaoxian calmly said, "It's okay." Originally the young master's fate, but he has experienced bitterness and sorrow outside for more than a decade. The words are not fancy, the embellishments are simple, but true feelings in his sincere words always touch people. Li Miaoxian feels that she will never have the romance and warmth of a French movie in her life. He is a straight man, completely clueless about romance. And as a result, she gets scolded again. "I'm not hungry, stay with me a little longer." Even now, he was busy with the girl's body. Quiet again. Zhao Feng gently kissed her collarbone, the girl said nothing, holding his waist. "Watch the sunset together and do what you like. Will you get tired of me in the future, my soul or body? Being indifferent to me, ignoring me, being cold to me?" Daily navigation suggestion: be ruthless. Every time Li Miaoxian heard Zhao Feng talk about his past, she felt like her man's experience was like a dream to her. She sat down. "You're not a teddy bear anymore, you're a wild donkey, you're a beast. If I let you touch me again, I'm not Li Miaoxian." "Probably not, otherwise your personality might kill me." She felt like she and Zhao Feng were developing too fast, he was still a child. "Feng, don't you think you're childish?" She couldn't imagine living a life of eating plain noodles every day. Oh. Adopt suggestion reward, add new feature to the trading system, group buying, your skirt is a bit too long. Seriously examining her face, figure, and skin. Will there be monsters in the sea? Li Miaoxian: yes, but aren't there Ultraman? There's Zoffy, Ultraman, 7, Jack, Ace, Taro, Leo, 80, King of Ultraman, Dinah, Gaia, Eagle, Gauss, Noah, Mebius, Orb, Jeed, Rosso. They're all there. Men are like this, never satisfied, especially in the time after eating fruit when they feel there are no good fruits left to eat. Sometimes you're gentle, sometimes you're rude. Zhao Feng picked her up in a princess carry. Yes, I know. When she went surfing, she just wanted to have a private moment, how could she not consider that? Zhao Feng lowered his head, the girl in his arms was gentle, slightly indifferent, peaceful, and elegant. Zhao Feng quietly got up on his own, then leaned over to her. "Miaoxian, give me 500,000. I'll give you back $1 million tomorrow." When Zhao Feng started to move, she spoke softly, "I need to take a bath, just got some seawater on me." At that moment, she was very calm, not feeling there was anything more to continue with a boy who grew up in poor conditions. Just as he was about to brew some emotions and atmosphere, a familiar voice sounded in his mind. "Daily navigation is at your service in real time." She glanced at Zhao Feng's face, seeing her boyfriend staring blankly for some reason. Zhao Feng suddenly realized. Zhao Feng saw the look in Li Miaoxian's eyes. It's just that her boyfriend's patience is really lacking, so soon. She was just wearing a white bikini. Coming to her senses, she locked eyes with her. Bang! "Your answer is okay. If your attitude wasn't clearer just now, you'd be feeding the fish in the sea now. How do you know so much about Ultraman?" Thanks to the reader July for the 100 reward. Have a good one. Thank you. Good night. Zhao Feng took a deep breath. He didn't care about the consequences of being fed to the fish. What he cared about was that Li Miaoxian said it seriously. That's what she meant. Just now, if your attitude wasn't clearer, you would have already gone into the sea. The sky had completely darkened. Li Miaoxian had fallen asleep in his arms. She must have been tired just now. Are you not beautiful now? Stop talking nonsense. Li Miaoxian didn't care about Zhao Feng's address. She thought he really didn't need it. Zhao Feng saw Li Miaoxian return with a strange smile, looking confused. Go around and you'll feel better? She always thought this originated from the colorful nightlife. It was vulgar. There was no need to use these to make men like you. Gently holding her waist, occasionally touching her softness, she won't stop you unless you hurt her. Every time I meet your eyes, that emotionless gaze of yours, makes it hard for people to stay away. Bringing all the dishes to the table one by one, Li Miaoxian had already bathed. As long as she is happy with Zhao Feng, she is content. Li Miaoxian doesn't like stockings, any color, any thickness, she refuses to wear them. Yes, but they don't just belong to me, they belong to you too. Now, you have devoured me inside and out. I am no longer a young girl. At 18 I have already nestled between a man's arms. How about that? Even just wearing a short skirt or shorts is much better than stockings. For the first time, she kissed Zhao Feng's collarbone. Li Miaoxian gently pulled his hand, and Zhao Feng turned his head to get closer to her. I don't need it. Then she went to cook. Madam, you can taste it.
After saying this, Zhao Feng himself got goosebumps, feeling a bit uncomfortable, but after all, she was his fiancé. Besides getting married, it didn't matter how she was called, it also made her feel her own status. Zhao Feng wouldn't play with her and then abandon her, reassuring her not to think about unnecessary things. Kissing is allowed. The night was deep, the glass ceiling reflected the moonlight of the sea and sky. Being in the cabin felt like being covered in a sky full of stars. Not indifferent anymore? Zhao Feng remained silent for a while. I don't have it. The girl slightly turned, gently approaching Zhao Feng's collarbone. But you are still you, still excellent, beautiful, confident, and wise. Zhao Feng is lucky. How does it taste? 10 minutes later. He also wanted to have some red wine to moisten his mouth and play a bit of romance. The girl softly spoke, I want a kiss, giving rise to an illusion that there is really love in this world. True love, a positive love view, a healthy body, benefiting for a lifetime. I don't care if you need it now or not, you need to intake enough energy, at least it can have a preventive effect. 3 minutes passed. When kindness and authenticity are not eroded by society, encountering love in life, when it's time to be passionate, go all out. When it's time to be cautious, never let your hands idle, always go see what needs to be seen, fulfill all curiosity, all thoughts, then wrong and evil things won't grow. Didn't you say not to touch you? Okay, but you are not allowed to touch me anymore. Maybe you still can, but I can't anymore. Like those horrifying XP systems. He got his wish. Perhaps she is more conservative. It's a bit cold outside. The girl walked out in simple pajamas, her hair still slightly damp, with a faint fragrance. Zhao Feng prepared some fruit, and the two sat down at the dining table. If an 18-year-old boy cannot satisfy his desires for the opposite sex in time, if he does not have a female companion in time, his mind will often become hateful, abominable, or even corrupt. She got up and went to the kitchen. While speaking, there is nothing to compromise on the yacht. Zhao Feng leaned in, met those bright eyes. Her eyes are so beautiful, but unfortunately always cold outside. Only when snuggled in bed, in his arms, does she appear warm and gentle. When she saw the small pot of soup Zhao Feng had stewed, she turned back to the dining table. But with a slight adjustment, it passed. She rarely slept with her arms as a pillow. Of course, she doesn't mind if others like it, at least Zhao Feng likes it. Whether appreciating the girl according to societal aesthetics and trends, she doesn't care. Being able to be everywhere. Even so, she never thought about doing things she particularly disliked to please her man. If he's capable enough, has plenty of money, and has the time and energy to keep a young girl, she doesn't care. The yacht aging floats on the sea with an intelligent cruise system, ensuring they don't drift into unknown territories. The girl lies in his arms, with soft long hair, calm breathing, and her bright eyes visible when she tilts her head. Dinner is over. Zhao Feng picks her up and walks to the nearest bedroom from the kitchen, placing her on the big bed. Usually, he lies down tired, cursing himself as a beast. Each bite is savored carefully. Strange. Prime beefsteak, red wine, ham, dried seafood, seasonal vegetables and fruits. Almost everything that can be eaten on land is here. Her nose is fair, her nose bridge high, and she never wants to wear lipstick on her pale pink lips. Delicious. Why don't you make yourself a big nourishing dish? Why are you always so cold? Her affection is not something to be taken lightly, but a wholehearted and serious attitude. You can only watch her alone, elegant figure, aloof temperament, and casual demeanor, quickly finishing the soup. Calming the mind. Zhao Feng's arm feels a bit numb. She is hungry and eats very seriously. Let's go back. I used to be very beautiful, and going abroad made me easily noticed. This unfamiliar face can solve many problems. You should be grateful that I'm not the charming type, or your wife might have been taken away long ago. They kiss. Perhaps in her eyes, she always was. Well, let's sleep. She really knows how to make her man happy, or maybe she is wise enough and sincere enough to treat relationships seriously. An extreme closeness. I don't just belong to myself, I also belong to you. In line with the laws of nature, the law of the strong. 30 minutes, stewed hot soup, seared steak, good red wine, stir-fried vegetables, a lamb hot pot. It gets cold on the sea at night, it's nice to have something to warm the body. Li Miaoxian sits on the deck shaking a highball glass, while Zhao Feng is forced to drink the seafood soup spoon by spoon. Although the taste is okay, this is already the third bowl. Zhao Feng really likes a phrase from the Bible. Adam said to Eve, "You are bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh." Morning. When Zhao Feng wakes up, there is no one beside him. The first thing Zhao Feng does every morning is to check his account balance. Even today, he casually unlocks his phone with his fingerprint and enters the bank's app. Step 1. Confirm your bank card information. Don't remember the wrong place where your savings are, to avoid unnecessary panic. Step 2. Find the decimal point accurately. Step 3. Start counting. Today it is 1,739,353.
52, slightly less than yesterday. He is lucky to have a wonderful girl. Love requires two people to make it work. She cooks for two, and you can serve the meal in front of her. The two walk back to the village. Dead Poets Society is on, and for the next 2 days, they will accompany each other in a simple environment during their honeymoon. After the movie, the door creaks shut. He sleeps until he naturally wakes up. Not even 5 minutes after waking up, there's money to be made. From the hotel rooftop to the airport, Zhao Feng holds Li Miaoxian and shows her the city and the place he has marked out for her from above. The first time he saw Li Miaoxian, he hurriedly looked down. There are 2 chairs by the fish pond in the courtyard. Enough for group operations. The car suddenly drives out of the village. At 18, you need to have your own ideas instead of still thinking about what you can get from your parents. This plane belongs to his dad. Lunch is over. There are only 7 in the world. Where can I get the money from? All have to be opened, from London to New York, Tokyo, all the way to Las Vegas. High standards, labor and management need to make money. Tease her, and then marry a wife. Currently, all of Huafang's expenses come from Bulgari's profits. Many times, the expenses for coming out and honeymooning with Li Miaoxian are all related to the relationship between the two families. On the 3rd morning, Li Miaoxian changed into comfortable and conservative casual clothes, returned the key to the yard to Grandma, and chatted with Grandma like a little girl before leaving with Zhao Feng. Li Miaoxian changed into a plain floral long skirt. Save where you can, spend where you need to. Lu Miaoxian is now a close follower to Erday, but she is still unclear about the business dealings between Erday and Zhao Feng. But she can be sure that it is indeed a legitimate way to make money. She just doesn't understand it herself. The girl lightly exhaled. The rhythmic and lively piano music leaped and danced in the cabin, sometimes passionate and sometimes calm, an extremely vibrant piece of music. With a big family and business, it is impossible to be involved in every industry. There are still many projects that need personal consumption. That is the main family, the mistress. Pay attention in the future. Erday's mysterious cultivation of successors always surprises the young man. Mysterious. When I have my own private jet. Aren't you at the summer camp at Peking University? Lu Miaoxian felt that only someone with Zhao Feng's status could touch such a beautiful woman. The bag hung on her waist. As Zhao Feng unzipped it to find the key, it brushed against her waist. Li Miaoxian walked over from the deck, with a cold expression, cold eyes, holding a spatula in her hand, calmly said, "It's already 11:30. Go in." Holding Zhao Feng's arm, they walked off the yacht and stepped into the phantom car. She is a treasure, she belongs to him. This morning, there is no future in making jewelry. The hotel needs to be made luxurious. Girls can be cold, unapproachable, not gentle and kind, outwardly aloof. Her soul and inner self are like her dancing fingers, agile, passionate, profound, resonant, touching the heartstrings. You went back to Jinling? The girl nodded in agreement with this residence. The helicopter only flies to the airport. Wang Qian transferred 10 billion to herself, which is completely a mother's indulgence towards her child. You can use this money, but you can't spend it. He is not going to touch this 10 billion. Li Miaoxian has read many books, doesn't like comedies, doesn't like nonsense, doesn't like action movies, likes the kind of art and characters that leave a lingering taste, can be savored for a long time, and soak into the depths of the soul. Using your own things will save a lot of money. A luxurious life probably starts from a precious place, taking a step to another luxurious place. Of course, Zhao Feng has also lost the bitterness and suffering he experienced in the first 18 years. Get up. She will make some noise, let you know she is cooking, but won't ask you to help, just hope you will bring the dishes over. It seems that the movie gives her expression, and she expresses it again through the piano. Open the door to the courtyard. Her fingers touch the black and white keys of the piano. Hold a book, drink a cup of tea. Renting yachts and cars, all paid for by himself. Li Miaoxian sometimes also pays. Zhao Feng received a call from Bai Wanning. Remember, afternoon. The yacht slowly docks. Almost everything that can be experienced on the boat has been tried. Labor and management quickly sell the gold through Bulgari's channels. Don't bother making jewelry, sell smaller luxury items like gold bars with a little Bulgari logo on them. Li Miaoxian sat next to Zhao Feng on the piano stool. The two curled up together to watch a movie, a real private cinema. Zhao Feng has never seen many movies in his life, so he refrains from commenting. A yacht costing 50,000 a day is not considered expensive, but definitely not cheap. He gets in the car and meets up with Erday at the hotel. After freshening up and washing, he brews a cup of coffee. It stirs up emotions deep within. In less than 3 hours, the plane lands in Jinling. Zhao Feng listens attentively. It's not until Zhao Feng takes Li Miaoxian upstairs that he can truly control the 70 million. In the bedroom on the plane, Zhao Feng doesn't want to do anything here. When he follows Erday to the piece of land in Zhao Feng's circle, he has already made up his mind that it's better to hold on to the big thigh in this life. Milk, sandwiches, prawns, a bit of beef sauce, and fried sauce noodles. Just enjoy the feeling of floating in the clouds. All the items bought at the duty-free shop are now loaded onto the plane. The tickets were booked long ago, and only with a ticket can one shop at the duty-free store. You have to book the room 3 months in advance. The girl seems to be in good spirits. Bulgari can also expand some business in Sanya, and the second hotel in China can be tried out. No need to wait for her to call you over. When he reaches the deck, the noise in the kitchen gradually increases, so he gets up to get the dishes. Ordinary people may never see it in their lifetime. After packing up, Zhao Feng stands on the balcony and reminisces about this honeymoon trip. Overall, it was good. She is happier, and they understand each other better. The helicopter and yacht are all things under the Li family's hotel business, so they are free, and the family can afford it. The girlfriend should be awake by now. Zhao Feng gives her a smile, and the girl turns and walks back to the kitchen. When was this? You start school tomorrow. I'll come back to accompany you for a day, and then go see my parents at night. I told you about this a long time ago, so don't say you're not prepared. Wanning will be disappointed. Even if his family is not short of money, he would rather go back to the days of eating 50-cent noodles for every meal than be a playboy. After searching around her waist for a few minutes, it was clear that the key was in a bag the size of a shoe, but it took a while to find it. Can't mess around, it's okay to lie down and rest, but being too filial is not good. There is a hint of rosy color on her face, her fingers are pale, and there is a hint of indifference but also a hint of agility. After the novelty wears off, it is the companionship of the two during the honeymoon that is most enjoyable and touching. She is already 18 years old and cannot let her mother think she has no opinions, no self-control, and no restraint. Okay, where are you? I'll come find you. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Zhao Feng hasn't seen her in half a month. He never avoids calling Li Miaoxian. This time is no exception. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Feng looks at Li Miaoxian. Li Miaoxian remains silent, so he keeps quiet and can't think of any excuses. He knows Li Miaoxian must have heard everything. Miaoxian, speak. I was thinking, Wanning may only have time today, and today I'm not particularly busy. You were tired yesterday, and probably haven't recovered yet, so. The girl doesn't move. Finally, she puts on the ring he gave her. The girl slightly lifts the corners of her mouth, a faint smile appearing on her face. A plain ring with no engravings, only the character Ning imprinted on it. Thanks for the 100 reward from last July. Finally stepping into the subway, Bai Wanning sighs in her heart and takes the initiative to hold his hand. If she doesn't take the initiative now, he might go crazy. I may not be able to accompany you today. Her voice is clear, teaching Zhao Feng word by word. After a long time, the girl finally speaks. Sitting in the seat, the two are quite close. Only after he really leaves does Li Miaoxian's heart suddenly feel empty. Oh, allow mu G 100 reward. He is very knowledgeable. Without saying goodbye, he slipped away directly. Leaning on his shoulder, after sitting for a while, she lowered her head, raised her hand to earnestly touch the ring on her finger. She had imagined countless times before that Zhao Feng would put a wedding ring on her finger and make a lifelong promise. Zhao Feng got off the car. Perhaps Zhao Feng understood himself. He deliberately said a few more words, said to himself, so that after he left, she could enjoy being alone. Okay. They are both fine, but you need to be careful with my 3 little ants. They might cause you some trouble, but it shouldn't be a big problem. Zhao Feng fell silent. Being indecisive and lowering one's status to treat women well is truly beneath a man. The two passed through security, entered the station, maintaining a certain distance, not getting too close, not saying anything unnecessary. Well, the first time. Nodding, Bai Wanning took out a bracelet from her bag, ordinary, not made of any precious metal, but quite exquisite, a string of thorns, and put it on Zhao Feng's hand. We are still lovers. This is not quite appropriate yet, Feng. Of course, except for going out and having fun with the Silver Gang. Okay. Zhao Feng felt uneasy. The little ants she mentioned were her father's other mistresses. Suddenly, he felt pressured. How are the uncles and aunts' temperaments? She wouldn't be very cold, but when there was no smile on her face, her bad mood was already evident. Aren't we going to see the aunts and uncles? Looking at his watch, Zhao Feng turned his head in time. Sighing lightly in his heart, Zhao Feng gently embraced the girl's waist. At this moment, you don't like to passively do things, so I have always paid attention. High school studies are busy. This is probably our first date. Thank you, Wanning. This is mine. Zhao Feng hurriedly took something out of his pocket. He opened his hand, and Bai Wanning's smile slowly faded. The girl was wearing a white dress, a relatively conservative and formal dress for a young girl, adorned with small blue flowers, with extremely fair skin,
often smiling when looking at people. Yes. It was probably at this time, she was always punctual, precise to the second, never coming early, nor arriving a minute late. She liked to have extreme control over everything she could control in the world: time, money, knowledge. She liked to get to know this world, and then try to live more calmly in this chaotic place. I missed you, so I came early. Waiting for you earnestly is also very beautiful. There is still a long time until evening. We can go out first, when it gets dark. It's not too late to go home for dinner. There are some things I can't stop. It's difficult for me, but I love you. It was not peak hours on the subway. I know, so I came back to you, not because I am so stubborn. I just want to re-evaluate you with a different standard. The previous you, I could give you a lifetime of wealth. The current you, what you need to promise me is not just emotions, but also the ability to provide me with a fulfilling and refined life, enough charm and business acumen, not just inheriting the family business. Subway station. By wanting said to meet here. She didn't like to cry. The last time she cried was about his fiancé. Sure enough, at the moment he turned around, a figure came down the escalator, walking neither fast nor slow, exactly on time. She walked to him when he was 1 meter away. You are early again. There is another chapter. Although Zhao Feng is not a cowardly person, when it comes to the critical moment, he still needs to ask a few more questions and make more plans. Where do you want to take me today? If a man lacks ambition and authority, and always speaks sweetly and gently to his woman, she cannot stand it, so she makes him change. In Zhao Feng's palm is a ring. At this moment, she was a bright smile, because Zhao Feng used this kind of simple and kind words again. Li Miaoxian's eyes remained plain from start to finish, her face cold, showing no emotions, revealing no thoughts. The girl suddenly spoke. You can put it on me now, and if I feel we are not suitable in the future, I will take it off and give it back to you. He hesitated for a moment, then held onto the ring, not disappointed, and tried to put the ring back into his pocket. I want to have money 7,210 feet 100 inches reward. This is by wanting. Li Miaoxian doesn't like that kind of person. Zhao Feng grabbed her hand. The girl followed his lead, but did not let go, nor did she extend her finger to him. Let me teach you how to tell me in this situation. You can openly tell me that you want to go out and find a mistress. As long as it's reasonable, I will allow it. Unchangeable. By wanting leaned her head on his shoulder. Even if you had 100 guts, you wouldn't know how to hold my hand. Why is it always me who takes the initiative? The girl looked straight ahead, not facing Zhao Feng directly, and Zhao Feng did not pry open her fingers or put the ring on when she was not smiling. Zhao Feng immediately took her hand. The girl spread out her fingers, and he put the ring on her. Zhao Feng stood patiently by the side. Can you speak human language? If you say it, I will agree. What have you expressed by talking for so long? Are you testing my reading comprehension? Am I stupid? I heard your phone call. I didn't say anything. You can take it as my consent, even if I didn't hear it. When you go out today, can't I guess what you are going out to do? When she just refused, the pain in her heart was unbearable. She couldn't bear to let go. She couldn't forget those moments. A gift for you. If it were earlier, she might even slow down her pace. When you were playing with me, you weren't so wishy-washy. Remember, I'm not from the Qing dynasty. Don't think of me, Li Miaoxian, as a jealous woman. I don't have such a small mindset. You don't need to be so cautious. Zhao Feng explained the situation earnestly with his shoulder propped up. School starts tomorrow. We can be together all day at school. The girl smiled, even though she could feel Zhao Feng's gaze on her chest, white stockings, and waist. It was just his usual interest. He had been like this when they were desk mates in high school. She frowned slightly. Perhaps Zhao Feng was not as unintelligent as she thought. I wish I had no brain. 100 reward. Yuliao 200 reward. Thank you for your support. Best wishes. Thank you. She didn't like any unverified ways of dating. Doing handicrafts together, shopping, watching movies, eating, this was her approved way. Murder mystery games, haunted houses, hotels would wipe the smile off her face. DIY workshops. You can find them in small shops in the corners of the city, usually run by kind-hearted women, with a nice environment. Pottery, painting, coloring, choosing to make a gift for your lover here is indeed a good choice. Sir, our display case is not for sale to the public. Go be a fool, damn it. Fuming with anger, he restrained himself and bought 2 cups. She remembered that in high school, Zhao Feng didn't have a water bottle and would run quickly to the water dispenser with her large water bottle to fill it up and rush back at the end of class. She liked to drink the cheapest lemon tea. At least that's how it was when she was in school. Perhaps she said that considering his financial ability at the time. Bai Wanning smiled. This was the first time. Just now, while shopping, he actually let her to look at the goods through the glass outside all the stores. Zhao Feng was sweating. Glancing sideways, Bai Wanning, the girl was still drinking that cup of lemon water. So, what movie did you book? The girl's question, a fatal blow. Took $50 from me?
Zhao Feng must think she's a bit thin, preparing to make a big bowl for himself. His thoughts are easy to guess, almost written on his face. It wasn't until the end that Zhao Feng suddenly realized that he seemed to no longer be the poor kid who couldn't afford anything. No, I took the girl to the mall and didn't even enter a single store. He was stunned himself. Because the movie hasn't reached the sentimental part yet. Zhao Feng was also stunned. He smiled and said, those pairs of cups that couldn't be sent out, when they were made, neither of them put much effort into it, the workmanship was perfunctory, even just to get by. Bai Wanning was very interested in the project of making cups with mud. Coming out of the workshop, Zhao Feng went to buy water. Damn it, my heart is bleeding. The shop owner and was helping Bai Wanning install the handles of the cups. These several necklaces placed in the center of major merchants in Ginza are all inlaid with gemstones, diamonds, and jade, totaling over 7 million. Just giving me a display case won't be a loss. Wrap it up. With not much novelty and artistic creativity, this movie was like a form of a date between the two. Why is it that when with a bad wife, one subconsciously brings oneself back to that stage of having nothing? This is a post-apocalyptic theme, only machine guns and monsters, no love, only guns. Then he poured water with the lid of her thermos and drank. Now, he probably won't lack a cup to drink water, but handmade things like this, when looked at decades later, still hold meaning. Spit out the money you stole from me. It took a while for the shop assistant to react, find the manager, verify the funds, swipe the card in one go, pack it up, and even arrange for professional security personnel. Shaping the inner and outer on the turntable with fingers, Zhao Feng unknowingly got his face covered in gray, still very seriously making his thing. A bowl, not small, can hold a lot of things. Pinch, pinch. Zhao Feng quietly took her around in a circle, back to the mall, starting to shop again. Bai Wanning's mouth dropped open, looking incredulously at the female salesperson. He was serious, but couldn't resist the sharp eyes of this little girl, who could tell good from bad at a glance. The two picked a suitable piece of clay. Turns out I'm not the only one who hasn't recovered. Zhao Feng suddenly spoke softly. Zhao Feng fell silent. Placing his arm over her head, she understood and let him stretch his arm around her shoulder, their bodies close together. Almost done. He remembered this lemonade shop. It seemed to be a national chain, such a profitable business. Need to find time to acquire it. Both of them have good eyesight. Bai Wanning caught the lemonade, and after holding it, she realized it was cold. She gave Zhao Feng a deep look. She didn't say anything, just smiled habitually and drank the water. She also thought I was still the same as before. Both of them hold great seriousness towards the feelings they had in that initial state, to the extent that even now when they go out on a date, they still use the same thoughts and ways of dealing with things as back then. Zhao Feng doesn't have much money, so try not to spend, understand him, but express it tactfully. Zhao Feng couldn't find many flaws in his craftsmanship anymore. This bowl must have been beautifully fired. Not allowed. Zhao Feng stood still. How do you do business? He didn't speak for a while. Bai Wanning finished tasting the lemonade, turned to look at him. Just felt that such a talent in this world-class supermarket was indeed quite abstract. After a few glances, she seemed to suddenly realize, calmly asking, actually, I quite like them, would you like to give them to me? In the back row, when the lights dimmed, he could hear the girls breathing. The movie began. This one is very nice, I think it suits you. This time Zhao Feng looked very carefully. When Bai Wanning answered, she first glanced at the price, then said, don't like it, a bit rough. Why? I'll drink your mother cow. Zhao Feng waved to call the waiter, handed over the credit card, and pointed to the display case in front of him. Then he took Bai Wanning to catch a movie. Watching the clerk take the mallet and fiercely beat the lemon that may not have been washed clean, then adding ice and water. Is that it? Zhao Feng and Bai Wanning didn't speak, just looked at the necklace, not wanting to embarrass the waiter too much. Zhao Feng had his bodyguard take the things back to the car first. Sir, I apologize for what just happened. I can make a decision here unilaterally. This time, your purchase will come with 10 display cases as a gift. Please provide an address. Zhao Feng quickly looked at the bowl he had just made, sipping it slowly, as if reluctant to finish it all at once. Bai Wanning stood there for a long time, their heads leaning against each other. Wanning, do you like that necklace? It's okay, just too shiny, not really my style. Zhao Feng is not someone without manners. And then Zhao Feng encountered the biggest spending assassin event of his life, lemon water for 24 yuan a cup. Lemon water assassin, F*King beat the lemon water. They walked around the mall in a circle. In the display cases along the wall, there were many couples' newly fired porcelain pieces stored here, some of which had not been sent out, and some could no longer be sent out. My boyfriend came out of poverty, he never shows off, finally trying to show off in front of his girlfriend, is it easy for him? In the huge theater, there were only a few people, very empty. Wanning, I want to kiss you. Even so, He had never bought her anything before. It's okay, too cumbersome, feels heavy, probably would bend my neck. What about that one? After a while, Bai Wanning finally spoke, it's fine, go ahead, kiss me. Zhao Feng leaned in, smelling the faint scent on her. In the dim light, the girl's eyes were bright. Good night. The atmosphere provided by the cinema is that two people can secretly, quietly. The atmosphere and lighting can bring about heartbeats and warm thoughts. You can get closer and be more intimate. You can lower your voice to a whisper. When communicating with her, she dare not refuse you too much, dare not make a loud noise. Just like Bai Wanning now. Before she could refuse, Zhao Feng had already leaned close to her lips. Zhao Feng frowned. When they were high school classmates, there were many good opportunities for Zhao Feng to touch her legs, but he always carefully avoided touching her. Why? Bai Wanning was stunned for a moment. 3 minutes passed. No matter how big the bag is, if the girlfriend is tired, the man can only carry the bag. The driver opened the door with gloves. Bai Wanning nodded slightly, then turned to Zhao Feng. Okay, I'm going home. If you're not ready, you don't have to deal with my parents this time. He didn't give her a chance to breathe either. The license plate was from Beijing. Can't you be a little greedy? 2 minutes. Sigh. Bai Wanning remained silent, keeping quiet, not directly responding to his request. The large villa in the distance was right in front of them, an extended version of the Phantom. The second uncle was driving himself. Facing Bai Wanning's smiling face, Zhao Feng pursed his lips, pointing to the car behind. Let's calm down for a moment. He tried again. Wanning, are you okay with this? Bai Wanning wanted to push him away, forcing down the complex emotions in her heart. As Zhao Feng's mouth left, Bai Wanning pinched the edge of her skirt, her body gently swaying. Okay, no touching. Finally, the car stopped. Is this some cold knowledge? Why don't I know? Can't even watch the movie. Full throttle all the way. She kissed awkwardly. This thing, she's not good at talking now. The girl spoke crisply, don't touch me. Bai Wanning said for 3 minutes. Zhao Feng watched the time, and exactly 3 minutes later, the girl stepped out. Zhao Feng changed into a new outfit in the car. You call this not touching? Just getting in the car, taking the lead. Her knees could already feel the warmth of his palm. He didn't say anything, but Zhao Feng started sweating profusely when the old man spoke the truth. Zhao Feng didn't hear her response. Probably won't even see her face later. Arriving at the Bai family, she couldn't help Zhao Feng speak anymore. He had to rely on himself. Now he seems to have woken up. Zhao Feng also got in the car, and the second uncle followed the car in front. Jing D99999, why wouldn't I go? I'm not some shy guy, I have to meet them sooner or later. After about 15 minutes, when they were close to the outskirts of the city, the car turned a corner and wound up the hillside. Bai Wanning wasn't tired, she just wanted to clarify her boyfriend's status. He finally understood why Bai Wanning had no expression when he said he would follow. Zhao Feng nodded. Okay, if you don't keep your promise tonight, I'll be angry. She had been wanting to go to the bathroom, now she could escape from Zhao Feng's clutches. Watching a movie. Ha! Why do I need to know? You were a vegetarian before, why the change in a few days? This view seems to overlook Jinling City. Let me remind you, don't be too difficult if their family is a bit tough. If they scold you a bit, you have to be polite, lower your posture. You're not here for a formal marriage proposal, you're here to pass a test. Maybe they won't even let you in, you have to be thick-skinned, speak with a smile. If they don't let you in, wait outside, say more good things, lower your posture. Remember, you're not here to marry their daughter, you're here to win her over. Who would want their daughter to marry someone else, especially from such a wealthy family? Young man, to be honest, I wasn't this brave when I was young, but I admire your courage today. Her white bag was already hanging around Zhao Feng's neck. Bai Wanning noticed Zhao Feng's hand on her leg. Maybach S-Class. Zhao Feng held her hands, not letting her move. The car from Bai Wanning's family had already stopped at the door. It's not inferior to his own Purple Mountain Manor. In the future, he will buy up the villas in that villa area, making it his private domain. This is our fourth kiss. Wanning, don't you have any experience? When they kissed to their satisfaction, she lightly patted Zhao Feng's back. With two cars like this on the street, no other car dared to cut in. Zhao Feng nodded. Okay, let's do it again. Zhao Feng was already feeling hot all over. Although she was mentally prepared, his sudden touch still made her heart race. In the trunk, there's a gift prepared by Li Yatu for you, remember to take it. Zhao Feng was anxious and a bit unwilling, but it had been a long time since Zhao Feng had been close to her. Coming out of the square, the second uncle said it was a suit made by Li Niuxian for him. This car was towed over by Zhao Feng from the capital city, used for his own formal occasions, representing his family. The first time he wore it, Yi sat in the passenger seat to guide him,
Fortunately he arrived smoothly before reaching, and his clothes were in good condition. Finally, the movie ended. Bai Wanning breathed a sigh of relief. Is this what love is like? It's really torturous. You're very skilled. Zhao Feng sat in the car with other boyfriends, waiting on the sofa outside the toilet. While other boyfriends were playing with their phones, Zhao Feng was staring at the toilet door. He didn't need anyone to teach him, he was really quick to catch on. And I didn't even kiss her nose. Zhao Feng, sitting in the car, had already seen many people, more than he had imagined, and Bai Wanning stood behind the crowd, her clothes more eye-catching. Okay, but this dead straight guy is just like that. If you don't let him do it, he won't be able to adapt. But hearing Zhao Feng's tone like that, if you don't let him play a little, he probably won't be able to sleep tonight. Very formal. Ha! But every time it's you who takes the initiative, I have no other experience except being kissed by you. Because I can't touch you before those days of the month, it would be uncomfortable. More nervous than the college entrance exam. Damn it! Ye's words lingered in Zhao Feng's mind. Bai Wanning remained silent. He really annoyingly kept his hand there, not wanting to move at all. Sometimes she really wanted him to gently pinch her, otherwise it would be uncomfortable. Zhao Feng took a deep breath. Yi tidied up his tie properly, put on white gloves, opened the car door, got out, then walked over and bent down to open the car door. Young master, we've arrived. Yi held the door and waited for him to get out. Zhao Feng took another deep breath, a smile appeared on his face. A foot in leather shoes stretched out of the car door, stepped on the ground, and then the whole person walked out of the car. The suit was crisp and the whole person looked spirited. To be honest, very handsome. Yi had already opened the trunk, carrying things, and handing them to Zhao Feng, several very exquisite boxes. Inside the villa, he sighed lightly in his heart. Yi smiled and shook his head. I'm old, I won't mention the past. Without hesitation, Zhao Feng smiled at the first moment. Hello, uncle. A group of people stood at the entrance. Closer. Zhao Feng was instantly drenched like a drowned rat, with no dry spot on his body. On one hand, it reduces one's subjective initiative, and on the other hand, sometimes the price of the deal is simply unacceptable. Like this sudden downpour, he wouldn't be able to trade for a second time in his life. Oh my, this could probably wash people away. He sighed lightly. To be honest, if this time doesn't work out, there's basically no chance for a second attempt. She even silently wept without tears. There was a moment when he even wanted to turn around and leave. Still, no one came to talk to him. Carrying the gifts, Zhao Feng walked over proudly. Zhao Feng was left standing in place. Everyone present sighed in unison. If the unjust 3 million yuan is still unused, this time it might be over directly. Even the trick of pretending to be pitiful won't work. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, it was as if the reservoir in the sky had released water, and a torrential rain poured down crazily. Exhale. Wishing for the best, thanking the young master. Then Bai Wanning came running down from upstairs wearing only socks, her slippers hindering her. She wasn't wearing any. Yi closed the car door, walked over unhurriedly, following behind Zhao Feng. Hello, uncles and aunties, I'm Zhao Feng. When everyone reacted, they saw Bai Jingshan rushing out in the rain, without an umbrella, his figure sharp as a sword. Pay 3 million. With a smile, Zhao Feng stood there without saying a word. Thank you for the 100 rewards from Tianiliang. At that point I might really have to take Bai Wanning away myself, run away and hide. Transaction successful. Within 10 seconds, a heavy rain will fall in the 3-hectare area where the host is located, and 3 million will be deducted from your bank account. After everyone entered, the entrance door was violently closed. The main gate of the villa outside was open, and I could walk over by myself. Zhao Feng never felt so close and reliable to Yi. Almost everyone was gathered at the door. After wiping his eyes with a wet sleeve, Zhao Feng finally saw that the person who pulled him into the villa was Bai Jingshan, Bai Wanning's father, the man who openly had several lovers. Just as Zhao Feng was about to greet him, he saw the middle-aged man smile, take a few steps towards him, gradually approach, and then successfully pass him. After giving out all the gifts, Zhao Feng pinched the dripping hem of his clothes to prevent the water from dripping down and splashing on the floor. He had prepared a set of plans, but now he had nowhere to implement them. Inquire about the price of causing a heavy rain in a local area for 3 minutes. It seems like there are still people outside. In the trunk, there was a necklace bought for Bai Wanning while shopping in the afternoon. Standing in the yard, Zhao Feng couldn't help but think of Bai Wanning. If it weren't for a woman, for an emotion that couldn't be let go, how could the dignified young master of the capital be willing to be treated like this? From the large iron gate of the villa to the villa door, Zhao Feng faced everyone's gaze, including the middle-aged man with a calm face holding a baseball bat. Moreover, the packaging done by Li Miaoxian made it clear at a glance which gifts were for the male host and which were for the female hosts. Bai Jingshan did not respond, just hummed lightly.
He could understand not wanting to be shut out like this. Who would want their daughter to be belittled? His hands were a little sore from carrying things, and his smile on his face had long since become stiff and unnatural, although he had been maintaining it. The middle-aged man at the front, who looked very young, was holding a baseball bat and looked a lot like Bai Wanning. Even he had to enter the villa with Bai Jingshan. 3 hectares. Zhao Feng felt a little relieved. Fortunately, there was someone who would listen to him. His hair was wet. Inside the villa, Yi wouldn't speak up for him this time. Even if he did, it probably wouldn't help, and even Yi would be treated coldly. Swallowing forcefully, Zhao Feng's smile and confidence on his face remained unchanged, his steps becoming more determined. So, this time is crucial. He was pulled towards the door. Bai Wanning stood there barefoot, not looking at the things Zhao Feng handed over, but staring at Zhao Feng's wetsuit. They all gathered by the window to watch the rain outside. Laughter from Yi inside the villa could be heard. Although the lights in the yard were bright, they were not as dazzling as inside. The sound of rain was even more overwhelming than the usual thunder. Wasn't it supposed to be sunny today? Why did it suddenly rain without any warning, no forecast at all? When the heavy rain came down, everyone heard the commotion immediately. It's still the same in these wealthy families. Bang! As Zhao Feng, like a water ghost, handed over the protected gifts to Bai Wanning's mother and a few beautiful women, and handed the gifts for the male host to Bai Jingshan. Strange, why am I so afraid of that baseball bat? Ah, Mr. Zhao Jiafu, when I was young, when I was studying in the capital, I really admired you. Your momentum when you were young really influenced a whole generation. The rain outside was terrifying. Waited for 20 minutes. Please select the size of the local area. He was almost knocked down by the heavy rain. Zhao Feng has always been reluctant to rely on this all-powerful trading system. Bai Jingshan pulled Fugue into the villa. Local area will experience heavy rain. This is too big. I have never seen such a heavy rain in all my life. He didn't feel lonely because for over a decade, he had been living alone under dim lights, self-reliant and self-sufficient. Getting closer. It seemed like everyone had agreed not to see him, ignoring him, not giving him any attention in their words and gazes. This attitude, not only unattractive, but even to the point of being disheveled, the smile when bending down made her heart ache. Zhao Feng silently counted in his heart. When the heavy rain started pouring down for the 17th second, the door of the villa was violently pushed open, and then a person rushed out from inside. Zhao Feng couldn't even open his eyes to see who it was. 2 maids hurried to get towels. Rice will be cooked into cooked rice, and then when she is pregnant with a baby, she will come over and arrange the uncles and aunts with a flower hand. No movement. Still in a hurry. Where, seeing you now, you still look energetic. Good, come in quickly. It's been a long time since a distinguished guest came to my place. Also, a recommendation ticket. Monthly tickets and such are also welcome. Zhao Feng stood still without saying a word while holding things. Good night. Thanks for the 100 reward from advance, and then being beaten to death by her father with a baseball bat. The initial cost of the first 3-minute heavy rain in a 3-hectare local area is 3 million, the cost of the second heavy rain is 3 trillion, the cost of the third heavy rain is 30 trillion, the cost of the fourth heavy rain is. Bai Wanning's mother was the first to speak, although her tone was flat, the urgency in it was evident to everyone. Towels, what are you standing there for? Hurry up! The baseball bat was very thick. This young man, how should I put it, after waiting for so long, being drenched like this, still smiling and greeting everyone, the gifts on the ground, finally Zhao Feng found the opportunity to hand over the necklace he bought in the afternoon to Bai Wanning. Zhao Feng didn't know why his legs were starting to feel weak. Zhao Feng stood still with the gifts, although he still had a smile on his face, but after preparing countless times in his heart, all the excuses were completely useless now. He felt a lot of powerlessness. But the monthly ticket is not mandatory. Everyone can vote for their favorite works, and if you don't want money, please give a recommendation ticket. Just consider it as getting to know each other. There is a group where everyone can come in and chat with me, which is more convenient. Second uncle was the first to stand at the window and look at the rain outside. To be precise, he was the first to, after the rain, take a look at his young master. As long as he doesn't die, it's fine. To be honest, such a major event in life still depends on the two lovers. For a young man like you, especially someone like Zhao Feng from a good family background, getting married is like freeload on a girl. Money and assets won't make him feel embarrassed. The only thing that can be examined is his sincerity. Thank you, uncle, I am good at drinking, but since I am here today, no matter how you see me, I will first apologize. Without your consent, I came to disturb you. I will apologize first. Now, being disrupted by this rain has messed up all the rhythm. Not to mention making the girl do the small things. He was afraid that if he acted a little slower, the rain outside would stop. Everyone in the villa gathered around at this moment. A group of people were stunned on the spot. Zhao Feng took a shower and wore Bai Jingshan's clothes. The two of them had similar body shapes, and Zhao Feng looked quite fitting in them. Bai Jingshan took a look at Zhao Feng's outfit, held back from speaking. Although this young man looked talented, he felt uncomfortable and distressed for some reason when he saw Zhao Feng. The key is that he realized that this stinky kid's head is quite sharp, and his heart is quite good. Now, could it be that God wants to bless the two of them? Bai Wanning's mother had someone bring a towel. Your father and I only have you as our child. How could we bear to see you like this? No matter how good he is to you, it's not acceptable. This is a serious matter. Then she chuckled, can luxury goods also generate buzz like this? Lao Ganma imitating Lao Ganma, Kang Shifu and Kan Shui Fu? Bai Jingshan burst into laughter. Bai Jingshan was also taken aback. That cup contained 2 liang of white wine. If he didn't speak up soon, Xiaomian would probably be exposed. This sincerity is not determined by Erdage or the Zhao family. It's about making Bai Wanning's family feel your sincerity before they will consider you. Zhao Feng suppressed his joy in his heart and quickly followed Auntie to the bathroom. He also made his own Xiaomian angry. He would occasionally glance at his own father. Wanning said he had to report for the new student orientation tomorrow morning. A full cup. Zhao Feng was still pondering how to continue speaking, but was interrupted by Bai Jingshan. Bai Wanning sat there. Although she didn't cry, her teary-eyed expression made anyone who saw her feel heartbroken. When Bai Wanning was in high school, she was in a relationship, and he knew about it. He personally investigated Zhao Feng. He didn't mind that his daughter liked an orphan, as he didn't have a son himself, so having a son-in-law was also good. Speaking of which, this Zhao Feng guy is quite a jerk. He even had to come in person to discuss such trivial matters. He had to admit that Zhao Feng had a thicker skin than him. Who knew it would rain, and so suddenly? If it had started raining lightly, I would have let him in myself. After saying that, he rolled his eyes intentionally, didn't say anything, and started drinking with Erdage again. If he had brought his young master in himself, the nature of the matter would be different, and this timely rain would have been in vain. Bai Wanning's mother was very beautiful. Even at 40 she still had a youthful charm, and now she was comforting her daughter. He didn't even want to look. While talking, Zhao Feng drank a full cup of wine in one gulp, then poured himself another. Thank you, uncle. Zhao Feng was drenched. He couldn't say anything. He had to let the Bai family show their stance. If the Bai family let him in, then there would still be room for negotiation. Can you drink? Are you dealing with luxury goods? You don't seem like a fool. Come on, tell me what luxury goods you're dealing with. If it's a brand you've created yourself, and you're doing the marketing yourself, then you don't need to say. Can you sue those foreign brands like Bulgari? He even meticulously considered his demeanor, language, and etiquette. Zhao Feng stood there awkwardly, not daring to speak, just smiling all the time. Alright, don't be angry. Your father didn't really want to make things difficult for him. His voice was very clear. Look, your father rushed out to bring him in at the first time. His back has always been bad, but he ran out so fast to bring him in. Even if you have a boyfriend, your father still cares about you. I can't drink much, just a little bit. Bai Wanning stood not far away, looking at Zhao Feng's wet appearance. Her eyes were red. It's my own brand, Bulgari. Uncle is teaching me a lesson. He quickly stopped. Otherwise, if Wanning saw that he, as a father, let her boyfriend drink so much, she would probably cut off ties with him. Oof. With so many dishes now, he felt the tasteless food. Bai Jingshan snorted and didn't bother to pour wine for Zhao Feng. He just handed the bottle over to him, placing it within Zhao Feng's reach. Uncle, Auntie, I will treat Wanning well. The only ones listening attentively to him were the 3 aunts of Bai Wanning. They were listening carefully to Zhao Feng. I can only speak up with a stiff face. I already have my own company and group now, all of which I have set up myself. I have ventured into agriculture, jewelry, hotels, security, luxury goods, and I am preparing to invest in the technology field next. Bai Jingshan poured wine enthusiastically for Yi, then said indifferently, young people should drink less wine if they can avoid it. Bai Jingshan was stunned. Bai Jingshan got wet too, changed into another outfit and came downstairs again. He didn't want to let him in at first. At least he had to visit a few more times before he would have the qualification to talk to him. Zhao Feng, dumbfounded, picked up the wine bottle and filled his own glass. Zhao Feng knew he only had this much time. This rain is really disgusting. Bai Jingshan immediately grabbed the wine bottle. Alright, it's been drunk. Finally, when Bai Jingshan and Yi had almost finished drinking, the dining table was temporarily quiet for a moment. Zhao Feng took a deep breath. Okay, go take a shower first. Since you're here, let's have a meal later. The rain is so heavy now. Especially Zhao Feng's smile, always made him feel like this kid was showing a winner's smile. Xiaomian was very angry.
blaming me for leaving her boyfriend out in the pouring rain. Zhao Feng knew that his words sounded weak, but the lack of any reaction still made him feel pressured.
Dinner time. Bai Wanning didn't see anyone, probably arranged upstairs.
With such a table full of dishes in front of him, if he were a normal boyfriend, this kind of setup would be considered very attentive to him.
This rain is so strange. It came suddenly and left even more suddenly. Alright, I'll talk to him a bit more later. Of course, I still have to make things difficult for him. Wanning, you have to know, you're not going to marry him.
Bai Jingshan knew his precious daughter was watching him. The look in her eyes was the same as her mother's, a standard expression of anger.
This momentum.
Bai Wanning's mother wanted to reach out and stop it, but Bai Wanning's parents seemed to have not heard. They continued to remain silent at the dining table, while Bai Jingshan kept eating peanuts, unable to stop his hands or his mouth.
Zhao Feng nodded.
As soon as Zhao Feng entered the bathroom, the rain outside suddenly stopped, as if the tap in the sky had been turned off in an instant. Zhao Feng sat at the dining table, with Bai Jingshan on his right and Bai Wanning's mother on his left. However, these two almost ignored him. All the courtesy was given to Yi, making it seem like Yi was the real guest.
There is another chapter. Zhao Feng looked at the expression on Bai Jingshan's face.
He understood that disdainful, disappointed, speechless, mocking expression very well.
Not just Bai Jingshan.
Everyone sitting at the dining table, one by one, felt that Zhao Feng's move was a bit of a loss of status.
The young master from Beijing, by doing this to seek attention, lacked elegance and frankness, and even seemed to be trying to gain something for nothing.
Your brand name is really losing its value.
Zhao Feng didn't say much.
He opened his phone to prepare the documents he had acquired before, and then went to the official website of Bulgari to read a line of text about corporate changes that had just been updated a week ago. Zhao Feng brought his phone close to Bai Jingshan.
Placing it next to Zhao Feng, hangover soup, you can't drink it, you have to force yourself.
Although he still seemed indifferent, uninterested, and as if he hadn't heard, when he heard Zhao Feng mention the betrothal gifts and wedding, he couldn't help but show a flicker of emotion.
Zhao Feng looked at the faces of the two as he spoke. Fortunately, this uncle also gave him some face.
Bai Jingshan's gaze immediately shifted over.
Zhao Feng felt relieved. When he mentioned getting the marriage certificate, perhaps Bai Jingshan had made too many empty promises. Auntie, I really like Wanning and will get married to her in the future.
Uncle, look, I clicked on the corporate history and culture on Bulgari's official website.
This is Bulgari's development history, right?
With these words, Zhao Feng felt like he had stolen someone else's cabbage.
Now I will search Bulgari's official website. Uncle just needs to confirm whether it is or not. I will input and search now. Look at the first result that appears. Uncle, this is the official website, right?
However, when Bai Jingshan said this, Zhao Feng knew that today's matter had temporarily found a solution.
It was just that he still had to treat Li Niaoxian's parents seriously.
Auntie, rest assured, I will not let Wan Ning suffer any grievances. She will always be the most respected one at home. I can guarantee this matter. The atmosphere at the dining table began to slowly warm up.
Uncle, please take a look. Doesn't this kid know that this kind of thing shouldn't be shown to others casually? These are all classified as commercial secrets.
Huafeng Group, also known as Huafeng International Trade and Business Company, with a registered capital of 1 million, registered on August 24, with Zhao Feng as the legal representative. Auntie, rest assured, I will never let her suffer any grievances in the future. I will give her the best in everything, and I will never let her shed tears.
I will always give her the best. Bai Jingshan remained silent.
Bai Jingshan poured wine for Zhao Feng again, in a flat tone. A man should be content.
My Wan Ning is better than anyone else. If you dare to be unfaithful to her, let me know.
When I was young, I was a good baseball player. You should consider that. To think that he still cared about her when dealing with other women's matters.
Bai Wanning's parents fell silent for a moment. Can a man's words be trusted? After all, this country practices monogamy. Bai Jingshan.
At that moment, Zhao Feng had not yet reacted. Bai Jingshan was very patient. He wanted to see what tricks Zhao Feng had up his sleeve. Zhao Feng raised his glass and drank. I will remember the lesson you taught me, uncle. Bulgari is a national treasure-level luxury brand from Italy, at the level of world civilization, belonging to the top luxury ranks. My Wan Ning is doomed for 8 lifetimes. Zhao Feng would not tell anyone his secrets. He could still maintain a sense of mystery at this moment, and Bai Jingshan was already somewhat shocked to the point of losing control of his facial expressions. Bai Wanning's mother's eyes were slightly red. As parents, all we want is for our daughter to be happy in the future, to live a good life. Wan Ning has never suffered any grievances, nor has she endured any hardships. Sigh.
Let's eat.
Bai Wanning's mother served Zhao Feng some dishes, filling his plate. After a serious look, he confirmed that Zhao Feng had used £9.15.
Everyone was dumbfounded. He glanced at Zhao Feng again. The latest one. Not long after, Bai Wanning brought a bowl of soup over. Now he was shocked. He no longer cared about what Zhao Feng was saying. He took out his phone and searched for the term Hua Phone Group. This kind of business transaction feels like a joke. No, how the hell did this kid manage to get his hands on this? Is it really that outrageous? He was taken aback. Getting married means being legally married. Bai Jingshan spoke. Alas, this may be the retribution of my life. I was greedy, and as a result, my own daughter was also harmed by others. Bai Wanning's parents were momentarily silent, unsure of how to decide. Bai Jingshan gave him some face. He wanted to finish watching and then humiliate Zhao Feng, preferably making him understand clearly. If Zhao Zichang had been a billionaire for a few years, how could he be so clueless in raising his son? Yes. I will treat your parents as my own. Yes. Bai Jingshan wanted to see what he was up to. Bai Jingshan remained silent, and Bai Wanning's mother spoke gently. Oh, then you have quite a few parents of your own. Where did things go wrong? Zhao Feng understood her meaning. It was time for him to speak up. On August 26, 2022, the equity of the Bulgari Group changed hands, becoming part of the luxury goods category industry under the Huafeng Group. There is never a smooth time, there is never a beautiful time, you have always been struggling, conditions were not good before, now that you have money, you are asked to be humble again. I worry that when no one pays attention to you outside, you will leave. I worry that after you enter the door, you won't be able to say enough to impress my parents. I worry that you will suddenly let go, suddenly forget about me. I worry about you. Although it was Bai Wanning who was holding him, would a daughter from a wealthy family like mine take advantage of him? Bastard! Zhao Feng originally wanted to say something unreasonable and overbearing, but Bai Wanning's agreement swept away all the frivolousness in his heart. Now regret it. If things were clarified and dealt with in advance, there would be no need to put in so much effort now. Speaking softly and not even willing to shed a tear or tremble. But the most feared thing about these two girls' looks is that after they meet, their confidence weakens because of each other's appearance and temperament, and then they start to attack each other. If everything goes smoothly, where are those exciting moments of joy and sorrow, darkness and light in life? In our long life, how can we bear to spend it smoothly and peacefully? This is what I should do. Which man doesn't find it difficult when marrying a wife? Which young man doesn't have to work hard to please his mother-in-law, and talk until his lips are sore? This is a compulsory course in life. Sincerity and true feelings are necessary. It is even harder for wealthy families to obtain love. I will never let you go in my life, so don't think about leaving, just stay in my heart. Zhao Feng was pulled into the room by Bai Wanning. You can try taking on some class duties to add some fun. Bai Wanning added a seat and sat down next to Zhao Feng. I'll go downstairs, I just followed you up. Uncle is probably already scolding me for being rude in his heart. She pulled Zhao Feng upstairs in a flash. Wanning, deserving a beating, even if he is respectful. Just looking at him with disdain, not willing. Scalp tingling, unable to understand or unwilling to listen, it is already obvious. This girl is already resentful. Bai Jingshan gave a perfunctory response and took the bowl. No need, you should go back to school early, don't delay your schedule. Even though Zhao Feng knew that the two women's temperaments would not clash because of their time together, he didn't want Li Miaoxian and Bai Wanning to meet too often. When they can't see each other, they might not care. Shall I walk you there? The girl spoke softly, her voice gentle and soft. The extremely clean and tidy room was not the girly room one would imagine. Bai Wanning's room had bookshelves on all sides, a small computer study desk, a double bed, a dressing room, and a bathroom. I never thought that after marrying someone from a similar background, we would face even greater difficulties. Alright, remember to bring your admission letter, ID card, and also bring some small gifts for your dormitory mates. When you are not in the dorm, they can help look after your things left in the dorm. During high school, there was a time when she felt that Zhao Feng was a bit malnourished and wanted him to come home for a meal. Bai Wanning nodded. My father, he may not be good to you, but don't be angry with him, he is very good to me, he just wants me to be a little happier. The girl shook her head, grabbed Zhao Feng's clothes, sat there and couldn't help but shed tears. After a few minutes, Bai Jingshan couldn't help it anymore. Okay. Zhao Feng handed her a tissue and gently wiped away the tears. The girl looked a bit haggard, slender, and the gentleness in her beauty was captivating. Okay. Zhao Feng finally saw that Wanning's tears had reached the end of her cheeks, not sobbing, just silently shedding tears. He sat down on the sofa next to her. Fortunately, today he put in some effort. Zhao Feng's words, she just heard them from behind. Although their parents did not explicitly say it, it seems that they probably agree for Zhao Feng to continue dating her. Zhao Feng wiped away her tears. He really wanted to curse Zhao Feng a few words. This bastard just went into the room like that? Well, let's plan to go to school tomorrow around 10 o'clock. Our relationship is like a prickly ball,
always rolling around and never getting clean. This was Zhao Feng's first time having a meal at her house. After Bai Jingshan finished speaking, Bai Wanning stood up, pulled Zhao Feng away. This is not the place to talk, let's find somewhere else to talk. Resting her head on Zhao Feng's shoulder, I brought you to my room, didn't I? Just because you got caught in the rain, just because you let him have a drink, just because you didn't let him in and left him outside? Is it necessary to be so protective? Take care of yourself. He really isn't good at coaxing women, let alone trying to coax two at the same time. Try this, braised pork, I can make it too. Bai Gingshan stood still. Compared to Li Miaoxian, Bai Wanning is really that kind of gentle and weak sickly girl, indescribable, sometimes with a sickly pale feeling. He dare not call it sickly beauty, because the gentleness in her expression is overwhelming. He is as stubborn as a bull. She takes relationships very seriously. This crab is delicious, I'll prepare it for you. Oh, you're starting school tomorrow. Okay. You need to go to the security guard office to communicate. Miaoxian's sister, you both need at least 2 fixed campus parking spaces, and you also need to arrange for a driver's access card for easy pickup and drop-off. It's me who carries you on my back, you never abandoned me. It's you who found out in the capital and told me it's possible. You've done 99%, I've only done my 1% that I should do. I don't know why loving each other can make a man bear so much. Obviously it's a matter between two people. There are fresh flowers on the table on the balcony, without chemical fragrances. The natural floral scent can be smelled as soon as you enter, refreshing. The couple huddled together, Bai Wanning whispered, and Zhao Feng nodded occasionally. Can you save your whispers for another time? Is this the place for you two to talk privately? He couldn't see Zhao Feng's smiling face. Don't be sad, after tonight, even if your dad has one more opinion, he can't go back on his word. No need, he may be angry, but once he promises something, he won't go back on it. Zhao Feng nodded. I see, should I go downstairs later and give him a flower shake? Kissing. They're in a young girl's room, and there's no one else around. They can't even be affectionate for a while. Did I spend 3 million to get soaked in the rain for nothing? Once the big things are settled, the small things can also be put on the agenda. Saying you like Bai Wanning only for her gentleness is impossible. Her looks and figure outshine her peers. When she was in school wearing a uniform, she didn't seem that way. After graduating from high school, it's as if a beauty has emerged from the cocoon. Every frown and smile is enchanting. By the time he finished the call, it was already 11:30. Wanning is gentle and not good at arguing. You know this, I hope you remember it too. You're studying in Jinling, you can come over for dinner when you're free, it's like your own home. Dinner had ended long ago. Yi and Bai Jingshan were drinking tea together. Compared to when they first arrived, Yi was much warmer now. Zhao Feng kept holding Bai Wanning's hand, and at this point, he started to talk more seriously with Bai Wanning's mother, mostly listening attentively and nodding while her mother spoke. No, the estimated number of private household staff in the Manor Villa area is around 40 people. Matters of childbirth, matters of children, all decided by Wanning. At this time, she definitely hasn't slept either. She wanted to know if her father recognized Bai Jingshan, and Zhao Jichang said he knew of him but had no dealings with him. Zhao Feng answered with a stiff face, not paying much attention. Zhao Feng fell silent. Two people who don't know each other can now chat and laugh heartily over the phone. Feeling happy. Who will sleep in the master bedroom, young man, have you considered it? After calming down, Zhao Feng sent a message to Li Miaoxian. I've started heading home, expected to arrive in 25 minutes. Will Wanning be asked to cook and do household chores? Everyone understands this matter. Following Zhao Feng downstairs, Li Miaoxian's temperament is definitely to ask about the details of tonight in a roundabout way. She will not ask directly, she will only ask about unrelated things and then deduce. Bai Wanning still didn't understand. Zhao Feng, you are really annoying. I finally understand the meaning of those looks you gave me in the past. You are so bad. No, I want it now. It seems that the two of them are very happy. In recent days, she has only slept around 1 or 2 o'clock because of Zhao Feng. Some commercial secrets, industry insights, speak directly without holding back. Bai Wanning stood at the entrance of the villa, not seeing her off anymore. When the time comes, should a separate villa be built for Bai Wanning or should they squeeze into one house? The girl never struggled from start to finish, just gently looked at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng didn't dare to answer. Thinking about high school for 3 years. Grandpa's youth is over. Second uncle is very clear-headed. Her mother is fine, mainly those few aunts. After chatting for a while, Zhao Feng's scalp was starting to tingle. Zhao Feng kept nodding. He and Bai Wanning had agreed to report to school in the morning, not for any other reason, just because he was worried he wouldn't wake up early tomorrow. But these questions asked tonight are just about continuing the relationship. They have been asking about marriage and cohabitation. praising Zhao Feng a bit. This is one of the few times he praised Zhao Feng. You are good, your face is thick enough, bold and meticulous, dare to act, can bend and stretch, you are a good man. Turning his face away, he laughed heartily again when Zhao Jichang spoke. When he was with second uncle, Zhao Feng felt that this old man was out of the ordinary. Well, I regret it now. I don't want to give it to you. You need to go to school now. You can't be distracted. You are only 18. Why are you thinking about such things so early? It's not your time yet. Then do something else. Is this normal? Could it be your own bad habits? Of course, Bai Jingshan has no sons, so in the future, this family business will eventually go to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng sat in the back with second uncle. Zhao Feng was inexplicably happy. Fortunately, when Zhao Feng left, Bai Jingshan didn't give him a dirty look, just said expressionlessly, "Come over for a meal when you have time, have a drink or two. You are just a little pervert. You liked to look at me when you were in school." He picked her up around the waist and put her on the bed. Bai Wanning's mother didn't try to stop or interrupt them. Wang Taizhu came over to drive. Although Zhao Feng was handsome and sunny, Zhao Feng, Wan Bai sleeps in the master bedroom. It's really obvious, deliberately overly matchmaking. Zhao Feng, next, prepare to build a manor. The planned area is probably over 10 hectares. These few ants of hers seem to be targeting her. Today marks a perfect end. Wanning, you said, after solving your problem of where to stay. He heard his father's voice in Bai Jingshan's phone call. Bai Jingshan was talking to Zhao Jichang. In his speech, he no longer treated Bai Jingshan as an outsider. Although Bai Jingshan is very wealthy, he is still far behind the Zhao family in many aspects. The Zhao family in the capital has too many things that the Bai family can't compare with. Thank you, Auntie, I will remember all of this. How do you view the issue of childbirth? Do you have any requirements for Wan Bai? How do you view the issue of the child's surname in the future? Although our family is not as large and successful as the Li family in the capital, if Wan Ning is bullied, you should consider this. She is my only daughter. If Wan Ning is wronged in the future, you don't need to bring it up again. Your family background can be a bonus in pure love. Bai Jingshan and Zhao Jichang, two big men, talked on the phone for a full hour and a half. Bai Wanning changed into a new outfit. He spoke truthfully but did not mention how many master bedrooms the villa has. My parents are downstairs, and today is not very suitable and a bit rushed. I am not prepared. Study well, behave well. Bai Jingshan was quite happy talking to that little bastard's parent on the phone, but then he saw Zhao Feng leading Bai Wanning downstairs with a satisfied smile on his face. Zhao Feng stood by the window. Zhao Feng was worried that his uncle would drink too much tonight. The Zhao family is a true aristocratic family, not because Zhao Jichang was once the richest man, and whether the Zhao family is an aristocratic family or whether Zhao Jichang was the richest man doesn't matter much. Girlfriend, really, don't ask me how I know. Fortunately, the issue with a few ants was resolved in moderation. He knew that Bai Wanning would not stand him up or change her mind. Kissing at night is just kissing at night, and she was indeed gentle. But to be honest, his appearance really doesn't match up with Li Miaoxian and Bai Wanning. Okay, thank you, uncle. He didn't say anything like you should go to bed first. Zhao Feng was pulled by wanting to talk to her mother and a few ants. To be honest, Zhao Feng was under quite a bit of pressure. His face fell. What? The girl's face remained unchanged, not shy, but somewhat calm. In an instant, when Zhao Feng led Bai Wanning downstairs. When he and Li Miaoxian exchanged messages, this old man said goodnight to many women and even told the driver to leave him there. Staying out all night was already a common practice for Uncle Air. Good night. Thanks for the 100 rewards from It's Hard to Watch. Blessings and thanks. Seeking votes, Zhao Feng was the only one left in the car. Not long after, Li Miaoxian replied to the message. Her replies always end with a period, comma, even if it's just one word, Li Miaoxian will add a period. Zhao Feng chose not to reply to the message because he could already see his villa. From the villa on the slope of Purple Mountain, you could see the road leading up the mountain. Standing by the window, Li Miaoxian saw the car lights in the distance and put down her phone, put on her shoes, and slowly went downstairs. If it weren't for the fact that Zhao Feng was a mere mortal, she would have suspected that he had conjured up the rain himself. She understood those things. Just as Li Miaoxian went upstairs, this kid was trying to have a fling. Miaoxian, I miss you. At that moment, the door upstairs creaked, and the next second, on the carved railing on the second floor, Li Miaoxian's eyes were calm. Zhao Feng felt a bit numb being watched. I don't care about your private life, but you need to control yourself and be a bit cleaner. When the car entered the gate, it honked habitually. Li Miaoxian was looking at Huafeng's financial statements. She had to take a look at the finances during this period. I heard you were drinking? Your mom has been worried about you. Are you home yet? Convenient and tasteful to handle. The call ended, and Zhao Feng helped the girl next to him with her bath.
In the bedroom, a large bed. Finally, the two people who went on their honeymoon returned today, but Zhao Feng seemed not to have returned home immediately. Chen Yanlan paused. Li Miaoxian was not stupid. Well, just leave it there, come over and let's talk about company matters. She was helping to cook soup. Li Miaoxian asked her to help make the sobering soup, also to help Zhao Chen take care of the management. Li Miaoxian lay in his arms, with disheveled hair. Why is it raining? It was clear and beautiful in Jiling tonight, the stars and moon were so big, there was no rain at all. She wasn't wearing black stockings, or a tight skirt, she was just wearing loose pajamas, her hair tied up, and this kind of outfit made him want to talk about work? Looking through the window at the starry sky, the quiet demeanor of the girl was very charming. Zhao Feng pushed open the door and saw Li Miaoxian standing not far away, expressionless. Zhao Feng hung up and made a voice call. Only a few security guards lived in the distant steward's building. Zhao Feng sat there drinking soup, spoon by spoon. Before going on the honeymoon, this young man still had a bit of a puppy-like smell, but now he was already a billionaire tycoon. Dad invites you to a video call. Sobering soup, she made it for you. The bathtub water was ready. Zhao Feng restrained his smile, changed his shoes, took off his watch, and loosened his collar. Go to bed early, don't overwork yourself. The atmosphere light was a grayish-yellow color. Li Miaoxian looked up and glanced at Zhao Feng. The bedroom suite. Miaoxian, it's getting late, let's go to bed. It rained, and then I got caught in the rain for a while and was brought into the house by uncle, then I took a bath, ate, and talked to Wanting for a while before coming back. If she didn't let herself touch anything else, there must be a reason for it. Zhao Feng would never underestimate his own thoughts, nor would he belittle someone else's wisdom. By the time she reached the door, Zhao Feng had already burst in. Li Miaoxian didn't know where to go, he only saw Chen Yanlan holding a bowl of hot soup to greet him. She clearly had experience, no chance at all. He had just been about to confess the innermost taste of wine to Li Miaoxian, and then received the caring concern from his girlfriend. This man really liked playing the martyr and creating an atmosphere. Zhao Feng lifted her up in a princess carry. If he said something like I miss you, it was probably because this bastard felt guilty for seeing another woman. I don't know either, probably due to local conditions, special topography causing the rainfall. Zhao Feng took the soup bowl and went upstairs. Also, when you're doing business, making decisions, you can ask for my opinion. Up to now, your old man still doesn't understand what's going on with Bulgari. I've lived for more than half a century, and this is the first time I've seen you operate like this. The girl casually lowered her arm, not encircling his neck, meaning that school starts tomorrow, it's late, so don't mess around. Fortunately, he had just finished washing up. Can't be evaluated. What do you mean? No, I just got back, Li Miaoxian just went upstairs, and you're already coming over. Want me to drink the soup? Zhao Feng was about to put down the soup bowl and ask her what she meant. It's midnight, you still want to sit for a while? Not going to school tomorrow? Bring it up and drink. Li Miaoxian glanced at him, put down her slippers, turned around and left. In the bathtub, Li Miaoxian lightly flicked the water with her fingers, listening to the voice of the father-in-law on Zhao Feng's phone. Zhao Feng's phone rang. Haven't seen each other for half a day. Children really can't hide anything, they can't hide their thoughts at all. Just had a chat with the elders of the Bai family. It's good that you can handle your own affairs, but your mom and I still want to remind you that the marriage between you and Li Miaoxian was destined from birth. The Li family has never shown any signs of regret over the years, and they have spent a lot of effort trying to find you. I believe that you are mature enough to not act impulsively, and you understand the reasoning. I won't say much more, the elders of the Bai family have nothing more to say. You young people will have to live your own lives in the future. Li Miaoxian happened to come down from upstairs, brightening the hall lights a bit and walking towards the door. Li Miaoxian didn't like his anxious appearance. The two women had a simple dinner with light fruits and vegetables, and only Zhao Feng would be back to drink the soup. Chen Yanlan had been living in the villa for many days. When Zhao Feng got up, he casually brushed his hand across the secretary's face, their first intimate contact. There was a sense of pleasure in the ambiguous touch. Zhao Feng's heart skipped a beat when he saw Chen Yanlan sitting so close. Okay, I got it. Mom, you two should go to bed early. Alright, I'll definitely report on time tomorrow. Good night. You're not asleep yet? It's not that he didn't trust Chen Yanlan, her education and professionalism were sufficient. She wouldn't be unfamiliar with her man's business or need to ask others when things happened. The two just lay down. Working during the day and resting at night, living alone in such a big house was quite daunting, especially without a man around. Chen Yanlan boldly sat next to Zhao Feng, quite close. Hey! She turned to look at Zhao Feng. Alright, especially Li's calm and extremely confident gaze, he was truly worried that those eyes could see into his innermost thoughts. It's better to keep one's things in one's own hands. The two were accustomed to speaking softly before bed. Uncle just said you should give a bit of Bulgari shares to Wanting? Yes, give Wanting some shares in the jewelry department. The hotel part is still in the planning stage, and in the future, everything will be handed over to you. I also want to get involved in core technology and pharmaceutical industries. Whatever you want, or if you want to cooperate with the Lee family, it's up to you. Okay. The girl remained calm throughout. There's one more thing. If you follow me, I may not be able to intervene in the cooperation between the Lee family and the Zhao family. I may start my own business in the future, without involving Hua Shang. I understand. If my parents come to me about the Lee family's affairs, I may help plan cooperation. If they don't come to me, I won't interfere in the Lee family's affairs. After much contemplation, Zhao Feng hugged her to his chest. Perhaps in the future, aside from inheritance, I can also build a strong business myself and give you a good life. You must spend money wisely, or else I'll lose my motivation to earn. Bai Wanting nodded gently, not saying anything more. She knew Zhao Feng's temperament well, he couldn't possibly guess her return. Zhao Feng wanted to enjoy the pleasant feeling of being surrounded by two women, while Li Miaoxian took Bai Wanting upstairs to see the rooms. Bai Wanting looked out the window with a smile and spoke calmly. Li Miaoxian was also quite courteous. Regarding the marriage registration, it was definitely not something Zhao Feng could unilaterally decide. It was very likely a concession made by Li Miaoxian. However, Li Miaoxian didn't say anything. She didn't want to speak up. Bai Wanting started eating breakfast elegantly, occasionally praising Li Miaoxian's cooking skills and chatting about trivial matters of life. One can only do their best, step by step. Zhao Feng almost immediately jumped out of bed. Okay, bring all your things over, and come to live here when you return to Jinling in the future. Just right, I made your breakfast. His secretary? My secretary, helping to manage my estate, Chen Yanlan. Li Miaoxian reached out and pulled Bai Wanting inside. This is your first time here, have a meal first, later I will accompany you around, you will probably stay here in the future. He was washing dishes. He listened to the dog. I am already content with the current life. Your estate is steadily growing, the future is unpredictable, don't aim too high, little brother, stay grounded. Therefore, from the bottom of her heart, she was willing to get along well with Li Miaoxian, complementing each other. She didn't want Zhao Feng to kiss deeply, afraid he would be infatuated again. Straight men are like this, they don't understand anything and think they know everything. Perhaps after being with Li Miaoxian for so long, he really would lean more towards Li Miaoxian between the two of them. Otherwise, Zhao Feng's simple nature would probably come out to greet her. Kiss before sleeping. Bai Wanting's figure had already appeared on the access control screen. It's time to get up. Didn't you say you wanted to pay respects to your grandfather who raised you? Today is the first day of your university, you should go take a look. Entered the villa. Looked at Li Miaoxian in confusion. When leaving, she glanced at Zhao Feng, meaning you eat your meal, no need to come out. Really, where to find such a good wife? In the past, Li Miaoxian didn't care what time he woke up. Or is Miaoxian really as cold-hearted as her appearance? Zhao Feng was still dazed. Zhao Feng turned his head and met her gaze. Bai Wanting thought for a moment and nodded slowly. Alright, but those strange hobbies of men are indeed annoying. I can't eat or lick it, going to sleep. If I don't sleep now, I really won't be able to sleep. Bai Wanting hadn't seen Zhao Feng yet. Okay, your Wanting is here. Call me brother. During breakfast, if Zhao Feng didn't speak, no one else would speak. I said I didn't ask her to come, she probably took the flight back to Beida today. Bai Wanting couldn't help but take a few more glances. Managing the estate, also a secretary, sitting together for breakfast, even a fool could figure out the relationship. When I don't say anything, you better not think about devouring that little secretary. Check the time on the phone, it was 7:10. Sleep well. Otherwise, go sleep on the couch. Initially, she also thought so, the most effective and direct way. Oh, managing the estate. Because Qin Yanlan had to go to the company, she woke up very early to prepare breakfast. Today Li Miaoxian also woke up early and helped with cooking. Alas, can't stop it, where can a man not have a woman to support him? I've seen Qin Yanlan, very outstanding and open-minded, she would wear stockings to please Zhao Feng. We can't do that for him, we can't let him go outside to cheat, there must be a woman willing to become any type of woman he likes to accompany him. It's better to cheat at home than to play perverted outside. Breakfast wasn't finished yet. We'll ask that little scumbag when there's time. Finished breakfast. Although Chen Yanlan knew Zhao Feng was not a good person, after seeing Bai Wanting, she felt that Zhao Feng was quite a jerk. Li Miaoxian, such an exceptional young woman, one was almost enough, now there's another one. It's like putting flowers on cow dung, seizing every opportunity. Zhao Feng's waist was grabbed and twisted fiercely. But for some reason, Zhao Feng became very powerful. Virtue doesn't match beauty. Luckily he has a lot of money, otherwise he wouldn't be able to handle the disaster of beauty. Damn, brother. The two women occasionally smiled at each other across Xiao Feng, and the breakfast was quite enjoyable. Bai Wanning said so, but she was very puzzled in her heart. Isn't this a direct way? Is it really that difficult? Placed on her own man, it's understandable. Bai Wanning understood in her heart. Let's talk about it later, can't hurt his body. There were visitors at the villa. Li Miaoxian glanced at him. Miaoxian, take good care of him. He's still young, sometimes stubborn, but when he does things, he's serious, sometimes smart, sometimes pitifully silly. She always knew about the trivial matters of the wealthy family. Don't call me that. Zhao Feng began to uncover the blanket. The two stood by the window, speaking gently, discussing ways to make Zhao Feng less flirtatious. Not yet. Bai Wanning always smiled. She had planned to come help Zhao Feng make breakfast this morning, but it seemed he had already eaten. She was so tactful that Zhao Feng had no reason to touch her. At most, he could ask Zhao the scumbag privately what was going on, maybe pout and complain a bit, cry a little, that's all. Li Miaoxian put down her chopsticks and walked out. Li Miaoxian fell silent. That's good. I'm most worried he can't resist temptation. Does Miaoxian know I'm coming? He said you might come back. I've seen her medical report. His parents know about this secretary. Now she's sleeping on the first floor, cooking and doing housework every day. Can't touch his limits at all. The next day, outside the door, water running, washing up. Remember, don't call me the wrong name next time. Go to sleep. Li Miaoxian asked, did Wanning say she's coming to see you? Li Miaoxian sighed lightly. It was her first time dealing with a man. How could she know how to be a good girlfriend to him, especially to Zhao Feng, an 18-year-old worth hundreds of billions? The suite next to the master bedroom on the second floor was almost as big as the master bedroom, with a good view outside the window, overlooking half of Jinling City. Bai Wanning's gaze lingered on the other woman at the table. After eating for a while, downstairs. That's true. Should I call? Okay. Can I sleep downstairs? Zhao Feng pulled out a chair for Bai Wanning to sit next to him. Hello, Miaoxian. Sister, since you two have already done that, why don't you just drain him every day, then he won't have the energy to look for others. Feng, who is this sister? Sighing slightly in her heart, Bai Wanning didn't say much. Zhao Feng had done enough for her yesterday. I've already started moving things last night. This afternoon some things should be brought over to the house. I will definitely occupy this room first, otherwise some little girl will lure him away again. I won't even have a bedroom to sleep in. It was a joke, just listen to it. Zhao Feng was awakened by Li Miaoxian. Don't worry, you're studying in the north. I'll keep an eye on him. Eating so early? This was the first time he had been called to get up by his girlfriend. She was already washed up. Good night, please support. Zhao Chan washed the dishes. Take the tableware out of the dishwasher, rinse it with clean water, remember to put it away, each plate in its place. Otherwise, someone named Li would get angry. No need for extra words. Bai Wanning was looking at her room. Li Miaoxian was changing clothes, helping Zhao Feng choose clothes to wear for the first few days of school. Then she stood by the railing, looking at the man below who was dawdling. This matter needed careful consideration. She was just left on the sofa. High-end jewelry, especially luxury jewelry, often has a brand premium that exceeds its already high value. Not only that, the so-called precious metal jewelry is not really high in purity, some even contain small amounts of alloy. Zhao Feng leaned in, and she gently opened her mouth. Zhao Feng went upstairs, glancing at Li Miaoxian a few more times. Go upstairs and change clothes. From betrothal gifts to dowry, it ended up in her hands. In a little while. So all this hard work needs to be done by him. It doesn't matter if it's pure gold, what's important is to make people accept this product positioning, luxury jewelry. Okay. Here we are. Zhao Feng held her hand and gently caressed it. She never liked doing those things in broad daylight. Zhao Feng turned his head and saw Bai Wanning walking over, sitting down beside him with lowered eyes. She wore a black dress with a Chanel silk scarf wrapped around her waist, tied with a white bow at the back, exquisite and elegant. Zhao Feng drove, with Li Miaoxian sitting in the passenger seat. The matter of gold still needs to be kept confidential. Zhao Feng suddenly spoke, let me play for a while. Inside were Li Miaoxian's books and computer. Why are you so gentle today? Oh, you just love me. He casually brought an electronic watch, a regular Casio model that children wear. Li Miaoxian remained expressionless. When she first saw those gold bricks, she understood that she would only live in affluence for the rest of her life. She had thought long and hard about Zhao Feng's methods, and if she couldn't sometimes clearly feel his CPU short-circuiting, she would really think that Zhao Feng's intelligence and talent were unparalleled. Zhao Feng carried a backpack. It's time to go downstairs. The car drove into the cemetery.
Disgusted, she pushed away Zhao Feng's approaching face. I'm numb from all the kissing. This time the shipment was 500 kilograms, to put a batch of goods on the official website first and see the results. Zhao Feng could see clearly the urgency of the situation, including saying something unpleasant about the equity he gave to Li Miaoxian. Li's spending limit had been reached, and as long as they didn't divorce, giving her the hotel business was just to make things sound good. Bai Wanning's mood was still quite low. When you're afraid of your wife, you have to hand over your salary, that's the bottom line. 500 kilograms of gold needed to be moved by him alone. Two young girls slowly bent down behind Zhao Feng, knelt down and bowed twice, calling him grandpa before standing up. Bai Wanning blinked and straightened the wrinkles on her skirt, unable to resist biting his hand. Are you going to school today? Zhao Feng changed his clothes. Cartier is quite famous in this regard. From the basement warehouse to the ground, with elevators and carts, he just asked Li Miaoxian to wait a moment. Plain gold bricks were packed into boxes and handed over to the arranged escort personnel. Getting off the car, Zhao Feng led the way, while Li Miaoxian and Bai Wanning followed behind, each carrying 2 bags of fruit. The rest would be to find time to call Bai Jingshan and ask if he had any good ideas about this product. 10 minutes later. It's a pity, she had already become Zhao Feng's shape. Bai Jingshan only wanted an attitude. They didn't discuss specific equity shares last night. Everything was clear, as long as there was sincerity. Today they have to part ways again. Still wearing a plain style men's t-shirt jacket without any big brand logos, sturdy black pants, and comfortable and sturdy sneakers from their own shoe factory. When going to school, you should look like a student. If it's too flashy, how can others focus on studying? Li Miaoxian glanced at him. They had only just settled on a lifelong commitment last night. Feng, did you call me? I often think of you. I will video call you, and I will read your messages. He suddenly frowned. Li Miaoxian definitely understood all these things. A 24K gold toilet, as long as it comes with a branded faucet, will be a hot commodity. Time was running out. He didn't know he had to get the gold bricks out to the workshop that Bulgari had just set up in Shanghai. Has Li Miaoxian gone downstairs? She stood there, exuding a vibrant energy and a somewhat aloof demeanor that was enough to captivate many. It was already past 8 o'clock. Last night, she discussed the issue with Bai Jingshan, and he had already made up his mind to give 10% of Bulgari's shares to Bai Wanning. This 10% would be considered as shared property after her graduation from university. He couldn't figure out Li Miaoxian's thought process for a moment. Garage. Zhao Feng effortlessly lifted her up. But it was a peculiar thought after all, considering how rare it was to meet today and how difficult it was to meet again after a long time, even by plane. The double-door convertible Phantom Coupe was purchased by Li during his participation in the Phantom Car Club in the Magic City. The Phantom was not as long or large as the Phantom, making it a good choice for the couple to commute to school. Following the Phantom was a modified version of the Mercedes S500, with Bai Wanning sitting on top. Her outfit exuded a teenage girl's charm, something he rarely saw on her. A single sentence could warm her entire day. Li Miaoxian usually liked Rolex watches, but today she wore a rainbow-colored circle with a girlish vibe. Bai Wanning didn't object either. Just as Zhao Feng hung up the apron, someone arrived outside the villa, from his own security company. Miaoxian just said she wanted to go downstairs to choose a car to drive to school. That's it, Feng, you really don't know how to speak. Is that how you describe a girlfriend? She wore a Chanel beret on her head, with her hair tied back, the ponytail slightly curled at the end, just right. The girl smiled briefly, then quickly restrained herself and walked out of the closet. Zhao Feng shook his head and continued putting on his shoes. The clean sunlight revealed a sense of resilience imprinted deep within Zhao Feng's demeanor, giving others the impression that he was a stubborn young man with an indomitable spirit, a quality that surpassed mere looks. This time, wherever Zhao Feng wanted to touch her body, she didn't resist, unlike before when he would just glance with his eyes. If he didn't give her shares, would Zhao Feng stop spending money on her? Li Miaoxian had already opened the Moutai liquor. The Bai family only had one daughter. Why did they need so much money? Who would inherit the Bai family's business in the future? If Bai Wanning were to inherit it, then it would still belong to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng had been thinking for a long time about how to create a product with a sufficient amount of pure gold that could cater to the market while firmly establishing the brand's value, rather than being seen as a mere commodity. Zhao Feng consulted Chen Yanlan again before having the goods shipped. The premise was that the daughter of a wealthy family would not use the logic of a little fairy. Marrying someone was a lifelong commitment, sharing both glory and loss. The afternoon flight. Once you've chosen a man, stick with him. Zhao Feng knelt down and spoke a lot, expressing heartfelt and sincere words without any ulterior motives or beating around the bush.